Chapter 8. Closing the Ruhr Pocket. The last week of March 1945, General Patton's Third Army crossed the Rhine at Oppenheim and was piercing the heart of Germany. Farther north, the U.S. First Army broke out of the Remagen bridgehead and, encountering little resistance, pushed through the hilly terrain of the Sauerland. Field Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group crossed the Rhine at Wesel, and after establishing a bridgehead against sporadic but sometimes fanatic resistance, it moved eastward toward the Münsterland and the Teutoburg Forest. As the two American armies were breaking out of their bridgeheads on the Rhine, farther to the east, waves of bombers continued their relentless campaign to disrupt German transportation and communications centers. 20-year-old Werner Trienens was in Rheine recovering from severe wounds received in August 1944 when he was assigned to escort 10 recruits to Iserlohn for induction into the Wehrmacht. On Monday, the 26th of March, they proceeded as far as a suburb of Münster by train and then marched by foot through the badly damaged city, which had received another bombing raid only hours prior to their arrival. No public transportation was available, and emergency crews were at work restoring water service and utilities. Locating a Wehrmacht vehicle that was en route to Iserlohn, the men finally arrived at their destination at dawn. Trienens' orders were to report to the Seydlitz-Kaserne, a military base, with the teenagers, but there the group found only a forlorn remnant of the Wehrmacht facility. The base had already been destroyed by bombs. At length, Trienens located the administration offices in a nearby field, where he was directed to an adjacent row of bunkers. On delivering his recruits, his orders received the obligatory official seal and were duly signed, and he was released to find transportation back to Rheine. Inquiring at the train station, he learned that no trains were running and no scheduling was possible in the face of incessant air attacks. After failing to locate any transportation, the exasperated soldier decided to put an end to his participation in the war. Armed with his signed orders for delivering the recruits, he hitchhiked and walked for some 24 hours before reaching the home of his parents, located on Widukindstrasse 31 in the city of Paderborn. Trienens' father was disturbed by his son's unexpected appearance. The severe punishment for harboring deserters was well known. However, the young soldier was determined not to die for Hitler in the closing days of a lost war. Trienens found his home almost empty, many of the furnishings having been moved to the homes of friends and relatives outside the city where the danger of air raids remained remote. The kitchen was still sparsely equipped, and one bed remained in the house. His mother normally stayed with the Lummer farm family to escape the incessant bombing raids, while his father was working in Salzkotten. His 16-year-old brother Heinz had been called to the Paderborn Volkssturm, and to his relief, his youngest brother, Seppel, was working with a farmer in Neuhaus. Trienens' mother was overjoyed to see her eldest son again and planned to celebrate the homecoming with what few provisions could be obtained. She advised him that they had been raising rabbits in a hutch, one of which could be slaughtered for dinner. Late that afternoon, she sent into the store with ration stamps to obtain something special for the Easter holidays. He was en route to the store when the initial air raid warning sounded. He turned and hurried back to the house and had just entered the kitchen when the full alarm sounded. No sooner had the sirens begun than the heavy throbbing of approaching flying fortresses could be heard, quickly followed by the dull, distant thudding of detonations. He and his mother hurried to the cellar as the bombs grew nearer. Within seconds they found themselves at the center of a maelstrom. Sitting on a bench, the soldier wrapped his mother's head in a blanket to block out the horror. Windows crashed, dust filled the air, and their eardrums throbbed from the ear-splitting explosions that rent the atmosphere. The smell of flames engulfed them, and it became difficult to breathe. Trienens could discern human voices screaming somewhere in the distance. A final massive explosion was followed by sheets of flames erupting from a forward storeroom where incendiaries had penetrated a shattered window. Stumbling through the dust and smoke, they made their way up the stairs and onto the side street where they ran past burning buildings to a nearby field. The shrieking of the rabbits burning in their cages could be heard above the crackling flames, and they rushed toward the middle of the open field where they could escape the fire and breathe cool air. As Trienens turned to look on the burning city, he observed the massive tower of the Paderborn Cathedral slowly tilt until, overtaken by flames and the force of gravity, it crashed to the earth, the sound of the falling structure rising above the waves of phosphorus explosions. General Fritz Bayerlein's attempt to break through the American units pouring east out of the Remagen bridgehead for a drive toward Kassel with his 53rd Corps quickly ground to a halt. Using highly mobile forces in coordination with air reconnaissance and fighter-bomber patrols, the Americans succeeded in stopping the German drive within hours. The First Army's 3rd Armoured Division again concentrated on proceeding north and northeast to meet advance elements of the U.S. Ninth Army at Paderborn. The American armoured divisions were organized into 3 combat commands, A, B, and R. Each had the approximate strength of a regiment and consisted of 2 task forces, TFs. The TFs were further organized into combat teams and battle groups which were identified by the name of the specific commander of the unit. For the advance toward Paderborn, the task forces were assigned 4 separate routes numbered 1 through 4. The 4 columns would advance north simultaneously and converge on Paderborn for the link-up with the U.S. Ninth Army. Combat Command R, CCR, under Colonel Hauser, was assigned to push Task Force Hogan over the Wever River toward Paderborn on the westernmost flank, designated as March Route 1. Task Force Richardson was to proceed along the Wünnenberg-Hagen-Nordborchen Road over March Route 2. Combat Command B, CCB, under Colonel Boudinot, was assigned to the 2 easternmost routes, with Task Force Wellborn advancing over the Niedermarsberg-Etteln-Paderborn Road along March Route 3, and Task Force Lovelady advancing along the eastern flank over Arlsen, Roden, Lichtenau, Paderborn on March Route 4. Task Forces Doan and Kane, designated as Combat Command A, CCA, were assigned to follow up in reserve, with Kane on the left in the wake of Hogan and Doan following behind Wellborn. The TFs were to converge on Paderborn no later than the 31st of March, where they would join with units of the Ninth Army that were advancing toward the south. What the soldiers of the 3rd Armoured Division did not know was that they were about to encounter a new enemy, one that posed a serious obstacle to the planned link-up. Roughly 20 miles west of Kassel, in the small settlement of Arlsen, was a small military training centre assigned to the Waffen-SS Finance Administration School. Under the leadership of SS Sturmbannführer Töler, the school nominally consisted of 70 staff personnel and had a student capacity of 1,100 troops. Töler had received orders in mid-March to provide a battle group of 900 men under the leadership of Sturmbannführer Becker to be dispatched to the 32nd SS Division facing the Soviet Army south of Frankfurt under order. The school facilities had been stripped of weapons and equipment to arm the soldiers transferred to the front. After the departure of the battle group, the school had just 1 automobile, 2 small motorcycles, and 2 wood-fueled trucks available. The only staff personnel remaining were those who had suffered severe wounds during the previous 6 years of war or members of the administration cadre whose presence was deemed essential. Among the students who stayed behind were convalescents who had had both legs amputated and had to be carried into the classrooms. Of the training officers still in Arlsen, 3 had lost an eye and most had suffered disabling wounds in combat. Many of them walked with crutches. The rest of the staff consisted of approximately 200 support personnel who fulfilled supply and administrative functions. As the school prepared to meet the oncoming Americans, the training officers halted a troop train that was carrying soldiers from furlough to their various units. Taking command of the soldiers on the train, the school cadre formed 2 battle groups to be placed under command of the military district commander in Kassel. Before this could be accomplished, however, one of the groups received orders to proceed on foot as a battle group along the Frankenberg-Eder road toward Marburg in the south. On the 29th of March, the battle group made its first contact with the Americans south of Korbach. An American unit, part of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division, was advancing north toward Paderborn to conduct the link-up with the Ninth Army when they collided with the group of students, instructors, and support personnel from Arlsen. In the short skirmish that followed, 2 American tanks were disabled. Hearing the fighting in the distance, Sturmbannführer Töler ordered Obersturmführer, First Lieutenant Schmeikal, to lead the second battle group toward Korbach. As Schmeikal entered that village, his vehicle was struck by fire from an oncoming Sherman. Soon after engaging the American force, the 2 SS battle groups found it impossible to hold a line, and Schmeikal ordered the troops to fall back and regroup in Mengeringhausen. By the evening of the 29th of March, the remnants of the SS battle groups from Arlsen had regrouped between Mengeringhausen and Twister. The troops under Schmeikal's command had scattered after the action at Korbach, and stragglers continued trickling in to be reorganized into combat units. The Americans' intent to close the trap around the Ruhr was obvious, and the Germans decided to retreat toward Landau, farther to the east, to avoid being caught in the encirclement. Sturmbannführer Töler, the SS force commander, now received intermittent orders by telephone from the military district commander in Kassel. Having escaped the encirclement by moving eastward, the battle group was directed to reinforce a line along the Eder River valley and wait to receive orders from SS Brigade Westphalen. Unbeknownst to them, the orders from Westphalen would never reach Töler's embattled units. The ancient city of Paderborn carried a long tradition as the site of military training facilities, and the Nazi government had continued to utilize and build on the training areas for Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units. As the Americans began their drive from the north and the south to close the pincers, military training commands in the Paderborn area were being organized under the auspices of SS Brigade Westphalen. Plans called for the brigade to leave the quarters in Sennelager, north of Paderborn, and proceed south into the Sauerland. The troops were then to combine strength with other German forces in the area to cut off the leading elements of Americans advancing out of the Remagen bridgehead. Field Marshal Mordel, intent on preventing the link-up that would trap his army group in the Ruhr area, had ordered SS Brigade Westphalen to be placed under command of Lieutenant General Hermann Flöcker, whose 66th Corps had been decimated during the retreat from the Rhine. Mordel ordered Flöcker to regroup his forces, including SS Brigade Westphalen, in the area of Marsberg. Then, no later than the 31st of March, they were to push toward the Eder Reservoir. Unbeknownst to any of the Allied forces moving through the Sauerland, the main routes the SS troops planned to use were the same roads the three American columns pushing north toward Paderborn were taking. The powerful and confident U.S. forces were on a collision course with the dreaded, although vastly weakened enemy. In addition to the training personnel from Sennelager who formed the core of SS Brigade Westphalen, there was one unit that would severely handicap the American drive toward Paderborn. Heavy Panzer Battalion 507 had seen its first action in March 1944 near Tarnopol on the Russian front. Since that time, the renowned unit had been held in reserve until needed at critical points on the front, and it had thus been thrown into action time and again until its battle-scarred tanks were decimated. In January 1945, the battalion had lost its last Tiger tanks during the fighting on the Narew. Thereafter, the battalion's 2nd and 3rd companies were ordered to Sennelager along with the battalion staff to be re-equipped and trained in the use of new Tiger II tanks. The 1st company was destined to remain on the Oder front to support the Wehrmacht forces that were desperately attempting to block the Russian advance on Berlin. The 2 companies of Heavy Panzer Battalion 507 that were withdrawn from the east began training with their new Tiger IIs in mid-March. The massive Tigers, delivered to the training area directly from the Henschel factory in Kassel, weighed almost 70 tons and were the heaviest operational tanks produced by any nation during the war. The Tiger II was similar to the Tiger I, but it carried heavier armor on the turret and bow. Like its predecessor, it was equipped with a high-velocity 88mm cannon. The rolling fortress was manned by a crew of 5 who were protected by 150mm glacis plates on the frontal armor. The enormous vehicle could carry almost 80 rounds of 88mm high-explosive, armor-piercing and hollow charge ammunition. Despite its powerful 700-horsepower engine, however, the Tiger proved to be underpowered and less mobile than the earlier, lighter tanks, and it was encumbered by a maximum speed of less than 25 miles per hour. The tank could be easily identified by its long, low profile and massive interlocking road wheels similar to those on the favoured Panther. The Tiger was also plagued with mechanical problems. In a tank-on-tank duel, the machine could not be matched by any other tank in any theatre, but in the confines of the Sauerland and the Teutoburg forest, with thickly wooded hillsides and narrow, winding roads, the faster, highly manoeuvrable American Sherman tank had a distinct advantage. Many of the experienced German tank crews preferred the lighter, more manoeuvrable Panther. At this stage of the war, however, it was unusual for the German units to receive new equipment of any kind. In mid-March 1945, the 507th received a large number of new recruits and 20 Tiger IIs with which they manned and equipped 2 panzer companies. During the following 2 weeks, they familiarized the personnel with their new tanks and trained the crews, adjusting the guns and drilling as intact armor companies. The battalion received additional reinforcement when it was joined by 3 Tiger tanks from Heavy Panzer Battalions 510 and 511. The commander of the battalion, Major Fritz Schöck, had assigned 12 of the new tanks to the 3rd Company under the command of then Lieutenant Wolf Koltemann. The remaining Tigers and 3 Panther tanks were assigned to the 2nd Company, commanded by Lieutenant Bernhard Pfeuffer. On the night of the 24th of March, Koltemann had reason to celebrate. In addition to being given command of a new Tiger tank company, the veteran from the Russian front was marking his promotion from lieutenant to captain. His commander, Major Schuck, also awarded him with the coveted Knight's Cross. As the Allies were preparing their breakout from the bridgeheads on the Rhine, the new captain, with Germany's highest award for valour suspended from his neck by a wide red, white and black ribbon, spent the night toasting and singing marching songs with his fellow officers and crewmen in Sennelager. The SS personnel of the Sennelager training units had been organized into 2 battalions, one under the command of one-legged Hauptsturmführer Captain Denker as an SS Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion, the second under command of Hauptsturmführer Uden. Both battalions consisted primarily of men recovering from wounds. The staff of the hastily assembled Brigade Westfalen established a command post 3 miles east of Paderborn in the village of Dahl. Regiment Meyer moved into Hamborn, 4 miles south of Paderborn, and established a regimental command post. The 2 battalions under Freuhauf and Scharschmidt began moving south. Regiment Holzer established a command post in Dörenhagen, 4 miles southwest of Paderborn, where they were joined by Major Schuck's Heavy Panzer Battalion 507. Few of the SS or Wehrmacht personnel at the facilities near Paderborn were aware that they were now assigned to the newly organized SS Brigade Westfalen. The administrative offices were combed for personnel, weapons and equipment were lacking, and there was no means of providing rations and logistics in the field. Assigned to lead the brigade was Obersturmbannführer, Lieutenant Colonel Hans Stern, who had transferred to the Waffen-SS from the Wehrmacht, where he had earned the Knight's Cross in 1941 while serving as company commander with Panzer Regiment 12. The brigade consisted of 2 regiments that retained the designation of their regimental commanders. The commander of the 1st Regiment was Sturmbannführer Meyer, who had been severely wounded while serving with the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf in Russia. Meyer's regiment consisted of 2 battalions, SS Panzer Reconnaissance Training and Replacement Battalion 1, under command of Sturmbannführer Freuhauf, and SS Panzer Reconnaissance Training and Replacement Battalion 2, under command of Hauptsturmführer Scharschmidt. On the 31st of March, Meyer's regiment was joined by an SS Panzer Reconnaissance NCO training battalion led by Hauptsturmführer Sonner. The 2nd Regiment, Brigade Westfalen, was commanded by Sturmbannführer Friedrich Holzer, who had won the Knight's Cross in 1943 while serving on the Eastern Front with the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich. Holzer had been assigned to command the SS Panzer Training and Replacement Regiment in Augustdorf after suffering numerous wounds as a tank commander on the Eastern Front, and like many officers at this stage of the war, he was well accustomed to fighting in adverse conditions and against formidable numbers. Holzer's regiment consisted of 5 battalions, each made up of 2 or 3 roughly assembled infantry companies with 120 soldiers each. On the 29th of March, Panzer Battalion 507 received mobilization orders and was officially integrated as a component of SS Brigade Westfalen. The 2nd Company was assigned to move toward Dörenhagen and Eggeringhausen. Koltermann's 3rd Company was ordered to advance to the village of Kirchborgen and strike the oncoming Americans on their eastern flank. As the 507th prepared its tanks for battle, word was unexpectedly received at the nearby SS Panzer Reconnaissance Training and Replacement Battalion 2 in Staumühle that all personnel were to assemble and organize for combat. The companies, hastily collected by the training cadre, were made up of 17-year-old recruits with only 3 or 4 weeks of rudimentary training and elderly miners from the area of Aachen. The groups of recruits were organized into impromptu infantry platoons. The elderly men were assigned to provide supply functions. The groups from the Staumühle facility were issued weapons from the various training armories available to them. Small arms consisted of MG-34 machine guns, K-98 rifles, Italian submachine guns, Belgian pistols, and shoulder-fired Panzerfausts. In addition to their field uniforms, the troops were provided with black leather trousers and jackets to be worn over the uniforms. The unusual leather garments had been salvaged from a German Navy depot in France during the rout in late summer 1944. The thick leather uniforms, well suited for armor vehicles and U-boats, proved to be too cumbersome and heavy for infantry use and were soon discarded. All other belongings that could not be easily carried were assembled and stored in laundry bags. The companies possessed no vehicles, although the battalion supply unit was assigned 2 wood-fueled trucks. The staff retained several automobiles and motorcycles. The SS unit located in nearby Augustdorf also lacked basic equipment and supplies. Incoming recruits had no bedding, lockers, chairs, or tables, and their empty barracks were devoid of furnishings at the time of their arrival. Unfazed by the lack of facilities and equipment, Obersturmführer Walter Ott, the battalion communications officer, had purchased supplies for the recruits. He obtained straw from a nearby farmer with his own funds and had it delivered by horse cart for bedding. The remainder of his bank account was used for rations. While serving in Normandy with the 17th SS Panzer Division, Gotz von Berlichingen, Ott had witnessed the immense material support the Americans were able to bring onto the battlefield. Now, facing the Allied onslaught as it rolled deeper into Germany, he held no illusions regarding the outcome of the war. Even if he survived, Ott concluded, in defeat he would no longer need the money anyway. The training companies in Augustdorf were also equipped with a wide array of foreign and German weapons. Each platoon was issued a light machine gun and a limited number of submachine guns. The majority of the recruits retained their bolt-action carbines. Despite the fact that they were being produced cheaply and in great quantities, a few Panzerfaust had filtered through the erratic supply chain to reach the Augustdorf facility. The runners who carried communications between companies and higher commands were issued bicycles, many of which were plagued with flat tires, but there were no replacements for worn-out equipment. The communications unit possessed one mobile radio that was pulled in a wooden handcart. No infrastructure for logistics or support was available. Even the most rudimentary infantry clothing and equipment was sparse. The men were mostly clad in traditional black panzer uniforms. The short, double-breasted tunics, cut narrow at the waist, were of excellent design for maneuvering in and out of the narrow confines of tank turrets, but they were poorly suited to infantry operations. On the night of the 29th of March, the mixed array of young, aging, and convalescing soldiers departed their barracks. They arrived in Augustdorf early the next morning. A quick but thorough search of the SS depot in Augustdorf, where they had hoped to find needed uniforms and equipment, produced only a few mottled camouflage SS battle smocks and field grey overcoats. The supply of weapons and ammunition had long since been depleted. In Augustdorf Nordlager, the SS Panzer NCO Training and Instruction Battalion, under command of Hauptsturmführer Bürmeister, was busy preparing for battle. The students and instructors buckled on heavy leather cartridge belts and field gear, filled their magazine pouches, and shared the burden of carrying the heavy belts of machine gun ammunition. At 6:15 p.m. they began to march south under darkening skies. A light rain started to fall as they passed the village of Holstenbeck, and they marched through Paderborn's deserted streets. The city was still burning from the massive air raid of the 27th of March, and the darkness was punctuated with sporadic explosions and collapsing buildings that hurled glowing embers and large fragments of masonry skyward from the rubble. Although Paderborn had previously experienced bombing raids during the course of the war, the most recent air raid had been the largest and had fallen on a defenseless city that was stripped of any means of repelling the bombers. Within 27 minutes of the appearance of the Allied bombers, Paderborn had suffered almost complete destruction. Bomb craters and collapsed buildings marked the path of the marching grenadiers and students. The stench of dead cattle and burned vehicles choked the air, and no sign of life could be discerned as they made their way through the blackened city. After several hours, it was noticed that 2 erstwhile soldiers were already missing. Both had been recovering from wounds and could have been unable to keep pace, or perhaps had decided to simply end their war by disappearing into the darkness. The column cleared the city of Paderborn, and the order was soon given to load and secure the weapons. At about 2 a.m. on the 30th of March, the column arrived at the village of Nordborchen, south of Paderborn, and bivouacked. More troops arrived from the Zenelager training facilities throughout the night. By dawn, the entire combat group from the training battalion had settled into Nordborchen. Platoons and squads of soldiers were sleeping in barns, garages, and private residences. Shortly after arriving in the darkened village of Nordborchen, Untersturmführer Ahrens was ordered to march his platoon to the Alphen-Wever road to ensure that it was secure and to relieve the outposts. At 4 a.m. he gathered the weary students assigned to his platoon and started off through the darkness. The platoon began digging defences adjacent to the road south of Wever, and a reconnaissance patrol was dispatched toward Alphen. As the eastern horizon grew light, the patrol returned and reported that the other SS units had established security positions in Alphen. Knowing that any enemy from that direction would first encounter the security detachment in there, the soldiers removed their heavy battle gear and earnestly engaged in preparing defences. At approximately 9:30 they were startled to hear the sound of tank fire from the south at a distance of 4 or 5 miles. The men sprang to their feet and prepared their weapons for battle as the erratic sound of small arms fire began drifting through the still morning air. At 10 o'clock, Ahrens and another soldier named Oehler set out toward Alphen on an antiquated motorcycle that they had discovered nearby. Minutes later, they came on sentries nervously anticipating the arrival of the enemy. They cautiously proceeded south toward the farthest outposts, where the secondary road joined Reichsstrasse 480 in a sharp curve. As the motorcycle slowly turned the corner, they found themselves face to face with a massive olive-colored Sherman tank, in front of which a GI was standing with a machine pistol trained at them. With little other choice, Oehler stopped the motorcycle and raised his hands. Ahrens raised his hands, dismounted the motorcycle, and immediately walked toward the American, who was motioning with the submachine gun and calling good-naturedly, "Come on, boys, come on." When the American soldier momentarily averted the muzzle of the submachine gun, Ahrens sprang into the thick undergrowth lining the road. He was immediately followed by a burst from the American's weapon. The deafening fire from the GI's weapon was joined by a burst from the tank's machine gun. Unscathed, Ahrens cleared the field of fire, dodging, ducking, and running until he disappeared into the surrounding woods. He paused to catch his breath and to get his bearings as the shots and curses of the GIs faded behind him. Peering from the copse of woods, he observed an immense column of olive-drab tanks and half-tracks streaming northward toward Kirchborgen. The sounds of erratic but heavy fighting echoed over the hills as the American column began encountering the SS units. After attempting to estimate the strength of the column, Ahrens struck out in a northerly direction toward Nordborchen, taking advantage of the cover offered by the woods. That same morning at 4 o'clock, the 2nd Company of Freuhauf's battalion, led by Obersturmführer Hoffmann, departed Staummühle and headed south. Shortly after sunrise, the ragged troops were south of Nordborchen when they encountered a panic-stricken Wehrmacht paymaster who reported that the Americans were moving toward them with heavy armored columns. Hoffmann immediately ordered his troops to dig in along both sides of Reichsstrasse 480. He then turned command of the company over to Oberscharführer Sergeant Gedashko while he rode forward in a sidecar to reconnoiter the road ahead. After 3 miles, Hoffmann encountered 4 Sherman tanks, swung the motorcycle about, and fled before the tank crews could react. Within 10 minutes he had reached the battalion headquarters in Etteln, where he reported the American presence to Sturmbannführer Freuhauf. Freuhauf ordered him to take a Volkswagen Kübelwagen and 2 Panzerfausts, return to the American column, and attempt to delay his advance while he organized the units. Hoffmann leapt into the Volkswagen and rattled away toward Kirchborchen. A short time later, he engaged a Sherman and a half-tracked personnel carrier from a location south of Kirchborgen along Route 2. The entire area erupted in fighting as Hoffmann's company attempted to halt the American armored column without the support of anti-tank guns. The soldiers of one platoon west of Reichsstrasse 480, led by Unterscharführer Zabel, were killed to the last man. Many of the Americans gave SS troops no quarter. Indeed, some of the GIs, having fought their way through SS units from Normandy to the Rhine, practiced a policy of killing the SS troops wherever they found them. Under heavy losses, the remaining soldiers of Hoffmann's company began withdrawing toward Etteln, where they quickly established defences and continued to hold their position until dusk. As the sun set and darkness descended on the ragged band of survivors, the men in the company, now numbering only 50, collected their equipment and filed toward Grundsteinheim. The 2nd Company, Battalion 2 of Regiment Meyer, also began hastily preparing to move in the early morning hours of the 30th of March. The troops were delayed for several minutes. The modified ignition systems of the wood-burning trucks required some time before the engines were warm enough to function. Eventually, the troops proceeded south through Paderborn to Henglan, where they dismounted from the trucks. The vehicles returned to transport the other companies to their destinations. The 2nd Company was the only intact unit yet to arrive at Henglan. As the company established defences, one platoon was ordered to take positions approximately 200 yards south of Atteln along the Henglan-Atteln road. Soon after the company established a position, the rattle of tracked vehicles was heard in the distance. Suddenly 6 Shermans roared down the road toward the positions before coming to an abrupt halt several hundred yards from the concealed Germans. With throbbing engines, the tanks remained stationary along the road for several minutes while the tank commanders carefully examined the terrain with binoculars from their turrets. Untersturmführer Weber, one of the platoon leaders, had just crawled closer to the stationary Shermans with an anti-tank weapon when the vehicles rocked forward and resumed their advance at a rapid pace. The column rumbled past the hidden soldiers, unaware that they were being observed from a short distance by an improvised combat group of SS Grenadiers. Behind the 6 Shermans rolled an immense convoy of trucks, jeeps, and half-tracks. Unbeknownst to Weber and the others, they had met the forward elements of Task Force Wellborn of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division. Unable to engage the convoy with their light, shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons from a distance of 200 yards, the men of the company remained motionless under concealment until nightfall. Throughout the day, the American units continued to roll past in a terrifying exhibit of military power. As night descended, the platoon made its way over the ridge toward the east. There, the soldiers met the rest of their company, which had already suffered heavy losses while engaging Wellborn's unit in Henlan. On the 30th of March, Regiment Holzer marched along the Paderborn-Lichtenau-Schärfjorde road toward the south. Obersturmführer Walter Ott accompanied the battalion toward Schärfjorde, where the men were directed to establish defenses to halt the oncoming Americans. The battalion consisted of Ott's communications unit, made up of a few radio men and a modified Panzer II chassis as a mobile communications vehicle, and 3 hastily assembled infantry companies and a panzer company. The armoured unit consisted of a dozen obsolete tanks of various models that had been used for training. Ott established his communications centre near Schärfjorde in a forestry building where they could establish telephone communications with the command post in the town. That morning, the men of Task Force Lovelady were proceeding from Roden towards Schärfjorde when they suddenly encountered Holzer's Battalion 1. The task force had been assigned to proceed north on the right flank on March Route 4, secure the road junction in Schärfjorde, and head for Paderborn through Kleinenberg and Lichtenau. As the task force neared the village of Brixen, it encountered German soldiers who were determined to halt the advance. The Americans soon lost a Sherman to an antiquated Mk3, and the GIs dug in under heavy fire to await reinforcements. Throughout the 30th of March, the sound of fighting rang from the woods surrounding Brixen. As darkness fell, the Grenadiers continued to block the advance with small arms and Panzerfausts. The fighting continued into the night, and before sunrise, Lovelady's columns had lost 5 tanks to the scattered German units. It was not until the morning of the 31st of March that the GIs could reach their objective of Schärfjorde. Task Force Richardson continued to meet stiff resistance in Kirchborchen and Nordborchen. Nestled in the rolling hills 6 miles south of Paderborn, the twin villages of Nordborchen and Kirchborchen were strategically important to the task force's advance, as either could provide a staging area for any German units preparing to attack the flanks of the American columns. Task Force Richardson had first met resistance to the west of Etteln as it collided with the mixture of troops constituting Hoffmann's company. After rolling through the weak defenders, Richardson's tanks then proceeded toward the village of Kirchborchen. Preparing to meet the American column was a force of more than 200 Hitler Youth, augmented by Waffen-SS veterans who were hastily establishing defenses. The tanks of Richardson's columns were supported by infantrymen of the U.S. 36th Infantry Regiment, who fought their way into the outskirts of Kirchborchen. As they attempted to penetrate the first line of houses, they were met by a hail of small arms fire and Panzerfausts, used as direct-fire weapons and as improvised artillery between the buildings. The Americans were forced to a halt and were soon compelled to evacuate their positions and abandon the town. On the left flank of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division, Task Force Horgen pushed to Weber with little resistance. The American occupation of Weber threatened to cut off any route of retreat for the German troops in Kirchborchen. To avoid being encircled, the SS and Hitler Youth defenders withdrew from Kirchborchen, which by then was referred to as Bazooka Town by the GIs of Task Force Richardson, who had experienced the engagement there. The Americans followed in the wake of the withdrawing Germans and occupied the heavily damaged buildings recently used by the defenders. After a brief delay to reorganize the units, they moved forward in pursuit, again meeting resistance from withdrawing Germans. The night rapidly erupted with the sounds of small arms fire over the crackle of burning buildings and intermittent bursts from Panzerfausts as the Grenadiers withdrew through deserted streets. The surrounding structures were illuminated by 2 American armored vehicles burning with white-hot intensity, ignited by Panzerfausts fired at close range in the narrow cobblestone streets. By midnight, most of Kirchborchen had been secured by the Americans. The GIs attempted to consolidate their gains at dawn, while German snipers set to work from the surrounding woods, making any movement difficult. As Richardson's units fought fiercely in the streets of Kirchborchen, other units assigned to his combat command circumvented the town on the main road to the west. The US 3rd Armored Division had been ordered to reach Paderborn by the 30th of March, and the mechanized units were bypassing pockets of resistance to meet their goal. Between 10 and 11 a.m., the units bypassing Kirchborchen collided with SS troops at nearby Nordborchen, where troops of Holzer's Battalion 3, under command of Hauptsturmführer Bürmeister, had prepared to meet the oncoming Americans. One of the grenadiers preparing to engage the American columns was Waffen-SS Grenadier Wolfgang Huber. To his right was Unterscharführer Diener, to his left Unterscharführer Schröder. The soldiers nervously inspected their weapons and secured their combat gear as artillery and tank shells began impacting the area, showering them with dirt and fragments of masonry from nearby buildings. Soon the high, rounded profiles of Sherman turrets appeared, accompanied by half-tracks loaded with infantrymen. As the Americans neared, the grenadiers opened fire from their hidden positions. A hail of small arms fire was returned. One member of the platoon, Hiermeyer, fell with a shot to the head. He was quickly carried by the withdrawing grenadiers to a nearby church, where he died within minutes. Grenadier Quast received a shell fragment in the skull. Untersturmführer Pozorski, the platoon commander, was severely wounded as a bullet tore through his thigh and severed an artery. Schröder, Greville, Peitler, and Raffelberg soon fell with head wounds. Thiung, Lack, Breitenstein, and Hauptscharführer Wulfers were all wounded. Nachtrab and Nitsch continued to pour fire toward the moving Americans with their MG-42s as Schnellmöser and another soldier fell to American snipers. Huber and Rottenführer Ungemach continued to engage moving tanks and fleeting silhouettes of infantrymen. A German medical officer, assisted by the Scandinavian nurses Else Katrin and Inge, busied himself readying a barn in the center of the village to serve as an aid station. The pastor of the local church agreed that the wounded could be carried into the relative safety of the church. The Americans should respect its sanctity. With a touch of irony, the medical personnel improvised a Red Cross flag by tearing apart a large Nazi banner for use of the scarlet fabric. The flag was draped from the church bell tower to identify the impromptu medical facility. They then set about their grim task of caring for the wounded who arrived limping or carried on makeshift litters. That evening, there remained 35 survivors in the company. As the fighting raged in Nordborchen, Untersturmführer Ahrens, after having escaped the American with the machine pistol by springing into the woods south of Kirchborchen, arrived at the scene. As he entered the village under heavy fire, one of the grenadiers rushing toward the fighting told him that a fellow officer, Untersturmführer Christian Schwab, was lying either dead or wounded in the village church. Ahrens hurried to locate his friend and found the church full of dead and dying soldiers. He assisted the Danish nurse, Else Katrin, in carrying a badly mangled corpse from the building before finding Schwab. Seeing that the severely wounded officer would probably not survive, he departed the improvised hospital in search of his company. On the morning of the 30th of March, reconnaissance units of the US 3rd Armored Division's Task Force Wellborn departed from Niedermarsberg and pushed north, running parallel to Task Force Richardson farther to the west. The forward reconnaissance units met German resistance at the village of Meerhof, which they reported and bypassed, leaving it to the main task force to mop up the enemy units. Near Husen, the American reconnaissance units then clashed with the forward elements of Meyer's regiment, who were in the process of establishing defences along a line running from Haaren-Helmenhusen. Wellborn's tanks, followed closely by infantry in half-tracks, quickly eliminated weak opposition in Husen, Atteln, Henglan, and Etteln, and proceeded on a route through a wooded area northeast of Etteln toward the main Eggeringhausen-Kirchborchen road. General Morris Rose, commander of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division, worried about the resistance his forward units were unexpectedly encountering, decided to commit more forces to the area east of Nordborchen. The German armoured units that had been reported on his flank continued to present a danger that could not be ignored. He ordered Task Force Wellborn to engage the German units from the rear and thus eliminate the threat. At approximately 5 p.m., the tanks and half-tracks of Task Force Wellborn pressed on toward the northeast through a wooded area between Etteln and Eggeringhausen. There they again encountered SS Grenadiers, who were supported by elements of Heavy Panzer Battalion 507. After penetrating the weak resistance in Etteln, Wellborn's force swung toward Eggeringhausen, where they encountered tanks of the 507th 2nd Company. A sharp engagement between the American and German tanks ensued before the Americans disengaged and swung toward the west. They were unaware that Wolf Koltermann's third company was lying in wait for such a movement to occur. Lieutenant Yen, commanding one of the second company tank platoons, immediately radioed Major Schuck and advised him that the American column had turned and was heading directly toward Koltermann's location. Captain Koltermann had positioned his company of tanks on a wooded hill known as the Kuhlenberg, situated between Kirchborchen and Schloss Hamborn, where his unit could observe any advance toward Hamborn or Kirchborchen from the southeast. Koltermann ordered his 1st and 3rd platoons to take positions to the north and the south of the road, where they could engage the oncoming column's flanks after the point elements had passed. He situated his own 2nd platoon where the men could observe the tanks on the enemy's point after they were well within range of the other platoons lying in concealment. The approaching sounds of heavy tracked vehicles could be heard as dusk was falling on the hills and valleys of the lower Teutoburg forest. At length, Koltermann observed an American armored reconnaissance vehicle as it cautiously emerged from the forest, proceeded about 100 yards into the open field and halted. After several minutes, the reconnaissance vehicle was followed by 15 or 20 Sherman tanks. The column rumbled past the reconnaissance vehicle and took up a wedge-shaped formation along the roadway. The formation then remained stationary, with engines idling for several minutes before continuing toward his position. Koltermann permitted the point elements to come well within range before ordering his company to open fire. The platoons on the left and right flanks of the American column fired simultaneously. Within minutes, practically all of the tanks in the formation, as well as the support vehicles moving forward from the woods, were rendered immobile wrecks. Flames shot skyward from hundreds of gallons of burning fuel and exploding ammunition. With the firing of weapons floating over the hills, the 2nd Company of the 507th advanced from Eggeringhausen to join the engagement. By 7:30 p.m., Wellborn's advance column was destroyed. Vehicles had careened in all directions across fields and into the nearby woods to escape the deadly fire. The vehicles rendered immobile were rapidly abandoned as the GIs sought shelter. Armored vehicles remained burning on the fields and along the road. Koltermann reported the action to the battalion staff and ordered his company to advance. The company had previously been assigned to secure the flank of the battalion and prevent the SS troops in Kirchborchen-Nordborchen from being outflanked from the south. For the Tigers to abandon their positions would have risked leaving the troops still battling in Kirchborchen and Nordborchen open to encirclement by other American columns. However, Koltermann's request to make a limited thrust approximately 1 mile to the end of the woods was approved. At 7:45, the company received orders for the 2nd platoon to comply with the original assignment of securing the flank, while the 1st and 3rd platoons were to re-engage the enemy and ensure the complete destruction of the devastated column. Koltermann's tanks began clearing the area strewn with American vehicles. The crewmen of the Shermans and the infantrymen in the half-tracks had sought cover in the woods. The tanks began coming under small arms fire, which only served to reveal the positions of the infantry. One Sherman tank belatedly attempted to conceal itself behind a farm building at the edge of a field, where it was discovered by a Tiger commanded by Senior Sergeant Fritz Breitfeld. Breitfeld's Tiger advanced beyond the barn, turned on its tracks, and fired into the hidden tank. The Sherman was immediately engulfed in flames and exploding ammunition. By 7:45 p.m., the American point element was destroyed. The route taken by Wellborn's column was now choked with destroyed, damaged, and abandoned vehicles for several hundred yards. Small arms fire and isolated explosions continued to echo throughout the area as the scattered Americans engaged the German infantry in isolated firefights on the thickly wooded hillsides. Other German soldiers took the opportunity to quickly inspect the wreckage lining the roads in their search for K-rations and cartons of American cigarettes. Koltermann ordered the 2 flanking platoons to withdraw in the direction of Dahl. His 2nd platoon delayed in withdrawing to cover their retreat. With the 3rd Armoured Division staff following in the wake of the task force, the Americans pushed through Atteln and Hengeln to Eteln, where a command post was established on a high-terrain feature with excellent communications reception. The fighting was still in progress when General Rose received word that problems had developed for Task Force Richardson in Kirchborchen. Like most soldiers, Richardson did not desire to have his commanding general present during an engagement, particularly when he had to focus his full concentration on the situation at hand. The colonel attempted to persuade Rose not to come forward. He first radioed that he had no jeep to spare for escorting the general to his location. When advised that the general was proceeding forward, he notified the staff with the dire warning, Don't send Big Six this way. With the unexpected situation with the enemy far from resolved, the woods, hills, and ravines seemed to be swarming with Germans, and the concerned task force commander did not want the general to risk travelling unknown, unsecured roads after nightfall. As dusk was approaching, General Rose left his command post on the heights near Schloss Hamborn and advanced with 2 jeeps, a motorcycle, and an armoured reconnaissance vehicle. He first intercepted Colonel Wellborn's column, which was advancing 5 miles from Richardson's task force on a parallel route, as the sounds of small arms fire and explosions echoed through the heavily wooded area. Wellborn's combat command had encountered Kultermann's Tigers of the 507th, 4 of which had been previously sighted by fighter bombers and supposedly destroyed. The massive German tanks had emerged onto the road and were firing into the column, leaving burning trucks, tanks, and half-tracks illuminating the sky in their wake. Wellborn had succeeded in bringing his lead vehicle and several follow-up tanks into a depression that offered cover, but 7 Shermans remained burning on the roadway and the nearby fields. As General Rose approached the location of Wellborn's column, he was able to discern the glow of burning vehicles on the distant ridge line. Flares sizzled skyward intermittently, illuminating the horizon for several seconds before drifting behind the terrain features. Rose ordered Task Force Dawn, held in reserve, to quickly move forward for support as more of the 507th Tigers moved toward the sounds of battle reverberating across the darkened landscape. The Tiger tanks of Panzer Battalion 507 sliced between Wellborn's burning column and Task Force Dawn. Within several minutes, the remainder of Wellborn's unit and General Rose found themselves cut off by the Tigers that materialized out of the twilight. The sound of small arms crackled over the roar of tank engines and the rattle of heavy tracks on asphalt. Exploding ammunition and cannon fire resounded through the hills and ravines as scattered German infantry platoons engaged the American columns. German tanks emerging from the tree line raked the columns with machine gun fire. With the advance route clearly blocked and the road behind them now severed by the German tanks, Rose's staff artillery commander, Colonel Braun, recommended that they leave their exposed position on the road and take cover in the nearby woods. Rose, noticing that there were no sounds coming from the direction in which Wellborn had disappeared, ordered the 2 jeeps, the motorcycle and the armoured reconnaissance vehicle to follow Wellborn's route. The small convoy wheeled onto a side road and proceeded almost 1,000 yards before approaching a crossroads in the darkness, where they were met by a hail of small arms fire pouring from both sides of the narrow road. Wheeling their vehicles, they retreated toward the main road, where they observed a massive tank emerge from the darkness onto the roadway ahead of them, followed by the silhouette of another. Then a 3rd tank wheeled onto the road. With a mixture of relief and trepidation, the staff officers assumed that the tanks were the new Pershing models that had recently been delivered to the division. As the column gave way and permitted the lead tank to rumble past, one of the soldiers in the jeep noticed something ominously unfamiliar. The vehicle was equipped with twin exhaust pipes rising from a 700-horsepower engine. The new Pershings had only one exhaust. With shouts of alarm, those in the staff vehicles immediately took action to clear the enemy column. The first jeep sped from the road and bounced across an open field into the darkness. The second jeep, the vehicle in which the general was riding, was stopped by the 3rd Tiger when the tank swerved into the path of the vehicle. The armoured car, following close behind General Rose's jeep with 8 members of his staff, halted abruptly. A hatch cover instantly flew open, and a tank commander wearing a black Panzer uniform appeared in the turret with a Schmeisser submachine gun trained directly on the jeep. The occupants of the vehicle, General Rose, his driver, Corporal Stevens, and his aide, Major Robert Bellinger, raised their hands in surrender. As the 3 men exited the jeep and stood by the roadside with their hands over their heads, they heard the German tank commander shouting commands over the heavy throbbing of the Tiger's engine. None of the 3 Americans by the roadside could speak German, and Rose, unable to discern what the German was shouting, called out to the threatening silhouette with the machine pistol that he did not understand. After several seconds, he advised his driver and aide that they should drop their sidearms. Bellinger and Stevens gingerly reached for their shoulder holsters, pulled the harnesses, bearing the pistol holsters, over their heads, and dropped the weapons to the ground. Rose, unlike his aide and driver, was wearing a standard-issue belt holster on a web belt, an item that is difficult to loosen with one hand. The general dropped his arms to unbuckle his belt. As the general's hands went to his waist, the nervous German tanker opened fire with the submachine gun, instantly striking and killing him. As Rose pitched forward, mortally wounded with a shot through the head, Stevens plunged out of the line of fire behind the tank, and Bellinger leapt into the ditch lining the road and disappeared into the darkness. The 8 staff personnel in the armoured vehicle, still under the muzzles of the Tiger tank's guns, exited the vehicle with their hands above their heads. Within seconds, they were surrounded by German infantrymen who had arrived to support the tanks. The Tiger immediately rumbled forward and continued down the road toward the sound of battle, leaving the general's body lying by the roadside. The jeep and the armoured staff vehicle remained untouched until they were later recovered by American forces. The classified documents in both vehicles, hidden in the dark, went undiscovered by the Germans. With General Rose's death, Brigadier General Doyle O. Hickey took command of the 3rd Armoured Division, and Colonel Doane assumed command of Hickey's Combat Command A. At 10 p.m., Colterman's company received orders to withdraw. The tank commander reported no casualties but noted that 24 enemy armoured vehicles and numerous light vehicles had been destroyed. The tanks had driven into combat with their last reserves of gasoline, most of which was now almost depleted. At 11 o'clock, the Tiger platoons were en route to Eggeringhausen in a search for fuel and supplies. The early morning hours of the 31st of March found Kirchborchen and Nordborchen so fiercely defended during the previous hours, deathly quiet as GIs moved through rubble-strewn streets lined with burning houses. The previous afternoon, the Americans had been able to bring their armour to bear on the German defenders again, and in the nearby hamlet of Jammertal, intense fighting had occurred that left armoured vehicles in flames and the streets of the village littered with corpses. The burned-out hulks of 5 American tanks and 2 German panzers remained as evidence of the fierce engagement in the twin villages of Nordborchen and Kirchborchen. Running low on fuel and having expended much of their ammunition, the Tiger companies were now threatened with encirclement by American units advancing toward Weber, and so they withdrew under cover of darkness. In a scene reminiscent of the Napoleonic Wars, some 60 wounded Germans were loaded onto horse-drawn farm carts piled with straw, and the creaking wagons slowly plodded through the night toward the medical facilities in Bad Lippspringe, Bad Meinberg, and Detmold. At dawn, as the Americans cautiously felt their way through the abandoned villages of Nordborchen and Kirchborchen, they found streets and buildings littered with more than 100 dead still lying where they fell. Homes, outbuildings, and barns contained wounded soldiers who had died. A thorough search of the villages revealed only a handful of wounded Germans who could be taken prisoner. The American forces entering the destroyed villages were not in a magnanimous mood. Many of the war-weary GIs found it unfathomable that at this stage of the war so many German soldiers continued to fight bitterly, and they reacted accordingly. They regarded the persistence of some German military units, particularly the Waffen-SS units, as a cause of unnecessary casualties among combatants and non-combatants alike. Many of the GIs who had been killed or wounded in the fierce fighting south of Paderborn had survived the long march through France, endured the bitter fighting during the Battle of the Bulge, and slogged to the Rhine only to be killed or suffer permanent mutilation in nondescript towns of the Sauerland and isolated villages south of Paderborn. The GIs involved in the fighting were largely unaware that the forces collected under the dubious title of SS Brigade Westphalen were represented by a motley collection of Luftwaffe ground personnel from the airfields around Paderborn, poorly trained Volkssturm draftees, teenaged members of the Hitler Youth, and convalescents bolstered by a handful of combat-hardened veterans from Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht units. The Tigers that had inflicted so much damage on the U.S. task forces were the tanks of Heavy Panzer Battalion 507, a regular Wehrmacht unit. The German Army tank crews wore a special black uniform with a menacing silver skull insignia on each lapel in the tradition of their pre-World War I predecessors, the elite Leibhussar cavalry regiment of Kaiser Wilhelm and his forebears. The distinctive uniforms often caused their opponents to mistake them for SS troops, and the Americans were painfully aware that many of the units with which they had collided during their drive toward the north were Waffen-SS, who had a reputation for ruthlessness. The news of General Rose's death by the roadside on the evening of the 30th of March spread rapidly. Many of his soldiers had been unaware that the general was Jewish and the son of a prominent rabbi in Colorado. Not all generals are liked and admired by the frontline soldiers, most of whom lead a relatively miserable, unenviable existence, being exposed to the elements while eating bad food, suffering from exhaustion, and catching minimal moments of sleep in the mud. General Morris Rose was an exception. He believed in leading from the front and by example, and he did not request of his soldiers what he himself was unwilling or unable to do. Soon rumors flew among the units that the popular general had been taken prisoner and shot because he was Jewish. Other soldiers, remembering the massacre of American prisoners by Waffen-SS forces in a field near the Belgian town of Malmedy during the Battle of the Bulge, suspected that another massacre was intended the night Rose was killed. Newspapers promptly reported that the general had been murdered after surrendering. Predictably, reprisals began. A war crimes investigation regarding the incident, conducted in the months following the shooting, concluded that the general was shot in the heat of battle and that the German tanker had mistaken Rose's actions in unbuckling his web belt as an attempt to resist capture by drawing his weapon. It was clear that the Germans on the scene did not know a general had been killed. In the fading light, his rank insignia would have been difficult to distinguish under even optimal conditions. The nervous German tank commander never realized that he had killed the commander of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division. General Rose was tall, athletically lean, and wearing a standard-issue field uniform with simple stars of rank on his helmet and collars. The Tiger crewman was only familiar with Rose's German counterparts, who were easily distinguished by their distinctive crimson and gold collar tabs, gold-trimmed peaked caps, and riding breeches marked by twin crimson stripes. Combat troops usually have a very limited knowledge of the enemy rank insignia, and it was unusual for an American general to be so close to the front in hours of darkness at the height of a confusing battle. Morris Rose's body laid by the roadside for the next several hours, and his personal papers, as well as the classified documents accompanying him, remained undisturbed at the scene. Many GIs immediately assumed the worst. Numerous German prisoners were shot where they surrendered, and some wounded were shot where they lay or were left to die. Soldiers seldom die instantly in battle, unless they receive a massive wound in a vital organ. They often survive for hours of intense agony, growing weaker while their bodies slowly hemorrhage and soak their uniforms in the ground on which they lie. Depending on the severity of the wound, they often writhe and convulse in pain, with involuntary muscle spasms racking their bodies as their hearts fight to continue their work. Often they cry for relief for hours before their pleas gradually subside with the onset of unconsciousness and death. The corpses of 27 Germans who apparently had been shot after surrendering were discovered behind the village cemetery of Etteln by civilians emerging from their shelters. The bodies of 18 executed German soldiers were found in the wake of the American advance by civilians in Dörenhagen. In retribution for the fanatic resistance they encountered and for the death of their general, the Americans forbade German civilians to immediately bury the dead. Sometimes gathered by the local inhabitants and taken to a collection point, the decomposing corpses lay exposed in full view of the townspeople for days, as a ghastly reminder of what Hitler's war had brought them. The roadsides and orchards south of Paderborn remained dotted with foxholes and makeshift defences containing empty shell casings, discarded field equipment, and dead Germans whose bodies were eventually covered by a few spadefuls of dirt and forgotten. The evening that the 3rd Armoured Division encountered fierce resistance south of Paderborn, the commander of SS Brigade Westfalen reported to the commander of the 66th Corps, Lieutenant General Flöcke. The commander directed Obersturmbannführer Hans Stern to push the SS Brigade toward the southwest to meet with units from Army Group B that were in the Winterberg area. They would join forces to attack toward the west in order to break through the Allied forward elements and disrupt the Americans' link-up attempt. Stern doubted the attack and subsequent joining of forces would be possible. To accomplish that, his brigade would have to detach from their current engagements with the enemy, traverse some 60 miles, receive supplies, and then reorganize and coordinate plans with the Wehrmacht units from Army Group B. Within hours of the fierce engagement with Wellborn's column, Heavy Panzer Battalion 507 received orders to again meet the American forces. On the 31st of March, American armoured units were collecting in the area near Schloss Hamborn for a final drive toward Paderborn. At 3 p.m., the 507th 2nd Company rolled across the Huxterberg Heights, from which they observed columns of American infantry advancing in loose formation. The Tigers immediately formed an assault wedge and advanced, firing from all barrels. One American tank was discovered by Sergeant Wilhelm Voss at the edge of a wood line, and a high-velocity round from Voss's 88mm gun ripped the Sherman's turret from the chassis. As the Tigers approached the trees, they filed onto the only roadway leading through the thickly wooded region. The lead Tiger was commanded by the company commander, Lieutenant Bernhard Pfeuffer, the second by Sergeant Voss, the third by Sergeant Fritz Ebner, and the fourth by Sergeant Willi Wolf. The column slowly wound through the woods until the men suddenly found themselves in the midst of an American assembly area near Schloss Hamborn. To the right of the roadway was a long column of vehicles of every description, Tanks, armoured reconnaissance vehicles, half-tracks, communication vans and supply trucks lined the road for hundreds of yards. Reacting immediately, Lieutenant Pfeuffer opened fire toward the front of their column. The following tanks fired to the right. GIs swarmed in all directions as they attempted to escape the inferno, and within seconds fuel tanks and ammunition were exploding among the burning vehicles. Voss's Tiger, the second in the column, followed Pfeuffer's lead tank and passed an apparently disabled Sherman near the narrow bridge leading over the Ellerbach streambed. As Voss's tank rumbled past, the turret of the Sherman suddenly rotated toward the third Tiger, commanded by Fritz Ebner. Voss shouted a warning to his gunner, Sebastian Hüpfel, who frantically attempted to bring the long 88mm barrel on target. Before Hüpfel could bring the gun to bear on the Sherman, the American tank opened fire, with the third Tiger directly in its sights. Ebner's tank was struck at point-blank range on the turret, killing the commander instantly. At that moment, the lead Tiger reached the narrow road leading to Schloss Hamborn, where the vehicle was fired on by numerous American tanks. Several 76mm projectiles impacted against the heavily armoured turret without result. At length, a round struck the road wheels, rendering the Tiger immobile. Sergeant Voss's Tiger quickly moved into position to support the damaged lead tank. Voss's gunner Hüpfel was unable to discern individual targets in the gathering dusk and began firing on muzzle flashes that pierced the darkness. Suddenly, a loud explosion filled the interior of the Tiger, and the turret was enveloped in flames. The Tiger's driver, Ertl, was screaming into the microphone as Voss tore the hatch cover open and pushed himself free of the burning tank. Hüpfel could see a dark sky through the hatch above the flames and attempted to follow Voss in springing free of the tank. But he quickly fell back into his seat as his strength left his knees. He had placed his hands directly on the glowing steel of the turret and now watched helplessly as his hands, the skin burned from the flesh, began to cramp and curl into themselves. Realizing that he was going to burn alive in the fiery coffin, he mustered his strength and forced his way through the hatch. He was followed by gun-loader Wolfgang Bloss. The two soldiers fled from their tank and quickly joined the Tiger's commander. The men made their way up the steam bed until they recognized the familiar throbbing of a Henschel engine. They cautiously moved in the direction of the engine and came on the only surviving tank of their column. Taken aboard Willy Wolf's Tiger, the wounded were evacuated to the command post, from where they were transported to a field hospital in Neuenbecken, some 3 miles northeast of Paderborn. As the task forces of the U.S. First Army were meeting fierce resistance from SS Brigade Westphalen south of Paderborn, several miles to the west in the village of Wewelsburg, Nazi officials were feverishly preparing an evacuation. In 1934, Himmler had leased the 350-year-old Wewelsburg castle for the purpose of establishing an imposing SS Center for Research and Education. The entire castle and the surrounding area were acquired with a 99-year lease for the token sum of 1 Reichsmark per year. The Reichsführer had immediately initiated extensive renovations. For several years, the labor at the castle was provided by Reich Labor Service volunteers. SS Obergruppenführer Siegfried Taubert directed the administrative management of the castle, its neighboring facilities, and the SS Research and Education Center. Taubert labored tirelessly on the project for years. With the onset of the war, labor was provided by concentration camp inmates, most of whom were members of the forbidden Jehovah's Witnesses. The laborers were quartered behind barbed wire in the neighboring village of Niederhagen. By 1943, renovation to the castle had largely ceased. Construction materials were difficult to obtain, the escalating construction costs had exceeded the budget, and the armaments industry had a higher priority for the allocation of scarce resources. An SS staff had remained assigned to the castle, and although the expansion was far from complete, the castle already housed an extensive library. Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents Battle for the Ruhr, the German Army's Final Defeat in the West, by Derek S. Zumbr. Narrated by Julian Elfer. Introduction. In late April 1945, the German economic and military infrastructure was in the final throes of total collapse. The Anglo-American armies stood at the Elbe River, awaiting the imminent encirclement of Berlin by Soviet forces. Far to the south, SS General Karl Wolff was negotiating the surrender of all German forces in Italy. Isolated pockets of German troops continued to exhibit signs of resistance, mostly in combating Soviet forces that were marching ever deeper into Western Europe. Far to the west of the apocalyptic events taking place east of the Elbe, a tiny contingent of German soldiers on the Rhine, representing the last vestiges of the Wehrmacht's once formidable Army Group B, were bringing their own participation in the war to an end. On the afternoon of the 21st of April 1945, Field Marshal Walter Mordel, commander of Army Group B, spoke briefly to a trusted staff officer before handing him an envelope containing a final letter to family members, his wedding ring, and several other personal possessions. He then walked a short distance into a densely wooded area south of the Ruhr city of Duisberg, drew his service pistol, and ended his life. This action also served to officially and irrevocably end the existence of Army Group B. Some 2 years previously, in early February 1943, Germany had received the inconceivable announcement that Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus had surrendered the Wehrmacht's 6th Army at Stalingrad. At that time, Mordel had remarked to his son Hans-Georg, "A German field marshal doesn't surrender. Such a thing is not possible." Mordel could not have known that he, like Paulus, would one day witness the total annihilation of his forces. Although he is not the primary focus of this work, by virtue of his position, Walter Mordel is a pivotal figure in this story. The enigmatic officer's meteoric rise to field marshal was not without merit. On no less than 5 separate occasions, he had been dispatched to save a collapsing front in Russia. Finally, in late summer 1944, Mordel found himself again sent into a chaotic situation to save Wehrmacht forces from irrevocable defeat. No one could have predicted that his last assignment would span a period of 8 months, during which his battered divisions conducted an arduous and costly retreat across France and Belgium to the borders of the Reich. This narrative follows the fate of Mordel's forces as they were pursued, methodically encircled, and finally destroyed by Lieutenant General Omar Bradley's 12th Army Group and Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery's 21st Army Group. This relatively short span of time saw the retreat across France to the borders of the Reich, Montgomery's debacle at Arnhem, the vicious series of engagements in the Hürtgen forest, the fall of Aachen, the Ardennes offensive, the breaching of the Rhine, and finally the encirclement and destruction of the Army Group in the Ruhr Valley. The war ended in April 1945 for the Field Marshal and some 300,000 Wehrmacht soldiers serving with Army Group B. Yet Mordel represents more than simply a senior military officer in command of an army group that was destined for destruction. In many regards, he may well represent the general community, civilian and military, within Germany under the Third Reich. According to contemporary sources and those who knew him well, Mordel chose to distance himself from the political intrigue and malfeasance that characterized Adolf Hitler's government. Many Germans, like Walter Mordel, certainly benefited from the series of events that led up to the war and marked its early phases. Yet choosing to distance oneself from the iniquitous traits of a regime, especially while benefiting from its actions, does not mitigate the lack of moral responsibility that accompanies any reward. The same system that provided a nation with a temporary, albeit illusory, sense of destiny and greatness resulted in the deaths of some 50 million people. The accountability for the cataclysm must be shared by those who served to sustain Hitler's policies, regardless of the perceived insignificance or indirectness of their contribution. By some accounts, this is a story that should not have been written. The military events and chronology of the Ruhr Pocket campaign have been examined and documented in a number of earlier sources, and questioning the value of research that examines a well-documented military campaign has merit. However, the campaign involving the destruction of Army Group B in the Ruhr Pocket is not the sole focus of this work. Rather, it can be considered a necessary component. Unlike many contemporary history projects, this book does not focus on a single, precise argument, but instead encompasses and illustrates a dramatic series of events that create a unique story of human experience. The emphasis is not on the names, numbers, and dates that identify military units and specific events, but on the nature of the campaign at the ground level. Most important to American readers, the volume exhibits how the U.S. Army, in the role of an invading foreign power, was encountered by the enemy soldiers and civilians in northwest Germany in the spring of 1945. The lack of an American perspective in this account cannot be attributed to oversight or neglect. It reflects the concentration on experiences and views of the defeated German populace. The GIs of World War II are widely accepted in American culture as citizen soldiers who, when called on, made selfless sacrifices in a successful though costly endeavor to preserve their nation's freedom. The purpose of the narrative offered here is to provide the reader with another perspective without detracting from that fundamental conviction. This is the story of the defeated. The narrative follows the events as experienced by ordinary citizens and ordinary soldiers as their neighborhoods and homes were enveloped in destruction and their villages became battlefields. It is the story of children pressed into service as Hitler's final levy during the closing hours of a monumental defeat, and of desperate fathers and mothers attempting to save their sons from being sacrificed at the 11th hour for an iniquitous cause. Communities and farmyards, often left scarred by the engagements that engulfed them, became littered with the refuse of war. Villages and towns were rendered smouldering ruins as columns of American vehicles rolled relentlessly toward Berlin, leaving the inhabitants at the mercy of the anarchy that followed in their wake. The story also reveals the mass graves and the unspeakable conditions suffered by foreign laborers, prisoners of war, POWs, and political opponents of Hitler's policies, thus providing the Allied soldiers with an unprecedented perspective on the enemy they were confronting. The irrefutable defeat looming over Hitler's followers in the closing hours of the war did little to deter genocidal and sadistic policies. To the contrary, the imminent collapse served in some instances to spur abominable practices to unparalleled extremes. In addition to revealing the impressions left by the soldiers of the U.S. Army on inhabitants, fugitives, and POWs in the Ruhr pocket, this story reveals the identities of specific characters who have been discussed in previous works, yet never identified. The last hours experienced by the officers summarily executed for the loss of the Remagen Bridge are revealed in detail. The fate of those officers at the hands of Lieutenant General Dr. Rudolf Hübner's Fliegender Standgericht, flying courts-martial, is described by surviving witnesses. This account also reveals something about Field Marshal Mordel's acquiescence to Hitler's dominance of military affairs. Hübner's tribunal spread terror throughout the units associated with the loss of the Remagen Bridge, and Mordel himself was not spared the indignity of interrogation. Yet the Field Marshal seems to have borne the intrusion and disruption without discernible protest, a phenomenon that may illustrate the ruthless nature of Hitler's regime, sustained by legions of those who blindly served him. A single incident may serve to redeem the Field Marshal's actions, if only to a limited extent. When the Inquisitors turned their sights on Günther Reichhelm, one of Mordel's most trusted staff officers, the Field Marshal declared that Reichhelm was not guilty of any offence and demanded that he be left alone. According to Reichhelm, Mordel was outraged at the behaviour and interference of the tribunal, and yet the Field Marshal tacitly relented to the presence of Hübner's Inquisitors as they continued to careen about Army Group B, tyrannizing subordinate units. Mordel's conspicuous acquiescence to the presence of Hübner's tribunal remains inescapable, yet this demeanour may also have been indicative of the overwhelming resignation felt by Mordel following the ill-fated Ardennes offensive. Although this reaction may have been characteristic of the attitudes held by the senior German officer corps under the rule of Adolf Hitler in 1945, it did not specifically address the general military values in the West. Of course, the question of how American or British officers might have reacted in similar circumstances remains unaddressed and thus unanswered. The core of this story can be regarded as history from below. Captain Wolf Koltemann, the commander of the Tiger Tank Company that engaged General Maurice Rose's advance units in the hills south of Paderborn, is identified not through American accounts as recorded in previous memoirs, unit histories, and after-action reports, but through German testimony of what occurred during the engagements. The death of General Rose in that encounter has been examined in detail in previous sources, including an official congressional war crimes investigation. Yet, to a large extent, personal information regarding the German troops involved in the tragic and highly publicized death of the popular American commander remained obscure. Koltemann and other soldiers of his unit, Panzer Battalion 507, confronted the Americans in a series of vicious engagements during the final hours of the U.S. First Army's march to Lippstadt, and their story provides the reader with a new perspective on the events that occurred in the days before the meeting of the U.S. First and Ninth Armies. The German soldiers are no longer represented as undefinable, anonymous opponents, but are finally provided identities with which they can be associated. Lengthy interviews with Günther Reichhelm and Winrich Baer revealed the inner reflections and previously unreported conflicts of Walter Mordel's intimate circle of staff officers as they confronted the imminent destruction of their army. Baer, the sole surviving witness of Mordel's last hours, initially stated that he had little to contribute regarding the official events leading to the demise of the army group. However, more important for the focus of this work, the former cavalry officer was able to recall in great detail his own experiences during the encirclement and eventual dissolution of Army Group B. Baer succinctly recalled the closing days of the Field Marshal's life as Mordel and a small number of staff personnel wandered within the confines of an ever-shrinking pocket while evading Allied soldiers intent on bringing the shattered remnants of a once invincible German army into captivity. Günther Reichhelm, Mordel's Army Group B operations officer, was flown out of the Ruhr pocket on personal orders from Hitler to assume duties as Chief of Staff with General Walter Wenck's 12th Army. Reichhelm, who in 1945 ranked among the youngest colonels in the Wehrmacht, succinctly portrayed the foreboding atmosphere he encountered deep within the Führerbunker in Berlin as he attempted to describe the catastrophic situation in the Ruhr to Adolf Hitler. Such pivotal events remain vivid in the memories of an ever-decreasing number of participants and witnesses to the collapse of the Third Reich, and as such they have been recalled with precision and consistency. A variety of primary and secondary sources were used in researching this project. Numerous local histories were consulted, which required extensive travel throughout the Ruhr Valley and the Sauerland, where, some 60 years previously, the events described in the story evolved. Archives were searched, witnesses to specific events were located, and numerous official documents were examined for information pertinent to this study. Not surprisingly, personal accounts occasionally conflicted with official U.S. Army after-action reports. Official Army reports, like the fading memories of aging veterans and witnesses, are not infallible. However, the purpose of this work is not to reveal discrepancies and dispute the Army's official record, but rather to illustrate how events were observed and remembered by others. Interviews with members of Mordel's staff revealed more about the attitudes held by the beleaguered officers and the harrowing environment they experienced than official records could ever portray. In the closing months of the war, Reichhelm recalled, those on the Army Group's operational staff were compelled to combat Allied armies and their own supreme command simultaneously, while existing on sparse rations, little sleep, and copious amounts of ersatz coffee. Reichhelm reported how Hitler's insistence on committing Germany's last reserves to the ill-fated Ardennes offensive left Mordel white with rage, and how the failure of the operation, predicted by the Field Marshal, produced a despondency in the commander from which he never recovered. The capture of the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen by the U.S. First Army has often been regarded as a milestone in the course of the war in Europe. However, in providing his perspective of the event, Winrich Baer simply stated, "Of course it offered sensational headlines for the Allied press, but as far as we were concerned, it was insignificant and even inevitable. We failed to prevent the Americans from crossing the Atlantic, and we had even failed to prevent the crossing of the English Channel. With their growing strength and the continued deterioration of our own forces, we knew that there was little that could be done to prevent the Allies from crossing the Rhine wherever they wished." The retreat of Army Group B across France and Belgium, and ultimately to its end in the Ruhr pocket, clearly exhibits the rapid deterioration of the Wehrmacht, especially during the final months of the war. The Army Group's final months fully support Omar Bartov's portrayal of the demodernization of the Wehrmacht. Additionally, the actions of Hübner's tribunal following the loss of the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen directly exhibit Bartov's perversion of discipline, as does the willingness of Mordel to acquiesce to Hübner's inquisitors as they interrogated officers under his command. The capture of the bridge by U.S. forces resulted in the sentencing to death by firing squad of 6 German officers, 2 of whom were sentenced in absentia. The sentencing represents an insignificant number relative to the thousands of German soldiers executed by the Wehrmacht during World War II, but it is indicative of the terror the Nazi system continued to inflict on civilians and indeed many of its own soldiers, particularly in the closing months of the conflict. Interviews with surviving soldiers of Army Group B revealed the extent to which the Allied strategic bombing campaign immobilized German forces and contributed to the rapid deterioration of their combat effectiveness. As the Allies systematically reduced Mordel's encircled divisions, Wehrmacht supply depots containing immense fuel and ammunition reserves were demolished by retreating German forces due to lack of transport. This occurred in instances when, only a few miles distant, armoured units and artillery batteries were immobilised and rendered ineffective due to lack of fuel and ammunition. Thousands of gallons of gasoline and tons of artillery projectiles cannot be transported, even for short distances, without proper vehicles or functional railways. Even horse-drawn batteries require an extensive logistics train to remain operational. The paralysis of transportation assets in the closing weeks of the war often proved to irretrievably degrade the capabilities of the Wehrmacht, even at local levels. Moreover, the tendency of some forces to fiercely defend against further encroachments into the homeland was sometimes offset by the inclination of other less determined troops to don civilian clothing and disappear among the civilian populace. After 6 years of war, many of Hitler's most steadfast soldiers viewed the dismal situation as hopeless once the Americans and British penetrated the borders of Germany, and they reacted accordingly. Another aspect of this story extends beyond the accounts of civilians living beneath the bombs or the post-war memoirs in which aging soldiers reflect on their experiences in the war in Europe. As an interview with former tank commander Ludwig Bauer illustrated, combat reaches an unforeseen level of intensity when troops are fighting on home soil. Bauer described the dilemma faced by German tank crews when, forced to engage seemingly endless numbers of enemy armoured units, they were compelled to ignite farmhouses and villages with phosphorus projectiles in order to silhouette the oncoming tanks. To spare homes or farmsteads would have risked the imminent destruction of their own units by a numerically superior opponent. To illuminate the attacking force by reducing German homes to cinders and likely killing the inhabitants provided the soldiers an advantage that could have meant the difference between survival and death. Such conduct on foreign soil would have been accepted without hesitation. However, the situation was complicated when the measures taken would likely result in the deaths of civilians in the soldiers' own country. Juxtaposed to this recollection are the documented accounts of civilians being executed by German officials for displaying white flags at the approach of Allied forces. However, even the callousness of such actions cannot always be taken at face value. A soldier given the responsibility of depriving a strategic area to the enemy cannot, in all cases, relinquish this responsibility when to do so means endangering his own troops. Accounts of American and British forces shooting German prisoners for having continued to resist after white flags were exhibited are numerous, as are instances in which Allied soldiers died because of the deception of a cornered and desperate enemy. Enraged, war-weary Allied soldiers were seldom inclined to investigate the reasons resistance was encountered following the exhibition of surrender, particularly if they suffered what they perceived to be needless casualties as a result of deception. Nor did they care that it may have been frightened civilians who had displayed white flags, albeit without the authority to do so. A subtle comparison of German troops and equipment with the material wealth of the Americans remains at the forefront of the narrative. Whether explicit or implied, a comparison is unavoidable given the great disparity in numbers and material. The Wehrmacht, contrary to wartime propaganda and conventional belief, was never more than 20% motorized. The bulk of the forces, including logistics and artillery units, relied solely on rail and horse-drawn transport. As historian Dennis Showalter wrote, a full-strength first-wave infantry division in 1939 possessed over 5,000 horses but fewer than 600 trucks. But the lack of mechanization, particularly in the early stages of the war, was not indicative of an unprepared or ill-equipped Wehrmacht. The German army was superior or equal to most military forces that existed in 1939, when few ground forces had evolved substantially from their 19th century or World War I forebears. The common perception of a contest between enormous motorized armies during World War II reflects the massive industrial capability that the United States brought to bear against opponents in all theaters of the war. The immense production capacity, particularly in aircraft and motorized vehicles, enabled the U.S. Army to quickly revolutionize the conduct of war. The inherent material disparity between German and Allied forces increased notably after mid-1943. By the spring of 1945, what little cohesion remained in the German force structure was rapidly disintegrating, whereas the Allied forces, supported by the immense production capability of the United States, which was protected by geographic isolation, continued to accelerate. When writing about World War II, particularly from the perspective encompassed by this project, one inevitably faces criticism from numerous quarters. Historians and researchers risk becoming immersed in their subject matter and thus losing the perspective of a general audience of readers. This is especially true when discussing Germany and Nazism in the Third Reich. It is not the purpose of this narrative to provoke contradiction on a subject that is controversial by its very nature. Much of this story is intended to provide insight into a little-discussed aspect of the war, the way in which the defeated enemy experienced and viewed the U.S. soldier as a conqueror. To undertake such a project for the benefit of any audience may prove to be a controversial and difficult endeavor. Yet this remains a compelling chronicle of human experience that must be presented if for nothing less than to acknowledge and fulfill the demands of historical record. Chapter 1. Retreat to the Reich. By August 1944, the situation for the German army in France was grim, if not catastrophic. In northern France, the German Wehrmacht was fighting for survival. The Anglo-American forces had carried out the greatest amphibious operation in history in Normandy on the 6th of June 1944. The Americans had conducted subsequent landings on the southern coast of France on the 15th of August. In Normandy, the Americans and British had broken out of the beachhead on the Cotentin Peninsula, and at Caen, the British forces had finally penetrated the German front. The Allied armies were prepared to sweep across France toward the German border. At the onset of the Allied invasion, the German armies were commanded by highly respected and renowned commanders. The commander-in-chief of the German armies in France and the Low Countries, Oberbefehlshaber West, Obi West, or Supreme Commander West, was Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt. His forces totaled approximately 60 divisions of various strength and reliability. The divisions were assigned to 2 army groups, the largest of which was Army Group B under the command of Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. Rommel's forces consisted of the 7th Army occupying Normandy and Brittany, the 15th Army in Pas-de-Calais and Flanders, and the 88th Corps in Holland. Army Group H, under command of General Johannes von Blaskowitz, consisted of the 1st and 19th Armies located in south and southwest France. The 15th Army had waited for the main Allied invasion to occur at Pas-de-Calais for 7 weeks following the invasion in Normandy. The German High Command had been convinced that the landings on the 6th of June were a feint, that the main Allied effort was destined for Calais, and that Lieutenant General George S. Patton was in England preparing to launch this massive assault. Thus, while 19 German divisions remained in Calais anticipating an invasion that never materialized, less than 100 miles away, the remnants of Army Group B were fighting viciously to contain the Allied beachhead. General Omar Bradley referred to this successful deception plan as the biggest single hoax of the war. Disagreement between the 2 senior German commanders had only made a defense more difficult. Rundstedt believed that the best strategy for defeating the invasion force was to allow the Allies to gain a foothold and then destroy the beachhead. He insisted that German defences should consist of a thinly held line along the beaches with a strong, mobile armoured reserve that could be mobilised to eliminate the landing force. Rommel strongly believed that the only chance to deny the Allies success was to destroy their forces on the beaches before they could create and reinforce a beachhead. His experiences in Africa had revealed to him the hopelessness of fighting against an overwhelming enemy whose virtually unlimited air power rendered every movement impossible. The disagreement in strategy led to the positioning of strong infantry defences along the beaches, with the armoured units held far to the rear in reserve. The compromise resulted in a defensive posture that pleased neither of the 2 commanders and weakened the overall strategy. The full strength of the panzer divisions was not committed to the landing until long after the beachhead had been consolidated. As the Allied beachhead grew stronger, Rommel and Rundstedt appealed in vain for Hitler to release the divisions in Calais for a massive counterattack to eliminate the Allied forces. Hitler, fearing that the main attack was still imminent, refused. Finally, at the end of June, Rundstedt stated that he could no longer accept the responsibility of his position without authority to act accordingly. Hitler responded with a letter expressing his concern for the Field Marshal's health. Rundstedt submitted his resignation the following day. On the 7th of July, Hitler dispatched Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, former head of Army Group Center in Russia, to be Rundstedt's successor. The change in command brought no relief. By the 11th of July, less than 5 weeks after the landings, Army Group B had lost almost 100,000 men in Normandy, including more than 2,000 irreplaceable officers. Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, or Supreme Command, German Armed Forces, had scraped together a mere 6,000 reinforcements to replace the lost regiments. More than 200 tanks were lost, only 17 replacements were received. Despite the reputation that preceded Kluge from the Eastern Front, the optimism that he initially brought to the battlefield in Normandy soon evaporated. Even he could not deny that the German defences could not hold indefinitely. The perilous situation could collapse at any time, and the imminent breakout would leave the Allies streaming across the open country of northern France toward Germany. In his second week after assuming command in the west, Kluge met with another disaster. On the 17th of July, Rommel was inspecting the precarious front in an attempt to read the next intentions of the Allies. Late that afternoon, he visited the headquarters, HQ, of the 1st SS Panzer Corps under command of SS General Josef Sepp Dietrich. The two officers, one a former Nazi street brawler, the other an archetypical professional military officer, discussed the abysmal situation confidentially. The conditions under which the German forces were now attempting to stem the Allied advance were affecting even the blind faith of Dietrich, one of the founding members of Hitler's SS bodyguard regiments. Following the terse meeting, Rommel climbed into his imposing Hoch staff car and ordered the driver to return to headquarters. In an attempt to avoid the marauding fighter bombers, the driver proceeded along secondary roads where massive trees concealed the lanes between hedgerows. At length they cleared the bocage and sped onto the open main road toward Vimoutier. Within seconds the speeding vehicle was spotted by a patrol of Spitfires. Rommel's shouts to the driver to take cover came too late. The fighters screamed toward the staff car at low level and opened fire with machine guns and cannons, spraying the vehicle with shrapnel and .50 caliber bullets as the Hoch careened along the road at high speed. The severely wounded driver fought to maneuver the swerving car before losing control and slamming into a tree. Rommel was thrown from the open vehicle and struck the pavement. The hero of Africa barely survived the accident, suffering a shattered skull. Thereafter, Kluge assumed a dual role as both Commander-in-Chief of German forces in the West and as Commander of Army Group B. Many of the senior German officers now found themselves facing two battles. With their limited resources being consumed by the Allied advance, politics began to take a toll. The professional staff officers were aware that with the success of the Allied landing in Normandy, the defeat of Germany was imminent. The Wehrmacht might have been able to halt the onslaught of the Soviet army in the east, but it lacked the resources to stall the massive Red Army while fighting in Italy and France simultaneously. The only way to save Germany from total destruction was to negotiate a separate peace with the Anglo-American allies. Thus, Hitler had to go. Some weeks earlier, on the 20th of July 1944, Colonel Klaus Graf von Stauffenberg had placed a briefcase packed with explosives in Hitler's briefing room in East Prussia. Within minutes of Stauffenberg's departure from the conference room, the bomb exploded and demolished the wood-framed building. However, Hitler survived the blast. In the aftermath of that July assassination attempt, investigations and accusations of complicity took on epidemic proportions as the Gestapo implicated an increasing number of senior officers in the failed coup. The Allies continued to try to free themselves of the beachhead and push into the open country, where their fully mechanized armored divisions could prevail. To break the impasse, they planned a massive air assault to bomb a path through the German lines. Operation Cobra called for a fleet of aircraft to strike the German units that were still tenaciously dug into the hedgerows, where they stubbornly refused to yield ground. The extraordinary operation entailed the use of heavy bombers for tactical air support. 1,500 heavy bombers, 396 medium bombers, and 350 fighter bombers were committed to the plan. On the 25th of July, the Air Armada struck. More than 2,000 aircraft pounded 5 square miles of hedgerows, turning the Normandy farms into a moonscape. The carpeted bombs opened a swath through the German lines through which 21 fully motorized US divisions poured, breaking out of the static warfare in the hedgerows onto open terrain. Kluge had been ordered by Hitler to hold all ground, and as the Americans flowed past his decimated army under the cover of aircraft, the surviving Panzergrenadiers on both flanks of the corridor remained mired in their foxholes. With the withdrawal of his forces expressly forbidden, Kluge sought another solution, reasoning that perhaps an attack could prevent the looming catastrophe. If the German forces could drive a wedge through the Allies to the sea from Mortain to Avranches, the U.S. Third Army would be severed from Omar Bradley's 12th Army Group and Bernard Montgomery's 21st Army Group. The move would separate both Allied army groups from their breakout positions. The plan was an all-or-nothing gamble. By driving west through the U.S. Third Army, the German 7th Army was exposing its entire southern and northern flanks to strong enemy forces. If the Allies succeeded in turning the German flanks, they would halt the attack with the German forces in the open, and little would stand between the Anglo-American troops and the borders of the Reich. On the 7th of August, Kluge launched his attack to split the Allied forces that were advancing south and southeast. The attempt to drive to the sea failed, and Omar Bradley saw an opportunity that comes to a commander not more than once in a century. Kluge's fears were realized as the Allies began closing the noose around the German 7th Army between Falaise and Argentan. By the 11th of August, Kluge knew that the gamble had failed, and on the next day the 7th Army was in flight. Montgomery had made slow progress against fanatical resistance, and an 18-mile gap remained open north of Falaise, through which thousands of German troops poured to escape the noose. Bradley, concerned that the US and British armies might strike one another head-on in the chaos, refused permission for 3rd Army Commander George Patton to drive northeast to close the gap. Patton was anxious to do so, but Bradley was also concerned that Patton's forces would become extended too far to be able to contain the Germans. With 19 German divisions escaping from the pocket, he conceded that it was better to continue with the initial Allied plan than to expose Patton's line to penetration in any number of places. In mid-August, Kluge requested that Major Winrich Teddy Bear, an experienced reconnaissance officer, accompany him on an unexpected trip to Paris. During the journey from La Roche-Guyon to Paris, Bear kept a close watch on the skies for any sign of Allied aircraft, and little was spoken between the two officers. Kluge was quietly distracted and distant as the vehicle sped south. The sky remained devoid of enemy aircraft, and they reached their destination without incident. Kluge directed the driver to a Wehrmacht medical facility, where he disappeared for some 30 minutes. On returning to the waiting vehicle, the field marshal explained to Beer that he had had a short visit with his son-in-law, a medical officer assigned to the facility. The officers then returned to La Roche-Guyon, again without encountering the normally ubiquitous fighter-bombers. Several days after Kluge's mysterious trip to Paris, the telephone rang at Château La Roche-Guyon, in which Army Group B's staff headquarters was located. The officer who answered responded to the caller's questions, explaining that Field Marshal von Kluge was on a tour of the front. The rough voice on the telephone identified himself as Field Marshal Walter Mordel and brusquely demanded directions to La Roche-Guyon. This request was followed by a string of sharply worded questions demanding to know why it was necessary to follow only the north bank of the Seine, why the Seine bridges were unusable, where the enemy forces were located, and how was it possible that the enemy had made such progress. The exasperated aide transferred the call to Army Group B's operations officer, Colonel Hans-Georg von Tempelhof, and to the Chief of Staff, Mordel's old acquaintance, Lieutenant General Hans Speidel. The aide suspected that Mordel, known as the Terrorflieger, terror pilot, among staff officers, was taking command in the west. Mordel's reputation had preceded him from the Eastern Front. On 5 separate occasions he had pulled Wehrmacht divisions from the abyss of total defeat. He had proven his abilities to conduct a withdrawal, stabilize a front, and re-establish a cohesive defensive line. First in 1942 in the Resheve salient, then in the Orel salient in 1943, and again while commanding Army Group North in the Baltic, in East Galicia, and in White Russia in 1944. His ability to save his forces from certain destruction had brought him a promotion to Field Marshal, the highest traditional rank in the German army, in March 1944. Now, in August 1944, Hitler had again called on Mordel's skills to save the catastrophic situation in Normandy. Mordel's past successes did not come without cost. On the front, his reputation gave the soldiers facing the enemy renewed confidence, and he was known for maintaining close contact with the troops, who led a precarious existence under the guns. Within the Staff Officer Corps, however, Mordel had developed a reputation as an enigmatic commander who drove his officers as hard as he drove himself. Because of his refusal to condemn or even discuss Germany's disastrous political situation, he was also considered by some as a fervent Nazi. Yet these detractors were not present when heated confrontations occurred between Mordel and Hitler regarding military strategy in the face of imminent defeat. Despite the events of the past months, Mordel remained steadfast in his refusal to introduce politics into his method of leading an army. Hitler bestowed on Mordel the diamond clasp to the Knight's Cross on the 16th of August 1944 and praised his performance in Russia, remarking that the German people were grateful for his service to the country. Mordel, accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Graf zu Stolber-Rosler, immediately flew to Paris. In the French capital, the Field Marshal spoke briefly with Lieutenant General Dietrich von Koltitz, the newly appointed military commander of the German forces in the city. The general had acquired a reputation on the Eastern Front for unquestionable loyalty, and Koltitz had been personally chosen by Hitler to either defend or destroy Paris. The Führer had ordered that the capital be held at all costs, and Mordel desired to hear about the situation from the local commanders. From Paris, the Field Marshal travelled to his new headquarters in Saint-Germain, where he was briefed by Chief of Staff General Günther von Blumentritt. At Saint-Germain, Mordel was provided with news of a shocking situation. Of the 3 armies assigned to his Army Group B, the 7th Army and a large part of the 5th Panzer Army, representing some 100,000 troops, were threatened with entrapment in the massive pocket between Mortain and Falaise. General von Salmuth's 15th Army, situated on the Channel coast, was also in danger of being cut off and annihilated. The sky above the pocket was thick with smoke billowing from columns of burning German tanks, artillery batteries, and support vehicles. Allied fighter bombers hurled themselves through openings in the black clouds to pounce on anything that exhibited movement. The roads were lined with dead and dying men and horses, the corpses and carcasses rapidly putrefying in the summer heat. Allied pilots flying high above the battlefield reported that they were overwhelmed by the stench of death, even at altitudes of several thousand feet. Mordel was shocked by these reports. This was northern France, not the Eastern Front, and beyond Normandy there existed little to stop the Allies from reaching the German border. An entire German army group was in the process of being annihilated only a few hours' distance from the German frontier. Additionally, the political briefing by Hitler had been ominous at best. Kluge, whom Mordel had been sent to replace, was now suspected of contacting the Allies in an attempt to discuss a separate peace proposal. On the 15th of August, the day before Mordel was assigned to assume command in the west, Kluge had remained out of touch for approximately 12 hours during a tour of the front in the area of Mortain-Falaise. Hitler's mistrust of his generals had intensified following the 20th of July assassination attempt, and he was suspicious of Kluge's prolonged absence from his headquarters. The thought that Kluge might have been delayed because of the Allied fighter patrols that were impeding every German movement was dismissed. Additionally, Hitler had lost confidence in the commander's ability to stop the Allies. He was also convinced that Kluge was attempting to defect, and he emphatically made this belief known to Mordel. Several hours after his abrupt telephone call to the Army Group B headquarters, Mordel's vehicle pulled into the courtyard of the Château La Roche-Guyon. The Field Marshal's car was accompanied by 2 large open trucks, each carrying a number of heavily armed security personnel. As the escort personnel sprang from the trucks and established a perimeter around the courtyard, one of Kluge's aides, watching from an upper-floor window, looked at Tempelhof and asked, "Well, are we going to be arrested? Now we're in for an experience." Mordel immediately marched into the headquarters, where he fumed in silence most of the afternoon while waiting for Kluge's return. In the meantime, General Blumentritt, Chief of Staff at Supreme Headquarters West, arrived from Saint-Germain. In the early evening, Kluge at last appeared, and the 2 field marshals withdrew from the nervous staff officers into a separate room and spoke with one another in private. The 2 chiefs of staff, Speidel and Blumentritt, waited in the outer foyer, expecting to be called at any moment. Mordel reappeared and looked disgustedly at the 2 officers before sarcastically asking them if they had been sleeping. Additional rude comments followed. Mordel received less than tactful answers in response before he stormed from the room. With typical Swabian humour, Blumentritt turned to Speidel and stated that he probably should order a bottle of champagne for the 2 of them, as it would be of no further use to try to speak with the field marshal for the remainder of the day. Meanwhile, another victim crossed Mordel's path. Lieutenant General Fritz Bayerlein, commander of the decimated Panzer Lehr Division, had arrived to discuss the disposition of his severely mauled unit. The Panzer Lehr had borne the brunt of the carpet bombing that had initiated Operation Cobra. The remnants of the division, those men who had somehow survived the horror that had descended on them from squadrons of B-17 bombers, were without the heavy weapons needed to face the mechanized Allied divisions. Additionally, many of them were psychologically devastated by their experience under the carpet bombing. On seeing Bayerlein, Mordel came to a halt and rudely asked why he was not with his division. Bayerlein retorted that his division had to be withdrawn from the front to be restructured and re-equipped. Mordel responded with sarcasm, "My dear Bayerlein, in the east the divisions remain on the front to be re-equipped, and so shall it be done here from now on. Your units will remain where they are." At length the staff officers of the army group were introduced. Colonel von Tempelhof briefed Mordel on the situation at the front and found him to be rude and sarcastic. Colonel Leodegard Freiberg, the Army Group B adjutant, received special attention. Mordel looked at him closely and asked if they had been previously introduced. "Yes, Herr Field Marshal," he responded dryly. "I served with the Field Marshal in the 4th Army Corps. I have been well informed about the Field Marshal." Mordel responded only with his customary aloofness and a slight, insincere smile. During the night after Mordel's arrival, the majority of the staff personnel transferred to their new location at Margival, giving way to the waves of American tanks that were pushing relentlessly forward. Mordel, as was typical, remained behind to be among the last to depart. Field Marshal von Kluge stayed overnight, accompanied by his aide and driver. His small party of escorts prepared to depart for Germany the following day. German field marshals traditionally remained on active service for life, but Kluge had already received notice that he had been transferred from the active army to the reserves. The speed at which his relief from command had taken place caused him to consider the probable fate that lay before him. Discharge from the army followed by the ordeal of arrest, interrogation, and an eventual death sentence issued by the People's Court. The morning of the 18th of August found Mordel following his standard practice of departing promptly at 6 for a tour of the front. He directed his driver to take him to the headquarters of the 5th Panzer Army for a conference with General Heinrich Eberbach and the two SS generals, Sepp Dietrich and Paul Hauser. Their discussions centered on resolving the crises in the Mortain-Falaise pocket, which had been reduced to an area 36 miles wide by 18 miles deep. The narrow corridor toward the east through which troops could escape was being bitterly defended against the Americans pushing hard from the south and the Canadians and British from the north. Sepp Dietrich, commander of the 1st SS Panzer Corps, elected to avoid facing the temperamental field marshal and sent his chief of staff, Major General Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf, in his stead. Gersdorf, the former intelligence officer, 1C of Army Group Center on the Eastern Front, attended the meeting with reluctance. He had previously served with Mordel, whom he contemptuously regarded as a full-blooded Nazi. In La Roche-Guyon on the 19th of August, Colonel von Tempelhof conducted his inspection of the chateau at sunrise, as was his routine, and Field Marshal von Kluge prepared to return to Germany. The soft echo of American artillery fire sounded on the horizon, a constant reminder that the Germans' presence at the ancient chateau was reaching an end. The American forces had already crossed the Seine and were closing on Vernon and Mantes. Kluge would have to drive north to avoid encountering the enemy columns. In Kluge's room, Tempelhof observed the field marshal's uneaten breakfast still on a table. Kluge departed La Roche-Guyon with his small party as the sun was rising. Tungermann drove the field marshal's car, which was accompanied by a small security detachment. As the vehicles bounced along the roads rutted from the passage of heavy armoured columns, Kluge was observed murmuring to himself, and the accompanying officers heard him say, "I cannot survive this. I simply cannot bear leaving my soldiers to their fate now in this situation." They reached the forest of Compiègne by early afternoon and halted under the foliage for a rest. Kluge paced back and forth and continued to speak of how he could not bear to return to Germany under the circumstances. Tungermann attempted to calm him and advised the field marshal that he would feel better if he got some sleep. After an hour they drove on toward the east over the battlefields of World War I, and by midday the party was west of Verdun. Kluge again requested that the party halt for a rest, and between Clermont-en-Argonne and Dombasle, the convoy pulled to the side of the road in a favorable location. A blanket was spread several yards from the vehicles, and Kluge rested in the shade and busied himself writing a letter. After several minutes he called to Tungermann. As the officer approached, he handed him the letter in an envelope and requested that it be mailed to his brother, Lieutenant General von Kluge, adding that the party should prepare to depart in about 15 minutes. As Tungermann walked back to the vehicles to prepare for their departure, Kluge slipped a tiny glass cyanide capsule into his mouth. Within seconds, the field marshal lay dying. In La Roche-Guyon, Mordel reacted with cold stoicism on hearing of Kluge's death. He dispatched Colonel Freiberg to 7th Army headquarters to inform Kluge's son, Lieutenant Colonel Günther von Kluge, of his father's death. The following day, General Speidel approached the field marshal and broached the subject regarding the attitude Mordel had exhibited toward the staff officers immediately after his arrival on the 17th of August. They had known one another for many years, and between the two officers such things could be discussed with candour. Mordel admitted that he may have been too harsh in his initial treatment of the staff. Speidel then began to discuss the overall situation on the front and suggested that it might be best to negotiate with the Western Allies in order to win a free hand against the Soviets. Mordel hesitantly concurred and then was silent for a moment before he abruptly ended the discussion by responding, characteristically, "Well, let's stay out of politics." On the 19th of August, the day Günther von Kluge committed suicide, Montgomery succeeded in linking with American forces to close the Falaise pocket, trapping a large part of the German 7th Army. The trap was not sprung between Falaise and Argentan, however, but 15 miles to the east of Falaise, at Chambois. The battle area of Falaise was strewn with the corpses of thousands of German soldiers, and thousands more Wehrmacht troops were being processed by the Allies as prisoners of war. However, although the men were demoralized and suffering due to immense losses of equipment, the delay in closing the pincer and sealing the pocket had enabled much of the 7th Army to succeed in escaping the noose. Like his predecessors, Field Marshal Mordel was faced with the impossible task of halting the overwhelming might of the Allied armies. Within 25 days after the landings on the 6th of June, the Allies had put more than 1 million troops ashore, supported by 560,000 tons of materiel. Most senior German officers were aware that unless the situation changed dramatically, they were going to lose the war. German industry could not match the overwhelming numbers of tanks, artillery pieces, aircraft, and other materials being produced by the Allies. Moreover, the German sources of manpower were exhausted. The badly decimated units were being augmented by half-trained foreign volunteers and teenagers. The insurmountable Allied strength, coupled with the High Command's refusal to give the Western commanders freedom of action, had decimated the army group. Approximately 130,000 men had been lost, either killed or captured, in the Falaise pocket. At Amiens, one of the army group's most talented leaders, General Eberbach, was taken prisoner by the Americans, along with his entire staff. The remains of the 11 divisions that comprised the 7th Army were supposed to regroup in the area of Saint-Quentin to be re-equipped. The area was overrun by the Americans before the plan could even be set into motion. In the meantime, Paris had fallen. On the 20th of August, Hitler had issued his orders to either hold the city or ensure its destruction. Mordel had forwarded the message to the Paris commander, Dietrich von Choltitz, without comment. On receiving reports that the resistance organizations within the city were rising up against the German occupiers, Hitler again sent a message on the 23rd of August restating his demand that Paris be either held or destroyed. In stark contrast to his reputation, Choltitz, lacking sufficient troop strength to defend the city, ignored Hitler's demands to destroy the capital. On the 25th of August, he surrendered to elements of General Philippe Leclerc's French 2nd Armoured Division following a preemptive uprising by the Maquis, the French resistance, which resulted in a highly unusual, albeit temporary, ceasefire between the Maquis and Choltitz's German forces. In the face of the catastrophe confronting his army group, Field Marshal Mordel seemed to take little notice, and he no longer busied himself with the issue of Paris. He had left the matter of Hitler's Führerbefehl, Führer order, a directive personally from Hitler, to either hold or destroy the city to his chief of staff, Hans Speidel. The collapsed front, with superbly equipped Allied armies pouring toward the east, was of more concern to him than political objectives, and Mordel, like his American counterpart Omar Bradley, considered Paris of little strategic military value. The following day, Mordel was confronted by another of his generals, Colonel General von Salmuth, commander of the 15th Army, strongly recommended that the entire army group be withdrawn behind the Seine before it was too late to avoid total destruction. He feared that within a few days it would no longer be possible to cross the river with heavy weapons and tanks, which would leave the already badly mauled army group completely stripped of combat capability. Mordel voiced his opposition to Salmuth's proposal. The heated discussion continued until the field marshal pointedly refused to consider a withdrawal. Shortly thereafter, Salmuth was relieved of his command and the 15th Army was passed to General Gustav von Sangen. The German army continued to give ground under pressure from the Allies. The end of August found the Army Group B staff located in the White Castle at Havrincourt. Meanwhile, the spectre of the 20th of July continued to haunt the senior officers of the Wehrmacht. At one point, Colonel Freiberg, Mordel's senior adjutant, informed the field marshal that he had an incoming call from the Chief of Army Personnel, Major General Wilhelm Burgdorf, regarding Mordel's Chief of Staff, General Speidel. Burgdorf advised Mordel that Hans Speidel was to be relieved of his duties. His name had surfaced during the investigation of the assassination attempt. A verbal altercation between Mordel and Burgdorf ensued, during which the field marshal advised Burgdorf that he and his men were in the middle of a battle in which the army group was fighting for its existence. Burgdorf remained adamant and asked who Mordel would like to have as a replacement. Responding heatedly, Mordel asked for evidence that Speidel was involved in the conspiracy. The sharp exchange continued, with the field marshal losing his composure and telling Burgdorf that he was not interested in hearing about why, at this critical point of the war, his chief of staff was being relieved of his duties. "This is nonsense. I can't replace my chief of staff right now, and I demand that this order be withdrawn. Tell that to the Führer. Suspicions? Do you have proof? This is nonsense." The conversation ended with Mordel slamming down the phone receiver. He then turned to Freiberg. "They've all gone crazy. Speidel is supposed to go," he said, fuming but resigned. "It has something to do with the 20th of July, some kind of political nonsense." Knowing that Speidel's transfer was inevitable, Mordel chose the Chief of Staff of the 89th Corps, Colonel Ulrich, as Speidel's relief. To his chagrin, Ulrich could not be located. He was assumed to have been killed or captured in the ongoing chaos of the destruction in Normandy. Several days later, without prior notification from Berlin, General Hans Krebs appeared unannounced at the Army Group HQ to serve as Speidel's relief. Krebs was an experienced staff officer with a sound reputation, and his arrival provoked no comment from the Field Marshal. On the 3rd of September, Mordel hosted a farewell dinner for Speidel in the new staff headquarters at Chaudfontaine. Mordel's speech was short but characteristically heartfelt. He later advised Freiberg to maintain a respectable distance from Speidel until the issue surrounding his departure was resolved. On the day the altercation with Burgdorf over Speidel's relief from duties had occurred, the People's Court had condemned 3 officers to death for complicity in the 20th of July plot. The former military governor of France, General Karl Heinrich von Stülpnagel, his chief of staff, Colonel Hans Ottfried von Linstau, and the senior quartermaster West, Colonel Eberhard Fink. Mordel later received a letter from the widow of Colonel Georg Schulze-Büttger, who had also disappeared in the wave of terror following the assassination attempt. Frau Schulze-Büttger requested assistance in locating the whereabouts of her husband. Mordel forwarded the letter to the Office of Army Personnel. "I'm going to stay clear of this," he said to his adjutants. "I don't want to have anything to do with it." Mordel's arrival had been marked by the fleeing German forces coming to a halt, and the demoralized troops were now reorganizing to present a strong defensive front. As the Allies closed with the border of Germany, Mordel demanded a reinforcement of 25 new divisions, 5 or 6 of which were to be armoured. With the full knowledge that the forces he demanded were not available, he nevertheless attempted to stress the critical situation on the Western Front to the High Command. In response to his incessant calls for reinforcements, he received 2 Panzergrenadier divisions and 2 armoured brigades. The troops he required to stem the Allied advance had long since disappeared in the vastness of Russia. The remnants of the units that had escaped death or capture in the east were now being relentlessly destroyed in France. The Allies captured Antwerp on the 4th of September. The Anglo-American forces had begun experiencing severe supply problems of their own as they quickly distanced themselves from Normandy during their eastward pursuit. Despite the attempt by General Dwight D. Eisenhower to keep the German armies reeling in defeat, the Wehrmacht was starting to recover and stabilize its situation after the Normandy debacle. Even with the immense losses suffered by Germany since the D-Day landings, the British and Americans had noted an increase in German resistance that slowed their race across France to a crawl. Omar Bradley, frustrated at the resistance his forces were suddenly encountering just when the German army had appeared to be teetering toward total collapse, attributed the newfound stubbornness of the German defense to a little-known Prussian whom Hitler had decorated the previous year for halting the Russians at the Vistula. It was reported that this new commander had taken control of Army Group B following Kluge's death. On the 5th of September, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, the patriarch of the German officer corps, was recalled to assume senior command in the West, leaving Mordel free to fully commit himself to Army Group B. Mordel, relieved that his impossible dual responsibility had come to an end, now concentrated on extricating his army group from the tenacious Allies and regrouping for a defense of the Reich. His first briefing with Rundstedt took place in a pharmacy in the ancient town of Stadtkiel. He advised Rundstedt that the estimated strength of the Allies now stood at 61 superbly equipped, fully motorized divisions. The Allies were supported by a massive fleet of 16,000 aircraft. Opposing this gigantic force were 3 to 4 exhausted panzer divisions and 10 decimated infantry divisions whose every move was met by destruction from the incessant fighter bombers that controlled the skies. The 21st Army Group, under Field Marshal Montgomery, appeared ready to push through Holland and threaten the Ruhr, while the 12th Army Group, under General Omar Bradley, was advancing across Belgium toward the German border. On the 7th of September, General Hans Speidel was arrested by order of Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler for suspicion of treasonous activities. Despite the immense burdens he faced on the front, Mordel was aware of the arrest of his former chief of staff. News of such reprisals spread quickly through the nervous officer corps. The Field Marshal ordered his aide, SS Sturmbahnführer, Major Heinz Springer, to arrange a meeting with Sepp Dietrich, with whom Springer had served in Russia. The meeting was to be confidential. They were to meet alone in a place where they could speak without being observed. Springer selected an isolated residence overlooking a vineyard near Namur. The Field Marshal requested that Springer remain present during the meeting. During this period of inquisition and distrust, it was important for all parties to conversations to have reliable witnesses. Mordel characteristically broached the purpose of the meeting directly. "My dear Sepp Dietrich, you are aware that on the 7th of September they arrested Speidel. This is impossible, especially now with the problems we are facing. We can't do without him. Rundstedt needs a chief of staff who understands our situation here. You, Sepp Dietrich, still have influence with the Führer." He paused before continuing. "I would like to ask you to use this influence on behalf of Lieutenant General Speidel." Dietrich promised that he would attempt to intervene on Speidel's behalf, and the officers then spoke briefly of unrelated matters before ending the meeting. On the 11th of September, less than 20 days after the liberation of Paris, American forward elements reached the German border near Aachen. On the same day, the U.S. Third Army was joined by the U.S. Seventh Army, which had driven from southern France after pushing Blaskewitz's Army Group G eastward toward Germany. The Allies now held a solid, impenetrable line from Switzerland to Holland. However, even the great material superiority of the Anglo-American armies had limits. At the point of breaching the frontiers of Germany, the Allied troops were forced to a halt because of severely extended supply lines. In September, Field Marshal Montgomery, commander of the Allied 21st Army Group, drafted a plan for the British 21st Army to break through the German defences of the Maas, Waal and Lower Rhine. Without consulting his American counterpart, Omar Bradley, Montgomery flew to Eisenhower's headquarters to brief the Supreme Allied Commander of his remarkably daring plan. Bradley was shocked when he learned of the plan through his 21st Army Group liaison officer several days after its approval by Eisenhower, and he remained steadfastly opposed to the concept. Codenamed Market Garden, the operation called for a massive Anglo-American airborne drop to secure bridges in Holland and to open a 60-mile-wide corridor through which Allied forces could push into Germany and secure the Ruhr area, simultaneously moving east across the open plains of northwest Germany. This assignment fell to the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions under Generals J. Gavin and Maxwell Taylor, respectively, and the British 1st Airborne Division under General R. E. Urquhart and the Polish Parachute Brigade under General Sosabowski. There were 5 major waterways to be crossed on this route: 2 canals north of Eindhoven, the Meuse River 24 miles beyond the canals, the Waal River at Nijmegen some 8 miles beyond the Meuse, and finally the wide Lower Rhine at Arnhem, some 20 miles from the open German border. The Americans were to secure the bridges in the areas of Eindhoven, Greve, Nijmegen. The British and Poles were to seize the bridges at Arnhem and the Lower Rhine. It was a daring gamble that, if successful, would enable the Allies to outflank the Siegfried Line defences and cross the Rhine onto the plains of North Germany. On Sunday, the 17th of September, the Army Group B staff was in the Park Hotel in Oosterbeek, Holland. Field Marshal Mordel was conducting a briefing when the sky suddenly filled with aircraft. The German forces in the area were accustomed to Allied aircraft. Holland lay directly in the flight path of the heavy bomber squadrons that routinely pounded the Ruhr industrial area farther to the southeast. However, at 2 p.m. the air at Oosterbeek was rent with explosions. Windows shattered and plaster from the ceiling rained on the staff personnel as they took cover on the floor. A second wave of bombers struck as staff officers ran from the building into the garden to observe the vast armada passing overhead. Colonel Tempelhof, Army Group B operations officer, appeared and breathlessly reported to Mordel that at least 2 divisions of paratroopers were landing in the area. The Field Marshal immediately called for an emergency evacuation. Officers and aides feverishly gathered maps and documents as Mordel ordered the staff to meet in Terborg. Terborg was situated along the route from Arnhem to Emmerich, and the Army Group staff set to work repelling the Allied force. Mordel's first objective was to contact SS General Wilhelm Bittrich's 2nd SS Panzer Corps in Döttinchem, which had been heavily hit by the air attack. He ordered Bittrich to secure the Rhine bridges and to organize all available units to counter the assault. Bittrich quickly committed a battle group from the 9th SS Panzer Division, Hohenstaufen, and an SS training battalion to destroy the British concentrations. In the other areas, under assault from the paratroopers, the situation was more acute. Colonel General Kurt Student, commander of the 1st Parachute Army, had experienced a similar attack. Student requested permission to demolish the massive Waal Bridge to deny it to the Allied assault force. Mordel adamantly refused to allow the destruction. Student's fears were realized when, several days later, the bridge fell into the hands of the American paratroopers working with the forward elements of the British Guards Armoured Division. The bridges at Greve and Eindhoven soon fell to the Allies. Then came the German counterattack amid problems within the Allied forces. General Brian Horrocks was unable to establish contact between his armoured units and the airborne units before the stronger German forces began to decimate the pockets of isolated paratroopers. On Monday, the 18th of September, Mordel personally directed the counterattack against the British parachute units located between Oosterbeek and Wolfhies. General Urquhart's paratroopers, lacking contact with the armoured units, were quickly reduced. The assault by the Polish brigade arrived on the 21st of September, too late to reinforce the isolated British forces. The following day, Horrocks ordered the British and Polish forces to attempt to break out of the ever-tightening net in the area of Arnhem. Of the 9,000 British paratroopers dropped into the Arnhem bridgehead, less than 2,500 escaped to reach Allied lines. Operation Market Garden would be the last major defensive victory for Mordel. The OKW report of the 27th of September indicated that 6,500 Allied troops were taken prisoner, 30 anti-tank guns were captured, and 1,000 gliders were destroyed. German anti-aircraft units reported 100 aircraft were shot down. The thousands of Allied and German dead littering the area bore testimony to the vicious fighting that had occurred. Omar Bradley had opposed the operation in favour of a campaign against German forces guarding Antwerp and the Scheldt estuaries. The Allied supply lines were badly strained, and the lack of fuel reserves had forced the Americans and British to slow their advance toward the West Wall, known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line. With the failure of Market Garden, the proposed campaign against the Scheldt was abandoned. The Antwerp harbour, so urgently needed to alleviate the supply problem, remained closed to the Allies until the 26th of November. While the battle in Holland was raging, the battle for Aachen had begun. During the first week of September 1945, units of Major General Clarence R. Hübner's 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, reached the outskirts of the city. The German commander of Aachen, Colonel von Osterroth, assumed the role of combat commander, a dubious title at best. His available forces had no heavy weapons, and moreover the bunkers and fortresses of the vaunted West Wall had long been neglected. Many installations were secured and locked, and the locations of the keys to reinforced structures were often a mystery. Some of the bunkers had been broken into and plundered, others were almost submerged in water. A message sent at the end of August by Field Marshal Mordel directing military districts 6 and 13 to prepare defences on the West Wall had apparently had little effect. Although the area of Aachen was assigned to General Erich Brandenberger's 7th Army sector, the city itself was the responsibility of Lieutenant General Ferdinand Schacht's 81st Corps. Theoretically, the corps was fully armed, but in fact it consisted only of a collection of remnants of troops of various divisions that had been hurriedly assembled after the debacle in Normandy. The skeletal remains of the 183rd Infantry Division were ordered to defend the city. Mordel was aware that the Allies could launch another daring attack through the Cologne Basin on the Rhine between Cologne and Düsseldorf. To counter this threat, he ordered the 116th Panzer Division under Lieutenant General Graf Gerd von Schwerin to reinforce Aachen. The arrival of combat troops contributed to the panic spreading among the city's inhabitants. The local authorities prematurely ordered the destruction of munitions factories, even one of which could have produced enough small arms ammunition to supply half of Germany Group B for weeks. The civilian population was ordered to evacuate the city, and among the first to flee were the Kreisleiter, district political leader, and the chief of police. General Schwerin's oncoming tanks were met by columns of refugees fleeing the city. Schwerin immediately ordered the civilians to return to their homes. The possibility of an Allied attack on the city was still remote, and he needed the streets clear for an unimpeded approach by his forces. He then dispatched a carefully worded letter to the commander of the forces opposing him, General J. Lawton Collins, commander of the U.S. 7th Corps. Appealing to Collins to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties, Schwerin advised him that the people of Aachen had not been evacuated and that fighting in the city should be avoided. The Gauleiter of the Cologne-Aachen district, Josef Grohe, was chagrined by the flight of his subordinates and other party functionaries. In attempts to salvage his blemished reputation, he seized on the letter Schwerin had dispatched to the American forces, embellished on the incident, and forwarded a scathing report to his political superiors. In the wake of the 20th of July assassination attempt, any suggestion of traitorous activity drew immediate attention. On the 16th of September, General Franz Mattenkloth, Assistant Commander of Wehrkreis 6, Military District 6, in Münster, appeared unannounced in the city. He had been dispatched by order of Reichsführer SS Himmler to investigate the report from Ruhr, who had falsely reported to his Nazi party officials that Schwerin's 116th Panzer Division had fled the city, leaving it defenceless. Muttenklot's orders were to stabilize the critical situation by arming the Aachen police with light anti-tank weapons to stop the American advance. General Schwerin met with Muttenklot and briefed him on the critical situation in the city. The exasperated Schwerin explained that the loss of civilian lives had to be avoided, thus justifying the letter to his opponent. However, this explanation proved to be unsatisfactory. On the 17th of September, Schwerin was ordered to report to General Schack, whereon he was further interrogated under suspicion of traitorous activity. Meanwhile, Field Marshal Mordel, engaged in battling the Market Garden airborne assault from his headquarters in Osterbeek, sent word to Schwerin that the general should be prepared to face arrest and conviction through the People's Court. Schwerin heeded the warning. Mordel continued to busy himself with fighting the Allied airborne forces in Holland. After several hours of questioning by General Schack's inquisitors, Schwerin returned to his division, where he promptly relocated his headquarters deep within the maze of an ever-changing front and remained out of contact with higher authorities. After 3 days, he was finally contacted by General Brandenberger, who advised him that he was under arrest and now under the jurisdiction of OB West in Koblenz. With this action, Schwerin was also immediately placed under the jurisdiction of Mordel and Rundstedt. Despite the immense power at his disposal, Himmler theoretically could not officially cross the administrative lines. Schwerin's arrest by army authorities serving under Mordel placed the general out of reach of the Nazi headhunters, at least until his military case could be resolved. The case of Schwerin in Aachen was indicative of an increasing conflict between party functionaries and military officers that became more acute as the Allied armies neared the borders of the Reich. Power-hungry and often militarily incompetent, the Nazi officials were placed in command of the paramilitary units being used to augment the Wehrmacht in defending the homeland. Responsible for mobilizing the Volkssturm, the party had prepared for the eventuality by hoarding weapons, fuel and supplies that could have been better used by the army, which was constantly plagued by shortfalls in every category. Following the 20th of July assassination attempt, Himmler had been placed in command of the replacement army under which new units were formed. The new People's Army, or Volksheer, consisted of units scraped together from the skeletal remains of once proud divisions, the bulk of whose troops now lay in countless unmarked graves throughout Europe or languished in prisoner-of-war cages across 2 continents. Many civilians barely concealed the disdain they felt for the Golden Pheasants, as the senior Nazi party officials were known. With many suspecting that the end of Nazi rule was approaching, this attitude was sometimes hardly concealed by army officers. Mordel characteristically remained aloof and distanced himself from the whirlwind of political issues. The military, he emphasized, had to remain apart from politics. It was not the responsibility of the soldiers to change political conditions, nor was it in their power to do so. His responsibility was to hold the front, so he tolerated the presence of the Gauleiters and kept his opinion of the distasteful politicians largely to himself. The Field Marshal worked tirelessly to draw additional forces together for his defense of the Reich. Mordel took the opportunity to request more forces directly from Dr. Josef Goebbels when the propaganda minister visited the Rhine and Ruhr districts. Goebbels met with the Field Marshal at his army group headquarters in Fischlen near Krefeld. Over dinner, Mordel explained that the catastrophic situation his troops had been facing several weeks ago had been temporarily stabilized, but that he was in desperate need of at least 2 complete divisions and 100 tanks. The land bridge in Holland between Eindhoven and Nijmegen was now in British hands, and the threat had to be countered. Mordel suggested that the propaganda minister could advise the Führer of the shortfalls. Perhaps this connection could produce the needed forces. The discussion proved fruitless. Goebbels, in an astonishing exhibition of candour, revealed to the Field Marshal that he no longer believed the rising production figures routinely provided by Armaments Minister Albert Speer. No additional supplies would be forthcoming. Furthermore, supplies of fuel and deliveries of important war materials had been seriously disrupted beneath an incessant carpet of bombs dropped from fleets of Allied aircraft. Even if Mordel were to be given the 100 tanks he requested, it remained doubtful that he could receive the fuel needed for them. The Germans had reached a point where supply became unpredictable. They were fighting with whatever came available from week to week and even from day to day. The fighting in the area of Aachen increased in intensity. For Hitler, the city held an importance of mythic proportions. Aachen was the burial site of Charlemagne, and the Führer was determined to deny the Allies the grave of the legendary emperor, whom he considered one of his spiritual forebears. The Supreme Commander, West, and the Command of Army Group B, Rundstedt and Mordel, respectively, were bound by instructions emanating directly from Hitler's headquarters. The command of the 116th Panzer Division was assumed by Colonel Siegfried Freiherr von Waldenburg, following the fiasco leading to Schwerin's arrest. The former Aachen battle commander Osterroth was relieved on the 30th of September by Colonel Max Leher, commander of the Grenadier Regiment 689. The 116th Panzer Division was taken out of the line to receive other assignments and was replaced by the 245th Volksgrenadier Division, which had recently arrived from Prague. At the end of September, the American 19th and 7th Corps attacked Aachen with the intent of encircling the city. Between the 8th and the 15th of October, Mordel attempted to prevent the encirclement by counterattacking with the 116th and 3rd Panzergrenadier Divisions, reinforced with heavy tank and tank destroyer battalions. On the 10th of October, Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges dispatched 3 intermediaries to attempt to convince Leiher to surrender. This appeal was accompanied by a psychological campaign directed at the Wehrmacht soldiers and the citizens of Aachen through loudspeakers and leaflets urging them to abandon the hopeless contest. A delegation of prominent citizens appeared at the colonel's headquarters and appealed to Leiher to heed the surrender request. In the midst of the once splendid city that was quickly being reduced to a hideous pile of blackened rubble, the colonel again refused. Mordel had previously denied a request from Leiher on the 3rd of October to permit him to surrender and thus spare the city further destruction. On the 12th of October, Leiher received his reward for his unwavering obedience to Hitler's directive for self-immolation. The maze of investigations in the wake of the 20th of July assassination attempt now suggested that he too was involved in the conspiracy. It was noted that Leiher was the son-in-law of the former German Chief of the General Staff, Franz Halder, who had been linked to the conspiracy. This close relationship automatically placed him under suspicion. During the course of the investigation, he was relieved of his command. His replacement was Colonel Gerhard Wilk, commander of the 245th Volksgrenadier Division. At the time of the investigation, Leiher had established his headquarters in the cellar of the renowned Quellenhof Hotel, which had been reduced to a smouldering shell during the fighting. Colonel Wilk transferred the new command post to a massive bunker complex on Fürster Rütscherstraße. Half of the city was now a field of ruins, and the citizens of Aachen, in an attempt to bring the incessant torment to an end, were emerging from their cellars to advise the advancing American units of German military positions. Women and elderly men tried to persuade Wehrmacht defenders to exchange their uniforms for civilian clothing and wait for the Americans. The American infantrymen reached the cathedral quarter in the heart of Aachen and discovered that the clerics had remained in the city, unlike the Nazi functionaries who had fled. An SS battle group that had been fighting fiercely within the ruins eventually vanished without a trace beneath the artillery barrages and encroaching waves of US soldiers. Colonel Wilk radioed Army Group B for permission to break out of the encirclement. Mordel responded that Wilk was expected to hold to the last man. On the 24th of October at 11:38 a.m., Colonel Wilk sent his last radio message to the 7th Army. Accompanied by 300 surviving defenders, he then emerged from the ruins to surrender to the US 26th Infantry Regiment. In the late phases of the struggle for the city of Aachen, news reached Army Group B that Field Marshal Erwin Rommel had died unexpectedly en route to a hospital in Ulm. Mordel's reaction to the death of his predecessor was stoic. The two officers had very little personal contact during their careers. Hitler ordered a state funeral. Colonel von Tempelhof was dispatched to Ulm to represent Mordel's Army Group B. Field Marshal von Rundstedt conducted the funeral oratory, and Germany mourned the loss of the legendary hero of the Afrika Korps. The public remained unaware of the cause of Rommel's death, and at the time the true reason behind the unexpected passing was known to neither Rundstedt nor Mordel. Rommel had been involved, albeit inactively, in the 20th of July conspiracy, and his knowledge of the conspirators' activities had been discovered during the subsequent series of inquisitions and arrests. Rommel was a national hero and one of the few generals who did not belong to the distrusted Junker class. Hitler had agreed that he should be permitted to commit suicide rather than face the People's Court. This was not necessarily a magnanimous gesture on the Führer's part, for Hitler wished to avoid the embarrassment and political fallout that Rommel's involvement in the 20th of July attentat would bring if made public. In return, the Field Marshal would be provided a state funeral and his family would be spared the notorious Sippenhaft, the punishment of family members for an individual's crimes. Additionally, the family would continue to receive Rommel's pension. His death was conveniently attributed to the wounds he received in Normandy. Although Rundstedt later learned what had happened, it is unknown whether Mordel ever knew the true cause of Rommel's death. In October, Mordel was successful in transferring his operations officer, Colonel von Tempelhof, and his intelligence officer, Colonel Freiberg, from his staff. Neither regretted parting ways with the Field Marshal. Freiberg experienced one last insulting exchange during a dinner with the senior Bürgermeister of Krefeld. Mordel asked Freiberg a question regarding an artillery officer who was serving with a certain regiment. The colonel responded that he had little contact with the division and regimental commanders, and that he had even less contact with specific battery commanders. Mordel turned to the Bürgermeister and remarked frostily, "You see what kind of people I have to work with. The man has no idea about personnel matters." Freiberg retorted that throughout his long career as a staff officer, he had received many officers' evaluations to the contrary. Mordel stared at him coldly for several seconds before raising his glass and remarking, "So, Prost, Freiberg." Colonel von Tempelhof was relieved by a general staff officer intimately familiar with Mordel's peculiarities. Lieutenant Colonel Günther Reichhelm had served with him during the massive defensive battles on the Eastern Front and was thus accustomed to the Field Marshal's egocentrism. Freiberg's replacement, Colonel Theodor Pilling, assumed duties as Mordel's intelligence officer after recovering from a severe wound received while serving as commander of Grenadier Regiment 513 on the Bessarabia front. Both officers were considered by some staff members to be favourites of the Field Marshal. However, their favoured status was not without merit. Mordel's most reliable officers had long since learned to disregard his volatile temper and abrasive manner, and had developed an intuition as to how and when to approach their controversial commander. Reichhelm was greeted coldly by some members of Mordel's Army Group staff. Tempelhof, Reichhelm's predecessor, had been very popular with the other officers and had often served as a buffer between the abrasive Field Marshal and his staff. Reichhelm had served with Tempelhof in the pre-war years with Artillery Regiment 3 in Frankfurt under order, and some of the officers attributed his rapid promotion through the officer ranks to favoritism from Mordel. The Army Group staff officers were unaware that Reichhelm's first encounter with Mordel had been less than pleasant. His initial contact with the future Field Marshal occurred in Russia while he was serving on the staff of the 23rd Corps. In the wake of the failed attempt to capture Moscow, Mordel was ordered to replace Colonel General Adolf Strauss as commander of the 9th Army. During the course of Reichhelm's early briefings, Mordel unexpectedly surfaced at the 23rd Corps headquarters. Shortly after Reichhelm began his situation report, Mordel launched into a demeaning diatribe concerning the correct manner in which briefings should be conducted. He demanded that Reichhelm, as with all of his staff officers, not only brief him on a situation but also provide at least 3 alternative plans for resolving the specific problem at issue. Reichhelm explained that there could be no solution when equipment was lacking, all ammunition and fuel had been expended, and there were no replacements for the mounting casualties. This response provoked a torrent of abuse from Mordel. Reichhelm abruptly ended the encounter by throwing the files and maps onto the floor in exasperation and storming from the room, slamming the door behind him. He expected a formal reprimand or worse for his uncharacteristic outburst. Such a shocking display of insubordination could carry severe penalties in an army, and the Wehrmacht, with a well-earned reputation for draconian discipline for any infraction, was no exception. He waited with dread for what the future under the temperamental Field Marshal would bring. The outburst appeared to have had the opposite effect. In the months that followed, Reichhelm developed as close a working relationship as was possible with the enigmatic Field Marshal. Thereafter, each time Mordel was transferred to a new command, Reichhelm was inevitably called to serve on the Field Marshal's staff. Despite the frosty reception initially received by Reichhelm from some of the Army Group B officers, he was not without friends and acquaintances who were serving with Mordel's staff. The Staff 1C, Lieutenant Colonel Michael, had served with Reichhelm in the same artillery regiment, and the two of them were the same year group, sharing the same year of birth. Reichhelm had also been a guest of Michael's parents in 1932 during a trip through Germany that took him to Heidelberg. The relationship became strained, however, while serving with Mordel's staff in the Münster Rifle. Michael was known to be an unabashed womanizer, and true to his character, he had developed a relationship with a young woman from a prominent family in the area. In the evenings following Mordel's return from his daily tour of the front, Reichhelm was additionally burdened with justifying Michael's frequent absences. Eventually, Reichhelm ordered that a telephone cable be established from the staff headquarters to the young woman's residence so that the officers could forewarn Michael of the Field Marshal's arrival, and he could thus reappear in time for the evening briefings. Reichhelm also quickly developed a close friendship with Major Winrich Baer. Major Baer had accompanied Field Marshal von Kluge on his impromptu trip to Paris, perhaps to obtain the cyanide capsule that Kluge used to commit suicide after being relieved as Orbi West in August 1944. As with many of the officers who served together during times of adversity, Reichhelm and Beer could discuss without inhibition the politics of the Nazi government as well as the ever-deteriorating military situation. Unlike some of the other officers on Mordel's staff, Beer was also considered by the Field Marshal to be among his most trusted staff members. The positive relationship could not be attributed to Beer's diplomatic demeanour or an intuition for Mordel's attitude. The Major was, however, similar to the Field Marshal in his directness. Mordel seemed to have a penchant for young officers who did not hesitate in the face of confrontation and those he could trust to provide him with an honest, even if sombre, appraisal of any situation. Like many other officers who, by fall 1944, had served in various capacities during more than 5 years of war, Winrich Beer seemed to have led a charmed life. The cavalry major had proven himself more than once on the battlefield in times of adversity. He had won the Knight's Cross, Germany's highest award for bravery or merit, while serving with Erwin Rommel in Africa. Transferred from Africa to the Eastern Front, Beer was assigned to the 6th Army Staff as an aide to Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus. At the height of the Stalingrad debacle, he had been selected by Paulus to be flown out of the pocket to personally brief Hitler on conditions facing the beleaguered army. Fully aware of Hitler's distrust of the High Command, Paulus chose to send him because he felt the young officer would appeal to the dictator. Beer was also an experienced cavalry reconnaissance officer who was intimately familiar with the privations and hardships endured by the dying army at Stalingrad. The trip to Berlin had spared him the fate of the 250,000 troops trapped at Stalingrad with Paulus's army, but it had proven fruitless. The vaunted 6th Army perished. The destruction experienced by the Wehrmacht during the final months of 1944 was having its effect on the army's discipline. On the 29th of October, Mordel issued a message to his commanders expressing his concern about the deterioration of discipline within the borders of the Reich, particularly the thefts committed by soldiers. He noted that reports about German troops misappropriating civilian property continued to surface. He added that the previous orders regarding such activities were apparently being ignored or simply not forwarded to the front-line units, and he re-emphasized that regulations on the requisition of property for the conduct of the war were to be strictly observed. Any unauthorized requisition or misappropriation of property would constitute theft, he warned, and would be severely punished. Extreme cases would be punished by execution. On the 28th of October, Hitler summoned the chiefs of staffs of both OB West, Lieutenant General Siegfried Westphal, and Army Group B, General Hans Krebs, to Berlin for a conference. There he unveiled his plans for the Ardennes Offensive, the astonishing scheme for a new offensive that would decide the war in the West. On the 2nd of November, Mordel and Rundstedt met with Westphal, Krebs, and the commanders of Army Group B to discuss the possibilities of the offensive. Krebs recommended what was termed the small solution: attack the Americans salient in the area of Aachen to cut their lines and isolate the forces east of the Maas River. However, Hitler's plan involved a large solution calling for the capture of Antwerp with a massive strike through the Eifel in the thickly wooded Ardennes and over the Maas. This plan would deny the Allies their vital supply link and simultaneously sever the Allied forces in northern Belgium and southern Holland. Mordel and Rundstedt remained silent during the briefing of Hitler's plan. Both commanders knew that they lacked the offensive capability to even consider such a far-reaching scheme. The bulk of the responsibility for carrying out Hitler's Ardennes offensive was placed on Army Group B. The main thrust was assigned to the 6th SS Panzer Army under SS General Sepp Dietrich, reinforced with 2 SS Panzer Corps. The other forces involved in the attack were the 5th, 7th, and 15th Armies. In Holland, Army Group H was situated to secure the Maas front. The plans required bringing together 14 Volksgrenadier divisions, 4 parachute divisions, 12 Volksartillerie Corps consisting of 2 regiments each, 4 self-propelled flak regiments, 3 or 4 assault gun brigades, and a number of miscellaneous forces, including heavy artillery, heavy armor and anti-tank battalions, and combat engineer units. Despite a large fuel allotment strategically hidden in the Rhine area, Mordel expressed grave concerns about the fuel situation, knowing that the tortuous roads through the Eifel presented myriad problems even in favorable weather. When attempting to traverse the ice-covered forest routes in winter, the fuel situation would be precarious. The entire operation was shrouded in strictest secrecy. All preparations were conducted under the code name Abwehrschlacht, defensive battle. Mordel was convinced that the plan to reach Antwerp could succeed only if certain conditions existed. Total surprise had to be achieved. Allied aircraft had to remain grounded by bad weather, and the forces allotted for the offensive had to actually materialize. Until the 10th of November, the operation was known only to the army commanders and their chiefs of staff and operations officers. On a selective basis, other staff personnel were gradually introduced to the plan. The offensive was spearheaded by two special operations. Operation Greif involved SS Colonel Otto Skorzeny, the commander who had rescued Benito Mussolini from his captors in Italy in a daring glider action on the 12th of September 1943. His forces, working under the code name Panzerbrigade 150, were to infiltrate the U.S. Army's rear areas disguised in American uniforms to disrupt communications, redirect traffic, and create general havoc in the rear echelon. The second operation was an airborne drop involving up to 1,000 paratroopers under the command of Lieutenant Colonel von der Heiter. The airborne forces were to seize the primary road junctions in advance of Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army. A deception plan was devised that involved sending agents disguised as German army deserters and members of a communist resistance cell into the American lines. They were to reveal to Allied intelligence officers a major troop concentration developing northeast of Aachen. This information would, it was hoped, divert American and British reserves from the main thrust through the Eifel. Mordel and Rundstedt continued to press Hitler to settle for the small solution, but the Führer insisted on carrying through the large solution, believing that the field marshals were fixed on an offensive that carried no strategic value. Always the gambler, Hitler disregarded the advice of the officers, who were well aware of the enemy's overwhelming strength and of the Wehrmacht's weaknesses. The arguments between Mordel's headquarters and Berlin began to take on a more heated tone. General Hassel von Manteuffel overheard one discussion, during which Mordel said to Colonel General Alfred Jodl, chief of the Wehrmacht General Staff, "You can tell your Führer that Mordel will not carry out these types of orders." Nevertheless, the planning continued, and the days were marked by frenzied activity in preparing for the offensive that would decide the outcome in the West. On the 2nd of November 1944, the U.S. First Army launched another offensive to attempt to turn the northern wing of the German 7th Army southeast of Aachen and break through onto the Cologne Plateau. The Third Battle of Aachen was fought bitterly in the hills and impassable terrain of the Hürtgen forest and near Vossenach. The fighting increased on the 16th of November with a push by the Americans toward the Ruhr sector between Düren and Jülich in an attempt to capture the Urft and Ruhr dams. The day the November offensive was launched, Mordel was holding a defensive briefing in the Schlenderhahn Manor west of Cologne with the commanders and staffs of the 5th Panzer and 7th Armies. The Field Marshal received a telephone call at the start of the briefing from the Deputy Commander of the 74th Corps, who excitedly reported that the Americans had pushed toward Germatte-Vosseneck. The situation was critical, and he was in immediate need of the 7th Army reserves to stabilize his crumbling front. Mordel remained calm, quietly dispatched the commanding general of the 74th Corps to the scene, and continued with his briefing. The vicious fighting in the hills and valleys of the Hürtgen forest persisted into the third week of November. The German front continued to hold as the Americans waded deeper into the line of destroyed villages and shattered barren trees in an area in which the bitter engagements now resembled the static warfare of World War I. Although the grueling German resistance was inflicting enormous casualties on the American forces, the constant fighting was costing Mordel irreplaceable reserves. Hitler was already planning that these troops, decimated in terms of both men and material, would be used for the Ardennes offensive. On the 2nd of December, Mordel and Reichhelm flew to Berlin again for a conference with Hitler. Also present were Manteuffel and Dietrich, both of whom had been selected to command the armoured formations that would lead the Ardennes offensive. In the Reich Chancellery, they were met by the Wehrmacht Deputy Chief of Staff General August Winter and Colonel General Heinz Gudrun. The conference was marked by Gudrun's disapproval of any offensive action in the West. He was adamant that to deploy the last major reserves the Wehrmacht could bring together against the Americans and British would only result in their fruitless destruction. Convinced that pitting the German reserves against the overwhelming power of the Allies in the air and on the ground was wasted effort, he argued that these forces should be used against the Russians in the east. Jodl remained silent throughout most of the discussion. Soon the conference degenerated into a heated confrontation between Field Marshal Mordel and the Führer. With his cold, emotionless demeanour, Mordel stubbornly insisted on the small solution. Hitler consistently countered with a flat refusal. At length, in the face of Mordel's obstinacy, Hitler characteristically employed a compromise. He accepted the Field Marshal's argument in part. The large solution would remain the primary plan, but in the event it failed, they would fall back on the small solution. It was clear that the goal of seizing Antwerp would remain the gamble on which everything was staked. Hitler additionally promised air support of up to 4,000 aircraft. an astonishing promise that no one believed could ever be fulfilled, even if he was serious in his pledge. Maudel's assessment that the army was in no condition to launch the offensive was countered by Hitler, who insisted that fuel would not be a problem because a fuel line was to be established across the Rhine. Thus, Maudel's army group remained shackled to Hitler's planned offensive. Ultimately, however, the promised support failed to materialize. Of the 14 Panzer divisions promised, 10 were eventually made available. Of the 14 promised infantry divisions, approximately 11 severely understrength divisions were present. Of the 4 paratroop divisions required, only 2 were provided. Of the various additional elements critical to the effort, including self-propelled guns, engineers, and heavy artillery, only 60% were available, and the shortage of fuel for the mechanized units remained a serious concern. The total strength available to Maudel for the offensive stood at approximately 1,800 tanks and assault guns, the same number as had been lost during the summer debacle in Normandy. On the 15th of December, a priority message arrived from Hitler's headquarters specifically forbidding the movement of any armoured forces from east of the Maas toward the north. Hitler clearly remembered Maudel's insistence on a limited offensive, and he personally dispatched the written order to ensure that the field marshal did not spoil his offensive by preparing to carry out the small solution. Maudel curtly responded that all forces were committed to Antwerp. At first light on the 16th of December, the offensive began. A thick cover of fog denied the Allies their air support, and the offensive struck the US 7 Corps with full surprise. The American lines were torn open in numerous positions as the 7th Corps sector was overrun by German forces emerging from the dark forests of the Ardennes. General Omar Bradley's headquarters erupted in a frenzy of activity as commanders attempted to throw together a defense. Field Marshal Montgomery, whose forces were on the northern flank of the offensive, had been preparing to depart for Christmas leave in England. The Allies reacted with surprising speed as the German airborne attacks missed their targets by wide margins. Otto Skorzeni's commandos, dressed in US uniforms, were quickly neutralized. However, the fear of the oncoming Germans had its effect. Panic-stricken American troops, many without previous combat experience, fled toward the rear as far as Sedan. Through the tumult, however, some of the vastly outnumbered American units stood firm. Most important, the strategic crossroads and strong points at Bastogne and Saint-Vith continued to hold, causing the German columns to detour along secondary roads and placing them further behind their vital timetable. The developments over the next several days revealed that the 2 Corps and 4 Panzer divisions of the 6th SS Panzer Army were mired in the area of Elsenborn-Krinkelt. Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army moved quickly and covered more distance toward its objective, yet the troops failed to dislodge the American defenders at the important Bastogne crossroads. Officers from General Anthony McAuliffe's 101st Airborne Division met emissaries dispatched from General Heinrich Freiherr von Lüttwitz's 37th Panzer Corps. Lieutenant Henke, one of the German officers who ploughed through the snow carrying a large white flag toward the American lines, delivered a written message requesting that the Americans avoid further losses and bloodshed by surrendering to the overwhelming German forces encircling them. McAuliffe simply responded, "Nuts," and then ordered that the bewildered emissaries be sent back to their own lines. The bulk of the 5th Panzer Army remained mired around Bastogne as long as the Americans continued to hold their ground. The forward elements of the 2nd Panzer Division pushed westward, reaching to within 3 miles of Dinant. On the 21st of December, the bitterly contested town of Saint-Vith finally fell to the German forces. As the Americans realized that this was no spoiling attack but a major offensive with far-reaching goals, they began to react decisively. To better coordinate a defense that would be followed with a counteroffensive, the US 1st and 9th Armies on the north shoulder of the German penetration were transferred from Bradley's 12th Army Group to Field Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group. Although the transfer was operationally expedient, it resulted in further friction between the British Field Marshal and his American counterparts. Cancelling his plans to visit Britain, Montgomery is reported to have strode into 1st Army headquarters like Christ coming to cleanse the temple. After the German offensive was halted and Allied forces had regrouped, Montgomery further alienated his allies on the 7th of January by his remarks at a press conference in which he asserted that he had saved the Americans from a perilous situation and described that effort as one of the most interesting and tricky I have ever handled. Initially, Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army made good progress, followed by the successes of the 7th Army. The 15th Army in the Ruhr bridgehead remained marred on poor roads, rendered almost impassable by heavy traffic and abysmal weather. The 6th SS Panzer Army, which spearheaded the main offensive, encountered numerous difficulties in the narrow, icy roads that twisted through the forests of the Eifel. Numerous vehicles were stopped on open roads, unable to traverse the steep, ice-covered gradients. In the area of Elsenborn, American forces resisted bitterly, causing the forward elements of the 1st SS Panzer Division to fall behind schedule. The 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler pushed through past Normandy before being encircled by an enormous American counterattack. Short of fuel and ammunition, the Panzer Grenadiers were forced to destroy the remaining armour and slog through the snow toward the east, leaving their dead in the frozen forests and abandoning their wounded to an enraged enemy. The advancing Americans discovered the bodies of 71 American soldiers at a road crossing near Malmedy. They had apparently been shot after being taken prisoner. Many American units reacted in kind. On the 22nd and 23rd of December, the weather cleared and the skies were soon filled with squadrons of Allied fighter bombers. The Americans quickly recovered from the initial shock of the assault and began a systematic reduction of the pocket in the Ardennes. The supply situation became hopeless for the Germans, and the roads and fields were littered with abandoned or burning Wehrmacht vehicles. On the 23rd of December, Mordel met with Reichsminister Speer, and they held a lengthy conversation regarding Germany's armaments situation. Eventually, Mordel peered at the armaments minister from behind his monocle and coldly stated that it was over. Speer did not respond. The context of this remark remains speculative. Christmas Eve found Mordel and Günther Reichhelm driving on ice-covered roads in an unflagging effort to salvage what forces remained after the failed offensive. To be moving during daylight hours was fraught with danger. The Allied Jabors, or fighter bombers, blanketed the skies and pounced on any activity observed on the roads and snow-covered fields below. Mordel's selected route took them through an open area approximately 12 miles in length, between the towns of Blankenheim and Stadtkiel. Shortly after setting out, the accompanying communications van was struck by a team of fighter bombers and destroyed. The Germans abandoned the burning vehicle on the roadside. They made slow progress along the frozen roads, swerving from the route periodically as they were compelled to seek cover from the incessant attacks by the fighter bombers. At length, a pair of roaming aircraft caught the tiny convoy on an open road with no nearby concealment. The Field Marshal, along with Reichhelm and other members of the party, were forced to abandon the vehicles on the road and throw themselves on the ground in an open field. The aircraft raked the stranded vehicles with machine gun fire and banked against the clear winter sky to return for another attack. Mordel and Reichhelm lay prone in the snow and watched as the Field Marshal's staff vehicle went up in flames. As the pair of aircraft made a final pass, they flew low over the officers lying in the field and wagged their wings in a salute to the prone soldiers before disappearing over the treetops. The staff officers arrived at Mordel's advanced command post in Blankenheim as darkness fell across the Ardennes. The harrowing experience had lasted 8 hours, during which they had driven a distance of 12 miles. That they had narrowly escaped with their lives was not lost to them. The officers had been spared by anonymous fighter pilots who were unaware that one of the German soldiers they had forced to seek cover on an open field was the commander of an entire Wehrmacht army group. The rest of the night was spent poring over situation maps by candlelight in the Blankenheim schoolhouse. Mordel's worst fears were realized when the offensive stalled. On the 27th of December, Hitler belatedly ordered the small solution to be put into motion. It was, however, too late for any hope of success. Many of the forces needed for the plan were reduced to frozen corpses under a blanket of snow in Belgium. The material and transport assets required to conduct the offensive had been burned, captured, or abandoned for lack of fuel. The German divisions, bled white in the constant fighting since June, continued to fall back toward the Rhine. In early January 1945, Mordel's aide, SS Major Heinrich Springer, accompanied the Field Marshal on his routine tour of the shattered front. In the late evening, they passed a ragged column of Lancers, trudging slowly through the mud toward a distant crossroads, and Mordel ordered his driver to halt. Springer exited his vehicle and joined the Field Marshal as he approached the haggard soldiers. Surprised by the appearance of the Field Marshal, the men drew to attention and saluted. Mordel asked them a number of questions. How long had they been without sleep? How long ago did they last have warm rations or a change of clothing? He learned that the small group of ragged soldiers represented the remaining strength of an infantry company. What had happened to the rest of the company? Mordel asked. A sergeant shook his head. Gone, dead, wounded, captured, gone, Herr Feldmarschall. The men exchanged salutes, and the Field Marshal and his aide returned to the waiting vehicles. Mordel requested that Springer join him in his vehicle, and the staff car proceeded up the road. After several moments, Mordel broke the silence. "Springer," he said with resignation, gazing at the snow-covered hills through which the road was taking them, "a commander must regard his soldiers as he regards his children. And you know, things are very bad for them now." Chapter 2. Destroying the Ruhr. Germany possessed two major industrial areas that were essential to the war. In February 1945, the strategically important mines and factories of Silesia had fallen to the Soviet army. In the spring of 1945, the industrial cities of the Ruhr Valley, representing the last sources of essential war material and coal, were threatened with capture by American and British forces. The Ruhr Valley lies east of the Rhine in northwest Germany. The Ruhr River flows from its source in the Sauerland, the hills of which lie south and southeast of the valley, and west-northwest to its confluence with the Rhine at the industrial city of Duisburg. It is at this confluence that the traditional heartland of German industry is located. Fueled by enormous coal deposits, the area known as the Ruhrgebiet, Ruhr region, is situated between Bonn and Remagen in the south and the fortress town of Wesel in the north. The region is flanked on the south by the Sieg River, which flows west from the town of Siegen through the hills and forests of the Sauerland to meet the Rhine at Bonn. It is bordered on the north by the Lippe River, which flows west from the Teutoburg forest through the plains of the Münsterland to join the Rhine at Wesel. East and northeast of the Ruhr Valley lies the Teutoburg forest, a dense expanse of rolling hills and forests in which, in the year AD 9, the Roman general Varus met defeat at the hands of a Germanic chieftain named Arminius. The Ruhr Valley between the Sieg and Lippe rivers boasts a concentration of strategically important, heavily populated municipalities such as Düsseldorf, Duisburg, Essen, Wippertal, Lüdenscheid, Solingen, and numerous smaller towns that rose to prominence during the Industrial Revolution. A number of canals were created in the 19th century to expedite the transfer of large volumes of coal from Ruhr towns and cities to the Rhine, the most prominent being the Rhein-Herne and the Dortmund-Ems canals. These extensive waterways run roughly from east to west through the Ruhr district, augmenting the Sieg, Ruhr and Lippe rivers as important transportation routes. The Ruhr Valley, Germany's primary source of coal and steel, produced 80% of Germany's coal, and the war industry required a supply of no less than 22,000 freight cars of coal per day. By the end of November 1944, the coal shipments had been reduced to 5,000 cars per day. Although Armaments Minister Speer had succeeded in increasing material production from 1943 until the latter months of 1944, the bombing campaign against the vital transportation network was strangling the German war effort. Initial attempts to cripple German manufacturing centres proved unsuccessful. On the 12th of October 1942, the British Royal Air Force issued a memorandum outlining the Allied policy regarding mass bombing of German cities. Emphasis shifted from the unsuccessful efforts to destroy the German war-making capabilities. The new goal was to undermine the morale of the civil population and simultaneously disrupt rail transportation through precision bombing. It had been decided that the will of the German people to continue the war had to be broken. British Air Marshal Sir Arthur Harris firmly asserted that, given enough aircraft and ordnance, the war could be brought to a victorious end by April 1944. The general strategy was a primary item of discussion during the Casablanca Conference held by the Allies in January 1943. The combined planning staffs belatedly concluded that air power alone would prove insufficient to force a German surrender. Furthermore, a massive bombing campaign would have to be launched to weaken the enemy in preparation for a land invasion of the European continent in 1944. For the first time, the bombing campaign of German industry was stated to be an essential prerequisite to the impending invasion. After Casablanca, a directive was published by the combined chiefs of staff to direct the operations of the British and US bombing campaigns. The opening statement of general intent, common to all military directives, clearly emphasized that the destruction and disruption of enemy military and industrial systems and the undermining of the morale of the German people would be primary objectives. On reissuance of this directive to the Allied Bomber Command, Harris changed the wording to state that the principal mission would be to destroy the morale of the German people, not the industry. The alteration of a succinct military directive for further promulgation is not done without careful consideration. With a simple change of wording, the emphasis was shifted from a combined goal of destroying the German military and industrial capacity while degrading the German will to continue resistance to a primary goal of destroying civilian morale in the Bomber Command campaign. The British never questioned that Germany would be bombed following the outbreak of war. As early as the 10th of May 1940, while the German forces were pushing into France, the British cabinet was debating whether the Ruhr industrial area should be attacked. The following day, the decision was made to launch air attacks against military targets. During the night of the 12th of May, an air raid was conducted by British bombers on the city of Mönchengladbach. And 4 days later, the air attacks began against the industrial heart of the Ruhr Valley. Attacking congested population centres were not a new concept. Following World War I, some military strategists asserted that future wars would be conducted by aircraft alone. A New York Times editorial outlined how, in future conflicts, entire industrial areas would be destroyed, with heavy losses among the civilian inhabitants. Major General Sir George Aston accurately predicted that the heaviest losses in these campaigns would not be among military combatants, but would be borne by the civilian inhabitants of the urban areas. With detached military aloofness, he wrote, "Is it not more merciful in the end to wipe out whole families rather than to kill the best of their manhood only, leaving the terrible gaps in each family life?" As early as May 1940, former Chief of Air Staff Lord Trenchard advised Prime Minister Winston Churchill that in waging a successful war against Germany, morale counted most. He added that the British should take advantage of the German predisposition for hysteria and panic. Pursuant to this theory, the service chiefs directed the air squadrons to attack German transportation and morale 1 week prior to Harris's assignment as Chief of Bomber Command. Fulfilling the predictions of pre-war theorists and air power proponents, the main focus of the raids was the heavy population centres of the Ruhr. Few cities would suffer destruction as severe as that inflicted on cities in Germany's industrial heartland. The targeting staffs carefully studied the German transportation network, collected and assessed data on Germany's industry and communication systems, and identified the weak links for destruction. By spring 1945, aerial reconnaissance photographs revealed the Ruhr and its environs to be devastated. Essen and Gelsenkirchen were 51% destroyed, Dortmund and Duisburg 65%, Cologne 70%, Bocholt 89%, and Wesel 97%. In one raid alone, the U.S. 8th Air Force attacked the area of Düren with 1,000 B-17s and 243 B-24s, dropping more than 4,000 tons of ordnance. The Americans were quickly followed by the British Royal Air Force, which deposited an additional 3,000 tons on the hapless city. With the overwhelming material wealth employed by U.S. forces, much of the destruction that occurred far from viable targets could be attributed to indifference and poor training. After the cessation of hostilities, the armed forces openly admitted the shortcomings in all branches. Regarding the targeting of German cities and industry, officials of the U.S. Air Force wrote, "Many officers who were impressed into intelligence duties in commands and higher echelons had little knowledge of military staff procedures or of the functions and responsibilities of intelligence at those levels." In 1942, the Heimatflak, the National Homeland Anti-Aircraft Defense Units, were established when it became apparent that the Wehrmacht and traditional civil defense organizations lacked enough personnel to protect the German cities. Able-bodied citizens were conscripted for duty to fill quotas with the local flak units, and their assignments required that they serve on their batteries a minimum of 1 week out of every 3. This commitment was required in addition to their routine employment. If not serving with the flak units, they were often compelled to serve as security personnel in the factories where legions of foreign labourers toiled under adverse conditions for the German war effort. Citizens were required to retain gas masks within reach at their offices and workplaces, and work was often interrupted by air raid drills during which all workers were required to don the masks. Early in the war, demonstrations and short courses instructing the civilians in how to extinguish fires with shovels and simple piles of sand were held periodically. It was soon realized, however, that such demonstrations were little more than a cruel farce, for the cities were reduced to cinders under the weight of massive assaults conducted by the hundreds of heavy B-17 flying fortresses, B-24 Liberators, and British Lancasters that dropped thousands of tons of incendiary bombs. The civilian inhabitants of these areas often found themselves more affected by the war and living more dangerously than their fathers, sons and brothers who were serving in the Wehrmacht on numerous fronts. By May 1943, the city of Duisburg had suffered almost 200 bombing raids and had experienced more than 600 air alarms as fleets of Allied bombers routinely darkened the skies above the Ruhr. A single raid during the night of the 13th of May 1943 either damaged or completely destroyed more than half of the homes in the city. The destruction of entire cities and towns also affected the morale of the conquerors as they penetrated the Reich. When the British forces approached Dülmen, one diarist recorded the devastation and suggested the inherent danger lurking in the ruins. "I have reckoned with death every day for weeks, yet I always escape from death with the feeling that I have turned away at heaven's door." At this same time, a British war reporter wrote, "We have come to recognize the ruins in this war. We have learned to tell the difference between those ruins of buildings destroyed by bombs and those destroyed by shells, fire or explosions. In England we have never experienced a city that is totally extinguished, entirely empty and abandoned, as empty as Pompeii, a city that from one end to the other bears the stench of a rubbish heap, and from within the only sound heard is water dripping somewhere among the rubble." With the escalation of the bombing, the casualties suffered by the Allied airmen increased accordingly. To reduce losses among the air crews, it was decided to target numerous locations simultaneously, thus scattering and weakening the anti-aircraft defences. So-called second-priority targets were selected to draw the flak batteries from the industrial cities. Some 3,500 people were killed in an air raid on Wuppertal-Barmen during the night of the 30th of May 1943, after 18 heavy flak batteries had been withdrawn to defend other cities. During this raid, 644 heavy bombers dropped more than 1,800 tons of bombs. The raid essentially wiped Barmen off the map. In 1943, in an attempt to alleviate the destruction, the Germans initiated a program for dispersing the industrial targets, thus rendering them more difficult to locate and destroy. Ironically, this effort provided the Allies with some measure of success in disrupting production. The Allied bomber commands estimated that the dispersal program cost the Germans more in terms of actual production than would have been lost to the bombs. Had the factories remained concentrated, they would have been easier to supply, and the transport of finished products could have been better coordinated. Phosphorus was the favoured tool of destruction used by the Allied bombers. In 34 months of air raids, 1,000 high-explosive bombs and 150,000 incendiary bombs were dropped on the city of Essen, home to the renowned Krupp steel manufacturing complex. Some 1,500 homes were damaged or destroyed, and 600 inhabitants died. Over the next 5 months, the Allied planners increased the pressure on the German cities. In the accelerated campaign, 4,500 high-explosive bombs and 500,000 incendiaries were dropped on Essen, killing 1,600 inhabitants and destroying almost 9,000 homes. A typical attack employed about 500 heavy bombers. The squadrons began turning up on the runways in England at sunset. With hundreds of throbbing engines, the fleets of aircraft loaded with more than 1,000 tons of high-explosive and incendiary bombs taxied down runways and took off in an unprecedented display of technological and industrial might. The nightly targets were typically rail networks, factories, airfields, flak positions, and the residential areas of the inner cities. Most often, the heavily populated city centres bore the brunt of the attacks. The fleets routinely passed over the coast of Holland, turned toward the city of Dorsten, and altered course toward the heart of the Ruhr industrial area astride the Rhine. Forward air observation positions noted the approach of the streams of bombers and calculated the altitude, direction, and numbers of attackers. The information was relayed over military and civilian switchboards to the anti-aircraft commands located to the rear. The air raid sirens began to wail as the pertinent information was further relayed to flak batteries. Civilians not already dwelling underground wearily made their way to the cellars and air raid shelters. The stairwells and hospitals were choked with patients and staffers as they crowded into the cellars and other shelters. Non-ambulatory patients were carried along dimly lit passages on litters and stretchers to the relative safety of the shelters as the first planes made their final approach to their targets. As the droning of the motors increased and the target city was overflown, the first Christbäume, Christmas trees, were dropped to mark the targets for the oncoming waves of bombers. The brightly burning flares hung over the city for long minutes, indicating to the people below that they were once again on the Allied target list. The crews of the flak batteries sprang into action, manning their high-velocity guns. Teenaged boys feverishly adjusted the fuses on heavy 88mm anti-aircraft projectiles designed to detonate and scatter clouds of shrapnel at the reported altitude of the invaders. As the aircraft approached the Ruhr, they were intercepted by German night fighters that dived and punched their way into and through the ranks of bombers, attempting to shoot down individual aircraft and to break up the flight patterns. Searchlights traversed the black sky, powerful pillars of yellow light seeking the bomber formations. Young girls manning the battery switchboards in nearby bunkers reported the positions of the aircraft as the information was relayed to them. Over Dorsten, the bombers were met by brilliant bursts of flak fired from 88mm batteries and rapid-firing 20mm positions manned by elderly men, 15- and 16-year-old boys, and foreign volunteer labourers. The explosions of the 500-pound bombs were heard through the pounding of the heavy flak. The earth shook, concrete shelters quivered, and gas lines burst as the shrieking bombs descended and exploded. Clusters of elderly men, women, and children cowered within the dim confines of the shelters. Screams filled the darkness with each explosion. The inferno could be observed for miles from the target's centre. Villages and outlying areas heard the soft rumble of faraway detonations over the faint wail of sirens. They felt the vibrations of exploding ordnance, and the distant skyline was illuminated by the eerie glow of flames from which pillars of searchlight beams extended skyward into blackness. The fear and deprivation felt by the inhabitants within the targeted cities was often tempered by the youthful exuberance of teenagers assigned responsibilities far beyond their age. In early 1943, Willy Böhmer, a member of the class of schoolboys who had been assigned to a flak battery as Luftwaffenhelfer, Luftwaffe assistant or auxiliary, in the Essen suburb of Vogelheim since 15th of February 1943, excitedly wrote, "I have been issued a helmet and I am now authorized to stand outside the bunker." He was one of 3 students who were killed by a direct hit on their position the night of the 5th of March 1943. In the aftermath of the 15th of February raid on Essen, fireman Emil Leiermann requested directions from his superiors on where to begin combating the flames. The chief simply waved his hand with resignation and exhaustion. "Go to Stielerstrasse," he replied wearily. "Which building number?" the fireman asked. "Just pick one of the fires," was the response. The inhabitants were also responsible for assisting in extinguishing isolated fires, but many of them remained in their cellars. During the night of the 15th of February, a housewife in Rüttenscheid scribbled a quick note to her brother. "The City Hall, Kramer and Meermann, Woolworths, and the Germas Theatre are burning, and there is no telling what else. But it will be much, much worse. The poor, poor people, right now at midnight, we can still hear the detonations." Irma Dittges later wrote of a raid on Cologne. "It was hardly 5 minutes before the first bombs began to fall on the right bank harbour area near the South Bridge. The bombs that fell into the Rhine caused subsurface pressure waves so that one had the feeling of being tossed back and forth like a ship at sea. We lay on the floor and believed that our end had come. The carpets of bombs fell again and again. We felt our bunker receiving hits. The people in Dittges's shelter attempted to leave the heavily damaged structure when silence signalled the end of the raid. But enormous I-beams and heavy iron fittings had been blown in front of the bunker entrance by the pressure waves of the exploding bombs, making it impossible to exit without assistance from outside. A small flak detachment was located near the bunker, and the soldiers, assigned to protect the South Bridge, knew that people were in the bunker. They cut through the iron beams with blowtorches, freeing the trapped inhabitants several hours later. On emerging, the people saw for the first time the total destruction. The area was nothing but a field of craters. The bunker had held only by the last few inches of reinforced concrete. Following a raid during the night of the 6th of May, 1943, 20,000 Cologne inhabitants were ordered to evacuate their homes, or what was left of them, for the ruins remained saturated with unexploded ordnance. Many of the bombs left behind after the waves of attackers had passed were armed with time-fuse detonators. These bombs did not explode on impact, but buried themselves deep into the rubble, their fuses methodically ticking away until the bombs detonated with murderous effect. The unexpected detonations often occurred in the midst of firefighters and rescue workers attempting to free civilians entombed in bunkers, long after the sounds of the aircraft and flak had subsided. The city of Essen suffered its heaviest raid on Sunday, the 11th of March 1945, less than 2 months before Germany's unconditional surrender. Fritz Schlesmann, the district Nazi party leader and Reich defense minister, was celebrating his 45th birthday deep in his command bunker near Essen's Walter Sachseweg. Under the protection of reinforced concrete, he had little to fear from the heaviest Allied bombs. 11-year-old Inga Peters played with her sister Gerda, and Hannelore near the entrance to the Freedom Air Raid Bunker, a 2-story tunnel system buried 25 feet beneath the railway station. The massive facility was equipped with a kitchen, break rooms, bunk rooms, a medical clinic, and a morgue. The shelter had been meticulously planned with numerous entrances and exits, and air was supplied through an integrated ventilation system. Some 1,500 inhabitants routinely fled the remains of their homes to take refuge in the facility. Many had taken up permanent residence in the underground chambers, living a semi-civilized existence deep beneath the rail tracks. As Defense Minister Schlesman celebrated his birthday, a massive wave of Allied bombers was reported over the coast of Holland. It was clear that they were en route to another rendezvous with the Ruhr. German soldiers, foreign labourers, and women and children gazed upward from the countryside between the Ruhr and Holland as streams of bombers, escorted by swarms of fighters, droned toward the southeast in the direction of Essen. The initial alarm was passed to the Central Communications Network, complete with details on distance, altitude, and approximate number of aircraft. 15-year-old Heribert Stuhlreier, leader of a Hitler Youth gun crew on the flak position 462, received the warning at 2 p.m. as the aircraft approached the 10-kilometre mark. The teenaged gun commander issued orders through his microphone as the crews of 6 105mm anti-aircraft artillery pieces located on the Garden Cemetery in Essen-Huttrop feverishly prepared for action. Within seconds, the aircraft were overhead. Sunlight gleamed off the delicate silver strand of bombs dropping through open bays beneath the fuselages of the B-17s and descending on the city. The fleet struck the rail station, the Krupp facilities, the Volkwang Museum, the Deutschlandhaus, and the city's opera house. The Central Fire Command facility and the numerous exhibition halls were lost in clouds of smoke and debris. An ominous lull settled briefly in smoke-blackened skies as a squadron departed the targets and was soon followed by another formation of bombers. Deep in the Freedom Shelter, the walls trembled and the air filled with dust as the emergency lighting failed amid screams of terror and desperate prayers. Maria Kohlberg crouched next to Inge Peters and her sisters. The terrified women heard a Volkssturm soldier who had been en route to his assembly point when the raid began and had thus sought quick refuge in the shelter mutter softly, "Today they're going to finish us." As the droning aircraft disappeared over the horizon, Essen remained blanketed by a massive cloud of dust and debris that blocked the sun and left the vast field of ruins shrouded in a ghostly darkness. The bombing mission had lasted 55 minutes. This raid, heavier than any previously experienced by the benumbed inhabitants, had been concentrated on areas that had escaped previous attacks. Rellinghauser Straße, Moltke Straße, Reutenscheidestraße, Alfredstraße, Kruppstraße, and Bismarckstraße, the prominent pedestrian and traffic arteries through the city, were now unidentifiable fields of smoking ruins. Over the next several days, recovery crews wrapped 900 bodies in paper shrouds for burial in a mass grave. Explosive ordnance disposal teams, the Sprengkommandos, were activated to comb through the rubble. In Essen, 24-year-old Lieutenant Bruno Weldemann volunteered to serve on a bomb disposal team during his recuperation from a severe wound received at the front. The young officer was not new to war. He had been wounded on 4 separate occasions, and facing a different form of imminent danger posed no new threat to the trained chemist. On the 11th of March, Weldemann drove toward Essen with a fireman and 2 concentration camp inmates who had volunteered for the dangerous work. Hazardous duty was considered a means of improving the dim chances of survival for the political prisoners by receiving better food in payment for their deadly work. As the team approached Essen, they observed an ominous black cloud blanketing the horizon, and soon their ragged Opel Kapitän and aging BMW was stopped by piles of fresh rubble blocking their path. They immediately set to work. The prisoners did not deactivate the bombs. The technical work was the responsibility of the officer. Their job was to assist in locating the 500-pound containers and free them from the rubble with hand shovels. Weldemann would then descend into the crater to unscrew the fuse and detonator while the other workers retreated a safe distance. The priority was to locate and disarm bombs at or in the immediate vicinity of strategically important facilities such as railway junctions, waterworks, industrial facilities, and major roadways. The first bomb to be disarmed was a dud or Blindgänger located on the Meisenburgstrasse. Weldemann instantly recognized it as an American general-purpose GP 500-pounder. Descending into the crater left by the impact of the heavy container, he slowly unscrewed the M101 fuse located in the nose of the large and still warm cylinder before carefully entering data in the specified columns of his logbook. The bomb was methodically recorded as number 64. In the points column, Veldeman wrote the number 3. If he accumulated 450 points, he would be rewarded with the Iron Cross First Class. With 2,000 points, he would receive the German Cross in gold. On this afternoon, the officer disarmed 2 additional unexploded bombs, one on the same street and another in front of the police barracks. Heinrich Weinand, imprisoned as an active opponent of the Nazi Party, had avoided transfer to a concentration camp by volunteering to serve with the Ordnance Disposal Unit in the nearby town of Kalkum. His team was en route to Essen by 6:30 a.m. the following day, and the silhouette of the city soon came into view. The first bomb damage they observed was negligible, and they drove through the streets until they reached the blackened rubble that had once been the blocks of the inner city. The disposal team, long accustomed to the sights of destroyed cities, ignored the stench of death and corpses scattered through the ruins as they searched for the bombs. The first one they located was a Blindgänger, and it was soon disarmed and prepared for later removal. The team was searching for the next bomb when they were shaken by an immense detonation. One of the first time delay bombs had exploded deep within a nearby building. With a shrug, they returned to their vehicle and proceeded to the next location of a reported dud. They found it buried within an air raid shelter a short distance from the badly torn bodies of a man and woman. After a cursory examination, they quickly decided that the bomb would have to remain in place. It was armed with a deadly time delay fuse and could explode at any moment. Of the 11th of March raids, one woman noted in a letter, "In 30 minutes, the city of Essen has become a small town." She closed with the words, "There's no point in coming back here." Another woman later wrote, "It was the heaviest bombing in Germany. During the night, placards appeared throughout the area advising the populace that no one was authorized to depart Essen and Kettwig. The authorities soon reconsidered the decision, changed their minds, and everyone was relieved when the women and children were permitted to leave." Many of the inhabitants became accustomed to a subterranean existence in the cellars and bunkers as all semblance of a normal routine disappeared in flames, explosions, and ruin. Entire city blocks collapsed under storms of glowing phosphorus, and the shelters became stifling, asphyxiating tombs as the city blocks burned. Without lights and trapped in the stifling confines where unbearable heat robbed them of oxygen, panic-stricken masses often stumbled through the darkness in an attempt to escape suffocation in the shelters. Blinded by heat, smoke, and phosphorus fumes, they staggered from cellars onto streets that had become rivers of burning molten asphalt. In their panic, some sank ankle-deep in the morass before collapsing and rolling in agony, their bodies becoming sticky masses of seared flesh and singed hair. Their screams rapidly subsided within cocoons of glowing asphalt. In the larger public air raid shelters, mass hysteria often overwhelmed the crowds, and in the darkness many people were crushed under the feet of mobs attempting to escape the torment. An eerie silence fell on the cities as the waves of bombers subsided, leaving only the whispers of flames, the sporadic detonations of time-delay fuses on high-explosive bombs, and the earth-shaking rumble of collapsing buildings as the flames devoured entire city blocks. Survivors stumbled from cellars and air raid shelters to stagger aimlessly through the ruins, speechless, shocked, and confused. Occasionally all the occupants of a shelter were found asphyxiated, lying in heaps in the concrete caverns where in their panic they had attempted to flee when robbed of oxygen by the sea of flames. The bodies of the dead remained in collapsed cellars and bunkers, mutely awaiting removal. Many citizens were entombed when the escape routes from the shelters were filled with rubble or collapsed. Long after the war, during construction work in Rosenheim, surprised workers uncovered a narrow stairwell descending into an industrial pump facility where they found the mummified corpse of a German soldier sitting on the steps as if waiting for the day the rubble would be removed. His Mauser rifle rested across his knees, and he was still fully outfitted in his duty uniform, complete with regulation steel helmet, bayonet, and cartridge belt. Identity papers in his tunic pocket identified him as a musician from Heidelberg. Entombed in the stairwell during a raid, he had taken a seat on the stairs to await rescue or death and slowly lost consciousness in the dark confines of his grave. Following a major raid on Essen, Inge Schröder wrote of scenes she observed during her daily route to the Women's Reichsarbeitsdienst, Reich Labor Service Office. Human limbs extended from the piles of rubble, days-old corpses lay strewn about, and none collected body parts. Robert Jahn noted the conditions of one of the Krupp factories as Allied ground forces closed on the area. You stumbled over ruins and filth, the rubble of buildings, bent, twisted, melted steel girders. The massive steel girders, industrial machinery, rails, roofs, everything lay tossed together in a macabre display of a dying industry. And in the middle of all this, incoming artillery rounds fired from invisible Allied batteries beyond the field of ruins continued to impact. No one thought of clearing operations. The bombs had completely destroyed the road surfaces and disrupted and ruptured the underground facilities. Only under the most optimal conditions could an effective rescue effort be organized after a bombing. Representatives from local emergency organizations were centrally located in bunkers or relatively secure facilities with telephone communications to their subordinate units. Couriers, often Hitler Youth members, were standing by to relay messages in the event telephone lines were disrupted. The organizations responsible for taking part in the rescue and evacuation of casualties were composed of members of police units and fire brigades, hospital representatives, utility personnel, and German Red Cross representatives. The official organizations were augmented by soldiers on leave, Nazi Party paramilitary volunteers, foreign laborers, and prisoners of war. Their first priority was to provide emergency medical aid to those injured during the attack or in subsequent events and to transport them to safety. Emergency first aid stations, complete with surgery capabilities, were organized and set up in the areas deemed to have suffered the most casualties. Inhabitants who had lost their homes were assigned to shelters or encouraged to seek refuge with friends and relatives. Items of value that could be retrieved were pulled from the rubble at the first opportunity to prevent further economic loss to those who had lost their homes. Communications with higher authorities, essential for requesting assistance from neighboring districts, were often disrupted during the bombing. The communications facilities were rapidly repaired and contact was re-established outside the affected area. At length came the gruesome task of locating, identifying, and burying the dead. Removing the dead as quickly as possible from the populated areas was essential in preventing outbreaks of disease, and relatives were anxious to learn the fate of missing family members. In 1944, 16-year-old Kurt Steisk of Drolshagen found himself en route to the heavily bombed Ruhr area to assist in clearing and organization operations. Seated on open, flatbed railcars, he and 200 other members of his Hitler Youth Company were transported from the relatively untouched periphery of the Ruhr into the nightmare moonscape of the central industrial regions. The teenagers were overwhelmed at the sight that greeted them as they passed through devastated rail junctions and block after block of ruins. The train crawled through fields of blackened rubble where cities once stood. On arrival at a railhead in Essen, the boys were immediately organized into squads for locating and removing the dead from cellars and collapsed buildings. Entire city blocks were cordoned off to inhibit looting and access by unauthorized persons. The squads of Hitler Youth teenagers, fire brigades, and foreign laborers worked side by side in digging through the rubble. The work continued for a week, during which the boys piled decomposing bodies, severed limbs, and unidentifiable clumps of flesh onto carts for possible identification and removal and burial. Breathing was difficult in air choked with thick smoke from burning facilities and the fumes of phosphorus gas that had settled in low areas. Groups of corpses packed tightly together could sometimes be located by the stench of decaying flesh emitting from under tons of rubble. Working with shovels and picks, the teenagers removed layers of roofing tiles, bricks, mortar, and concrete to uncover the bodies of the dead lying in every conceivable configuration. Some small groups had simply died from asphyxiation and their bodies remained intact but clumped together like macabre statues. Others were little more than flattened layers of decaying bodies that had been crushed to a pulp under tons of collapsing concrete. Now recognizable as human only by the blood-caked clothing that clung to the decaying flesh. Many of the corpses that were roasted by incendiary bombs had shrunken to barely discernible nude figures little more than 3 or 4 feet in length, shriveled to hairless masses of burned flesh and protruding blackened bones. The bodies were dragged to the waiting cars, where any identifying features were noted and samples of clothing were taken for later efforts by survivors to determine the fate of missing relatives. The location was noted to assist in identification, which was no easy task when all recognizable features of streets and buildings had been obliterated. In areas where movement was difficult, the bodies were lashed to planks or dismantled doors so they could be dragged, pushed, and carried through the ruins. Where available, bulldozers cleared paths through the mounds of ruins, pushing collapsed buildings, incinerated belongings, and corpses into massive piles along the roadways when rapid clearing of the streets was necessary for the movement of essential troops and equipment. Some of the boys broke under the strain of smelling, viewing, and handling the dead. They collapsed as strength left their limbs, shaking uncontrollably and gasping for breath in the foul stench of rotting flesh. They sank within the ruins and curled into the fetal position, unable to speak but screaming unintelligibly and tearing at their filthy uniforms in an attempt to remove all traces of the corpses they had borne through the piles of ruins. Many refused to eat the sparse rations that were provided from food sources found in the rubble, or immediately vomited anything they consumed in the foul air. The swollen cadavers of horses, cattle, and house pets were piled onto a makeshift grating assembled from railroad ties and then were doused with coal oil and set alight. Starving and confused dogs roaming through the rubble were shot by soldiers and policemen. As the days passed, the number of workers dwindled as the nightmare took its psychological and physical toll. In the end, only those with great tolerance, or those who had become numbed by their grisly work, remained to continue piling the bodies on carts for removal. By the spring of 1945, the Allied ground forces were pushing over the Rhine. Many inhabitants in the Ruhr anxiously awaited the arrival of the American and British forces, believing that would bring an end to the torment and relief from the ceaseless air raids. In the closing weeks of the war, the skies over German cities were darkened by the armadas of Allied aircraft that kept the entire Ruhr paralyzed. When the Allies marched into the unearthly landscape that had been the city of Essen in April 1945, they found an immense field of ruins unfit for human habitation. Even in the residences that remained occupied, more than 3,000 cellars were filled with sewage. The drainage lines ruptured by the bombings caused uncontrollable flooding of toxic waste. Some 58% of the water lines were no longer functional, more than half of the homes were either completely destroyed or rendered uninhabitable, and only 3.4% of the dwellings remained undamaged. The gas utility system was destroyed, 3/4 of the public transportation system was immobilized, and the buses and streetcars were reduced to scorched shells strewn randomly throughout the city. Electric power was non-existent, and with sunset the city became a darkened, silent field of destruction. More than 6,500 bombs had destroyed 571 industrial facilities, as well as 18 Catholic and 15 Protestant churches. The incessant attacks created a macabre cycle of rebuilding, relocating, and renewed destruction in a deadly contest of wills between the Allied Bomber Command and German industry workers. A German worker summed up the attitude of the inhabitants. "Today we have finished rebuilding the plants, and tomorrow the bombers will come again." Flak assistant Roland Streck, serving with Flak Battery 462 on the Essen-Frintrop water tower, wrote to a friend about the conditions following an air raid. "Hardly a cellar is intact. It is as if the city has again been tossed upside down. The inner city has become hell. Even the fighter bombers are active. One can easily recognize them as thunderbolts." The German citizens were among the more fortunate living among the devastation. They were permitted the luxury of retreating to shelters and cellars during the days and nights of terror. Most cities and towns lacked sufficient shelter for the inhabitants, who often relied on their own cellars for safety. The personal cellars offered minimal protection at best and were usually modified with a fire door and additional beams reinforcing the ceiling. The cellars were officially required to have 2 exits, which was usually accomplished by hammering an opening through the wall that separated one cellar from the neighbors. A simple curtain was usually installed over the openings between the chambers for privacy. Members of 10-year-old Eleanor Kütter's family in Düsseldorf modified their cellar in the customary fashion. They blocked the street-level windows against bomb fragments and chiseled a simple door through the wall into the neighboring cellar. They attempted to reinforce the crumbling walls and ceiling with heavy wooden timbers after a 500-pound GP bomb exploded several hundred feet from their makeshift shelter. Eleanor's uncle, a Wehrmacht sergeant who had been wounded at Stalingrad and was home on convalescent leave, was shocked when he inspected the facility to which the family was entrusting their lives. "That place is a death trap," he exclaimed. "Stay out of there and go to the public shelter." The Allied air armadas delivered more than high explosives, time delay fuses, and incendiaries. Since the earliest days of the war, British propaganda units had dropped tons of leaflets on German cities for the purpose of demoralizing the population and swaying public support away from Hitler's policies. The leaflets were first delivered to Germany's soldiers and civilian population by unmanned balloons set adrift on air currents that carried them into German territory. One of the problems associated with unmanned craft coasting on thermal currents was that the heavily populated industrial areas, containing the very people at whom the leaflets were targeted, produced updrafts that blocked the prevailing currents. This situation was especially acute when heavy bombing raids reduced entire city blocks to a sea of flames. The British resorted to simply packing bundles of leaflets alongside the bombs in the aircraft. When the bomb bays opened, the leaflets would fall free to be blown over a wide area. This method fell far short of the goal of distributing leaflets where the population was most dense. The bombs fell faster than the leaflets, and the ascending air currents resulting from the flames produced by the incendiaries would push the leaflets up and out of the intended area. From early 1941, a small bomb container, SBC, was utilized. The SBC system featured a canister that was installed in the aircraft bombing system. Each container could hold approximately 72,000 leaflets. The containers were not dropped but were electrically opened to release the payload into the plane's airstream. The Americans refined this method to deliver even more leaflets. In 1944, Captain James L. Munro of the U.S. 8th Air Force experimented with enclosing bundles of leaflets within cardboard illumination bomb canisters. For the American purposes, this proved to be the most effective method. The containers fit into a standard bomb rack and were designed to open at an altitude of approximately 1,200 feet. The 8-inch by 10-inch leaflets remained confined to a relatively small, 2.5 square kilometer area, and a single B-17 Flying Fortress or B-24 Liberator could deliver as many as 960,000 leaflets in 12 Munro bombers. Early in the war, the leaflets were largely ignored by the Nazi authorities. In view of the astonishing Wehrmacht successes in that period, any attempt by the Allies to persuade the German populace that the war was lost was considered by the Nazi government as insignificant at best. During the first months of 1940, a simple brochure titled Was tue ich im Ernstfall? What must I do in an emergency? Was distributed with the monthly allotment of ration cards. The brochure was printed under the direction of Reichsführer SS Himmler and included instructions regarding the proper handling of enemy propaganda leaflets. The finder of any such leaflet was instructed to mark it as enemy propaganda and deliver it to the nearest police station. There was no mention of a penalty for possessing or reading the material. On the 12th of January 1940, Himmler again issued an order regarding Allied leaflets under the heading Found Enemy Leaflets and Dissemination of Same. The Gestapo was responsible for enforcing the directive as well as for collecting and disposing of the propaganda material. When the leaflets appeared in any specific area, the local party leaders, working with various Nazi paramilitary organizations, were instructed to collect the material. Usually members of the Nazi youth organizations, the Jung Volk and Hitler Youth, were set to work combing the area and collecting any leaflets found. The materials were then destroyed by the local authorities. For most of the war, there was no official penalty for possessing the leaflets, but any person who did possess the material was liable for immediate arrest under various charges. The arrest could take place under charges of committing a variety of crimes, depending on the circumstances under which one was arrested. Grounds for arrest varied from high treason to rendering assistance to the enemy, and penalties ranged from simple arrest and release to lengthy prison sentences. Extreme cases carried the penalty of confinement in a concentration camp or even death if rendering aid to the enemy was substantiated. On the 4th of February 1944, 4 years after his initial instructions for the disposal of Allied leaflets, Himmler issued an order clearly making the collection, possession, or dissemination of Allied propaganda material a state crime. The general population observed the messages delivered in the leaflets with humor, but later, as the war turned against them, with sobering stoicism. Despite the torrents of rhetoric from propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, most Germans became aware that the war was lost as the German army suffered defeats on every front and the enemy forces drew relentlessly nearer. The restriction imposed by the authorities on possessing enemy propaganda leaflets was only one of myriad restraints on individual civil liberties. The bombing of Germany's heavily populated areas took its toll on historical and cultural treasures. In towns and cities dating from the early Middle Ages, innumerable historical artifacts and artworks were destroyed in the flames. Others were transported from the industrial cities to outlying areas for storage and safekeeping. When the bombing campaign intensified, even the small towns became targets for endless waves of 4-engine bombers, and as the Allied ground forces approached, the swarms of fighter bombers targeted strategic and tactical sites. The safest places for storing priceless artifacts were the coal and iron ore mines throughout the area. The town of Siegen became a focal point for the storage and safeguarding of an unusual number of cultural artifacts and art treasures. Oberbürgermeister, Senior Mayor Alfred Fismer of Siegen took the treasures from the Aachen Cathedral into his custody, including the shrine containing the bones of Charlemagne. Also hidden deep within the Siegen tunnels were the treasure of Münster with the Golden Madonna, the Holy Shrine from the Siegburg Church, the contents of the Rheinische Landesmuseum in Bonn, the Aachen-Zurmont Museum collection, the art from the Cologne churches, numerous works from the Wallrach-Richards Museum in Cologne, the Trier Cathedral treasures, and numerous altars, tapestries, paintings, sculptures, and associated items from throughout the Rhineland. The Siegen mines contained treasures estimated to have a combined value of more than 4 billion Reichsmarks. The items were transferred to a collection point on order of Graf Metternich, Hitler's Rhineland provincial conservator. Graf Metternich's attention was directed toward the extensive Siegen mines during his search for a secure storage facility where the treasures would remain safe from the Allied bombs. He was particularly attracted to the Heine Hüttenstollen, a tunnel system that ran some 30 to 40 feet beneath the old district of the city. Under the direction of Oberbürgermeister Fismer, the tunnels were equipped with a climate control system and renovated with retaining walls to separate the storage facility from the air raid bunkers that were also constructed within the system. The demand for raw materials to support the war grew as the Allies targeted and destroyed the Germans' capability to obtain the metals needed to produce armaments and equipment. As the demand increased, officials were compelled to seek secondary sources. Eventually, the churches and cathedrals fell victim to the shortages. Church bells were requisitioned for their metal content, which was desperately needed for military use. The bells, many of which represented centuries of cultural heritage and historical craftsmanship, were collected at designated points to be transported to smelting firms. Regulations regarding the requisition of such artifacts authorized that up to 50 to 70% of the bells should be removed from a bell tower with multiple bells. A church record in Monsbach recorded that during the dismantling of the belfry, a large crowd gathered with excitement as the bells were lowered to the ground. The children squealed and ran among the workers. Some of them chalked their names on ancient bells destined for the smelter, oblivious to the fact that another part of their culture was being sacrificed to Hitler's war. In some instances, specialists were assigned to render plaster casts of the engravings and inscriptions on bells considered culturally and historically significant. The war would not last forever, and the casts would someday be needed for reproducing the treasures. Although numerous churches sacrificed their bells to the war effort, a number of bells mysteriously escaped the smelting ovens and were located in the post-war era. After an extensive search, the bells of Monsbach were discovered in a Düsseldorf harbour facility and were returned to the town in October 1947. As it became apparent that the Luftwaffe was not able to halt the waves of Allied bombers, measures were taken to evacuate women and children from the areas most likely to suffer the heaviest bombing. These evacuees soon flooded the outlying farms and villages, placing an additional strain on crowded living facilities and limited food resources. The children were often enrolled in the Kinderlandverschickung program, in which school-aged children were organized into groups and sent to non-threatened areas. There they lived in dormitory-style quarters and continued to participate in school courses. The evacuation efforts were only partially effective, as many women did not desire to leave their husbands for extended periods and soon returned to their homes or took up temporary residence with friends or relatives. Homesickness, ill treatment of urban evacuees by local inhabitants, overcrowded quarters and insufficient food resources all contributed to the desire to return home despite the inherent dangers. Many families did not want to entrust their children indefinitely to the care and supervision of the Nazi Party organizations and soon sent for them or personally retrieved them from the state-sponsored children's program. The exodus of non-essential populations from the cities left the vast fields of ruins almost devoid of life. The orders for the evacuation of Cologne came from Nazi Party officials following a massive 1,000-bomber raid on the 14th of October 1944. Women, children, and elderly inhabitants were transported from the Rhineland city to designated collection areas in the nearby Westerwald, or as far away as Thuringia and Saxony. Between September and November 1944, the population in Cologne shrank from 445,000 to 254,000. By the year's end, the city was reduced to 178,000 inhabitants. In early March of 1945, the American troops entered an almost deserted area that had been transformed from a city with a population of 500,000 to a sea of rubble containing 40,000 inhabitants. Hitler's goal of establishing a purely Aryan society in the heart of Europe had turned Germany into one of the most ethnically diverse nations on earth. More than 7 million foreign workers were employed in wartime Germany to labor in mines and factories that had been stripped of the German workers who had been called to the Wehrmacht. By August 1944, 20% of the working populace in Germany was officially designated as foreign labour, and there was a distinct emphasis on placing these workers in industries requiring heavy labour. Half of the people employed in agriculture were foreigners, mostly French POWs and, to a lesser extent, Polish and Soviet civilians. In the construction, mining and steel industries, every third worker was from an occupied country or territory. This workforce consisted of men and women from almost 20 countries. 2 million of them were POWs and more than 5 million were civilians recruited or conscripted for the war industry. Of the 7 million foreigners in Germany, 2.8 million were from the Soviet Union, 1.7 million from Poland, 1.3 million from France, and approximately 600,000 from Italy. 50% of the labourers from Poland and the Soviet Union were women whose average age was 20. At the time of the invasion in Normandy in June 1944, 250,000 foreign civilian labourers and 75,000 prisoners of war were engaged in the heavy Ruhr industry, mostly in coal mines and the steel industry. The use of foreign workers, particularly those from Eastern Europe, was regarded by the Nazis as a temporary measure to meet wartime requirements, and the hapless labourers were often treated accordingly. The Nazi government established strict guidelines and regulations for the employment and treatment of the foreigners, particularly those from the East. The Poles engaged in heavy mining and steel industries were harshly affected by these measures. Polish labourers were confined to work camps where they remained segregated from the general population. Fraternization between Poles and Germans was strictly forbidden. Polish labourers were required to wear a distinctive P on their clothing, and their life in Germany was marked by crowded and unsanitary living quarters, poor rations and low pay. Relationships between Polish men and German women were punishable by death. Polish workers were forbidden to use public transportation, to enter German restaurants, or to stay overnight in any dwelling other than their designated barracks. Similar restrictions were placed on workers from the Soviet Union. They were required to wear a badge identifying them as Ostarbeiter, Eastern labourers, and they were deported by the hundreds of thousands from captured territories to fill quotas in the war industry. The Soviet workers were primarily engaged in the coal mining industry, where they laboured underground without relief for weeks. They endured appalling conditions deep within the labyrinths of the mines, where they were valued by their overseers on a par with the horses used by the Wehrmacht. They were sources of labour whose care was required only to maintain their ability to work. By August 1944, 40% of all miners in the Ruhr were foreign labourers, of whom 3/4 were from Eastern Europe. One German miner in the industrial town of Recklinghausen reported, "If you arrived early at the mine, you could see how the Russians arrived. To the right and left marched an overseer with a rubber truncheon in hand, and they were quick to use them on those that were too slow. There were even other foreign miners who beat them. For once they had someone under them upon whom they could take out their frustrations." The hordes of foreign workers in Germany were also officially separated into ethnic and racial groups or classes. Those at the top of the hierarchy were the workers from Western Europe, the Westarbeiter. These workers from France, Belgium, and Holland enjoyed a status not afforded to the chattel from the East. The Westarbeiter were usually provided pay and rations that, although meagre, generally equaled those of their German counterparts. Others who received special treatment, similar to the Westarbeiter, were the workers from countries friendly or allied with Germany, such as the Balkan and Mediterranean nations. At the bottom of the hierarchy were the labourers from Poland and the Soviet Union, including prisoners of war. The soldiers who had been fortunate enough to survive initial capture and subsequent imprisonment in massive POW pens in the East now found themselves labouring for the German war effort. The labourers assigned to farms were more fortunate than those condemned to spend countless weeks in dark mines or to endure the saturation bombing in the industrial centres. The farmers could provide relatively ample quantities of food, even in a country that was quickly becoming demodernised by the war. Gasoline for farm machinery became almost non-existent, and most labour had to be performed by hand. In contrast to the farm labourers, other workers were often compelled to survive on a daily ration of thin soup augmented with a small slice of black bread. The monotonous rations seldom varied despite the intense physical labour endured by the workers. As the bombing of transportation systems and logistics networks took effect, many of the workers were reduced to starvation diets. An additional advantage to working outside the cities was relative safety from the air raids that had become a horrifying, constant fact of life since the bombing of the industrial centres escalated in 1943. The foreign labourers in the cities were unprotected in densely populated areas where space in shelters and reinforced cellars was at a premium. Small slit trenches that offered only a semblance of protection were occasionally constructed near the labour camps, but for the most part the foreigners had no option but to remain in their wooden barracks. In March 1943, a French worker in Essen wrote home, "That was the 35th alarm since the 20th of December. They are here almost every evening. You can believe me when I tell you that it's not amusing when the barracks shakes like a house of cards. We can only remain in our rooms as we don't have a shelter nearby." With the intensification of the bombing, the conditions for the foreign labourers, never acceptable even in the best of cases, continued to deteriorate. As the factories that employed them were bombed out of existence, the workers were transferred to other locations. Due to the disruption of transportation systems, these workers often had to embark on forced marches, which further exhausted the malnourished prisoners and seriously strained lodging, food, transportation resources. The advance of the Allies from the West in late 1944 and early 1945 forced the evacuation of thousands of labourers from their workplaces in the Ruhr factories. The unfortunate workers were transported or marched 4 weeks deeper into Germany, causing severe overcrowding and hunger in work camps that lacked food and shelter for their overwhelming numbers. In an attempt to escape the terrible conditions of the camps and the near-starvation conditions under which they toiled, many of the workers chose to risk death by fleeing their workplaces. The Nazi officials sought to discourage such attempts by imposing severe penalties, and they put all resources to work in an effort to control the mass of foreigners. By the summer of 1944, 90% of all arrests made by the Gestapo involved foreigners, and the influx of the criminal elements placed great strain on local law officials and magistrates. During the final months of the war, gangs of foreign workers and German petty criminals banded together to pursue illegal activities, including black marketing, theft, robbery, and homicide. As the Allied front drew ever closer, crimes increased among concentrated gangs of foreign labourers who were able to escape their overseers in the chaos of the bombed cities. The disruption of communications and transportation networks and general administrative chaos enabled them to disappear in the waves of refugees that swept over the cities and countryside. In response to the breakdown of civil order, the Gestapo summarily executed foreigners apprehended while conducting illegal activities without benefit of trial. In the bombed cities, looting was often punished by immediate execution, and reports of the executions of Germans and foreigners apprehended while searching the rubble for valuables became commonplace. Many labourers deserted their workplaces to avoid being transported deeper into Germany as the Allies approached and were forced to rely on theft or join criminal gangs as a means of survival. The gangs armed themselves with weapons stolen from soldiers or looted from destroyed military and police installations. The plunderers, often operating in gangs but sometimes working alone or in pairs, would slink through the ruins during the night, taking with them anything of value that could be easily carried. Any police actions were hampered by the conditions of the cities and strict blackout regulations. Police units, many of which had been stripped of military-aged men for service in the Wehrmacht, were under great strain to provide manpower for even routine duties. Germans apprehended in the act of plundering often identified themselves as family members searching for clues as to the whereabouts of relatives. With a lack of communications and a breakdown of administrative networks, it was difficult to immediately confirm or disprove such claims. As the situation deteriorated throughout the war and it became evident that the outcome would not favour Germany, many foreign workers chose to desert or to be intentionally less productive. Execution was routine for foreign workers if they were apprehended by the authorities while absent from their camps or workplaces without authorization. Labourers who were condemned to the mines and heavy industrial facilities faced imminent starvation or death from diseases that swept through their crowded camps. The knowledge of this fate served to make them particularly desperate to avoid capture. Their punishment, when captured, was also intended to serve as an example to others. In December 1944, the Fort Asraki gang, led by Eastern labourers in Cologne, united with the German-led Bauer gang to conduct a campaign of organised crime. In time, they were cornered and compelled to engage in a desperate skirmish with the Gestapo. The leader of the Fort Asraki and a small number of followers were able to elude the authorities during the subsequent roundup, and they made their way from Cologne through Wuppertal to Essen. There they stole packages from rail cars loaded with military mail until they were finally captured following a shootout with the Essen police. German teenagers organized into gangs of Edelweiss pirates, which served as a loosely knit opposition to the hated Hitler Youth Organization that all boys were required to join. Members of these gangs were often armed and could present a danger to the authorities, as they did not fear the use of violence. One of their victims was Ostgruppenleiter Söntgen, who, according to a report of the Cologne Gestapo Bureau, was fatally shot as he was riding a bicycle. The murder launched an intensive cordon and search of the area, leading to the arrest of an Edelweiss terror group, as well as the apprehension of numerous foreign laborers who had fled their workplaces. 11 Soviet and Polish workers were executed on the 25th of October 1944 as a result of the action, followed by the executions of 13 German teenagers from the industrial suburb of Ehrenfeld. The condemned were publicly hanged without trial. Among the executed was 16-year-old Bartholomäus Schink, a local boy who had sought refuge in the ruins to avoid mandatory labor duties on the vaunted Westphal. The crimes of looting, common theft, listening to Allied radio broadcasts, and possession of enemy leaflets for the purpose of dissemination often resulted in execution. In an astonishing exhibit of self-absorption, a former judge recalled, "We often had to put in overtime to prosecute crimes, write the sentencing reports. Crimes as insignificant as stealing an alarm clock or demeaning statements about the Hitler regime would often cost the accused his life. We sometimes signed these sentences that had nothing to do with justice, with heavy hearts, sometimes in tears. The executions would then take place in the well-known Klingelpütz prison." Following the capture of the heavily damaged industrial cities by the Allies, the gangs continued to plague the British and American authorities. Of particular temerity was Willi Herold, a 19-year-old Wehrmacht corporal from Lutzenau. In the fall of 1944, Herold deserted from his unit, obtained the uniform of a Wehrmacht captain, and organized a gang of German army stragglers to form the notorious Einheit Herold near the Dutch border. While impersonating a Wehrmacht officer in April 1945, he succeeded in taking control of the Aschendorf concentration camp, where he instigated the summary execution of numerous inmates. In 1946, Herold was finally captured by the Allied occupation authorities and indicted on 98 counts of murder. His criminal career ended with a death sentence from a British court. The deterioration of control and civil authority during the closing weeks of the war were recorded by a diarist in the Westphalian town of Coesfeld. As the Allied troops closed on the town, he wrote, "Many have abandoned the city, but they return in the evening to their homes to sleep, even in the middle of the rubble. Daylight-fearing ghosts slink everywhere, plundering under the cover of darkness, and not only the liberated Russians are involved in the thievery. The Coesfeld rail facility is nothing more than a pile of rubble, and the extensive clearing work conducted by thousands of workers that takes place every night is useless. Sources of food have become a burning question. Where are the brown, uniformed gentlemen who are responsible for all of this? They don't let themselves be seen anymore, and perhaps it is better for them. They, with their idiotic orders, most of them have no talent for leadership whatsoever, and always end with the words, 'Either this order will be carried out, or you can count on being shot on the spot.' They themselves, however, the gentlemen from the Kreisleitung, have already prepared everything to flee in the direction of Annaberg to the Gauleitung. The warm weather is over, now a cold, damp wind is blowing. The foreign workers, the Flemish, the French, Italians, and also Ukrainians, were taken to Shippingen by 5 guards. It is a caravan of misery. Of the soldiers who are lingering about the farmyards, only one officer candidate exhibits any morale to continue. Most of the others have even thrown away their weapons. Many of the Westarbeiter from Holland, Belgium, and France were lured to Germany early in the war by promises of favorable working conditions, sufficient rations, and pay comparable to their German counterparts. This government initiative offered skilled laborers the opportunity to feed their families and to escape the deprivations the Nazi occupation had brought to their own countries. The majority of laborers, however, particularly those from eastern countries, did not go to Germany voluntarily. Forced by Nazi occupiers to fill labor quotas, the provisional governments in Poland and the occupied areas of the Soviet Union compelled thousands of workers to report for deportation to Germany. For others, it was a matter of survival, either volunteer for work in Germany or starve. Packed into freight cars in Poland or the Soviet Union, the workers were transported to the industrial areas of Silesia in eastern Germany, or to the Ruhr in the west, where, regardless of health or other physical needs, they were immediately assigned to the work camps that had been established to serve the mines and factories. There existed more than 300 labor camps in Essen, and the city swarmed with foreigners imported to work for the Nazi war effort. Like much of Europe during World War II, the Ruhr cities were conspicuously devoid of Jews. The deportation of Jews to ghettos outside Germany was initiated in 1941. Most of the country's Jewish inhabitants found themselves en route to Poland, where they vanished from sight in the labyrinth of the Nazi concentration camp system. To facilitate administrative tasks in locating, identifying, and accounting for all Jews to be deported, the Gestapo required that they be registered and that all their belongings, including household goods, real estate holdings, bank accounts, clothing, works of art, jewelry, and liquid assets, be provided to the authorities. All Jews destined for deportation were compelled to surrender all property to the German authorities, most of which became the property of the Reich's Finance Office. The confiscated property was often used for later distribution to Germans who had lost their belongings during the bombings. The deportations could not be concealed from the inhabitants of the cities. The Jews were marched from assembly areas to the train stations during the day within view of all inhabitants. The residences were confiscated by the government and made available to Germans whose homes had been destroyed. The official procedures for the deportations required that the information passed through myriad official channels, and the logistics for the shipments of human cargo required the involvement of numerous officials and government workers. Among those aware of the deportations in large cities were staff personnel in the Gestapo's main office, the police departments, the court officials, the rail system employees, some local SS units, the finance departments, various branches of the government banks, the German Red Cross, numerous assistants, and not least of all the neighbours of those who simply vanished. The Jews received implicit instructions regarding the deportation procedures. Each person was permitted a small suitcase or rucksack for belongings, including a 14-day supply of food. A 3-day supply of food was to be wrapped in a wool blanket together with a spoon and a plate or bowl. All other belongings were confiscated. On reporting for deportation, all food and medicine had to be surrendered, ostensibly for later distribution by the German Red Cross. The first deportation of Jews from Essen began on the 27th of October 1941, when 262 individuals were transported to the Lodz ghetto in Poland. A total of 9 transports occurred in 1941, 1942, and 1943. The early transports took Jews from the Ruhr to various camps in Łódź, Minsk, Riga, Izbica, and Theresienstadt. In 1943, the trains, heavily loaded with human cargo destined for death, took the Jews directly to Auschwitz. Keeping track of the Jews was not difficult. They were easily identified through ration card registration files on which a large J was stamped in red ink. In Essen, 1,225 Jews were issued ration cards in September 1940. By October 1941, the number had fallen to 1,039, and within 30 days the number was reduced to 795. The numbers declined even further as more deportation trains departed to the east, and between March and November 1942, the total number of cards issued fell from 721 to 111. In September 1943, the last deportation train left Essen en route to Theresienstadt, leaving only 39 Jews remaining to be issued ration cards in the city. Although the daily life in the cities was marked by the absence of the Jews, there was within the Ruhr a sizable Jewish population that was still fleetingly seen by inhabitants. During the summer of 1944, some 500 female concentration camp inmates were transported by railcar to Essen to meet the ever-growing demand for workers in the Krupp factories. At first, the women were housed under canvas shelters near the Gelsenkirchen-Horst refinery, where they were required to clear mounds of rubble following air raids. They were later transferred to a barracks located on Essen's Humboldtstrasse. The women were divided into work groups and housed in 4 barracks that were furnished with rough planked bunks and straw-filled sacks for mattresses. They were awakened every day at 4 a.m. for the journey to the factory. A sparse breakfast of bread and marmalade was initially issued, but this soon fell victim to the food shortages that ravaged the Ruhr, and the women existed on meagre rations of cabbage soup and bread. When the public transportation system became a permanent casualty to the bombing, the women were compelled to walk the distance down the Humboldtstrasse and over the Krupp and Helenenstrasse to the Bottropperstrasse, where most of them worked in the Krupp Walzwerk. 17-year-old Engelbert Ion was among the Jews transported from Essen to Izbica in Poland. His parents, in a German-Jewish mixed marriage, received the first correspondence from their son sometime after the 25th of April 1942. The small card bore a simple, terse message. Dear parents, we arrived in good order. I am living with Ewald and Walter, for whom I am also writing, as they do not have any postcards. Please give the address to their parents. We are allowed to receive money in amounts up to 100 Reichsmarks, and packages up to 2 kilograms are permitted. We can obtain anything here with money. Otherwise, everything is all right, and I assume all is well with you. I send many greetings and kisses. Your son, Engelbert Iron, also the best greetings from Walter. We will all soon write to everyone. Heartfelt greetings, Ewald. A second postcard was dated the 3rd of July 1942. Written with pencil, it bore only a short message. I am healthy, I am doing well. Sincere thanks for the mail, Engelbert. The final card received by Engelbert Iron's parents, dated the 9th of August 1942, also bore simple words. I am healthy, I am doing well. Sincere thanks for the mail, Engelbert. In the lower left margin of the last 2 cards was the mark of a censor. His parents heard nothing more from him. With the surrender of Germany on the 8th of May 1945, Engelbert Iron was officially declared deceased. Chapter 3. Into the Rhineland. The failure of the Ardennes offensive had a profound impact on the disposition of Field Marshal Mordel. His tone lost much of its sharpness, he was less quick to react to impending change, he appeared at times to be resigned to the fate that was befalling Germany. While German forces were experiencing mass attrition in the west, events were occurring on the Eastern Front that would directly affect the remaining conduct of the war. On the 17th of January, Warsaw was evacuated by the Wehrmacht forces. The evacuation was conducted without Hitler's knowledge, and on hearing of the fall of the city, the Führer flew into an uncontrollable rage. He remained obsessed with the loss of Warsaw for the next several days and intent on punishing the General Staff officers and any others who might have been responsible. Colonel von Bonin, the chief of the Army Operations Section, was arrested, as were 2 of the staff officers working with him. The 3 officers, along with Army Chief of Staff Heinz Guderian, were subjected to days of interrogation by the Sicherheitsdienst, SD, the Reich Security Service. Bonin found himself incarcerated in a concentration camp where he remained until the end of the war. The incident produced a new order from Hitler on the 21st of January, which was disseminated to the commanders-in-chief, corps commanders and divisional commanders for implementation. Henceforth, Hitler was to be personally involved with decisions to carry out any operational movements. Every plan for evacuating or withdrawing from any position, regardless of level or intensity, had to first receive his approval. Every plan for surrendering any position, any local strong points or so-called fortresses required his authorization. Furthermore, all such plans had to be submitted to Hitler with sufficient time to enable him to intervene personally and issue counter-orders if deemed necessary. With this order, the final crippling of the Wehrmacht became official doctrine. No German officer was at liberty to move any forces at his command without Hitler's direct approval. To do so was to risk relief from command, arrest, and possible execution. The catastrophe facing the German armies, on both the eastern and western fronts, brought uneasiness among German military leaders at all levels. Not only did they become increasingly critical of the decisions made in Berlin, they also found themselves threatened by a system that consistently brought retribution for any expression of displeasure with the regime. Field Marshal Mordel, known for his insistence on distancing himself from political issues, acted accordingly. At one time, General Heinrich Freiherr von Lüttwitz, commander of the 47th Panzer Corps, attempted to engage the Field Marshal in a discussion concerning the political situation they were facing. The attempt was rebuffed by Mordel without reservation. Lüttwitz, an outspoken officer whom the soldiers had nicknamed the Horse Trader, was burdened with a reputation for criticizing Hitler and the Nazis. To make matters worse, Lüttwitz was a member of a Prussian Silesian Junker family with a long esteemed military heritage, the very type of officer held in great disdain by the German Führer in Berlin and the Nazis with whom Hitler surrounded himself. Mordel immediately admonished Lüttwitz for his attitude and even dispatched Colonel Reichhelm to the 47th headquarters with a letter clearly explaining that Lüttwitz was henceforth forbidden to engage in politically motivated discussions with the Field Marshal. Included in the admonishment from Mordel was an invitation to dinner. On the 24th of January 1945, the staff celebrated the Field Marshal's 54th birthday in his headquarters, situated in a hunting lodge deep in the Eifel. General von Manteuffel and Mordel's chief of staff, Colonel Pilling, arranged for a surprise visit by his 17-year-old son Hans-Georg, who was serving on the Eastern Front as an officer candidate with the elite armoured brigade Großdeutschland. The 2 staff officers were unsure of how the unexpected visit would be taken by Mordel. He usually disdained any privileges beyond those officially accorded an officer of his rank. For the conservative and traditional field marshal, to abuse his position for a special privilege would be unthinkable. The visit, however, proved successful. The son of the field marshal remained only a short time before returning to the east. It would be their last meeting. The friction between the American and British military leaders did not dissipate with their success in defeating the Ardennes offensive. The situation created by the Battle of the Bulge, the U.S. Army designation for the Ardennes offensive, had shifted the focus of the Allied thrust from Bradley's 12th Army Group to Montgomery's 21st Army Group in the north. After eliminating the Bulge, Eisenhower left the U.S. 9th Army under Montgomery's command, and Bradley's 12th Army Group was required to relinquish additional divisions to support the 9th Army. Bradley was convinced that he should maintain control of the bulk of the Allied forces, with which he could strike through the remnants of the Wehrmacht forces reeling from the defeat in the Ardennes to turn toward the north and trap those Germans currently facing Montgomery. For his part, Montgomery was convinced that the Allies lacked the strength to conduct a broad sweep toward the Rhine, and he was insistent that emphasis should be placed on his 21st Army Group in the north. With the Americans supporting his southern flank, the British could push across the Rhine onto the wide, open expanse of the northern German plain and strike for Berlin. Eisenhower, however, continued to stay on track with his broad front strategy, in which both Bradley and Montgomery would push toward the east slowly, but steadily, destroying German forces positioned between the Allies and the Rhine. He intended to establish a line of defense on the west bank of the Rhine to be followed up with a massive crossing of the river. In addition to a push by Montgomery across the northern plain, he planned to have the 1st and 3rd Armies under Bradley cross the Rhine south of the Ruhr Valley and then link up with Montgomery's forces east of the Rhine. The stubborn German defense thwarted any illusions that Bradley or Montgomery might have held regarding a quick, decisive thrust toward the Rhine. As the Anglo-American forces brought more strength to bear against the Wehrmacht, Army Group B succeeded in extracting itself from pending destruction, albeit with immense losses. It was clear to Field Marshal Mordell that mounting a defense west of the Rhine with the few forces available would be fruitless. On the 7th of February, he met with a number of his senior commanders to discuss the dismal situation. Present were General Blaskowitz, commander of Army Group H, and General Alfred Schlemm of the 1st Parachute Army, as well as the commanders of the 15th and 5th Panzer Armies. The briefing revealed grim statistics. There were overall shortfalls in fuel. It was impossible to organize any reliable transfer of reserves on short notice when necessary. The conditions facing the individual soldiers were abysmal, and the men were exhausted and overtaxed. Aside from the bleak situation on the front, every soldier was aware of the destruction that was occurring in his home city on a daily basis as squadrons of bombers passed overhead en route to Germany. On the 9th of February 1945, Commander-in-Chief West Gerd von Rundstedt reported to Hitler that he no longer possessed the forces necessary to recover those areas of Germany that had been overrun by the Allied forces. His entire strength, including the combined forces of Army Group B, totaled the equivalent of some 6 1/2 divisions. At best, he could attempt to halt the advance by preventing a breakthrough. To maximize the effectiveness of his forces, Rundstedt requested permission to take independent action in conducting limited, local withdrawals to solidify defenses and concentrate his forces in favorable terrain. The Führer, he added, could rest assured that such action would be taken only when deemed absolutely essential for holding the front. Whenever possible, he would attempt to gain permission prior to any withdrawals. Rundstedt received a measured response the following day. Only limited local withdrawals were authorized for stabilizing sectors of the front, and only if absolutely necessary. The surrender of any line of fortifications or city was absolutely forbidden. Perhaps the enemy can assault a line of fortifications or a city, but they will never be evacuated, the message read. This is an order directly from the Führer. The seriousness with which the perceived lack of resolve to defend German territory was taken was expressed by Robert Ley, leader of the German Labour Front. Ley accused the Wehrmacht of failing to properly defend the Ordensburg Vogelsang, an elaborate education facility used by the Labour Front as a training and conference centre. The loss of the facility was, in addition to an embarrassment for Ley, an immense personal financial loss for the leader. His accusation required an investigation into the circumstances involving the loss of the facility to Allied troops. The commander of the 74th Corps, General Erich Straube, faced a court-martial for losing the facility, as did one of his division commanders and the commander of an artillery regiment. General Gustav von Zangen, commander of the 15th Army, was assigned by Mordel to serve as judge. Zangen found the officers not guilty. When reviewing the case, Mordel refused to accept the judgment and proceeded to conduct his own investigation, which even involved personally touring the area in which the events had occurred. At length, Mordel agreed that the officers were not guilty of any offence. In addition to the lack of adequate forces to defend the area west of the Rhine, the army group was stripped of a large number of essential units, which were to be transferred to the Eastern Front. A complete Panzer Army command staff, 2 Panzer Corps staffs, 4 Panzer divisions, 2 mechanized brigades, 3 artillery corps, and 3 mortar brigades withdrew from their positions and began the fateful journey across Germany to face the Soviet army. With this move, the army group lost a third of its remaining strength. The group's staff was aware that a successful defence west of the Rhine was impossible with the forces at hand, and the doctrine of holding every yard of ground only contributed to the difficulty. On the 16th of February 1945, Mordel was ordered to report to Hitler in Berlin. The discussion that took place between the Field Marshal and the Führer was not shared with any of the staff officers. As he was departing, Mordel requested permission to return to the front by way of Dresden, the capital of Saxony. Suspicious, Hitler asked why he needed to go to Dresden. The city was to the south of Berlin, in the opposite direction of the Rhine front. The Field Marshal informed him that his family resided in the Weißes quarter of the still burning city. During the night of the 13th of February, thousands of Allied bombers had incinerated Dresden, and Mordel had heard nothing from his family since that fateful night. It was not known if his wife and daughters had perished during the destruction, in which tens of thousands of inhabitants and refugees had died. Hitler responded that he had been unaware that the Field Marshal's family was in Dresden, and he expressed concern for their well-being as he gave approval for the detour to the south. Mordel hurried from the headquarters, anxious for information regarding his family. Soon enough, he would be immersed in the business of attempting to stabilize a front that could not be saved. In Dresden, he met his wife and daughters in the family's undamaged villa. The Weißes area had miraculously escaped the devastation wrought on the city by the air armada. His only son, 17-year-old Hans-Georg, was not present for the gathering. He remained at the front in service with the Großdeutschland Brigade. The Field Marshal quietly advised the family to visit relatives in the west. His brother was an attorney in Mühlhausen in Thuringia. They would be welcome there. Greatly relieved that they were safe, he then made the long journey through the darkness back to the lower Rhine. The German High Command was determined to defeat the enemy west of the Rhine with support of the West Wall, the crumbling series of bunkers and tank obstacles dating from the pre-war years. An organized defense of the Rhine and even the drafting of a plan to evacuate forces over the river was strictly forbidden. Hitler asserted that if any plans were made and defenses were constructed east of the Rhine, the troops would become obsessed with the idea of falling back behind these defenses and thus fail to mount a tenacious defense of the Reich's western borders. Not until the first week in March, with the Allies some 12 miles from the Rhine, was a subordinate staff authorized to initiate defenses east of the river with replacement units and Volkssturm battalions. Of particular importance was the defense of the Rhine bridges. The bridges and ferries were designated for use by specific armies, corps and divisions within their defined areas. The long retreat of the Wehrmacht back to German soil brought the military organizations into conflict with one another. The administration of the river crossings remained under the control of the local military district commanders, which placed them beyond the command of the active military units. In early February 1945, the control of the crossings was transferred to the army groups, from where they were subordinated to specific military units. Nonetheless, not a single soldier, artillery piece, or armoured vehicle was permitted to withdraw to the safety of the east bank of the Rhine. At the end of February 1945, Major Friedel of the Wehrmacht High Command recorded, "The defensive battle west of Cologne remains of foremost importance. Some of the important observations: it appears certain that the enemy, primarily the British as observed since the beginning of the invasion, will adhere to this methodical method of fighting. Determine a limited goal of attack, prepare for a breakthrough in the area with heavy artillery fire with use of enormous amounts of artillery ammunition. In the attack that follows, the armour is used less for a breakthrough than for local neutralizing of resistance. Then securing the captured territory with more artillery barrages ahead of slowly advancing armour and infantry units. The front-line troops are of the opinion that only in isolated instances can the Allies be prevented from reaching their daily objectives." During the night of the 23rd of February, the American forces along the Ruhr front between Düren and Roermond unleashed a massive barrage on the makeshift Wehrmacht defences remaining west of the Rhine. Under the umbrella of artillery fire, the Allies pushed 30 divisions along a 40-mile front toward the east. The advance threatened to encircle and destroy all remaining defenders between the Ruhr and Rhine rivers. The advance was marked by the dismal scene of columns of disarmed soldiers in field grey marching toward the west, hands held high over their heads or assisting sick and wounded as they made their way into the POW cages. The roads leading to the great Rhine city of Cologne were also under incessant attack from Allied air power. One inhabitant, observing the approaches to the city, wrote, "In bright sunlight the American Jabos, mostly the fast, twin-fuselaged Lightnings, fell upon their ground targets like falcons. I could clearly see how they released the 500-pound bombs which fell to the earth like strands of silver pearls. Then one could hear the detonations and see the cloud from the explosions rising like mushrooms in the distance." Despite the extensive damage inflicted on Cologne by fleets of aircraft during the months of bombing campaigns, a large civilian population remained within the city, many of whom were working urgently to prepare for the Allied onslaught. With the advance toward Cologne, the American forces encountered for the first time the last-ditch levy scraped together by Nazi functionaries for defending the Reich, the Volkssturm. Along the Militärring, the major road encircling the city, the Volkssturm units were at work digging tank trenches and foxholes in preparation for the coming battle. Poorly armed elderly men and teenaged boys prepared to meet the Americans with obsolete small arms and Panzerfausts. Most had received only rudimentary training. The units armed with a variety of rifles predating World War I were sparsely supplied with a handful of ammunition. The shortage of supplies rendered it impossible to fire the weapons with live ammunition. Training had been conducted in a simulated manner. The live ammunition was saved for the serious business of killing Allied soldiers. Most of the Volkssturm troops wore little in the way of uniforms. The majority were clad in civilian clothing and sported reluctantly donned armbands printed with the national emblem and the words Deutsche Wehrmacht. The lack of steel helmets required the erstwhile defenders to wear their civilian caps, among which a smattering of Alpine-style Hitler Youth headgear could be seen. At the end of February, during a meeting of district party authorities, the leading local functionary in the Nazi party, Kreisleiter Schaller, announced that Cologne would be defended. On the 1st of March 1945, his superior, Gauleiter Josef Grohe, had ordered the evacuation of women and children and all other non-combatants. It was his last official act as Gauleiter in the city. On the 5th of March, after the Hohenzollern Bridge was demolished by retreating Wehrmacht troops, the Gauleiter climbed into a boat and fled to the east bank of the Rhine. He later took refuge with other party officials in Bensberg Castle. The order for evacuation was ignored by many of the inhabitants, who were eager only to see the war and their misery come to an end. Despite the approaching front, the citizens of Cologne exhibited a remarkable level of morale, punctuated by moments of resignation and humour. An often, though surreptitiously repeated rhyme in the city during the closing days went, "Es geht alles vorüber, es geht alles vorbei, auch Adolf Hitler mit seiner Partei." It will all be over, it will all be past, also Adolf Hitler with his party. The defence of Cologne was less strategic than symbolic, for little remained that was worth defending. The last major air raid occurred on the 2nd of March 1945. At 10 a.m., a fleet of British Halifax and Lancaster bombers approached. A swarm of fighter bombers led the way, attacking tactical targets that included the air raid warning system. The staff of Cologne's flak defence system had been transferred from headquarters in the Post Stadium to the east bank of the Rhine. Few had suspected that the Allies would expend more material on the field of ruins that had once been the Rhineland's proudest city. The fleet of bombers passed at low altitude over a company of reluctant Volkssturm soldiers. Volkssturm soldier Willi Weihrauch, shocked by the spectacle of the oncoming aircraft, waited expectantly for orders from his elderly commander. Without a word, the group of teenagers and elderly reservists began tossing aside their antiquated firearms and running desperately for cover. No sooner had they gained the dubious safety of an air raid bunker than a massive explosion rent the air. The breathless Volkssturm members were thrown to the concrete floor by the blast. The steel doors of the bunker were ripped from their frames and hung warped and useless. The roar of the explosions deafened their ears, and the pain from the air pressure was excruciating. The bombs fell without interruption. The air would momentarily clear as one squadron passed overhead en route to the city centre, but within seconds a follow-on attack would pass overhead. The soldiers discerned the sounds of screaming bombs over the roar of the explosions as the attackers progressed farther east into the heart of Cologne. The raid lasted 60 minutes. Most of the inhabitants who had not previously fled the city were surprised by the attack, and the lack of warning produced catastrophic results. Caught in the open, people sought any form of shelter as the bombers flew overhead. Those who reached the safety of the crypts within the badly damaged St. Gerian's church crowded together in the darkness and attempted to wait out the attack, with screams, cries, and prayers penetrating the air over the sounds of droning motors and exploding bombs. The earth shook and the church tower swayed with the pressure waves, but the walls of St. Gerian's continued to hold. Other Cologne inhabitants were not so fortunate. The cleric of St. Georg's Church in the Weidmarkt was buried beneath the rubble of his building. Hundreds of others lay submerged beneath shifting rubble or entombed in collapsed cellars. That afternoon, the city suffered another, albeit smaller, air raid conducted by some 150 aircraft. The soldiers of Willy Weyrauch's Volkssturm unit remained huddled in the cellar after the droning of bombers faded in the distance, and then slowly the group began exiting the shelter. Finding himself alone in the bunker, Weyrauch stared at the floor in the dim light and pondered the situation. Not knowing whether his parents had survived the raid, he wanted only an end to the torment of life amid the ruins. With his right hand, he reached to his left shoulder, grasped the Volkssturm armband, and tore it from his jacket. Tossing the insignia to the floor, he sprang from the bunker and headed toward his home. His brief service as one of Hitler's soldiers had come to an end. The air raid of Friday, 2nd of March, was the last endured by the citizens of Cologne, but that raid served to increase the confusion that prevailed in the city as the advancing Allies drew nearer. The victims of the attack were hastily buried wherever possible. Any remaining air defense units began transferring their equipment and personnel to the east bank of the Rhine. Most transport was conducted over the still-standing Hohenzollern Bridge. The other major bridge spanning the Rhine in the city, the Hindenburg Bridge, was no longer available. Heavily damaged by previous raids and weakened by masses of refugees and heavy traffic, it had collapsed into the Rhine on the 28th of February, carrying an undetermined number of soldiers and refugees into the river. The railway authorities received instructions to transfer all undamaged rolling stock to the east bank. Isolated soldiers, travelling alone or in small groups, threaded their way through the ruins in the direction of the Hohenzollern Bridge, intent on not being abandoned on the west bank in the face of the oncoming Allies. Many of the soldiers who were from the area elected to discard their Wehrmacht uniforms and slip into the surrounding countryside to wait the end of the war among friends or family members. German soldiers were not the only people seeking refuge from the oncoming Allies. After weeks of haranguing the populace to fight to the last man, the Nazi Party officials were fleeing toward the east in increasing numbers. As late as the 4th of March 1945, the Nazi officials in Cologne had advised the local German military commander that the city had to be fiercely defended. The Volkssturm can stop the American tanks with Panzerfausts, they had announced. The actions of many officials, however, belied their propaganda. Nazi offices became scenes of frenetic activity as files and documents were burned to keep incriminating evidence from falling into the hands of the Americans. Distinctive brown and gold uniforms, trimmed with swastika armbands that evoked an earlier age for the Nazi leadership, were hastily tossed out of windows to lie in the streets and alleys. Nazi banners, parade regalia, and the obligatory oversized photographs of the Führer that were found in all official buildings were hastily buried or burned by nervous inhabitants. The Bible of the Nazi Party, Hitler's Mein Kampf, was purged from residences and shop windows. There were no Nazis in Cologne. The Allies would find only innocent victims of Nazi oppression. As Volkssturm members and foreign labourers on the outskirts of the city constructed long, winding trenches and tank traps with shovels and picks, files of refugees passed en route to the Rhine and the safety of the East Bank. One resident wrote of the exodus, "The people make their way over the roads from the front area. Horses, wagons, a cow tethered with a halter, piles of linens bundled in sheets and tied with string to hand carts. Farm wagons have been converted to temporary shelters, swaying wooden contraptions with peepholes, and there are the women limping on wounded feet as they proceed onward with painful faces, benumbed by artillery barrages, tormented by the bombs. There are the children, penal battalions, flocks of prisoners, a caravan of misery, of hunger, of thirst, and of hopelessness." During the night of the 3rd of March, Allied aircraft dropped thousands of leaflets over the tortured city. At sunrise, the inhabitants emerged from their cellars and bunkers to find rubble-clogged streets littered with the small notes imploring the citizens to disobey the directives of the Nazi leaders. The Allies were asking them not to evacuate the city and advised them that they had nothing to fear from the Allied troops. It made little difference to most of the residents. They were weary and hungry, and there no longer existed a means of fleeing the city, even if they wanted to do so. Besides, it was clear that fleeing over the Hohenzollern Bridge to the east half of the city would only delay the inevitable. At 7 a.m. on Monday, the 5th of March, the American 3rd Armored Division launched a final advance on Cologne. The GIs, under the command of General Maurice Rose, cautiously felt their way toward the heart of the city. The experienced soldiers did not fully expect to find the city empty. There would be defenders. They were not mistaken. Waiting for the advancing GIs were remnants of General Friedrich Köchling's 81st Corps, consisting of units from 363rd Volksgrenadier Division, the 9th Panzer Division, and the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division. The total strength of his forces represented approximately 2 regiments. Köchling's defences comprised 2 main lines of defence. The Militärring, the roadway encircling the city's perimeter, was defended by the regular military forces at his disposal. The next line of defence was the Green Belt, which was defended by policemen, fire department personnel, and any paramilitary units that had not already evaporated in the face of the oncoming American tanks. The units were augmented by the final Volkssturm levies of old men, boys, crippled individuals, and disabled veterans who were still capable of carrying a weapon. The Allied intelligence reports that the German army was now reduced to stragglers and last-ditch conscripts was of little comfort to the U.S. infantrymen moving cautiously through the ruins. They had long ago learned that even an aged reservist could be deadly if he was determined to make the ultimate sacrifice for Hitler in an obviously lost war. Despite the dangers awaiting in the blocks of rubble ahead of the advancing Americans, they could not delay in moving ever eastward toward the Rhine. The Hohenzollern Bridge still lay ahead beyond the twin spires of the Cologne Cathedral. The goal was to advance with enough speed to capture the bridge intact. However, the Wehrmacht had become skilled in leaving a path of destruction in its wake, and thus the infantrymen and tank crews held few illusions that an intact bridge would be standing for them. Encountering resistance after penetrating the Militärring, the lead armoured elements destroyed an 88mm anti-tank position and ploughed forward, raking buildings and possible resistance locations with machine gun and tank fire. Resistance increased as the lead elements penetrated deeper toward the heart of Cologne. Anti-aircraft guns fired from fixed embrasures until overrun by tanks or destroyed by infantrymen probing their way through the ruins. The dead and wounded of both sides were left in the wake of the advancing units. The commander of the 9th Panzer Division, Major General Harald Freiherr von Elverfeld, fell before American guns as his rearguard was decimated. The Cologne citizens cowering in cellars detected the noises of an approaching battle with a mixture of fear and relief. They were relieved that the fighting would soon end and that for them, peace, albeit under occupation by enemy forces, would begin. Their feelings of relief were dampened by memories of Nazi propaganda that reported Allied plans to deport Germans for slave labor, as well as the rumors of rapes and murders. After all, they concluded, an enemy who would relentlessly incinerate entire cities filled with civilians was capable of anything. However, if nothing else, the arrival of the Americans would bring change, and most survivors were convinced that life could not get any worse than all they had endured over the last weeks. They had arrived at a point where they believed an end with terror is preferable to terror without end. After a series of skirmishes with scattered German units on the outskirts of the city, the American columns halted at the Green Belt, the inner road network that encircled the oldest section of Cologne. There they consolidated their forces, evacuated the wounded, replenished fuel and ammunition, and prepared to assault the inner city the following day. The inhabitants in the outer ring huddled in their cellars, shocked at the display of military might they had witnessed. The night of the 5th to the 6th of March resounded with the unintelligible shouts of commands in English, the rattling of half-tracks, and the rumble of heavy armoured vehicles taking position in the ruins. As the sun rose on Tuesday, the 6th of March, the columns moved out of their positions toward the heart of the city. Curious onlookers began to emerge from their shelters to observe their conquerors, and they gathered in small groups to discuss their fate. American reconnaissance aircraft, circling lazily in a clear sky over the blocks of rubble, reported any suspected enemy positions to the armoured units below. The streets remained ominously silent. No German defenders moved to repel the cautious but relentless advance of the enemy forces. The evidence of a German military presence was sparse, but the streets still bore mute witness to the last deadly air raid on the city. The American soldiers discerned the stench of death that emanated from the ruins and mixed with the familiar smell of exhaust fumes, cordite, and cosmoline. Hardened by months of combat, they paid little notice to the mangled corpses of bomb victims that still lay in their path. Toward the inner city, resistance slackened and the tanks increased their speed. Onlookers began gathering at intersections to view the column of American vehicles, flanked by ranks of infantrymen snaking through the city. White flags mushroomed from windows and rooftops. Most of the inhabitants were unaware of the progress made by the Allies over the past days. There had been no electricity since the last major air raid, and they hungered for information regarding the latest developments determining Germany's fate. As the American point elements penetrated deeper into the heart of Cologne, the last German military units cleared the Rhine and sought the temporary safety of the East Bank, leaving a ragged rear guard behind. American infantrymen were approaching the banks of the river when the city was rocked by a massive explosion. The Hohenzollern Bridge, the pride of Cologne and the vital link between the east and west sectors of the city, plunged into the Rhine. The column slowly approached the twin spires of the 700-year-old Cologne Cathedral, left a blackened shell by the numerous bombing raids over the course of the war. The magnificent structure, the enduring symbol of the city, had suffered extensive damage during a raid in 1943, but it remained standing. The cathedral had sustained hits from 12 high-explosive bombs, countless incendiary bombs, and 19 artillery rounds. It now served as a beacon for the oncoming Americans. The bark of a heavy weapon broke forth from the concealment of a nearby building, and the lead Sherman rocked to a halt and burst into flames. A second Sherman quickly rotated its turret and opened fire on the German Panther, putting it out of action with a direct hit. The German crew bailed from the smoking vehicle and disappeared into the surrounding ruins. The Americans proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, the tankers and infantrymen were met by the sight of a vast expanse of water flowing through the ruins. Far away to the east they could discern other fields of ruins beyond their reach, separated by the water. The U.S. First Army had reached the Rhine. The Allies quickly consolidated their hold on the West Bank sector of Cologne and in the surrounding countryside. Large numbers of inhabitants had been evacuated to Saxony and Brandenburg during October and December 1944 to escape the incessant artillery barrages. Trenches were dug to the south and west of the district, railway bridges had been destroyed, medical personnel evacuated many of the wounded to a large hospital complex in Rheinhalden. The wounded were loaded onto horse carts and the few remaining motorized vehicles, and in some cases were moved in hand carts. Motorized vehicles pulled by horses became a common sight. Meagre fuel supplies were carefully rationed, and many units had long since exhausted their resources. Numerous injured soldiers, their wounds exacerbated by the movement, bled to death during the long march and were pulled from the wagons. Stripped of identification tags and documents so that their family members could be notified of their fate, the dead were often abandoned by the roadside to be disposed of by the advancing Americans. There was no escape from the relentless enemy. On the 24th of February, the first artillery rounds began falling on Rheinhalden, followed by a bombing raid. A schoolteacher recorded on that date, "The first artillery rounds on Rheinhalden. At midday, bombs were dropped on the city without causing too much damage. I did not risk conducting the 1400 lecture. The entire situation remains tenuous and nerve-wracking. At dusk, I went to the Beekerstrasse, where the lecture was to take place, in a private residence. Only one student appeared, very late for the class. In order for the children to have to go only a short distance to classes, we are conducting the lessons in small groups in nearby restaurants, homes, and bunkers." At the end of February, the entire Army Group B front collapsed. Unable to hold the Rhine approaches with his 3 weakened armies, Mordel ordered a senior engineering staff to be organized for the evacuation of irreplaceable equipment over the Rhine between Koblenz and Düsseldorf. Forced to acknowledge that the West Bank could no longer be held indefinitely, Hitler relaxed the order that forbade the withdrawal of military units behind the Rhine, and the evacuation of non-essential staff personnel began. However, he directed that the combat units were to continue resisting the Allied forces on the West Bank. The small towns and villages in the path of the oncoming American 1st and 9th Armies to the west and northwest of the Ruhr were experiencing the initial phases of total collapse. During the day, it was impossible to move freely on open roads. The squadrons of fighters patrolled the skies in advance of the armoured columns, destroying any target that presented a potential threat to the tanks or infantry. Food became scarce with the disruption of transportation facilities, and the population remaining in the threatened areas began to consume their carefully hoarded reserves. The public utilities began to experience disruptions that took ever longer to restore. As the Allied armies drew nearer, the power and gas lines often failed altogether as the facilities were destroyed under the weight of bombing raids or artillery barrages. Many of the inhabitants attempted a last-minute flight to rearward areas east of the Rhine, away from the oncoming enemy and the unknown fate that awaited them at the hands of the invaders. For many, the decision to flee ahead of the Americans came too late. Gasoline for the private vehicles not already requisitioned by the Wehrmacht was impossible to obtain. Evacuation by rail carried its own risks. Everyone was aware that the public transportation system offered an easy and favoured target for marauding fighter bombers. Additionally, special permits were required for use of the public transportation systems. The surviving rail cars were largely reserved for the transport of troops and equipment. The Rhineland town of Lobberich was under evacuation orders in the face of the American advance. The town was to be defended, and all non-essential residents were ordered to leave. On the 25th of February 1945, Arnold Frank recorded in his diary, "Corporal Fischer is with us, together with 2 comrades. They brought 2 bottles of rum with them. At 0100, Fischer has to depart for Sonsbeck. A courier is never free from duty. The Volkssturm has been on alert for days. Every night troops pass through our streets, retreating from the enemy. The German front is broken. Volkssturm Level 4 was called up this week to their assembly point near Berg Ingenhoven. They are the last reserves. At exactly 1200 I reported as ordered and met about 24 members of my unit. Some personnel were busy digging tank trenches. As the clock struck 12, they measured the depth of the trench. It met the required specifications, and everyone took off. A couple of the Volkssturm men followed at a distance, then one after another they disappeared in the direction of home, until I was one of the last ones still standing there. As the senior person remaining on the site, I issued the order, "Toward home, march." My service with the Volkssturm thus came to an end. A light rain began to fall as the Volkssturm units disintegrated. The rain continued through the night and into the following morning. A bedraggled soldier detached himself from his retreating company long enough to ask Frank to repair the soles of his sodden boots. While the soldier patiently waited, Frank nailed the soles and asked if a major at the market square had picked him up. The soldier shook his head with a puzzled look. Frank advised him that the major was rounding up all retreating soldiers who could not produce marching orders. A defence of Lobberich was being organised. Frank soon completed his task, handed the boots to the waiting soldier, and glanced through the door, from where he observed a number of German paratroopers hastily piling equipment onto a vehicle drawn up in front of a nearby shop. It was apparent that the Allies had once again broken through. In the town of Kempen, Bürgermeister Mertens ordered the civilians to evacuate the town for the outlying areas. 32 of the civilians were assigned as lookouts from the water tower in 3-hour shifts, with orders to report any enemy activity to the police station. The first and second levels of Volkssturm were mustered. The third, consisting of the youngest members, was ordered to Krefeld. The fourth was not called, for there were no weapons with which they could be armed. On the 2nd of March, the distant droning of observation aircraft wafted faintly over Kempen throughout the day as the Americans drew nearer. That afternoon, artillery rounds began falling. The old Propstei church was destroyed by a direct hit. The Kellersohn Hotel, Hausplatten, Rathaus, and numerous buildings in the vicinity of the train station were destroyed. At 2 p.m., a large column of olive-green vehicles was observed approaching from Wurst. The column suddenly braked to a halt, and numerous soldiers were seen rapidly abandoning the vehicles. The Americans took cover in roadside trenches and waited expectantly. The road remained quiet. No German soldiers were anywhere to be seen. Near the village of Forst, the local Volkssturm had assembled to secure the Gulda road. That evening, an officer appeared with a group of approximately 50 soldiers and occupied the freshly dug defences. He inquired about the strength of the Volkssturm unit. 9 men was the reply. "How are you armed?" "With a carbine and 4 Panzerfausts." "How have you been trained?" "We each fired the carbine once, and we watched a demonstration of how to use a Panzerfaust." Shaking his head, the officer ordered the men to leave the weapons in the trenches and assemble for a briefing. As the motley collection of elderly men gathered, the officer announced that they were being held in reserve and promptly sent them home. An American infantry patrol encountered heavy resistance as they advanced in the direction of Krefeld and approached the village of Kien. A small group of Wehrmacht soldiers had fortified themselves in the Steiger and Kaiser farm buildings, from where they fired until their ammunition was exhausted. The officer, in charge of 5 surviving soldiers, called into a cellar where the farm families and the labourers had sought shelter. He advised the civilians that it was over, their ammunition was expended. One of the farmers volunteered to approach the Americans to inform them that the German soldiers wished to surrender. As the Germans filed into the farmyard with upraised hands, the American soldiers smashed the rifles of the newly captured prisoners and relieved them of their watches. An angry American soldier ripped the officer's shoulder boards from his tunic and threw them into the mud before herding the prisoners up the road with upraised hands amid kicks and blows from rifle butts. Hitler continued to issue orders regarding the conduct of the war in Army Group B's beleaguered sector as the situation deteriorated by the hour. Immediately after the capture of Krefeld, he reiterated his order that under no circumstances was any Rhine bridge to fall into the hands of the Allies. It was also made clear that should such an event occur, the sector commander was to be held personally responsible. There were to be no excuses, and no justification for such an occurrence would be accepted. Additionally, bridges were to be retained intact and passable as long as feasible. They were to be destroyed only to prevent their seizure by enemy forces. The bridges remained necessary for the transport of supplies and the evacuation of wounded from the bridgeheads on the west bank, and their early destruction would doom any forces that remained in the area. The order served to hasten the annihilation of those German units holding the shrinking bridgeheads on the west bank. Thousands of war-weary troops found themselves compressed into small bridgeheads that offered a target-rich environment for the fighter bombers. American artillery batteries concentrated their fire on crossroads and strategic terrain features, bringing death and destruction with every attempt by the Germans to move out of their defences. Disabled tanks were abandoned for lack of spare parts, other fully intact vehicles were left by the roads or hidden from view under the protection of trees, where they remained due to the lack of fuel. Artillery pieces were abandoned along the roadsides when the prime movers became immobilized. Ammunition dumps that had been carefully concealed from fighter bombers for weeks fell victim to the acute lack of transport and were abandoned or demolished as the Americans pressed forward. The roads were lined with scorched shells of destroyed vehicles, dead horses, and the shattered remnants of Wehrmacht wagons that had fallen victim to artillery bursts or fighter attacks. One after another, the German cities and town fell to the Allied armies. On the 2nd of March, Mönchengladbach, Roermond, and Venlo fell. The gateway to the Ruhr industrial cities situated along the west bank of the Rhine was opened. On the 3rd of March, Neuss and Krefeld fell. General Alfred Schlemm, commander of the 1st Parachute Army, attempted to salvage the remnants of his forces as they were pressed ever closer to the Rhine. He received instructions to establish defences for a bridgehead along the west bank of the river, extending from Krefeld in the south to Wesel in the north, and to hold his positions at all costs. Losing control of the Rhine along the Ruhr Valley would mean losing the last possibility for continuing the war for even a limited time. The coal for the harbours of Hamburg, Bremen, and Wilhelmshaven had to be transported along the Rhine and through the Lippe Canal south of Wesel, then farther through the Dortmund-Ems Canal to the northeastern cities. If American forces gained control of the west bank of the Rhine in the Ruhr sector, this lifeline would be severed. What little remained of German industrial and military activity in the harbours would grind to a halt after the on-site supplies of coal were exhausted. The receipt of Hitler's order was especially troubling to General Schlemm, for he was responsible for no less than 9 bridges in his sector. He transferred his headquarters to the Rhine town of Rheinberg for better command and control of the bridges, and established radio communications with each bridge in his sector for close monitoring. Any delay that enabled the Americans to seize a bridge would result in a military catastrophe for which he would be personally responsible. The seriousness of Hitler's order was almost tested on the 3rd of March. A forward unit of the U.S. 84th Infantry Division pushed toward the Rhine in the area of Hüls, meeting increasing resistance as it neared the river. The German forces in the area, under command of General Roth, were attempting to hold the Uerdingen bridgehead with remnants of artillery and flak reserve units, and had been compressed into an area running from Bochum to Kapellen. It was clear that the bridgeheads could not be held and that the Americans would reach the Rhine within several hours. Combat engineers feverishly prepared the bridge for demolition. As engineers made final preparations, they discovered that the electric cable essential for detonating the charges within the framework of the bridge was badly damaged. The engineers worked feverishly to replace several yards of cable as the bridge came under artillery fire and fighter-bomber attacks. 39 German soldiers died in the desperate attempt to repair the damaged cable. At length, Americans appeared on the west approaches and, under a hail of fire, assaulted the bridge, killing or driving the survivors onto the east bank. The American troops stormed forward and almost gained the east approaches before being driven back by strong counterfire. A seesaw battle ensued until a Wehrmacht truck laden with explosives drove under the pilings and demolished a 100-yard section of the bridge. At 6 a.m. the following day, the air was rent by an enormous explosion as the retreating Germans completed the destruction of the bridge and denied the Americans their prize. Another close call occurred at the Homburg Road Bridge in the Uerdingen bridgehead. General Schlemm grew increasingly nervous as he followed the situational reports and tracked the locations of the American units as they closed on the area. When it became apparent that the American tanks were nearing the bridge, he radioed the on-scene commander and ordered him to destroy the structure. 10 minutes later, he picked up the radio again and demanded to know if the bridge had been demolished. To his astonishment, the officer replied that he had not carried out the order. He advised the general that a colonel at the scene refused to permit the order to be followed. Enraged, Schlemm screamed into the radio transmitter, "Who in the hell is this colonel who is countermanding my order?" he shouted. "I am the army commander, and I am ordering you to destroy the bridge immediately." The radio remained silent for a moment as Schlemm waited anxiously for a reply. Finally, the voice of the officer broke the silence. "The colonel says that he is not under your command, Herr General. He says that he is assigned to Field Marshal Mordel and that the bridge is not to be destroyed." Schlemm digested the unbelievable discourse in stunned silence for several seconds. The Americans were approaching the bridge embankment, what few defenders remained west of the bridge could be considered as good as lost, and now an unknown colonel had appeared from nowhere and was countermanding his order. The general lost all composure. Jumping to his feet, he screamed into the handset that if the bridge was not demolished immediately, he was going to show up down there and personally shoot not only that colonel, but everyone else at the bridge. Within seconds, a massive explosion reverberated along the length of the river in the Ruhr Valley as the Homburg Bridge rose from its girders and then collapsed into the swirling currents of the Rhine. As the Americans closed on the river in the area of Wesel, they met stiff resistance from remnants of the renowned Panzerlehr Division that had remained behind as a rear guard. Near the town of Wien, American and German tanks clashed in one of the final battles between armoured units west of the Rhine. Sergeant Eduard Jorb of the Panzerjäger Lehrbattalion 130 was lying in wait for the approaching Americans when he observed a U.S. armoured unit approaching to within close range of his hidden tank. As Jorb attempted to rotate the gun to follow the movement of an approaching Sherman, the mechanism refused to give way. Suddenly, the tank commander ordered him to fire. The gun remained silent. At that moment, the Sherman fired on Jorb's tank, but the round cracked overhead, missing the turret by inches. The frantic commander continued to scream for Jorb to fire, but the gunner could not bring the gun to bear on target. Desperately attempting to locate the cause of the malfunction, Jorb discovered that one of the gun projectiles stored in the turret had fallen against the rotating gears and was jamming the gun's mechanism. Jorb frantically freed the gears of the projectile, sprang upright in the gunner's position, rotated the gun and fired. The Sherman burst into flames as Jorb sought a second target. One of the American armoured vehicles approached rapidly from behind the burning Sherman, firing as it moved with small-caliber weapons. Jorb fired again, and the tank rocked to a halt as it too became enveloped in smoke. The German tank turned and departed toward the town of Rheinberg, leaving the two disabled American tanks in its trail. Realizing that the goal of the Americans was to reach the ferry near Rheinberg, the crew assumed that other armoured units would be penetrating German positions behind them. Intent on protecting the ferry landing as long as possible to permit the Panzerlehr infantrymen to escape the shrinking bridgehead, the Panzerjäger sped toward the Rhine. The tankers rolled through the town of Rheinberg toward the ferry landing and suddenly spotted 3 Shermans that had broken through the outer line of defences. Eduard Jorb observed one of the tanks bearing down on them, and he opened fire from a range of 50 yards. The projectile struck the Sherman squarely below the turret, and the American tank careened blindly forward at rapid speed. Before the Panzerjäger could turn to avoid the impact, the two tanks collided almost head-on with a deafening crash. As both heavy vehicles slammed to a halt, Sergeant Yorb and the other crew members of the Panzerjäger were catapulted forward, falling against ammunition and equipment within the confines of the turret. The Sherman appeared to have been jolted from its path by the collision, and the heavy vehicle now proceeded to rake the Panzerjäger along the length of its right flank before breaking free and blindly colliding with a nearby building. The walls of the structure collapsed on the tank, partially burying the steel colossus under masonry as the American crewmen frantically opened the hatches and scrambled free. In the first week in March, the Army Group B headquarters staff was en route to cross the final barrier in the west. Mordell's staff navigated the congested roads toward the Rhine, where the personnel planned to cross on one of the few remaining ferries at Andernach. As they drew closer to the river, the road became increasingly congested with straggling units extending along the roadsides in long marching columns or riding in vehicles of every description. Horse-drawn wagons crammed with wounded soldiers and evacuees sought the safety of the far bank. The congestion on the narrow roads was exacerbated by throngs of civilians pushing hand-carts and leading children toward the east. Columns of infantrymen filed through the mud, shoulders bent under the weight of field equipment as they plodded toward the illusion of safety. The crowds of refugees and retreating troops slowly parted in the path of the vehicles bearing the insignia and pennants of the Army Group staff. Toward the front of the convoy rode Field Marshal Mordell. In his company was Major Winrich Baer, the staff officer who had accompanied Mordell's predecessor, Günther von Kluge, on the impromptu trip to Paris in August. The staff officers were relieved that the sky remained black with thick, low-lying clouds that denied the tempting target of congested, snarled roads to the Allied fighter-bombers. Despite the pennant bearing crossed batons conspicuously displayed on the fender of the Field Marshal's vehicle, the convoy made only sporadic progress through the throngs of refugees converging on the ferry landing. Losing patience at the delays, the Field Marshal leaned forward. "Listen, Baer," he said sharply with characteristically clipped words. "I have to get to the other side. I want you to stay here and bring order to this mess. Keep a vehicle, organize a defense, and get this cleared up. You know what to do. I'll send someone to relieve you when I get to the other side." As Baer sprang from the vehicle, Mordell added, "I'm designating you as the combat commander of Andernach. Do whatever you have to do to take care of this." Thus, Winrich Baer suddenly and unexpectedly found himself the official combat commander of the small town on the Rhine. The major motioned for his vehicle to break from the Field Marshal's column and to pull to the side of the road. Glancing through the columns of soldiers filing past, he seized two young officers and ordered them to bring organization to the throng of civilians and soldiers at the ferry landing. It was not an easy task. Myriad vehicles attempted to jostle their way through the crowd for a place on the ferry. Baer was determined that the combat equipment would have priority. The air was filled with ensuing arguments and confrontations. The small group of officers labored at the ferry crossing the remainder of the day and late into the night. At some time during the night, the area was rent with a massive explosion. Assuming that the ferry had struck a mine, Baer hurried to the scene and found that the ferry had simply disappeared in the darkness, leaving a column of vehicles and dozens of soldiers waiting on the west bank. Certain that the ferry boat would not be returning, Baer set about attempting to organize a defense. The American units could not be far away, and it was possible that the skies would clear. Cloudless skies would bring all traffic to a halt under an all-too-familiar swarm of fighter-bombers. As dawn approached, he walked the length of the road leading from the river to the first road junction. He began stopping all men in uniform and directing them to a nearby collection point. Quickly establishing an impromptu chain of command, he assigned an officer to be in charge of the group. Ordering the officer to halt or combat personnel and engage them in manning defenses, he departed to check on conditions at the Rhine. 2 hours later, he returned to the road crossing only to find that his makeshift defense unit had evaporated into the surrounding countryside. The soldiers at the crossing were not inclined to obey orders issued by this unknown, medal-bedecked major who had unexpectedly commandeered them. The retreating Lancers did not relish the prospect of sacrificing themselves at the behest of the anonymous Knight's Cross holder. In their eyes, he was obviously a fanatic who would probably get them killed in what were clearly the last days of a hopelessly lost war. Baer stopped to ponder the grim situation. His driver and vehicle had already been dispatched to the opposite bank. The American fighter-bombers or advanced armored elements could appear at any moment, and he was now stranded on the west bank. While considering various options, he was approached by a middle-aged reservist wearing the rank of a Wehrmacht major. The officer introduced himself as Bear's relief. He had been dispatched on orders of Field Marshal Mordel to relieve Bear and assume duties as battle commander of Andernach. The two officers spoke of the situation in which they found themselves. Defeat was looming for Germany. Divisions could not be stomped out of the ground by the generals to secure victory. The conversation became an honest assessment of how the two officers viewed their prospects. The reserve major lived nearby, and the Americans would soon be arriving. He was deeply concerned about his wife and children. Bear pondered the situation. The major would be left here with no weapons and no forces with which to establish a defense. Even if he managed to scrape together a weak group of defenders, Bear knew that it would only result in the American armored units and aircraft shooting the entire town of Andernach to pieces. At length, Bear looked at the major. "Go home," he advised the officer. "It could cost you your head, but to stay here is not an option. Take off and go home to your family. Besides," he motioned about them at the abandoned crossroads, "you have nothing here with which you can perform your duties." He then returned the officer's salute and walked toward the Rhine. Bear slowly made his way downstream in search of a crossing to the east bank. As he approached the small resort town of Weissenturm, he noted that the Rhine bridge at that location had been destroyed. However, a tangle of girders still protruded above the swirling brown water, providing a precarious footbridge high above the river. He cautiously began making his way high above the Rhine along the steel girders. Several yards ahead of him, a small group of young soldiers from a retreating flak unit felt their way cautiously toward the opposite bank. Suddenly, two of the teenagers slipped from the rusted iron girders, plunged into the water far below, and disappeared in the swiftly moving, icy current. This is no way to end the war, Bear thought to himself. He turned and slowly inched his way back toward the west bank. Along the way, he was forced to halt and yield to several Wehrmacht soldiers who were edging their way across the girder. The Lancers inched past the major as they navigated the dizzying height and continued in the opposite direction. Bear was chagrined that he, an experienced combat veteran and holder of Germany's highest decoration for valor, was compelled to ignominiously retreat to the western shore. No sooner had he reached the west bank than he heard the cough of a nearby engine. To the major's surprise, a small boat with a sputtering outboard motor, navigated by two boys clad in brown Hitler Youth uniforms, emerged from the riverbank. The teenagers were ferrying isolated stragglers to the safety of the east bank. Bear climbed into the waiting boat, joined a wounded officer whose head was swathed in bloody bandages, and the party slowly traversed the wide expanse of the Rhine. Chapter 4. Crossing at Remagen. During the closing days of February 1945, the Allies were consolidating their positions on the west bank of the Rhine, opposite the last elements of the German armies that had filtered over the river. The remnants of the Wehrmacht in the west were facing the most powerful combined might of troops and technological strength the world had ever seen. Eisenhower was in command of some 4 million soldiers in 3 separate army groups. His forces consisted of 8 armies made up of 21 corps and 73 fully mechanized divisions. 3/4 of the troops were Americans, the remainder were a mixture of British and British Commonwealth forces, French troops and various colonial units. There were 6 tactical air commands with more than 17,000 aircraft, of which 5,000 were fighter bombers and 7,000 were medium and heavy bombers. By early March 1945, most of the German army in the west had retreated to the east bank of the Rhine. The troops remaining on the west bank, constituting the rear guard, were facing inevitable destruction by the Anglo-American forces if they failed to cross the river. The forces consolidated under OB West, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, were attempting to reinforce their positions on the east bank. In the north, Army Group H, commanded by Colonel General Johannes von Blaskowitz, was deployed in Holland and along the lower Rhine. To the south of Blaskowitz's forces, extending from the northern Ruhr Valley to south of the Westerwald, which lay south of the Ruhr Valley, was Field Marshal Mordel's Army Group B. Army Group G, under SS Colonel General Paul Hauser, was deployed to the south of Army Group B in Alsace and the Saar area. General Erich Brandenberger's 19th Army held the southernmost front in southwestern Germany along the Upper Rhine. Eisenhower intended to face Mordel's Army Group with Montgomery's 21st Army Group in the north and Bradley's 12th Army Group immediately to the south. The two Allied army groups formed an impenetrable line along the Rhine from Holland to Koblenz. These units were responsible for neutralizing German forces in the Rhineland and preparing for follow-on crossings over the Rhine. One of the primary objectives was to seize the Ruhr, the large industrial center vital to Germany's war capability. Without the Ruhr to supply the Wehrmacht divisions, the German army's capacity to continue to resist would quickly become exhausted. The advance into the Rhineland had been hampered by the flooding of large areas when the Germans opened the locks of the Ruhr River dams. On the 3rd of March, Montgomery's forces linked up with Bradley's 12th Army Group at Geldern. Other elements rapidly closed on the banks of the Rhine in an attempt to trap as many German forces as possible by denying them access to river crossings. Hitler had previously demanded that the borders be defended west of the Rhine River along the Westwall, the Siegfried Line. Believing that the German soldiers would attempt to retreat behind the Rhine and hide in defensive positions, he had refused to permit the construction of defences east of the river. Field Marshal Mordel constantly requested that preparations be made for a withdrawal behind the Rhine. His forces were too weak to halt an Allied advance west of the river. However, Hitler remained adamant that the defence of the German border west of the Rhine had to be maintained. On the 2nd of March 1945, Army Group B established a staff at Schloss Bensberg for conducting the Rhine defences. The officer responsible was Infantry General Joachim von Kurzfleisch. His chief of staff was Major Rudolf Schulz. One of their primary objectives was to secure the bridges over the Rhine and thereby enable the remaining German forces to cross to safety. They were to ensure that the bridges did not fall into Allied hands. One of the bridges for which they were responsible was the Ludendorff Bridge at the small Rhineland town of Remagen. The bridge was constructed during World War I as a means for expediting traffic and communications in the Remagen area over the river. Designed by Mannheim architect Karl Wiener, the imposing structure was a dual-track railway bridge that connected the Ahr Railroad with the rail network east of the Rhine. The bridge, named after the first quartermaster of the Imperial German Army, Erich von Ludendorff, was designed with 3 demolitions chambers built within each of the 2 massive piers supporting the bridge spans. The chambers had been filled with concrete during the French occupation of the Rhineland in the 1920s. The bridge spanned the Rhine in a north-south direction for a length of 300 yards. The east bank of the bridge ended at a 350-yard tunnel beneath an imposing cliff known as the Erpelerlee. Beyond the tunnel, the route followed a steep ravine for some 500 yards before intersecting the Niederlandstein-Troisdorf railway. The demolition charges vital to the defence of the bridge had been removed from the structure in 1940 and stored in the Pfungstadt depot near Darmstadt. Following the Allied invasion of France in 1944, efforts were made to prepare the bridge for destruction. In the autumn of 1944, German Staff Sergeant Jakob Kliebach was dispatched to the Pfungstadt depot to recover the demolitions charges. To his chagrin, he found that during the war, the explosives had mysteriously vanished. Subsequent investigation revealed that the charges had ostensibly been expended for other uses. Replacement charges were hastily manufactured to the original specifications and were positioned on the bridge on the 6th of March 1945. The following day, the engineer detachment constructed an anti-tank trench on the west bank of the Rhine along the railway embankment to impede any unexpected road traffic. One firing circuit was prepared for demolition. A second was still under construction at 2 p.m. on the 7th of March. The demolitions charges consisted of 600 kilograms of TNT. The firing plan called for the main charge to be initiated by a command-detonated electrical firing device. A secondary firing device was to be prepared for use in the event the primary device failed or if immediate destruction of the bridge prior to completion of the primary preparations should be necessary. An additional 600 kilograms of explosives were requested for use with the secondary device, but by 11 a.m. on the 7th of March, the engineers had received only 300 kilograms of a commercial Donnerett. Present at the bridge was a combat engineering company under the command of 48-year-old Captain Karl Christian Friesenhahn. The non-commissioned officer, NCO, formerly responsible for preparations at the bridge, Sergeant Kliebach, was integrated into Friesenhahn's new force of engineers. The engineering company was subordinate to Battalion 3, Pioneer Regiment 12, under the command of Major August Kraft, whose command post was at the nearby village of Bendorf-Seine. The unit had been placed under the operational command of Zangen's 15th Army on the 1st of March 1945. The bridge security forces consisted of 46 convalescent soldiers from Infantry Replacement and Training Battalion 80, headquartered in Koblenz. The company was under the command of 40-year-old Captain Willi Oskar Bratke. who had been assigned as combat commander of Remagen in December 1944. An additional force consisting of a reduced company from Technical Battalion 1 and Railway Engineering Company 103 had been responsible for maintenance on the bridge since the autumn of 1944. On the 5th of March, all maintenance personnel were placed under the administrative command of the 12th Company, Engineer Regiment 12. The ground defence force was augmented by anti-aircraft defences which consisted of 37mm and 20mm flak batteries supported by one heavy railway flak battery from 1st Heavy Railway Flak Detachment 535 and a smoke company. In February 1945, the defences had been strengthened by the arrival of a new anti-aircraft rocket unit, irreverently referred to as the beer crate flak by the gunners because of the open framework of the rocket launchers. The rocket launcher crews were assigned to flak training and test detachment 900 and were trained to operate the new weapons at Rerich on the Baltic coast before being deployed for operations with the rockets. The first battery was deployed for railway transport protection, the second battery remained in a semi-mobile status, and the third battery was deployed to Remagen as a stationary unit. The batteries were organised into crews of 5 men for each rocket launcher, with a sergeant in command of every crew. The rocket projectiles were stored in a temporary magazine in Remagen and in a sawmill at Kretzhaus. A 3-ton truck was used to transport the rockets to the battery positions. The rocket battery remained operationally independent from the conventional flak commands in the area of Remagen and was placed under the senior commander of Ehrenbreitstein Citadel in Koblenz. The commander of the 120 men assigned to the 3rd Battery was Lieutenant Karl-Heinz Peters. The battery personnel were deployed in positions near the Römerhaus, situated on the hillside between Erpel and Auersberg, and on the Erpel Allee. Lieutenant Peters had established his command post in the Schultz Hotel at Unkel and later in the Fuhrmann Gasthof in Bruchhausen. The enlisted personnel of the battery were living in private quarters at Auersberg and in the meeting room of the Zur Erpeler Leih Gasthof. As the Allied forces closed relentlessly on the banks of the Rhine, concern for the bridge preparations increased. General Wolfgang Pickert, commander of the 3rd Flak Corps, inspected the rocket battery in late February and judged the rockets to be of dubious value for anti-aircraft purposes. On the 6th of March, the total ground troop strength for the defence of the bridge stood at 36 men and was composed solely of the security company of convalescents. The local Volkssturm had been activated, but Bratke received word that most of the men assigned to the district Volkssturm were not to be found. The local units that were previously mobilized had received orders to defend the roadblocks at the Apollinaris Church on the Remagen-Beresdorf road. The Wehrmacht training facility for the Hitler Youth reported that during the night of the 6th to the 7th of March, the teenagers from Year Group 1928 had been withdrawn to another sector on the east bank of the Rhine. At 9 p.m. on the 6th of March, the bridge commander, Captain Friesenhahn, reported that the bridge was prepared for destruction, and Captain Bratke requested that it be opened to vehicular traffic. Friesenhahn stated that it was not yet possible to open the bridge, as he had received a message from the Reichsbahn, Reich Railway System, authorities that some 12 trains were scheduled to cross over the bridge during the night. He added that the bridge could probably be cleared for vehicular traffic at 5 a.m. the following day, the 7th of March. Bratke continued to be concerned with every update of enemy positions. He placed a telephone call to the Army Group B staff and requested that his situation report be forwarded immediately to the IA, the Army Group Operation Officer. He reported that the Americans had reached the area to the west of Beresdorf with heavy strength and that an Allied push toward Remagen on the morning of the 7th of March was expected. He also informed the Army Group staff that his only defences consisted of a 36-man company and that all other alarm units planned for the defence had been transferred elsewhere. The staff officer brushed aside Bratke's concerns, stating that the enemy push was directed toward the Bonn-Cologne-Düsseldorf area. The enemy armoured units that had been reported to Bratke were considered to be nothing more than forces securing the American right flank. Bratke, however, was unconvinced. He argued that the forces were stronger than mere flank security warranted. Growing weary of the discussion with the unknown captain on the phone, the staff officer became impatient. "I really believe, Herr Hauptmann," the officer responded sarcastically, "that you have your pants full." Furious, Bratke slammed down the receiver. Unbeknownst to Bratke, the flak units in the area had also been withdrawn. The alert condition for the Remagen area had been downgraded, and the entire flak command, with the exception of the anti-aircraft platoons located at Erpel and at the Krupp sand quarry, had been withdrawn during the night of the 6th to the 7th of March. The 3 single-barreled guns on the bridge itself remained in position, but the 2 20mm guns on the Erpeler Lay heights were withdrawn, thus degrading the bridge defences to an even greater extent than Bratke was aware. At 2 a.m. on the 7th of March, Bratke was persuaded by his adjutant to attempt to rest, for there was nothing further that could be done to improve the situation at that point. The weary captain still had reason for concern. His reports indicated that strong American armoured forces were approaching his position, and the reinforcements promised to him had been transferred elsewhere. Major Kraft, commander of the engineering unit, was continuing to prepare the bridge for demolition. Bratke went into a neighbouring room and lay down, intending to be awakened at 4 a.m. Captain Bratke was awakened at 3 a.m. by the sounds of approaching vehicles, and he rose to investigate. It was highly unusual for motorised units to be approaching the bridge when it was clearly not open for vehicular traffic. To his alarm, he discovered that a Wehrmacht motorised column had disregarded his sentries, had ploughed through the checkpoint and was stubbornly driving toward the bridge. The vehicles were filled with rear echelon supply and administrative troops intent on reaching the safety of the East Bank. Their remaining weapons had already been eagerly surrendered to the combat units behind them, and their primary goal was to put distance between themselves and the oncoming Sherman tanks. Bratke hurried to the checkpoint to halt any further passage of vehicles. During an altercation with the retreating troops, the exasperated captain had to draw his pistol and shoot the tires of 2 vehicles that refused to stop. The vehicles that had passed through the checkpoint prior to his arrival crowded onto the bridge, halting all traffic for some 100 yards. Considering the numbers of troops and vehicles attempting to gain access to the bridge, it was clear that the sergeant assigned to control the traffic would not be able to manage the situation alone. Bratke set about organising the traffic and clearing the bridge. Documents were examined, with drivers required to produce the correct movement orders. Mixed among the trucks were several flak units with orders to proceed to the Bonn-Cologne-Düsseldorf area. The absence of any combat troops with which Bratke had hoped to augment his sparse defences was conspicuous. Waiting to cross the bridge were 2 badly damaged but still mobile tanks and 1 tank that was battle-worthy but had expended its ammunition. A check with the other armoured vehicles revealed that they too had no ammunition available. At 5 a.m. the remaining vehicles slowly began inching over the bridge to safety. On the 7th of March, the Wehrmacht's 67th Corps received an order from Zangen's 15th Army that placed the Remagen bridgehead immediately under the Corps command. With expectations of a major American push against the Remagen area, the Corps was directed to send an officer with general staff experience to take command of the bridgehead. Major Hans Scheller received the dubious distinction of being assigned to take command of the bridgehead as senior officer in charge. He received personal orders from General Otto Hitzfeld, commander of the 67th Corps, who appointed him commander of Remagen with several specific assignments. His tasks included assembling a defensive force from units that were retreating over the bridge, preparing the bridge for demolition, and ensuring destruction of the bridge as soon as the Americans arrived at the western approaches. On the 6th of March, the U.S. 3rd Corps, under the command of Major General John Milliken, continued to press forward toward the Rhine. The 9th Armoured Division, under Major General John W. Leonard, was assigned to push toward the Remagen-Sinzig-Bad Neuenahr area. Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Engemann commanded a task force, TF, of the 9th Armoured Division's Combat Command B. The task force consisted of the reduced 14th Tank Battalion, the 27th Armoured Infantry Battalion, and an engineer platoon from the 9th Armoured Engineer Battalion. A company of the 27th Armoured Infantry Battalion was under the command of 2nd Lieutenant Karl H. Timmermann, a young officer from the Midwest whose German-born mother had emigrated to the United States as a war bride after World War I. Timmermann's company was accompanied by an armoured platoon from the 14th Tank Battalion under the command of 2nd Lieutenant John Grombau. That morning, the combined tank platoon and infantry company advanced from Meckenheim through Addendorf, Fritzdorf, Överreich, Niederich, Leimersdorf, and Biresdorf. From there they pressed onward toward the Ludendorff Bridge and Remagen. The force reached Överreich at 11 a.m., where they surprised 2 German soldiers who had unwisely stopped at the village and entered a building at Landskronestrasse 29. The unsuspecting Lansers were eating lunch when they heard the alarming news that the Americans had already entered the town. The soldiers immediately dropped their lunches and attempted to start the wood-burning engine of their vehicle. The primitive engine failed to ignite, and as the Americans drew near, the two soldiers abandoned the vehicle and attempted to flee across a field to the shelter of the woods below the village. The approaching Americans raked the running figures with a barrage of small arms fire. The fugitives dropped in the tall grass of the field. Their flight was observed by a number of civilians hiding behind the Schäfer family barn in Niederich, and the terrified villagers watched as the fleeing soldiers fell under the gunfire. Maria Bolling was following the incident from a window in a nearby house on Hofstrasse. She saw the soldiers as they abandoned their vehicle and disappeared out of view behind the corner of a building. The morning stillness then erupted in gunfire. Running to the group of villagers standing behind the barn, Maria could hear a voice across the field calling in German for help. Several elderly men refused to go to the soldiers' aid, frightened that they would be mistaken for combatants by the nervous Americans. After a short discussion, Maria Schäfer and Maria Bullich obtained a pole from the barn and draped it with a bedsheet. Holding the makeshift flag aloft, the two women proceeded across the field to the soldiers. They found one of the men badly wounded, and the women dragged him back to the shelter of the house on the Hofstrasse. The second soldier, attempting to avoid detection by the Americans, crawled behind them in the concealment of the grass. The Americans were arriving in ever-increasing numbers, and soon numerous vehicles of various descriptions were halting by the roadside. The heavily armed strangers approached the buildings of the village and took the uninjured soldier prisoner. The wounded soldier was carried by the inhabitants to an upper floor of the house on the Hofstrasse, where he died from his wounds during the night. The villagers determined from the man's documents that he was 23-year-old Johannes Hirsch from Pomerania. The Americans soon confiscated the body and laid it alongside the railway overpass near Ringen, where it rested for several days before the villagers were permitted to bury it in the Ringen cemetery. On Wednesday, the 7th of March, shortly after the American patrol surprised the German soldiers in Överich, Major Scheller, accompanied by Captain Basel, departed from the German Corps headquarters for Remagen. General Hitzfeld then transferred his headquarters to Altenaar, approximately 20 miles away. The dawn broke with a grey sunrise accompanied by a cold drizzle. The low cloud cover was welcomed by the Germans, who knew that the inclement weather would bring a respite from the air attacks by fighter bombers. The German columns continued to wind their way along the narrow roads and crowded across the Ludendorff Bridge. Among the vehicles slowly traversing the river crossing were the straggling elements of Field Marshal Mordell's staff, who were en route from Bad Tönnigstein to their new headquarters located in the Westerwald region near Weiersbusch and Rimbach. At 10 a.m., an enormous explosion echoed along the length of the Rhine Valley as thousands of rounds of anti-aircraft rocket ammunition on the Viktoriaberg heights were demolished by withdrawing Wehrmacht forces. The lack of available transport had required the destruction of the rockets. The batteries had already been transferred to the east bank and out of the Remagen area. The congestion on the bridge increased as more units sought a river crossing. The bridges in Cologne and Bonn, further to the north, already lay as tangled wreckage in the Rhine. All of the ferries were sunk or had been rendered inoperable. Captain Bratke attempted repeatedly to make radio contact with higher headquarters without result and was unaware of the most recent enemy movements. Major Scheller arrived at the bridge during the late morning hours and was briefed by Bratke on the situation at the bridgehead. Just before noon, the two officers left the railway bridge and proceeded to the St. Anne convent, where Scheller ordered that the bridge be prepared for demolition. The major knew that the situation would have to be closely monitored and that the bridge had to remain intact as long as possible to allow the remainder of the 67th Corps to cross the Rhine. The security forces at the bridge continued to stop various troops heading east in an effort to assemble a defense force on the west bank. The Americans had to be delayed in their advance toward the approaches to the bridge. While observing the activities at the bridge, Bratke recommended that the security company on the Viktoriaberg heights be transferred for better command and control. Major Scheller approved of the recommendation and ordered the transfer of the security company. At 11:25 a.m., a courier breathlessly appeared at the command post and reported that the security company had engaged American forces in the woods by the Reich Labor Service camp. Members of the security company, in the process of moving their locations, had engaged an American patrol. After a short exchange of small arms fire, the Americans had immediately withdrawn. Major Scheller and Captain Bratke acknowledged the courier's report and continued their orientation briefing. The major then asked to examine the bridge. Scheller was obviously disturbed by the lack of adequate forces for defending the bridge and its approaches. The two officers discussed their predicament, and Bratke recommended that the east bank of the Rhine be reinforced both upstream and downstream. Under the present conditions, he explained, the Americans could cross the Rhine at any point in boats, which were numerous in the area, and easily outflank the German defences to capture the bridge from the east bank. Scheller disagreed with the recommendation and continued to attempt to glean security forces from the columns that rolled toward the east. The two officers discovered a machine gun crew among the retreating troops, and Scheller ordered the 5 infantrymen to be positioned at the west approaches with their weapon. Just after noon, the major crossed to the west side of the bridge, only to find that the 5 infantrymen, like so many of the retreating forces, had disappeared into the Rhineland countryside. Just before 1 p.m., Scheller issued the order to transfer the command post inside the tunnel. Bratke occupied himself with transferring the post and all classified materials from the St. Anne convent to safety. While the transfer was in progress, a soldier from the bridge security company appeared on a bicycle and reported that the American tanks had broken through the German positions on the Biresdorf-Remagen road. As Bratke approached the bridge with the remnants of the headquarters staff, Captain Friesenhahn reported the bridge was ready for demolition. To the officer's consternation, the remaining units of the security company who were supposed to withdraw to the bridge were nowhere in sight. He ordered the bridge commander to assign 2 groups of soldiers for close defense. One group was to secure the road leading to the bridge approaches from Sinzig to the south, and the other group was to secure the northern approach from the Biresdorf-Cologne. At 1:10 p.m., Bratke dispatched a runner to report to the bridge security company with the instructions to fall back to the bridge. 30 minutes later, the bridge was suddenly raked with small arms fire. Sergeant Ruhr from the security company crept over the bridge through the hail of gunfire to report that the Americans had overwhelmed the company and had captured the entire unit. Members of the company had been making their way along the Hohlweg road when they had been surprised by several American tanks that had previously broken through the Biresdorf road. The Americans had opened fire on the company, but Ruhr managed to escape capture. While running through a hail of fire on the Koblenzer Straße and again on the railway embankment, he had been struck 3 times by American bullets. Captain Friesenhahn recrossed the bridge as heavy machine gun and tank fire sent ricochets and white-hot shrapnel through the rail tracks spanning the Rhine. He reached the east bank and frantically searched for Bratke to request permission to demolish the bridge. Finally, locating the captain inside the tunnel entrance, Friesenhahn advised him that the American tanks had reached the Becher factory not far from the approaches to the bridge. As Friesenhahn was reporting, Bratke observed several olive-drab tanks appear on the Altenstrasse in Remagen, from which the vehicles had a clear field of fire to the bridge and the tunnel entrance. He watched helplessly as the tanks rotated their turrets and brought their guns to bear on the east bank. Within seconds, the tunnel entrance was enveloped in 76mm fire from the distant Shermans. Bratke had to request permission from Scheller to initiate the main charger. He raced to the major, reported that the Americans were approaching the bridge from the Becher factory, and requested to demolish the structure. Some 45 minutes elapsed between Friesenhahn's return from the west bank and the moment when permission was obtained to detonate the primary charge on the bridge. Bratke noted that the time was 3:20 p.m. when Scheller gave the order to demolish the bridge. At that, Bratke raced to Friesenhahn, who was nervously waiting with the electrical firing device. As Bratke dashed to within shouting distance, he called for Friesenhahn to detonate the charges. Friesenhahn shouted for everyone to take cover. Bratke pressed himself against the inside wall of the tunnel entrance and waited expectantly. Several minutes passed in silence. The electric firing device had failed. It was attempted again and again, but the bridge remained intact. The charges had not detonated. Friesenhahn desperately called for a volunteer to go onto the bridge to initiate the secondary demolition charge. An NCO from Cologne, Sergeant Anton Faust, stepped forward. No novice to war, he had served with Field Marshal Paulus's 6th Army on the Eastern Front, and after being seriously wounded during the vicious fighting in Stalingrad, had been evacuated from the ruins of the destroyed city. As Faust prepared to cross onto the bridge, he was joined by a young private from the engineering company who refused to watch him go alone. "I'll take the upstream side, you take the downstream side," he said as they prepared to dash into the line of fire. "If something happens to either of us, the other will be there to help." The 2 soldiers began racing along the rails spanning the bridge. On reaching the location of the emergency demolitions charge, they pulled the igniter of the manual firing device and waited to ensure that the time fuse was burning. As the acrid smell of the burning fuse wafted into the air, the two soldiers sprinted back to the tunnel through the increasing machine gun fire. To Friesenhahn's relief, a muffled roar erupted as the emergency secondary charges detonated some 30 minutes after the main charge had failed. The small group of engineers watched with nervous anticipation as the massive steel girders of the bridge lifted slightly from the piers. Then, to their horror, the heavy structure settled back into place. As the dust slowly cleared, Friesenhahn was shocked to see the bridge was still intact. The lesser charge of 300 kilograms of Donnerit that had been delivered instead of the requested 600 kilograms of military explosives had proven inadequate to destroy the bridge. Friesenhahn raced to the tunnel and reported to Captain Bratke that the demolitions attempt had failed. At that moment, another report arrived advising Bratke that the Americans were on the embankment and were attempting to mount the western span. Bratke dashed to the far end of the tunnel, where he pushed his way through a swarm of civilians until he located Scheller. The major was incredulous when Bratke advised him of what had happened. The two officers decided to attempt a counterattack against the approaching Americans. Scheller disappeared as Bratke, with the assistance of a sergeant, began pulling soldiers from the crowd of civilians in the tunnel to form an assault force. As Bratke seized the soldiers, the NCO quickly organized them into a cohesive unit. After assembling an impromptu assault force, Bratke instructed the sergeant to return to the tunnel exit and bring Scheller back with him. Bratke then ordered a soldier to begin burning classified documents. As the soldier ignited the stacks of files, a chorus of protests erupted from the civilians, who feared that the flames would ignite the gasoline fumes emanating from the fuel cars inside the tunnel. The soldier ignored the protests and continued carrying out the order. Within seconds, the Wehrmacht sergeant returned from the tunnel exit and breathlessly reported that Scheller was nowhere to be found. "Open your eyes," Bratke yelled back. "Major Scheller is at the tunnel exit." "Herr Hauptmann," the exasperated soldier responded over the clamoring civilians and the sound of small arms fire that were now echoing through the tunnel. "I said, Major Scheller isn't there." Bratke brushed past the sergeant and raced toward the tunnel exit. As he searched for the major in the throng of refugees, he was advised by several of the civilians in the tunnel that he had departed toward the nearby village of Unkel. The major's absence left Bratke a senior combat commander. Realizing that a hail of gunfire was raking the mouth of the tunnel near the bridge and the surrounding area, he knew that a direct counterattack with the forces at hand was impossible. The only alternative was to withdraw to the nearby settlement of Auersberg. Collecting the small force about him, Bratke headed for the tunnel exit, away from the bridge. As the soldiers attempted to leave the shelter of the massive granite structure, they were met by a hail of small arms fire, followed by the explosions of numerous hand grenades. Bratke knew that he was too late. The Americans had already flanked their position at the base of the Erpelallee. Now the soldiers and the mob of clamoring, terrorized civilians in the cavernous structure were cut off from any exit and trapped in the tunnel. At 5 p.m., another attempt was made to break through to freedom, but by that point the Americans had brought machine guns into position and had the tunnel entrance near the bridge and the exit completely sealed. Every movement observed by the American infantrymen sent bullets and grenade fragments ricocheting through the confines of the tunnel. As the situation worsened, the civilians increased their protests, punctuated with screams, curses, and cries. They began seizing the soldiers, attempting to disarm them, and imploring the officers to surrender. The crowd started to panic when a man and a child were struck by small arms fire, heightening the confusion in the tumultuous surroundings. Bratke consulted with the other officers, and he made it clear that he no longer felt able to carry out his duties as battle commander. The fuel tanks within the tunnel could be ignited at any moment by the tracer bullets bouncing through the structure, and all of the civilians were in imminent danger. As he was speaking, he noticed movement at the far end of the tunnel near the entrance. A civilian had improvised a white flag and was waving it within sight of the Americans, who were waiting outside, weapons at the ready. As the last civilians crowded from the tunnel with their hands above their heads, Bratke ordered the soldiers to destroy their weapons and to leave the tunnel. Captains Bratke and Friesenhahn were the last to depart from the tunnel at 5:30 p.m. as the German defenders surrendered to the American forces outside. The Americans were now in possession of a badly damaged but still passable bridge over the Rhine. The German prisoners were quickly employed by the GIs as litter-bearers to carry the wounded across the Ludendorff Bridge to the West Bank. The prisoners were directed by U.S. Army Staff Sergeant David M. Keith of the medical platoon assigned to the 27th Armored Infantry Battalion. Within several minutes of surrendering, the wounded were taken to an aid station near the Becher furniture factory. The German prisoners, after carrying the wounded to the West Bank for medical care, were taken to the St. Anne Convent, where they were held for further processing and transport. The commander of the U.S. 27th Armored Infantry Battalion immediately dispatched Lieutenant Jack H. Liedeker with B Company and Lieutenant William E. McMasters with C Company over the bridge to reinforce the newly gained bridgehead. The two companies were instructed to seize the Erpler heights that commanded the area and to establish a defense of the bridge. The news of the capture of the Ludendorff Bridge was met with astonishment and disbelief by the officers at the Army Group B headquarters. Of immediate concern was the need to determine the strength of the American hold on the east bank and to launch an attack to destroy the expanding bridgehead. Colonel Günther Reichhelm, the Army Group Operations Officer, was concerned that the bulk of the 66th and 67th Corps, still attempting to slow the advance of the Americans on the west bank, would be cut off and destroyed if the Americans now succeeded in establishing a firm bridgehead. He immediately seized a telephone and set to work expediting the transport of the two corps to the east bank of the river. North of Remagen, in Bensberger Manor, the news of the fiasco at the bridge reached the headquarters of General von Kurzfleisch. Leaping into a staff car, he and his operations officer, Major Schultz, sped toward the east bank village of Erpel. As they passed through Siegburg, they happened on a heavily laden train carrying the armoured vehicles of the Feldherrenhalle Panzer Brigade 106. The brigade consisted of a fully equipped Panzer Grenadier battalion reinforced with 10 tanks and a number of armoured personnel carriers. It was en route to Bonn, several miles north of Remagen, where the troops were to be employed in reinforcing the bridgehead still held by German units. Kurzfleisch located the brigade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Ewers, and explained that he needed to redirect the unit to Remagen to break the tenacious hold the Americans had on the east bank. It would not be difficult to do with the strength at hand, for the Americans had not had time to put a quantity of armour over the river, and the bridge was only a few miles away. By the next day, Kurzfleisch explained it would be too late. Once the skies cleared, American aircraft would prevent any Wehrmacht forces from even approaching the Ludendorff Bridge. General von Kurzfleisch contacted Mordel, who had been advised of the capture of the bridge. The field marshal remained calm as he discussed the situation with his general. Permission to use the Feldherrenhalle Panzer Brigade was denied. Mordel had already discussed this with Berlin. The field marshal had requested to utilize the tanks to eliminate the bridgehead, but his request was made in vain. The tanks were to continue toward Bonn to counter a perceived threat from American forces in that area. Mordel directed Kurzfleisch to employ elements from the 11th Panzer Division and the Panzerlehr Division, both of which were still in the area of Düsseldorf, to destroy the bridgehead. However, this presented a very questionable option. The divisions had been vastly weakened during the withdrawal to the Rhine. They lacked ammunition and fuel. The most difficult aspect would be the transport of forces from Düsseldorf to the village of Erpel, directly across the Rhine from Remagen. Kurzfleisch, however, did not argue. Mordel apparently did not feel that the capture of the bridge was of great significance, and he appeared confident that the bridgehead could easily be eliminated. For the U.S. First Army, everything had suddenly changed. Eisenhower's original plan for the First Army units to drive south to link up with Patton's Third Army near Koblenz was altered. Now, with an intact bridge over the Rhine, everything was pushed toward Remagen. The craters caused by the preliminary demolitions charge and the failed emergency charge in the rail bed were quickly filled with debris to clear the path for armored vehicles. As the hours lapsed, the American forces on the east end of the bridge continued to increase in numbers, and near midnight, Brigadier General William M. Hogue personally took command of the bridgehead. The American engineers of the U.S. 9th Armored Engineer Battalion worked through the night in removing the still intact explosive charges from the bridge and clearing a path for bridge traffic. In the early morning hours of the 8th of March, tanks and tank destroyers began rolling over the bridge onto the east bank. One of the tank destroyers slid from the precarious track on the bridge where the secondary emergency demolitions charge had detonated. The vehicle temporarily blocked further bridge traffic until it could be freed at 5:30 a.m. The Germans feverishly prepared a counterattack while the American engineers strengthened their tenuous hold on the bridgehead. Just before 1 a.m. on the 8th of March, less than 8 hours after the first Americans had crossed the Rhine, a squad of Wehrmacht assault engineers advanced from the village of Unkel to attempt to destroy the bridge. A short but intense firefight ensued when they encountered American security forces, and several Germans were taken prisoner. The remainder of the squad returned to Erpel and reported that the American presence was too strong for an assault to succeed with the limited resources at hand. Several hours later, the Germans made a second attempt to destroy the bridge. A combat patrol of some 60 men under the command of Lieutenant Auch had been preparing to assault the bridgehead since late in the evening of March the 7th. 3 trucks, dubiously powered by wood-burning engines, were taken to Höningen and loaded with ammunition. The patrol was organized into 3 groups led by experienced NCOs. Lieutenant Auch received orders from Major Herbert Strobel, commander of the Engineer Regiment, to proceed to the village of Kasbach, where he was to meet with an officer to receive a briefing on the situation. The small convoy headed for Kasbach, moving slowly along the darkened road with blacked-out headlights. At length they arrived at Kasbach, where the demolitions were unloaded. Lieutenant Auch conferred with the officer at the scene, and then they proceeded to a residence at the edge of the village, from where they could observe the terrain near the bridgehead. Auch was informed that the Americans were also occupying the tunnel, and the 2 officers briefly discussed the options available to them for the assault on the bridge. A short time later, Auch parted company with the officer and returned to his patrol, which was preparing to proceed to the bridge. They reviewed their plan of action before moving through the darkness along the railway embankment toward the bridge. As they approached to within 150 yards of their target, the patrol suddenly came under intense small arms fire from the tunnel entrance and the railway underpass. Fire was returned, but with their presence compromised, the mission had clearly failed. Lieutenant Auch and several men succeeded in making their way back to Kasbach, where he reported on the events at the bridgehead before being ordered to return to his unit. Daybreak found the bridge securely in American hands. During the night, the U.S. 482nd Anti-Aircraft Battalion had assumed responsibility for the bridge defense. The Americans intensified their efforts to strengthen their bridgehead. The strength of the battalion was increased to 3 batteries, each with 3 platoons, and by the afternoon of the 8th of March the anti-aircraft guns were in position on both sides of the Rhine. They soon received reinforcements from the 413th Anti-Aircraft Battalion, which deployed several 90mm guns on the west bank. Combat engineer units quickly began ferry operations, and by the 9th of March there were no fewer than 5 ferries of the 86th Heavy Engineer Pontoon Battalion operating over the Rhine. The engineers began constructing a treadway bridge some 600 yards downstream from the badly damaged Ludendorff Bridge, and the soldiers continued working through heavy German artillery fire. Within 36 hours, the treadway bridge was open for traffic. More men and material began streaming toward the east. While the Americans were pushing men, vehicles, and support material over the Rhine, the Germans continued their attempts to destroy the bridgehead. A series of fighter missions were launched, and 8 of the 10 aircraft fell victim to American anti-aircraft guns. German combat swimmers were dispatched to the Remagen area to take explosives onto the bridge by traversing the icy, swift current of the Rhine. All attempts failed. German artillery batteries began using their last reserves of ammunition on the bridgehead, and throughout the 8th and 9th of March, an average of 1 artillery shell impacted near the bridge every 2 minutes. The meagre allocation of artillery ammunition was soon depleted. By the 10th of March, 3 days after the bridge had fallen to the Americans, the German artillery positions were reduced to sending only 1 shell every 4 to 5 minutes. The U.S. efforts were not without casualties. During the construction of the 1,080-foot treadway bridge, the American forces had 40 men killed and wounded. The material losses included cranes, trucks, and 32 of the 84 pontoon units that were used to construct the temporary bridge. On the 10th of March, the U.S. 51st Engineer Battalion, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Harvey Fraser, set to work constructing a second pontoon bridge over the Rhine near Linz. This bridge was completed in less than 30 hours, and by nightfall on the 11th of March, more troops and equipment were pouring over the Rhine. The heavy military convoys ceaselessly traversing the damaged Ludendorff Bridge began to take a toll on the weakened structure. On the 12th of March, traffic was halted in order to conduct repairs and to strengthen the framework. While the repairs were made, a 40-ton Bailey Bridge was assembled 500 yards to the north, or downstream of the Ludendorff Bridge. At last, on the 17th of March, the battered structure suddenly collapsed into the Rhine, carrying a number of American soldiers to their deaths. By that time, however, the 3 bridges constructed over the river by the U.S. engineers were in full use. Major Scheller, accompanied by 2 second lieutenants, left the bridge at approximately 5 p.m. on the afternoon of the 7th of March, as the Americans were seizing control of the east bank. At about midnight, he resurfaced at the headquarters of the 67th Corps and reported directly to General Kurzfleisch and to the Staff Operations Officer Major Rudolf Schultz, whose headquarters were located in a school building in Kallenborn. Scheller described the capture of the bridge by the Americans and attributed the failed attempt to demolish the bridge to the severed electric firing cables. He then added that he had gone on to the structure with the engineers to attempt to attach an emergency demolitions charge, but that this plan had not succeeded. After failing to demolish the bridge, he then attempted to organize a defense on the east bank, which proved to be unsuccessful in pushing the Americans from the span. Scheller explained that he had been compelled to leave the area to report the incident to higher command. After being dismissed by General Kurzfleisch, Scheller departed from the staff buildings and went to a storeroom where, overcome by exhaustion, he immediately fell asleep. He had been at the bridge site without sleep for 2.5 days. He was not familiar with the area and had been permitted very little time in which to organize the defense. He had also overlooked the telephone inside the tunnel from which he could have contacted higher command. This oversight, which proved to be fatal for him, could also be attributed to his lack of familiarity with the assets immediately at hand. 1 or 2 evenings later, Scheller again recounted the events at the bridge to a number of senior officers at an inn, the Gastwirtschaft zur Post in Weiersbusch. Pacing back and forth in the room, the distraught major attempted to explain in detail what had occurred. Frau Hirschhäuser, a young female communications auxiliary, recorded the events as described by Scheller for approximately 30 minutes before the major had completed his account. After the other officers departed, she paused, looked up from the desk and whispered, "If I were you, I would try to get some work clothes and hide in the Westerwald." Scheller returned to his old unit, the 67th Corps, sometime during the night of the 10th to the 11th of March. The staff had relocated to Altwied, and he resumed duties with the other staff officers. At 8:50 a.m. on the 11th of March, Field Marshal Mordel appeared at the headquarters, accompanied by the Army Group B intelligence officer, Colonel Pilling. Scheller was again questioned regarding what had occurred at the Ludendorff Bridge. While retelling his account, he was interrupted by the Field Marshal, who brusquely stated, "Well, now we have one who is guilty." Mordel then announced to Scheller that he was under arrest. The shaken major was transported to Army Group B headquarters in Rimbach to await his fate. Luftwaffe Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, whom the Allies had nicknamed Smiling Albert, had stubbornly defended the boot of Italy against the Allies for months. Kesselring's defense had proven him a master innovator under the most adverse of conditions. The Allied advance in that theatre had invariably been frustrated by the Wehrmacht's effective use of mountainous terrain and stubborn defensive tactics. Kesselring now received an unexpected order to report to the Führerhauptquartier, Führer headquarters in Berlin, on the 8th of March, for a personal audience with Hitler. Kesselring arrived in Berlin the following day and was informed by Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel that he was to replace Rundstedt as Obi West. He accepted this news begrudgingly. He advised Keitel that his presence was still needed on the Italian front and that he lacked the background knowledge needed to perform to his fullest extent against the Allies on the Western Front. Keitel expressed an understanding of Kesselring's reservations, but advised him that Hitler was adamant. The Führer was convinced that he possessed the qualities now needed to stabilize the situation along the Rhine. Kesselring was then admitted to Hitler's presence, where the two of them were left alone to discuss the situation. Hitler was determined to dismiss Rundstedt. The dictator believed the elderly field marshal represented a bygone era and was an obsolete scion of Kaiser Wilhelm's imperial officer corps. Hitler deemed him too old and weak to deal with the issues at hand. A younger, more flexible commander was needed, one who was experienced in fighting the Western Allies. The American seizure of the Ludendorff Bridge was the last straw for him. Hitler expressed to Kesselring his understanding of the difficulties of such an assignment at that point in the war. However, he was confident that Kesselring would do everything humanly possible to stabilize the situation. Kesselring departed from Berlin during the night of the 9th to the 10th of March and drove to the OB West headquarters in Ziegenberg. There he was met by the OB West Chief of Staff, General of Cavalry Siegfried Festwall, who briefed him on the situation. The news was deeply disturbing but not unexpected. Some 55 decimated German units were facing approximately 85 superbly equipped, fully motorized American, British, and French divisions. The average strength of the German divisions had sunk from a nominal strength of 12,000 to some 5,000 troops. The few panzer divisions were in a better situation with an average strength of between 10,000 and 11,000 men. However, they were in large part immobilized because of the lack of fuel and vehicles. On average, the German divisions were having to defend a front using approximately 150 men for every mile. The troops were physically exhausted and tired of war, the soldiers concerned for their families in the devastated cities, particularly in the eastern regions of Germany, where the Soviet forces were now inflicting unimaginable horrors on the populace, was having a devastating effect on morale. Gerd von Rundstedt was replaced by Field Marshal Kesselring on the 10th of March. Characteristically, Hitler did not send reinforcements to Army Group B, but he did order the establishment of a Fliegendes Standgericht, a special courts-martial commission to investigate the loss of the Ludendorff Bridge and to punish those responsible. It was made clear that the commission would be directly responsible only to the Führer. The special courts-martial were granted unlimited power for convicting anyone found guilty, but there was no provision for commuting any sentence. Executions were to be carried out immediately. It was not deemed necessary to provide anyone accused with legal representation or counsel. Hitler assigned Lieutenant General Rudolf Hübner as senior member of the commission. Hübner had volunteered for service in World War I and had finished the war as a lieutenant. Between the wars he had worked as a dentist, and with the dissolution of the Treaty of Versailles in 1935, he had returned to military service and was accepted into the Wehrmacht as a captain. He had no training as a legal officer and was, for all practical purposes, unqualified to serve in the role assigned him by Hitler. Hübner's briefing with Hitler lasted approximately 1 hour, during which the dictator described the basic situation at the front and the importance of Hübner's assignment. Hitler stressed the importance of holding the Western Front, as he expected a rupture in the relations between the Soviet Union and the Western powers to occur at any time. Despite the conditions, it was imperative that discipline be maintained at all costs. Hübner then left Berlin and drove to the Wehrmacht personnel office in Hannoversch Münden, where he was joined by several officers assigned to serve as assistants and associate judges. Hübner and his staff surfaced on the 10th of March at the headquarters of OB West in Ziegenberg, where they participated in a farewell dinner for Rundstedt. During the meal, a discussion of the Remagen bridgehead was unavoidable, and according to witnesses, Kesselring exacerbated the situation when he openly stated that Remagen is a crime that could lead to the collapse of the entire front. On the 11th of March, General Hübner appeared at Mordel's headquarters with his flying special courts-martial. He was also accompanied by Colonel Obermeier, a former classmate of Mordel's operations officer, Colonel Reichhelm. Mordel was the first to be interrogated, an ordeal that lasted throughout the day and resumed the following morning. After being questioned for some 8 hours, the field marshal was white with fury and speechless with indignation when he stormed from the room. As Mordel prepared to leave the building, Hübner indicated that Reichhelm would be the next in line. Mordel halted abruptly, glared icily toward the inquisitors, and in unmistakable terms stated, "Colonel Reichhelm doesn't need to be questioned. He had nothing to do with this and did exactly as I would have done. You can leave him alone." Hübner immediately directed his aim at other victims. Mordel assigned his staff legal officer, Colonel Felix Jannert, to accompany the court-martial staff. Jannert was not intended to serve as a member of the staff, but was to function as an observer for the army group. On the 11th of March, Hübner interrogated General von Kurzfleisch at the general's headquarters in Hennef. An interrogation of Lieutenant General Richard Wirz, the Army Group B commander of engineer forces, followed. The following day, the 12th of March, interrogations of individual soldiers who had participated in the defense of the bridge area and had escaped capture were conducted at Rimbach. Captains Bratke and Friesenhahn were tried in absentia. Bratke received a death sentence, Friesenhahn was acquitted. During the morning of the 13th of March, the interrogations and trials of Major Scheller and Lieutenant Peters took place in Rimbach. Both officers were found guilty and sentenced to be executed. That afternoon, the initial interrogations and trials of Major Kraft, the battalion commander under whom Friesenhahn's 12th Company had been assigned, and Major Strobel, the commander of Engineer Regiment 12, were initiated. The trials continued through the morning of the 14th of March at Oberiersen in the Gastwirtschaft zum Grund. Major Strobel was found guilty in that he failed to take proper measures to regain control of the bridge following its capture. General Hübner believed that the regimental commander should have been farther forward and would thus have been able to react in a more decisive, rapid manner. Additionally, Strobel had remained at his command post after the capture of the bridge. Instead of dispatching one of his own staff officers to investigate the incident and to institute the appropriate countermeasures, he had sent Major Kraft. Strobel had taken command of the regiment 5 days prior to the capture of the bridge. On the 6th of March, the evening before the capture, the Remagen bridgehead had been transferred to the command of the newly established combat commander Bonn Remagen, and this change further complicated the matter of who was in charge of the forces at the bridge. Strobel first learned of the capture of the structure on the evening of the 7th of March, and he took immediate action in attempting to recover the bridge, although he was no longer part of the operational chain of command. The fact that he did not personally proceed to the bridge to oversee operations should not have been an aggravating factor. For the commander to have done so would have resulted in further neglect of organizing and preparing follow-on action. Major Kraft, commander of Battalion 3, Pioneer Regiment 12, was subordinate to Strobel's regiment. He suffered the same fate as Strobel. Kraft was sentenced to be executed because he had not ensured that the proper communications existed between his command post and his subordinate company at the bridge. Like Strobel, he had not personally gone to the bridge to oversee the counteraction after the capture by the Americans. Neither had he sent an officer from his staff. He had first received word of the capture at 9 p.m. on the 7th of March, some 4 hours after the bridge was in American hands. Although he was not assigned responsibility for the security of the bridge, he had immediately volunteered to lead a counterattack against the growing American bridgehead. Major Strobel had declined this offer and instead had ordered Kraft to concentrate on the security of the 4 remaining Rhine bridges in his sector and to ensure that a similar incident did not occur. Kraft immediately departed from his command post and inspected the security preparations at the other bridges. He returned to his command post in the village of Sayn, some 25 miles from Remagen, during the evening of the 8th of March. Lieutenant Peters was sentenced to execution because he had failed to prevent his classified weapons, the anti-aircraft rockets, from falling into the hands of the Americans. Additionally, he had left the battery, his place of duty, and had remained out of touch with his subordinates and superiors for an extended period of time. For Hübner, this was reason enough for execution. Scheller was sentenced to execution because he, as the senior officer on the scene, did not ensure the timely destruction of the bridge. He was also found guilty of leaving the area during the fighting there. In doing so, he surrendered authority to a junior officer and then absented himself from his command for several days. General Hitzfeld, Scheller's immediate superior, attempted to defend the major's actions. Based on Scheller's account of what had happened at the bridge and his participation in attempting to demolish the bridge, the general was even considering awarding him with a medal. When Scheller had first arrived at the bridge to take command at 11:15 a.m. on the 7th of March, the security company in Remagen was already reporting contact with the enemy. Scheller had had no time to receive a proper briefing on the situation or on the strengths and weaknesses of the forces assigned to defend the bridge. He had departed from the scene only after all attempts to destroy the bridge had failed. His primary concern following the failure to destroy the bridge was to report what had occurred to the Corps as soon as possible so that troops could be diverted to eliminate the weak American bridgehead. Arguably, he had never officially replaced Captain Bradke as combat commander of Remagen and thus should not have been held responsible for what had occurred at the bridge, despite his seniority and rank. Scheller had a difficult time explaining his absence between when he had first reported the incident to his corps on the evening of the 7th of March and when he reappeared at the corps headquarters on the 10th of March. When he reappeared, Field Marshal Mordel was on the scene and he was placed under arrest. The night of the 12th of March, Colonel Obermeier of Hübner's staff and Colonel Reichhelm shared Reichhelm's quarters near the Staff Operations Building. The 2 classmates and longtime friends discussed the issues in detail, and the distraught Obermeier broke down in tears, exclaiming that he could not fathom why he had been selected to participate in the disgusting mission. He asserted that he was certain to take the position opposite Hübner, whom he despised, regarding the disposition of the cases against the officers. During the second week in March, one of the numerous German units withdrawing into the Westerwald area before the American advance was ordered to provide 7 soldiers for a firing squad. The soldiers assigned to the squad were informed that the officers to be executed were convicted of war crimes. Further details were not given. On the 14th of March, the firing squad was joined by a sergeant. The execution was monitored by a judicial magistrate assigned by OKW. The officers to be executed were not afforded the presence of clergy. That morning the men departed from the village for a nearby wooded area. The firing squad, led by the sergeant, proceeded ahead of Major Scheller and Lieutenant Peters, the first of the convicted officers to be executed. Rank insignia had been removed from their uniforms and their tunics hung loosely without belts. The group entered the small copse and drew up in a file. The officers were positioned approximately 10 yards in front of the firing squad. The order to attention was announced. The magistrate walked up to the officers and read a passage from the verdict, then drew his pistol and stepped aside. The commanding officer called further orders, and the command to fire soon followed. After the bodies of the officers collapsed under the hail of rifle bullets, the magistrate stepped forward and fired a shot into the backs of the heads of the prone figures. The squad then retired to the village. The gruesome scenario was repeated for the executions of Majors Kraft and Strobel. At about 10 a.m. on the 14th of March, farmer Wilhelm Schumacher was inspecting one of his fields near the village in Breitenthal when he saw activity near a wooded area. Curious as to what was happening, the 46-year-old farmer approached for a better view. He observed an officer being led into the woods by a group of soldiers. Several minutes after the soldiers disappeared from sight, the farmer heard a shot or a volley of fire. Never having served in the military and being unfamiliar with firearms, he could not determine if the sound was a single shot or a volley. A short time later, the soldiers reappeared from the woods and returned to the village. Schumacher continued with his work in the field, then noticed that the group of soldiers had returned. The scenario was repeated. The group disappeared into the woods, a shot or shots were heard, and the soldiers reappeared and returned to the village. Unaware that he had witnessed the executions of 4 Wehrmacht officers, Schumacher turned back to his work. Many of Mordell's staff officers met the news of the capture of the bridge at Remagen with resignation. The immense superiority held by the Allies had taken its toll since the landing in Normandy, 9 months prior to the capture of the bridge. The Rhine had long been a symbolic barrier for Germany, but given the extensive material advantage of the Allies, the river was by no means a serious military obstacle. With their complete control of the skies, combined with immeasurable material superiority, the Allies could cross the river at practically any point of their choosing. However, Remagen was not an optimal site for a river crossing. Opposite the town and extending toward the northeast lies the expanse of forested hills and valleys known as the Sauerland. Common law suggests that the name given to this foreboding region derives from the old Germanic term Zur, meaning difficult. The Sauerland is a part of the greater Rhenish area known for slate quarries, coal mines, and the blue-grey Westerwald pottery. The Sauerland consists of the rough terrain of the Bergische Land in the west, the mountainous Rothaargebirge in the south, and the Egegebirge in the east, where the Sauerland meets the Teutoburg forest. The ravines and woodlands form a geographic border between Westphalia and Hesse and encompass an expanse of rugged terrain marked by numerous rivers and streams. The area did not present a favorable bridgehead from which the U.S. armored divisions would launch an offensive. The capture of the Ludendorff Bridge was quickly followed by a series of other debacles. On the 8th of March, the constantly shrinking Bonn bridgehead on the west bank of the Rhine was lost. The Feldherrenhalle Panzer Brigade 106 was unable to stem the Allied onslaught, and the armoured strength of the brigade was squandered in Bonn rather than being diverted to the south to eliminate the tiny American bridgehead across the river from Remagen. The combat commander of Bonn, Major General Richard von Bottmer, took independent action and evacuated his staff and the remainder of his decimated force to Beuel on the right bank of the Rhine opposite Bonn to prevent their capture. As a result of this action, he was sent before a special court-martial and found guilty. He was subsequently sentenced to 6 years' imprisonment and reduction in rank. An officer who came from a family with a long tradition of military service to Germany, Bottmer had lost his wife prematurely and his only son had been killed on the Eastern Front. He now found himself, in the eyes of Hitler's government, a criminal. Unable to come to terms with what was occurring, the overwrought officer shot himself. As the American forces consolidated their foothold on the east bank of the Rhine, German forces were organizing to repulse the bridgehead. The troops were still classified as divisions, but months of battle in France, in the Ardennes, and during the slow withdrawal to the east bank had decimated their strength. Still bearing their numerical designations, they were now considered by the German staff officers as mere battle groups or elements, fully lacking in the way of men and material to be judged battle-strength divisions. Farther to the north, in Niederrhein, the lower Rhine area, were Lieutenant General Wendt von Wietersheim's 11th Panzer Division, the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division under Major General Walter Denkert, and the once vaunted Panzer Lehr Division now under command of Major General Horst Niemark. The withdrawal across the Rhine had proven to be difficult. The forces had little motorized support due to the lack of adequate fuel supplies. The small amount of remaining fuel was carefully rationed or held as a tactical reserve, and thus the divisions were, for all practical purposes, immobilized. The remnants of the 9th Panzer Division were able to cross the Rhine in the area of Cologne. The fierce battles for the city had brought the American forces up to the very banks of the river. The few remaining facilities in Cologne that had survived countless air raids were effectively destroyed in the fighting, and the commander of the 9th Panzer Division, Colonel Zollendorf, had taken command after his predecessor, Lieutenant General Harald Freiherr von Elfeveld, was killed in action during the fierce fighting in the city centre. With the American forces now firmly on the east bank of the Rhine and the Remagen bridgehead, paramilitary units began mustering their forces to repel the invaders. On the 9th of March, the battalions of Freikorps Sauerland received mobilization orders. Some members of Battalion 14 mustered in a school building in the village of Dahlbruch. Each of the erstwhile soldiers was issued a military field cap, a woolen jacket, grey field trousers, a ration bag, a woolen blanket, and a zinc identity disc. Antiquated, long-barreled Austrian Steyr rifles and a handful of ammunition completed their inventory of battle equipment. The men filed to a nearby field where they received cursory instruction in the use of the unfamiliar rifles. The lessons were repeatedly interrupted by air alarms as Allied fighter-bombers targeted the nearby rail station at Kreuztal. After marching from Dahlbruch to the village of Grund, they were bivouacked in the local schoolhouse where they received a sparse issue of rations. Local farmers from the surrounding countryside provided the reluctant troops with potatoes and bread. As the elderly soldiers gnawed the cold provisions, they observed columns of refugees pulling handcarts piled with belongings attempting to escape the oncoming front. In an indication that the end for the Ruhr was approaching, other inhabitants of the heavily bombed city of Essen began preparing for an evacuation. In the South Labour Barracks, located on Essen's Humboldtstrasse, 500 Jewish women began packing their meagre belongings. The SS overseers had received orders to begin evacuating the labor camps near the front. The Americans had crossed the Rhine at Remagen, and strong Allied forces were massing in the areas of Rheinberg and Xanten, threatening the immediate areas of the labor facilities in the Ruhr cities east of the Rhine. The work provided by the women was now of little value to the Nazi hierarchy anyway. Their workplaces and the massive cook facilities had been reduced to rubble. The camp kitchen issued 3 days' rations to the inmates for their journey toward the east, consisting of 1,600 small loaves of bread and minute portions of minced meat and sausages. The miserable column marched to the ruins of the train station under a dense cover of fog, and the freight cars filled with human cargo were soon streaming away from the devastated city. The railway authorities had estimated that the journey would take a maximum of 3 days. However, the odyssey from the threatened area lasted some 6 days, during which the rations were quickly depleted. The train carried the ill-fated cargo on a winding route over Weimar through the Harz Mountains and was eventually directed north, where it bypassed Hanover. The constant air raids were disrupting all schedules and made reliable communications and transport plans impossible. Almost a week after the train had departed from Essen, it pulled into the small town of Bergen-Belsen. As the Jews were marched into the massive concentration camp, the SS guards who accompanied them were stopped at the gates. The sentry advised them that only the Jews could enter. The guards had to be kept at a distance. Within the camp, a massive outbreak of typhus had occurred. Chapter 5. Crossing at Wesel. As the Allies were building up the bridgehead at Remagen for a breakout toward the east, 2 massive operations to cross the lower Rhine north of the Ruhr Valley were in progress. Field Marshal Montgomery was methodically planning his crossing of the Rhine with characteristic thoroughness. At his disposal were some 1.25 million troops. The forces were organized into 9 British divisions assigned to the British Second Army, 12 American divisions of the US Ninth Army, and 8 divisions of the Canadian First Army. 2 divisions from the 1st Allied Airborne Army augmented the assault force. The ground forces were supported by some 5,500 artillery pieces. In preparation for the crossing, extensive air raids were conducted on rail bridges, viaducts, power plants, communications facilities, marshalling yards, and anti-aircraft positions. Every asset at the disposal of the Allies was utilized to paralyze the German ability to counter any crossing over the Rhine. Operation Plunder, the plan for ground troops to cross the river, had been in preparation for months and had caused more than a little friction between the British and American high commands. On the 5th of March, General William H. Bull Simpson had proposed an assault utilizing his Ninth Army between Duisburg and Düsseldorf. From there, the Allies could create a massive bridgehead in the heart of the Ruhr district. These plans were preempted on the 7th of March by the unexpected capture of the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen. Every commander wanted to be the first to cross the Rhine, and the seizure at the bridge did little to dampen the rivalry between US and British forces farther north. The German troops in the area of the Lower Rhine had already suffered devastating losses by the time the bridge to the south at Remagen was seized. On the 3rd of March, the advancing British and Canadian troops had linked up with the US Ninth Army at Gelden, west of Wesel. The last passable bridge on the Lower Rhine was the railway bridge at Wesel. An Allied air raid had already destroyed the Rheinbarben Road Bridge there on the 14th of February, leaving only the bitterly defended rail bridge to be captured if possible. The German forces continued to be compressed into an ever-shrinking bridgehead west of Wesel. On the 5th of March, the Canadians were 2 miles from Xanten. On the 6th of March, the American 35th Division captured Rheinberg. The Germans evacuated supply and administration units to the east side of the Rhine. Wounded personnel were transported over the river by ferry at Büderich. Hitler ordered all combat units to remain west of the river and to continue to defend the bridgeheads. General Schlemm, commander of the 1st Parachute Army, received the unenviable task of defending the bridgehead west of Wesel and was personally responsible for ensuring that no combat-capable soldier was prematurely withdrawn to the east bank. By the 6th of March, the Germans were still clinging to a bridgehead some 10 miles wide and 8 miles deep west of the Rhine. They were suffering unbearable losses in dead and wounded before Schlemm reported to the army group that the troops remaining in the bridgehead had to be immediately evacuated or there would be no forces left in his command with which to defend the east bank. When reminded of Hitler's order to hold the west bank at all costs, Schlemm requested that the Supreme Command dispatch an officer to his army to obtain first-hand knowledge of the situation. In the early morning of the 7th of March, a lieutenant colonel bearing carmine General Staff insignia appeared at Schlemm's HQ and personally observed the disaster in the making. That evening, Schlemm received authority to evacuate the bridgehead. The Wesel railway bridge had been modified with heavy wooden planks in 1939 for use by both road and rail traffic. Despite repeated attempts by the Allied aircraft to destroy the structure, it had remained intact and was extensively used for the evacuation of the bridgehead. Numerous ferries and boats had been assembled nearby for additional transport of German forces, and low-hanging clouds prevented the Allied aircraft from flying missions against the withdrawing troops between the 7th and 10th of March. The withdrawal of German forces to the east bank of the Rhine took place under relentless pressure from the American and British forces. The German artillery batteries, supply units, heavy weapons, and wounded soldiers continued to pour over the bridge, while infantry units, now hopelessly decimated and disorganized, continued to offer resistance to the oncoming Allies. The British captured Xanten on the 8th of March, and Alpen fell the same day. General Schlemm remained on the bridge throughout the night of the 9th to the 10th of March, personally directing the somber withdrawal of the Wehrmacht forces interspersed with civilians pushing handcarts piled with belongings. On the 10th of March, as the Allies closed on the remaining German forces crossing the Wesel Bridge, a company from the U.S. 134th Infantry Regiment climbed aboard Sherman tanks and rolled along Reichsstraße 58 to capture the town of Büderich before being stopped short of the Rhine by artillery and mortar fire. This drive, although failing to reach the Rhine, enabled the Americans to link up with British troops near Ginderich. At 7 a.m. that morning, General Schlemm, fearing that Allied armoured units could burst through the thin line of remaining defenders and capture the bridge, ordered its destruction. To his relief, the Allied forces closed the last distance to the bridge cautiously, enabling many of the German soldiers to cross the Rhine by ferry. Several hours later, the Americans pushed from Büderich to Fort Blücher and captured the last of the defenders. With the seizure of the fort, there no longer existed any active German troops on the west bank of the Rhine. On the 13th of March, Allied units took positions on the left bank where they could observe any movement along the east bank. The British 3rd Infantry Division occupied Hünnepel and Weinen, and the Scottish 52nd Lowlanders were in positions between Weinen and Büderich. The American 75th Division was situated between Büderich and Homberg. The Allies attempted to use all-terrain features and available buildings as observation points, but there was little left to observe. The German forces, long accustomed to the overwhelming Allied air strength, had become experts at camouflage and concealment. Movement was rarely detected during daylight hours, for all German transport and defense preparations were conducted after nightfall or when visibility was hampered by thick fog. This strategy did not, however, deter the artillery batteries of both sides in their attempts to neutralize any potential observation points. The tower of the Xanten Cathedral offered a panoramic view of the east side of the Rhine, and within days the German gunners had riddled the structure with holes to discourage its use by Allied observers. Similarly, the church towers in Wesel and Bislich were destroyed by Allied gunners to prevent their use by Germans for the same purpose. The Allied artillery batteries in the assault sector were directed to eliminate fortified positions and prevent the movement of troops and supplies to the defences opposite the Allied-held bank. The banks of the Rhine resounded with the roar of artillery day and night as the gunners fired on carefully planned targets. The Allies also attempted to provoke the German artillery batteries into returning fire and thereby reveal their positions prior to the assault. The Germans refused to be enticed into the trap and remained silent during most of the preparations. Concerned that civilians or spies in civilian clothing might report the Allied build-up to the German forces on the East Bank, the Allied troops evacuated all civilians from the area in preparing for the assault over the Rhine. Telephone communications remained intact between the towns and villages on both sides of the Rhine, and despite strict curfews and restrictions on movement, inhabitants could always find a means of slipping across the river to report Allied activities. Approximately 24,000 civilians were evacuated from the villages and towns near the Rhine to the town of Bedburg, where they found temporary shelter in homes, barns, and tents. Clandestine missions were conducted to gain intelligence about the enemy forces and preparations, with both sides dispatching reconnaissance patrols over the river on a nightly basis. The U.S. 75th Infantry Division reported their patrols were bringing in an average of 4 prisoners from the East Bank every night, and encounters between German and Allied patrols became commonplace. The Allied forces also gained information from deserters who, convinced that the war was lost, often attempted to reach relatives west of the Rhine. Some soldiers from parts of eastern Germany already overrun by Soviet forces felt they no longer had any reason to continue fighting. Sometimes alone, but often in pairs or small groups, they would cross the river and surrender to American and British units patrolling the West Bank. From the 15th to the 21st of March, the Allied troops systematically enveloped the entire Rhine front opposite the Ruhr in artificial fog during daylight hours. After the 21st of March, in the final preparations for the Rhine crossing, the fog became a permanent presence. Produced by portable generators using a mixture of oil and water heated in massive boilers, the impenetrable, odorous clouds were pumped onto the area without interruption. Troops and civilians alike suffered from respiratory problems beneath the thick, greasy vapor. Eye and respiratory infections disabled numerous soldiers, and many more were weakened by incessant nausea and vomiting caused by the toxic smoke. One 21st Army Group report noted, "Our soldiers would prefer that the Germans could see them." The Allies assembled a massive array of vehicles and weapons for the crossing. Landing craft of every conceivable type, including commandeered ferries and civilian boats, were waiting to carry the assault forces to the East Bank. The U.S. Navy provided 36 assault craft large enough to transport heavy tanks. The landing craft were brought from the Antwerp harbour by canal and on trucks, accompanied by naval officers and sailors. Large quantities of amphibious armoured personnel carriers or buffaloes were assembled with armoured vehicles for laying bridges and cables. The material was moved forward during hours of darkness. By the 23rd of March, the British forces had amassed 32,000 vehicles in the assault area, including almost 700 tanks. For the cross-river assault, a combined force of 250,000 combat troops was planned. The British forces were supported by 30,000 tons of bridging material, 60,000 tons of ammunition, and 28,000 tons of various other supplies. The American Ninth Army alone assembled 138,000 tons of supplies for the attack. Opposite the massive force on the east bank of the Rhine was General Schlemm's 1st Parachute Army. Most of the 100,000 men under his command were well aware of the overwhelming Allied force they were facing. Many soberly realized they had little or no chance of stopping the Allies should Eisenhower refuse to consider separate negotiations with Germany. Others continued to await the promised wonder weapons that were expected to turn the tide in favor of Germany. Ultimately, however, the Germans had little on which they could pin any real hope. The harried staff officers continued to request reinforcements, supplies, and ammunition. Their pleas were answered with threats from Berlin and empty promises about wonder weapons. Hitler explicitly directed that any soldier who surrendered without having suffered disabling wounds or without exhibiting irrefutable evidence that he had fought until all means of resistance was exhausted would be considered a deserter. Any family members still located within the shrinking confines of the Reich were to be held responsible for the actions of the soldier on the front. In cases where dishonorable or traitorous conduct was substantiated, payments of wages and issuance of rations to the subject's relatives would be suspended. The High Command made it clear that the order to this effect was to be immediately disseminated to all troops. The directive accompanied Hitler's scorched earth order, according to which all military, industrial, communications and transportation facilities, as well as all food supplies, were to be destroyed to prevent their capture by the Allies. Hitler's armaments minister, Albert Speer, who was responsible for carrying out the order, attempted to persuade the Führer that the plan would cause mass starvation and death from disease throughout Germany. Hitler responded, "It is better to destroy these things ourselves. The people have proven themselves the weaker, and the future belongs to the stronger population in the East. After the war, only the weaker will have survived, the best have fallen." General Schlemm's First Parachute Army, scraped together from myriad sources, varied widely in quality. The Army of Defenders consisted of the 6th, 7th, and 8th Parachute Divisions of the 2nd Parachute Corps, with a total strength of 16,000 men, approximately a third of the nominal strength. The city of Wesel was occupied by a diverse array of troops, the nucleus of which was created around flak units manned by teenage boys and foreign volunteers, whose main responsibility had been to operate the 81 heavy and 200 light flak guns in and around the city. The flak units were reinforced by Volkssturm, Navy, and security units, all of which were assembled under the dubious title Festung Wesel, Fortress Wesel. With his refusal to yield ground to the Allies, Hitler had proclaimed Wesel a fortress. The events of recent months had repeatedly exhibited the folly of relying on encircled forces to stop or even deter an Allied advance. The fortress philosophy was based on the theory that large numbers of enemy divisions would remain committed to reducing the fortress, thus causing the enemy to expend valuable divisions in a static role and relieving pressure from the front. In fact, however, the policy had the opposite effect. Creating beleaguered pockets of resistance simply left large numbers of combat troops surrounded and destined for defeat. The encircled divisions were no longer effective for holding any length of a steadily eroding defensive line in the east or west. Hitler had proclaimed numerous surrounded cities as fortresses, almost all of which had eventually surrendered with little noticeable impact on the Allied advance. The city of Wesel was placed under the command of Major General Friedrich Deutsch. Other Wehrmacht units in the area were the 180th Infantry Division, the 190th Infantry Division, and farther to the rear, Division Hamburg, which had been raised early in 1945 in the city of Hamburg from young recruits and soldiers discharged from hospitals. This division had experienced heavy equipment losses even before it was transferred from Hamburg to the Rhine. During one Allied air raid against rail installations and military facilities on the day prior to the transfer, the division's engineer battalion lost 90% of its horses and almost half its equipment. Although most of the German units had suffered immense losses during the withdrawal to the Rhine and their stubborn defense of the bridgehead, the tenacious last-ditch effort they mounted had enabled large quantities of heavy artillery to be transferred to the east bank. The Rhine front between Duisburg and Emmerich had approximately 800 artillery and heavy anti-aircraft pieces. The 47th Panzer Corps, under command of General Freiherr von Lüttwitz, was held in reserve farther to the rear. Lüttwitz's corps, consisting of the well-known 116th Windhund Panzer Division and the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, was to be used in the event of a breakthrough by the attackers. Although both divisions were of excellent reputation and were well known to the Allies, they suffered critical shortfalls in irreplaceable equipment. The 116th Panzer Division, one of the foremost and best-equipped German divisions on the Western Front, reported less than 40 operational tanks in service. The entire Army Group H along the lower Rhine front was in no better condition than Mordel's Army Group B on its southern flank. Like Army Group B, it consisted of divisions in name only. Not one division resembled another, all varied in numbers of troops and equipment, and there no longer existed any effective form of standardization among the units. Regardless of designation or number of vehicles on hand, most remained immobilized for operational purposes because of critical fuel shortages. When a vehicle became non-serviceable or communications equipment failed, there was no replacement available and no means to obtain vital parts. The Wehrmacht had become a defensive army with little mobility, intermittent communications, and chronic shortages of ammunition. The decimated combat units were increased to nominal strength on paper by incorporating all available paramilitary, political, and police units that could be scraped together. They were of little combat value and represented only columns of figures in Wehrmacht reports, lacking in proper training, equipment, and supplies. The most critical personnel shortages were in the ranks of experienced non-commissioned and junior officers. The Germans were fully aware that a crossing was going to take place along the lower Rhine plateau. A crossing north of the Ruhr would enable the totally mechanized Allied armies to speed eastward across favorable flat terrain. On the 20th of March, General von Blaskowitz heightened the alert status of Army Group H in expectation of an attack. Although the exact site of the landing remained unclear, the Germans were aware that an operation was impending and that they could do little to stop it in any case. The Allies had embarked on extensive deception maneuvers, and the Americans had even assembled an army of decoys on the heights above Krefeld, constantly shifting positions and creating the illusion that a massive build-up was to take place in that area. Farther to the north, across the Rhine from Emmerich, was the Canadian First Army. The terrain presented an excellent opportunity for a crossing in that area, and the Germans expected an airborne drop as well. They were, however, unable to observe much of what was occurring on the bank opposite Emmerich because everything was blanketed in the impenetrable artificial fog. The lack of radio communications from the usually effusive Allies served as an ominous warning. A noticeable increase in air attacks on German flak positions in the lower Rhine sectors also indicated that an airborne landing was planned. The problem the Germans were facing was that the entire area was an almost indefensible, flat plain consisting of vast expanses of farmland with few dense population centres. Northern Germany was ideally situated for an airborne operation, and the Germans had few forces with which they could attempt a defence of the expansive area. At the heart of the Allied plans to cross the lower Rhine was the ancient fortress town of Wesel. The town had seen an inordinate increase in activity since the Allied attempt to cut off Holland during the ill-fated Operation Market Garden in September 1944. As the front drew ever nearer, columns of Wehrmacht soldiers streamed through Wesel in growing numbers. Labour brigades had been organised by order of Kreisleiter Kentrat to build defences farther west on the Dutch border near Goch. Students were mustered from the schools and elderly men taken from the flak units in Wesel for this back-breaking service. The labour camps were ordered to provide foreign labourers for the work as well, hundreds of whom died of disease and exposure in primitive camps near Ries during the winter. The evacuation of women and children from Wesel began in earnest as the Allied troops drew nearer and the bombing raids increased. The numbers of Wesel inhabitants had risen perceptibly with the influx of thousands of refugees from the west side of the Rhine, many of whom had abandoned their homes in areas occupied by Allied troops. The early weeks of 1945 were marked by intensely congested roadways and rail systems, and the transportation problems were exacerbated by incessant air attacks from roving patrols of British and American fighter bombers that pounced on anything that moved. On the 16th of February 1945, the Allies launched the heaviest air raid to date against Wesel, consisting of 3 separate missions. The attack left the residential area an uninhabitable pile of rubble as wave after wave of bombers passed overhead. The explosions were so concentrated that the steel doors of air raid shelters blew inward and were torn from their fittings. Women collapsed as their nerves broke under the strain, and children screamed and cried as they clung to anyone within reach. A policeman shot his daughter, his wife, and then himself as they cowered under the hail of bombs. As the first alarm sirens wailed, 24-year-old Inge Büsching seized the 2 bags of clothing and valuables that she always had prepared for such occasions. Holding tightly to the hands of her 2 children, she fled to the nearby Rathaus City Hall with her mother. The Rathaus cellar, the closest public air raid shelter in her neighbourhood, was filled to capacity. They hurried onward to the Nationalsozialistische Verein, National Socialist League, NSV, cellar, which they found overflowing with other women and children. After several minutes, the bombs began to fall. The cellar shook and the lights were immediately extinguished. During the bombardment, someone located a flashlight, others lit candles and lanterns with matches. As the all-clear siren sounded, the people crowded in the cellar made their way onto the street, where they were met by an indescribable scene of horror. The stunned populace wandered onto a wasteland of burning rubble where only minutes earlier large buildings had stood. The air was filled with smoke and the muffled thud of delayed explosions in the distance. 2 mutilated horses and a dead Wehrmacht soldier lay on the Marktplatz near the entrance to the Rathaus. Inge stared at the dead soldier with horror and shielded her children's eyes from the scene as they picked their way along the street toward their home. They proceeded through the rubble for several minutes before she realized that, in the darkness of the shelter during the raid, someone had stolen one of her bags. On the morning of the raid, Pauline Breuer toasted slices of white bread and packed them along with several articles of clothing in rucksacks for her children. Government regulations require that each child be provided with food and clothing in the shelters. The family home on the Flemmingstrasse was without a shelter. The houses along the street had no deep basements for such use. The residents had received permission to take refuge in the large vaulted cellar beneath the villa of the Hart family, who had fled the city for the duration of the war. As the sirens began to wail and the streams of aircraft approached, Pauline gathered her children and hurried to the Hart cellar, carrying her infant in a basket. As they descended the steps, they found a mixed crowd of refugees and soldiers had gathered in the narrow confines of the stairwell. The group waited in the cellar throughout the morning as the sirens continued to wail, and in the early afternoon, the infant began to cry with hunger. Pauline's sister, Maria Erkens, decided to leave the shelter to refill the baby's bottle and obtain more food. Minutes passed and Maria did not return. Pauline, accompanied by her children, climbed up the stairs and opened the door to see the sky black with aircraft with strings of bombs trailing from the open bays below their fuselages. Terrified, they slammed the door and stumbled back into the depths of the basement as the detonations began. Seconds later, a cacophony of screams, explosions, shrieking sirens, and crashing buildings rent the air. The soft murmur of praying could be heard intermittently through the sounds of destruction and terror. Pauline repeatedly told herself to remain calm for the sake of the children. At long length, they stumbled up the cellar stairs into air choked with dust and smoke. The mangled corpses of inhabitants and the cadavers of horses lay strewn on the streets, and she attempted to avert her children's eyes from the horror as they gazed about in shock. She made her way toward their home with the children in tow, only to find that it no longer existed. She met the neighboring Clausen family, who had also lost their home, and after a frantic, brief discussion, the distraught neighbors decided to attempt to get to their pastor's home in Marienthal. A short time later, they flagged down a Wehrmacht truck carrying charcoal to Reesfeld and left the ruins of the city. The nuns of the Josefshaus der Schwestern school at the city's Brünner Tor had taken refuge in the basement of their building shortly before the first bombs fell. The din of explosions grew louder, and suddenly, after a muffled roar, the shelter was plunged into darkness. Dust filled the air, and the explosions were now muted as if far away. They realized that the entrance to the cellar had been buried. Eventually, a light appeared above them, and the nuns and others in the cellar scrambled toward the beacon. A rescue party of some 20 soldiers had been directed to the location by the clerics of the convent. As they emerged from the ruins, the nuns were shocked by what remained of the city. Speechless, they seated themselves on the trunks of fallen trees and attempted to quench their thirst from the only water available, the wash water from the kitchen basin that had somehow remained intact through the raid. 7 of the nuns had managed to climb to the surface. Sister Ermenhilde was heard calling from the cavern. Her legs were trapped beneath a slab of masonry, but there was no sound from the others who had not made it to the surface. After 3 hours of feverish labor, Sister Ermenhilde was freed, miraculously uninjured. Another casualty, Fräulein Bückmann, was carried to the surface with multiple fractures in her legs. As the women pleaded with the soldiers to rescue the nuns who remained in the cellar, they were told that the others, Sisters Angela, Marita, Humilita, and Savatia, were all dead. The rescuers had to turn their attentions to saving the living. After the fleet of bombers had departed, clerics Pröbsting and Schell managed to tear the tabernacle from the ruins of their building and carry it to safety. The tabernacle key and the sacristy had disappeared in the maelstrom. The survivors who had emerged from the shelter were gathered above the entombed nuns when someone began screaming that more aircraft were arriving. The priests and the soldiers quickly dived into the cellar. Other survivors scattered like frightened birds as the bombs began to fall. Police Captain Wilhelm Schins had just appeared at the Brunnertorplatz to assist in recovery efforts when the next waves of aircraft descended. Schins hoped that the new bombs would contain only time delay fuses, thus giving the rescue workers at least a limited period in which to continue their efforts before the bombs began detonating. However, his hopes proved to be fruitless. The new loads included heavy, high-explosive and incendiary bombs equipped with impact fuses, and the already devastated city was again rocked with explosions and consumed with flames. Window panes in buildings as far away as Essen and Krefeld, cities that had withstood countless previous raids, shattered with the impact of the pressure waves emanating from Wesel. As the aircraft departed from the city, the authorities began recovering inhabitants, treating the injured, and disposing of the dead. Many survivors immediately fled the city for the farmlands and outlying villages. Anywhere was preferable to the nightmare that Wesel had become. Amid exploding bombs equipped with time delay fuses, police and fire brigades began attempting to rescue trapped inhabitants and extinguish the fires that threatened to consume them. Civilians, physically capable of assisting, were conscripted to shovel rubble from the entrances of buried shelters. No means of communications existed to reach the world beyond the parameters of the city, for all facilities had been destroyed. A policeman cautiously picked his way through a moonscape of bomb craters and mounds of debris to reach the badly damaged Lippe Bridge. After gingerly crossing the river, he succeeded in making telephone contact with other towns in the Ruhr to request assistance. Soon help was arriving over the still intact Hünxe-Krudenburger Bridge, but not before Wesel was hit by yet another attack. The late afternoon assault was fully unexpected and arrived without warning. All air raid warning systems had been destroyed in the previous raid or were severed from external communications and power facilities. After several minutes, it was over. A large number of inhabitants had previously fled the city and had thus escaped near certain death, but the rescue workers, taken by surprise while attempting to clear collapsed cellars and shelters, were caught in the open when the bombs fell. The city was strewn with mangled bodies, and the cries of the injured wafted over the ruins. The remaining workers who were uninjured were helpless to aid the wounded. There were no means of lifting layers of concrete and tons of rubble, no means of caring for and transporting the victims. Work parties that were organized prior to the raid were now leaderless, with no means of communicating with one another. The entire area now consisted of unrecognizable city blocks of blackened ruins, crushed bodies, hundreds of injured, and small bands of dazed workers stumbling blindly through the heat, dust, and smoke. Eventually, limited assistance began arriving from other towns. A police major from Oberhausen brought a rescue brigade and immediately began organizing the forces. Rescue parties started digging through the mounds of debris where inhabitants might be buried. The local officials who had survived the last raid were familiar with the locations and layout of many of the shelters, now concealed under tons of rubble, and they advised the teams on where to begin searching for anyone who might be alive under the ruins. That night, fires began raging through the devastated city. What remained of Wesel's finance building began to burn. The Heuber garrison, long a symbol of Prussia's military presence in Westphalia, glared brightly as the flames spread. The massive grain silo belonging to the Kempen shipping firm went up in flames, and the city blocks along the Rhine were obliterated. Little firefighting equipment had survived the series of raids intact, so there existed no means of extinguishing the flames. Explosions continued to rock the area throughout the night as bombs equipped with time delay fuses and those that had failed to explode on impact detonated in the flames. The explosions threw showers of sparks into the sky, spreading the inferno wherever they landed and causing unstable skeletons of buildings, weakened by the bombing and fires, to collapse, making further attempts to fight the fires futile. By dawn, the only signs of life in the stricken city were isolated teams of workers who still dared to attempt to rescue those buried beneath the rubble. The teams uncovered corpses and laid them aside without cover. With so few means of transport left, whatever was available had to be reserved for the badly injured. The work never stopped, as the dead and wounded were carried to the surface. The crews worked without food or water. The need for water was especially acute, for the blinding clouds of dust hanging in the air from pulverized masonry choked their throats and lungs. All water lines in the city were destroyed or blocked, so any available water had to be transported to the work locations in carts or carried over mounds of broken buildings. Convinced that all Allied targets in Wesel had been destroyed after the series of raids on the 16th of February, teams of rescue workers from the surrounding areas descended on the city. Nothing could have survived intact, and even the Allies, who possessed a seemingly endless supply of everything, would not risk aircraft and crews to attack a city that was already completely destroyed. The teams worked throughout the next day and night. More rescue equipment and additional firefighters were brought in from surrounding areas to attempt to extinguish the flames that continued to spread. Believing that the terror was finally at an end, inhabitants emerged from the surrounding countryside where they had taken refuge and returned to the stricken city. They trickled back into the field of ruins on foot, singly or in small groups of family members and neighbors, pulling small hand wagons or leading horse carts borrowed from farmers in hopes of recovering any items of use or value from the remains of their homes. On Sunday, 18th of February, the waves of bombers reappeared over Wesel, dropping tons of explosives and scattering the knots of returnees and rescue workers. The scarce rescue and transportation equipment disintegrated in the explosions as the city was again tossed and tormented. After the aircraft faded in the distance, the reorganization effort resumed. Some of the workers refused to return. For many, the loss of family members had been confirmed, and most had relatives who were still unaccounted for. The dwindling teams of workers returned to the piles of rubble, where they attempted to locate the entrances to air raid shelters and listened with sound-enhancing equipment for any signs of life beneath the ruins. The groups that remained at the scene received instructions to bury the dead after sunset, when the risk of attack by bombers or fighter aircraft was considerably lessened. All recent raids had occurred during daylight hours, and darkness was expected to bring a few hours' reprieve. The recovery efforts, however, had to take place during the day, despite the danger posed by the bombers or by fighter aircraft that continued to strafe the city indiscriminately. It proved impossible to conduct the work in darkness. The bodies had to be located, wrested from the rubble, and then hauled through streets choked with debris or dragged and carried over mountains of crushed buildings to a collection point. The transport of the corpses was problematic, for the bodies were heavy and there were no litters or other equipment to assist in the task. The remains were pulled or carried to collection points where small groups were assigned to try to identify each corpse or note the location and description of the site where the body had been found for possible identification later. The bodies were then loaded onto carts for removal to the cemetery. Some of the horse-drawn carts experienced problems of another nature. The horses, unaccustomed to the stench and the strange conditions, became unruly and almost uncontrollable. The drivers were compelled to lead the frightened and confused animals through darkened, narrow paths in the rubble at night. During daylight, the horses were taken out of the city. The drivers were acutely aware that the horses were a favorite target for the Allied fighter aircraft. Meanwhile, the workers continued to be harassed from the skies as smaller yet still deadly air raids continued to fall on them. Many of the corpses, lying in the scattered collection points and awaiting transport to the cemetery, were again buried under rubble shifted by exploding bombs. Following the departure of the raiders, the bodies had to be relocated and brought to the surface again. After experiencing several consecutive air raids, the workers and inhabitants took no further chances. The waves of aircraft returned on the 20th of February and then again on the 24th of February. It seemed as though whenever the work parties assembled and began their grisly task of recovering bodies, it was firmly believed no one was still alive under the tons of rubble, aircraft would materialize, sending the groups fleeing in all directions. Fighter bombers continued to dive without warning on small convoys and groups of people en route to the city. Once the work parties scattered in panic before the aircraft, it was extremely difficult to regroup. Many workers abandoned the task, believing it illogical to continue to risk lives simply to recover the dead. Some locations were abandoned after preliminary work to recover survivors resulted in failure. There simply were no survivors in many locations. In the large shelters in the Hotel Escherhaus, the Esplanade Garrison, Hotel Schumacher, Torfstrasse, the Stadtwerke, the Stemms Brewery, and numerous other locations, efforts were abandoned when it became clear that no living persons remained. It was common practice for inhabitants to have small valuables packed in bags and ready to take to the air raid shelters. Bulky items were often stored in cellars for safekeeping. Armed with this knowledge, looters descended on the ruins in their search for anything of value that could be easily concealed. Many people, taken by surprise by the massive raid, had forgotten their packed bags in the panic to seek shelter and had escaped only with their lives. The looters became adept at slithering through tiny cellar openings in the rubble, and they developed an instinct for locating concealed corners in the mounds of debris where valuables might be hidden or where an intact stairwell could be found to gain access to the interiors of homes. Workers sometimes discovered the dead after the looters had already announced their presence by leaving the corpses without wallets, wedding rings, watches, and jewelry. The thieves almost always left evidence of their work, the telltale turned-out pockets of the shredded clothing on the dead. Some of the looters were captured in the act or were found to have valuables on them that clearly belonged to others. The valuables were confiscated to be logged and stored for eventual return to the owners if they or their family members were still alive. The suspected looters were taken to the nearest intact law enforcement facility, usually in Bocholt or Dorsten. Elfriede Emmerichs had fled the city following the February air raid that had heavily damaged her home but left many possessions intact. She, along with others from the neighborhood, returned every morning in an attempt to retrieve valuables from the sea of ruins. She was able to recover most of her possessions in a series of trips in and out of the city, first carting away porcelain, crystal, silver, clothing, and various necessities. She then concentrated on recovering books, typewriters, and almost 90 jars of preserves. The recovered items were carried to her temporary residence in Drevenac through a precarious journey that required her to repeatedly abandon the cart and dive into roadside ditches to avoid the fighter bombers that preyed on every moving target. Foreign laborers, deserters, and the customary criminal elements were not the only ones engaged in looting. On the 18th of March, when Elfriede again returned to the ruined city to recover any remaining items, she was surprised to find about 20 German paratroopers in her home. The group of stragglers, some of the last demoralized troops who had recently fled over the Rhine from the West Bank, had ransacked the home. What they could not cart away, the soldiers had destroyed, smashing furniture, dumping the contents of wardrobes and drawers, ruining carpets, and wrecking anything that had survived the air raids. The soldiers, many of them drunk, offered no apologies or explanation for the devastation. For Elfriede, despite the air raids, the rations, and the many notices she had received about the deaths of friends and relatives serving on many fronts over the past years, it was not until that moment that the realization the war was finally lost swept over her. She knew that all hope was gone when her own country's soldiers wantonly destroyed what they were supposed to protect. The city of Wesel continued to be subjected to air attacks, though none reached the intensity of the 16th of February raid. Between the 6th and the 23rd of March, limited air raids were launched against the piles of rubble, but they inflicted little damage as most facilities had long since been pulverized time and again. As the front drew nearer, the attacks by fighter bombers increased and eventually the city and surrounding area came under artillery fire. On the 23rd of March, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill flew to the front, much to Field Marshal Montgomery's chagrin. Churchill had long planned to be present when the last great offensive that would carry the Allied troops over the Rhine and into the heart of Germany was to occur. Montgomery was of the opinion that the Prime Minister should be detained at headquarters as long as possible. Like most military commanders, he did not relish the prospect of having the leader present on the battlefield, especially when, despite overwhelming Allied material superiority, something might go wrong. Officially, the Germans were once again pinning their hopes on static defences and a handful of hastily organised units, flak regiments, makeshift artillery positions, the 2nd, 7th and 8th Parachute Divisions, the 84th and 180th Infantry Divisions, the 15th Panzergrenadier Division, various Volkssturm battalions, and 2 weakened Panzer divisions with 92 tanks northwest of Emmerich. They were facing an enemy that was numerically 10 times their strength. The dubious line of defences with which the Germans intended to halt the Allied drive was optimistically named the Westphalenwall. In fall 1944, Dr. Meyer, the Gauleiter of Westphalia, had communicated to Hitler that he was constructing an impassable barrier and requested approval and authority to continue his defence project. Hitler had consented, and the population was to set to work with shovels and spades constructing a series of shallow ditches and foxholes running in a line from Ahaus to Stadtlohn, Südlohn to Borken and Bocholt and beyond to Wesel. The German authorities now expected to stop the world's most powerful mechanized armies with a series of roadside ditches and one-man foxholes. The defenders of the Rhine front consisted of approximately 24 German soldiers of questionable quality per mile. Supporting the personnel were an average of .06 barrels of anti-aircraft weapons per mile, .5 barrels of artillery, and a maximum of 1 tank, usually low on fuel, per mile. Just before 4 p.m. on Friday, 23rd of March, the artificial fog generators along the Rhine suddenly fell silent. From his 21st Army Group HQ in Walbeck, Field Marshal Montgomery announced the code words, "2 if by sea," to launch the largest combined amphibious and airborne operation since D-Day. At 5 o'clock, Generals Eisenhower, Simpson, and Anderson watched from the tower in Lindfort as the Allied artillery batteries opened fire. At 6 o'clock, a second barrage was sent to the east bank of the Rhine. Another massive barrage blanketed the bank 1 hour later. The German positions were enveloped in heavy-caliber shell bursts from more than 1,300 artillery pieces situated on the west bank between the towns of Höneppel and Büderich. Their targets were some 1,000 German positions that were to be neutralized in preparation for the crossing. The targets included artillery positions, observation points, command and control centers, supply depots, assembly areas, crossroads, and any other facility or terrain feature deemed essential to a defense. Additionally, German positions directly on the bank of the Rhine came under a hail of direct fire from more than 1,000 anti-aircraft guns. The east bank exploded and boiled under a shower of artillery and anti-aircraft shells. At 9:12 p.m., 2 corps of the British Second Army and 1 corps of the U.S. Ninth Army began crossing the Rhine, illuminated by searchlights between Ries and Wesel. Within minutes, they had established a foothold on the east bank. Bulldozers were set to work leveling the massive Rhine levee and establishing a roadway for the mechanized units crossing in amphibious vehicles. The British 15th and 51st Infantry Divisions formed the spearhead of the crossing at Ries, and they succeeded in putting their entire strength over the Rhine within 15 minutes. 2 miles to the west of Wesel, 1 and 5 commando brigades crossed in assault craft with the intent of capturing Wesel from the north. At 10:20 p.m., 200 British bombers attacked the unfortunate city once again, dropping thousands of bombs on the German defenders and inhabitants ahead of the assault force. The city was then attacked by troops of 5 Commando Brigade, who found little more than ruins in their path. The assault troops met little resistance as they crossed over the Rhine under cover of the artificial fog, and the Great Barrier was breached. Farther north, the Canadians waited for their orders to cross. At Xanten, the Scots had established a wide bridgehead within 30 minutes of the first crossing. At 2 o'clock in the morning of the 24th of March, 3 regiments of the U.S. 30th Division crossed between Wesel and Rheinberg. Slightly over an hour later, the assault troops of the U.S. 79th Division crossed the Rhine after a massive barrage of almost 2,000 tons of explosives that fell on the German 180th Infantry Division and the 2nd Parachute Division. Like their British counterparts to the north, they met little resistance from the pulverized defences. More crossings were conducted farther north, where 2,000 guns opened fire on German defences on the east bank. As the barrage subsided, the British 30th Corps and 2 Canadian divisions crossed and hardly slowed their advance as they passed Emmerich toward the towns of Millingen, Bienen, Isselburg, and Anhalt. Generals Eisenhower, Simpson, and Anderson, and Prime Minister Churchill observed the crossing of the Rhine from the headquarters of the 16th Corps located in Büderich. They were provided a sweeping view of Allied forces from the balcony of a home near Büderich as the final major barrier along the route to Berlin was breached. When Eisenhower excused himself to return an urgent telephone call from General Bradley, Churchill took the opportunity to escape the confines of the headquarters and Eisenhower's restraining presence and crossed the Rhine himself. Montgomery, Churchill, and several American commanders were transported by assault craft to the east bank near the bridge at Wesel, where they wandered about for some 30 minutes before setting out for the west bank. The party's hopes of proceeding to Wesel by boat were dashed when the launch captain advised them that the passage was blocked by a chain across the river. The chain had been positioned to deter any German attempt to disrupt the crossing by floating mines downriver to the operations area. As a result, the party was compelled to return to shore and proceed by motor vehicle to Wesel. In Berlin, Hitler received word at 3:15 a.m., the 24th of March, that the Allies had crossed the Rhine at Wesel and that the lower Rhine front was collapsing. A quick briefing with staff officers revealed that there were no reserves. All available units were already committed to the fight. The few German defenders who were situated within the assault area were stunned to silence by the massive artillery bombardment. Over the rumble of artillery, the occasional sounds of a desolate machine gun position, interspersed with erratic rifle fire and isolated grenade blasts, reverberated erratically along the riverbanks and over the open fields of the lower Rhineland. Despite the torrent of artillery shells impacting on the east bank, the German defenders beyond the riverbanks began to react. The Americans, south of Wesel, had struck the void between the sectors held by Army Group H and Army Group B. Farther downstream, to the north, the British were unfortunate in encountering the remnants of Schlemm's 1st Parachute Army. Sporadic but intense firefights began to break out among the wood lines and the roadsides as the British attempted to consolidate and strengthen their hold on the east bank. That evening, the ground assault began against Wesel. The city, almost devoid of life since the massive bombing in February, was commanded by General Deutsch. The Commando Brigade formed for this assault was composed of elements from 46th Commando Brigade of the Royal Marines and 6th Commando Brigade of the Royal Army. With a combined strength of 1,800 combatants, this force was tasked with capturing the city. Under the protection of an intense artillery barrage, the Marines of 46th Commando crossed the Rhine a mile and a half north of Wesel in Buffalo amphibious troop carriers, meeting only intermittent small arms fire. By 10:30 p.m., the entire assault force of both 6th Commando and 46th Commando had completed the crossing and made preparations to assault Wesel. To eliminate any remaining resistance, the city was again struck by a bombing raid as the commandos prepared to attack. Some 200 bombers dropped more than 1,100 tons of explosives on a city that had long since been reduced to rubble. Any intact buildings that had survived the February raids were now destroyed. Roadways that had been laboriously carved through piles of ruins were again choked with debris. Electric power and communications lines were destroyed, and flak batteries and military facilities were neutralized. The British troops observed the air attack from their assembly area on Grave Island near the Rhine. The troops of the Commando Brigade separated into two columns as they departed from the bridgehead. As the sounds of aircraft motors died, followed only by explosions from time-delay bombs and the crackling of flames, 6th Commando began filing through the darkness toward Wesel. The Marines of 46th Commando struck east, intending to capture the large Keramag factory on the city's northernmost outskirts. As the last British forces departed from Grave Island, German artillery rounds began to strike the landing area, hitting only deserted beaches but sending a signal to the commandos that the German defenders were aware of their landing and were awaiting their next move. The British 6th Commando made its way slowly into the outskirts of Wesel, crossed over the Resse Landstrasse from the northwest, and penetrated deeper into the ruins. A detachment from 6th Commando pushed farther toward the south, over Muldestrasse. The troop leaders quickly realized that the meticulously prepared maps, with objectives and roadways carefully identified and marked, were now useless. The Allied bombing raids had left nothing intact. No buildings were identifiable, and streets, if they existed at all, could not be recognized. The ground the soldiers crossed looked more like the battlefields of Verdun than a once thriving city. Businesses and residences were reduced to blackened silhouettes of rubble, and any open spaces were pockmarked with giant water-filled bomb craters that reflected the intermittent flames leaping skyward as pockets of ruins smoldered and burned. The troops met little resistance apart from occasional small arms fire that was quickly neutralized. The city appeared almost devoid of life. On capturing the core of the city, 6th Commando dispatched patrols throughout the area to eliminate any further resistance. Members of one patrol encountered resistance as they unknowingly approached the headquarters of the Wesel military commander near Weilachstrasse. Realizing that the command bunker was severed from any escape route, Major General Deutsch took command of one squad of defenders and ordered Lieutenant Colonel Ross to command another unit consisting of staff personnel. The fighting continued throughout the night. At approximately 3 a.m., Deutsch and several members of his staff fell to machine gun bursts as the ring around Wesel continued shrinking. At 8 a.m. on the 24th of March, Lieutenant Colonel Ross finally surrendered the city. The Royal Marines of 46th Commando were less fortunate as they encountered heavier resistance from nests of survivors continuing to lurk in the rubble. They gingerly made their way toward their objective, combating the flashes of gunfire that repeatedly broke the darkness until they reached the Keramag factory. After infiltrating the interior of the large facility, they were not amused to find that they had been given the task of capturing, and now defending, a factory full of ceramic toilet bowls. During the same night, from the 23rd to the 24th of March, another crossing was taking place south of Wesel. At 1 a.m., fire erupted from 600 American artillery pieces, and shells rained on the east bank to open Operation Flashpoint, the crossing of the Rhine by elements of the U.S. Ninth Army. Within an hour, more than 65,000 rounds had impacted on German positions east of the Rhine, preparing the way for the crossing by the U.S. 30th Infantry Division. Under cover of artillery, the 119th Infantry Regiment crossed from the town of Biederich, the 117th Regiment crossed south of the Lippe intersection, and the 120th Regiment crossed at Rheinberg in plywood assault craft. As the boats approached the east bank, the artillery barrage shifted farther to the east, leaving only a moonscape behind. Every 2 minutes, another wave of assault craft packed with 30th Infantry soldiers reached the east bank. Within 2 hours, other battalions followed as the assault phases progressed with barely any resistance from German forces. Amphibious tanks reached the far bank, scaling the crossing. Now, north of the Ruhr, as in the south at Remagen, American soldiers were east of the Rhine. At 3 a.m., another crossing was taking place farther south by the U.S. 79th Division. The first waves of infantrymen crossed between Rheinberg and Orsoy in scarcely 45 minutes. Near the village of Bislich, situated between Xanten and Weinen, the Scottish 15th Division launched Operation Torchlight and crossed the river under cover of British artillery. The Scots were ferried across the river in more than 100 amphibious vehicles that followed assault lanes marked by tracers fired from British anti-aircraft guns. The attackers met only sporadic, uncoordinated resistance during the crossing. The few casualties suffered were inflicted by landmines that had escaped the artillery barrages. At 2 a.m., the sounds of machine gun fire mixed with the explosions of artillery shells in Bislich. The villagers, cowering in their cellars, prayed for an end to the torment as white-hot shrapnel and tracers set buildings alight. Many residents were forced to expose themselves to the deadly barrage when fleeing the burning buildings. A number of civilians ran to the assistance of a neighbor named Leo Stuckmann, helping to pull him from his burning house and to retrieve a few articles of clothing that could still be salvaged from the flames. Stuckmann had received a wound in his back and was being cared for by neighbors as the sounds of tanks approached. Frenzied voices calling in English could be heard through the shooting, coupled with the sounds of heavy boots running through brick-paved streets. A number of German soldiers had taken refuge in the cellar belonging to Willy Mayboom, and soon an officer appeared and brusquely ordered them out of the shelter to engage the enemy. As the handful of troops emerged from their cellar, they were struck by a burst of machine gun fire from a British tank. The Allied attack proceeded similarly in other nearby settlements. One man who had fled the village for the safety of the small settlement of Flüren was attempting to leave his cellar when he was shot by the attackers. In Tannenhäuschen, a woman was caught in a burst of fire that severed both her legs. Her 14-year-old son raced to her side and attempted to render aid while screaming for help. Her neighbors failed to hear his pleas over the bursting shells or dared not risk being hit by the rain of bullets and shrapnel that filled the area. Alone, the teenager watched helplessly as his mother died. The clamor of cries and shooting began to fade as the wave of attackers swept through the village. By 2:30 a.m., the Scots were firmly on the east bank and were combing the village for German troops who had fled their positions to seek refuge in basements. The fighting swept through the villages along the Rhine as the Allied soldiers regrouped. The British and American troops organized assaults against isolated, stubborn defenders and called for additional artillery and air support. Many areas changed hands a number of times. As files of exhausted, disillusioned Wehrmacht soldiers entered farms and hamlets, the inhabitants met their arrival with trepidation. To avoid plundering, the farmers provided the soldiers with provisions, opening their cellars to the retreating forces in hopes that the unwelcome guests would soon vanish. Any indication that the soldiers were establishing defenses provoked vigorous protests. The inhabitants were aware that any resistance encountered by the Allies would result in the destruction of their homes and farmsteads. Many inhabitants were taken into custody by the Allied soldiers and evacuated to the banks of the Rhine, where they were cursorily searched for weapons. Apparently satisfied that there were no combatants among them, the soldiers soon released the civilians. More than 200 demoralized prisoners were captured in Bislich, most of whom were serving with the German 84th Division. The 84th was one of the Wehrmacht divisions that had suffered high casualties during the withdrawal to the Rhine, and most of the prisoners appeared relieved that, for them, the war was over. As dusk fell on the village of Hoffen on the 24th of March, 2 miles downstream from Bislich, Colonel von Peller und Ehrenberg waited in his command post. Knowing that the Rhine crossing was to take place at any time, the artillery officer shared a bottle of cognac with his staff to alleviate the tension. As the sun set, a tremendous artillery barrage fell upon the banks of the Rhine. Windows burst and doors were sprung from their mountings as waves of shell bursts swept toward Bislich, and the artillerymen knew what was coming. The staff hurried into the cellar where the communications equipment was being manned by radio operators. A nearby artillery observation post reported the West Bank was covered in thick fog, rendering observation of the enemy forces impossible. The foremost positions along the east banks of the Rhine were now free of the Allied artillery fire that had pounded the area moments earlier. The entire house in which the staff was located shook and tossed, and more reports arrived announcing artillery fire creeping toward the hinterland. The immense blanket of explosions made it impossible to man the artillery batteries, and isolated posts no longer reported. The area remained shrouded in silence. No runners could traverse the hail of fire to provide an updated situation report. From the information arriving by radio, the colonel calculated that the main thrust of the attack would take place somewhere within his right sector. Given the sounds of enemy activity being reported, he deduced that his foremost positions were able to offer little resistance. Just that afternoon, he had approved a request from one of his lieutenants to escape the confines of the staff quarters and spend a few hours with one of the observation posts. The eager young officer had desired to be farther forward. The intense barrage continued unabated throughout the evening. Around midnight, the colonel and his staff received word that construction of a pontoon bridge was in progress near Ries under protection of heavy artillery. The German batteries tried to fire on the west bank opposite Ries, with the result that the fire falling on their own positions increased. Casualty reports began arriving, and the Allies continued the bridge construction without interruption. The Allied anti-aircraft positions on the opposite bank put everything that moved under fire. At 2 a.m., the young lieutenant, who had been so eager to get closer to the enemy, reported that the assault forces were closing on his position with amphibious tanks. Preparations were being made to engage the attackers. The position then fell silent. The colonel soon noted that the other observation posts suffered a similar ominous fate. The soldiers of General Schlemm's 7th Parachute Division were determined to keep the invaders from gaining a foothold on the east bank. They had the advantage of being familiar with the terrain, a vital advantage when attempting to conduct military operations in darkness. A number of the Allied amphibious vehicles had become mired in the soft mud of the lower Rhine, and the delay had assisted the defenders in their preparations. Additionally, they had been warned of the impending attack through the artillery preparations. One of the objectives for the Scots was to capture the Hübsch Manor, an imposing structure encircled by a number of smaller dwellings and farm buildings. The estate occupied a rise surrounded by woods and fruit orchards, and the German paratroopers had prepared to defend the position. The Scottish Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders suffered high losses in taking the small plantation, but from there they were able to fan out along the hinterland and neutralize further opposition. The town of Hafen was taken, and more casualties were suffered by the Allies in capturing the tiny settlement of Lorwart, where the Germans had dug defences into the cluster of buildings, well protected by shrubbery and trees surrounded by a flat plain. It was not until late afternoon on the 24th of March that the settlement was in British hands, after the German paratroops had withdrawn in the face of approaching British armour that threatened them with encirclement. While the Germans were stubbornly defending their positions between Wolfskat and the Hübsch estate, the British forces continued to pour supplies and men over the Rhine. The defenders forced the Allied troops to remain sheltered below the banks of the river. Any movement over the berm instantly drew a hail of small arms fire. Medics feverishly tended the wounded, who continued to be carried into the tiny bridgehead. An evacuation was not possible due to accurate German mortar fire raining on the amphibious vehicles crossing the river. Lance Corporal J. Donovan and Private W. Begbie, 2 medics serving with the 10th Battalion, Highland Light Infantry, crossed the Rhine with D Company and soon observed a German medic emerge from a battered position. Approaching the company under a white flag, the German explained that his unit had a large number of wounded who required immediate assistance. After a short discussion, the 2 Allied medics agreed to accompany him back to the German lines, hoping that they would be able to persuade the German holding the sector to surrender. At the first location, they attempted but failed to convince the small group of defenders to throw down their arms. They were then led toward the rear, where they met with a senior German officer whose only English words apparently were, "English very good." The 2 medics set about assisting the wounded, who were flowing into the command post as the Allied artillery concentration increased. Eventually, it became so intense that the Germans believed they had been targeted by an air raid. After several hours, it became clear that the Germans were preparing for a withdrawal. As the last group of officers prepared to depart, the commander made arrangements for the 2 medics to return to their lines. He then thanked them for their assistance and departed. The staff had assembled 3 vehicles for transport, 2 of which were immediately destroyed in a new barrage. The remaining officers squeezed into the one remaining vehicle and disappeared toward the east. As the rear guard prepared to depart, Donovan and Begbie tried to persuade them to surrender, but the offer was sullenly declined. As dawn approached, Allied forces continued streaming over the Rhine. 15-year-old Alphonse Mayboom was waiting out the invasion in his parents' farmhouse near the village of Marvik, while a shower of artillery shells covered the area. The wife of the local Dutch milkman, who had taken shelter in a neighboring cellar, was struck in the eye by shrapnel and was being cared for by other members of the family when the first Scottish soldiers arrived. The tiny group of civilians were huddled in the cellar when a pounding on the door brought them to their feet. A voice called in a strange accent, "Nix deutsche Soldat?" Alphonse quickly replied that only civilians were present. Soldiers in khaki uniforms entered the cellar to inspect the frightened civilians. A citizen of Wesel, who had taken refuge at the farmhouse after losing his home to the bombing raids, was relieved of his watch. The group of soldiers then departed, leaving a medic in the cellar to assist in caring for the wounded woman. The medic appeared to be very sympathetic and constantly shook his head, muttering, "All for the Führer." More soldiers poured into the neighboring cellar, and throughout the night the farm family could hear the static of a radio. The following morning, a soldier reappeared in the cellar, and Alphonse was granted permission to care for the family horse. As the boy prepared to go outside, the soldier advised him to remove his cap, for it closely resembled the German army forage caps. Wearing it in the open might have been dangerous given the tenuous situation. Alphonse climbed the cellar stairs and was shocked to see his home full of soldiers in the midst of preparing breakfast. The men ignored his presence but seemed to be in a humorous disposition. As the boy left the house to care for the horse, he saw that the garden surrounding the farmstead was pockmarked with foxholes. Several soldiers were laying out large, triangular recognition panels to reveal to Allied aircraft that the farmhouse was occupied with friendly forces. The sudden booming of a nearby weapon startled him, and Alphonse saw that a gun crew had erected a heavy machine gun in the family vegetable garden and was firing at an unseen target in the direction of Leckerfeld. The Allied forces began to construct bridges across the Rhine while the fighting was in progress. It was essential to establish bridgeheads as quickly as possible, for without bridges, the landing forces had to depend on amphibious vehicles for reinforcements and supplies. To the south, in Rheinberg, where Americans had conducted their early morning crossing, the Allies encountered less resistance and were able to establish a treadway bridge by evening. The British forces crossing at Ries were delayed by staunch German resistance in the town. They were eventually able to establish a pontoon bridge, and at the close of the 24th of March, the Allied forces were firmly over the lower Rhine and had established bridgeheads along the length of the river north of the Ruhr. Despite the efforts of Nazi officials who continued to threaten and harangue the populace to resist the advancing Allies, very few citizens refused to accept that the end was near. Some 50 miles to the east of the Rhine crossings, in the extensive medical center of Arnhem, Wehrmacht medical officer Paul Rosenbaum tracked the developments with growing concern. He had already engaged Kreisleiter Wemhöhner in a heated confrontation when the party official demanded that the wounded in the hospitals be ordered to man the barricades. Rosenbaum remained steadfast in his refusal. "I won't order any wounded personnel to sacrifice themselves in the senseless defense of this city," the doctor argued. "We should raise a Red Cross flag instead." On Sunday, the 26th of March, the inhabitants of Bocholt were officially informed that all males between the ages of 16 and 20 were to report to the City Volkssturm Battalion for duty. Failure to follow the order would result in execution. Messengers were dispatched from house to house to ensure that all inhabitants were aware of the order. Several hundred erstwhile Volkssturm soldiers were assembled in 3 companies. The conscripts were placed under the direction of Colonel Primus, commander of the paratrooper regiment assigned to defend Bocholt. The mood of the Bocholt Volkssturm was less than optimistic. Only 1 of every 3 soldiers was issued a rifle, for which there was a shortage of ammunition. One entire company possessed only 2 US-manufactured machine guns, and few of the conscripts had any idea how to operate the foreign weapons. Scattered within the same company were a total of 21 Panzerfausts and 25 hand grenades. In preparation for the Allied onslaught, the Gauleiter and Reichsdefense-Kommissar of the district, Dr. Meyer, ordered all important technical and utility facilities to be destroyed and the area to be evacuated. In the village of Borken, Pastor Rheinstadtler sorrowfully buried the victims of the latest bombing raid and advised the mourners that, because of the constant air attacks, any additional burials would have to be delayed until the following day. Between the villages of Bienen and Millingen, the 2nd Company of the Bocholt Volkssturm was easily overwhelmed by the paratroopers of the British 6th Airborne Division. The Volkssturm defenders had lost their meagre will to resist after discovering that, in addition to having only a limited supply of Panzerfaust with which to stop the Allies, they had also been issued harmless training grenades. Farther to the east, in Münster, some of the 23,000 inhabitants remaining in the city plundered the Kurda supply magazines to obtain as much food as possible before the inevitable arrival of the Allies. Chapter 6. Operation Varsity. Field Marshal Montgomery's dramatic crossing of the Lower Rhine was supported by a number of airborne operations. The planning for the airborne drops, Operation Varsity, had begun following the catastrophe at Arnhem in September 1944. Some 6 months later, in the early morning hours of the 24th of March 1945, thousands of soldiers of the 17th Airborne Division near Paris were placed on alert. At 7:17 a.m., the first transports, backed with troopers of Airborne Regiment 507, rolled down the runways en route to a wooded area northwest of the Rhineland town of Dorsten. Behind them followed Regiment 513 and Glider Infantry Regiment 194 with the task of capturing and holding the Issel Canal. To the southeast of Brussels, the Air Armada was joined by British airborne forces en route from England. The joint force consisted of more than 1,500 transport aircraft, 1,300 gliders, and more than 2,000 escorts. Their mission was to deliver 40,000 airborne troops to the battlefield, who were to link up with the ground forces already engaging the Germans east of the Rhine. The German defenders had little with which to oppose the legions of Allied aircraft. The Luftwaffe had less than 100 fighters available, and most remaining German air assets were committed to defending cities and strategic targets against the 2,500 heavy bombers and 900 medium bombers that were attacking Germany on that day. The German defenders on the east bank of the Rhine were still clinging to many of their positions on the morning of the 24th of March. The British and American troops had established a foothold in the three bridgeheads at Wesel, Bislich and Ries, but the Germans were immobile and thus lacked the ability to push them out of the East Bank bridgeheads. The GIs and British forces had entered a tenuous phase of the operation. They had to hold their positions until reinforcements arrived, either by a secondary Rhine crossing or from the air. A number of German artillery positions had survived the heavy shelling and air raids and were attempting to sever the bridgeheads from their lifeline on the west bank. Theoretically, it should only have been a matter of time before the German communications networks and transportation assets recovered from the initial shock of the invasion and began to bring armour, albeit extremely limited, on the narrow strips of territory tenaciously held by the Allied troops. It does not take a large number of tanks to destroy positions held by lightly armed infantry. In combat, the rumble of approaching tanks with their heavy caliber cannons, machine guns and communications equipment often induces panic in troops who are well within range of the armoured vehicle's weapons, yet too distant to defend themselves. It was therefore essential for the Allied troops clinging to the East Bank to receive heavy weapons as soon as possible. The overwhelming Allied air power, especially the fleets of fighter bombers that were screaming over the treetops, pounced on any perceived target and had rendered the German forces all but immobile during daylight hours. However, once darkness approached, it would not be difficult for the Germans to destroy the bridgeheads if they could bring more troops forward. The fighter bombers could not destroy what they could not see. At 9:30 a.m., an enormous artillery barrage was unleashed on the German flak and artillery positions. After approximately 20 minutes, the sounds of bursting artillery rounds faded, and for several long minutes, silence, punctuated by the piercing rattle of distant small arms fire, descended over the area. Soon, however, a new and ominous sound was discerned by the German forces as the droning of hundreds of heavy aircraft motors increased. The troops and inhabitants of the Lower Rhine were accustomed to fleets of aircraft passing overhead en route to their targets in the Ruhr or deeper into the heartland of Germany, and the shrieking sounds of fighter bombers diving on targets of opportunity had become almost commonplace. The drone of motors reverberating across the pastures and potato fields that morning was almost routine. Before long, waves of aircraft appeared in the clear morning sky, passing low over the defenders. The Germans could do little more than crouch in their trenches, cellars and foxholes and watch as the sky to the east filled with hundreds of white, blue and green parachutes. The Air Armada crossed the Rhine between 9:50 and 10 a.m., where they were met by heavy flak fired from the line of anti-aircraft batteries previously established to protect the Ruhr industrial area to the south. A number of the aircraft struck by flak veered from the formations and crashed to the earth. But the majority remained fixed on their course. Within minutes of crossing the Rhine, the green lights appeared in the transports and the paratroops prepared to drop. One of the main objectives was the foreboding Diersforder forest, approximately 3 miles from the banks of the Rhine. The forest was a long stretch of impenetrable trees and undergrowth in which German troops had established defences. These sites could be used for counterattacks against the weak bridgeheads, and it was essential that the German positions hidden under the dense green canopy be neutralised. 2 reinforced airborne divisions were to be dropped onto a series of drop zones, or DZs, on the north, south and east perimeters of the forest. The airborne drop was intended to surprise the defenders and trap them between the paratroops and the bridgeheads on the Rhine. If the Germans concealed in the Diersforder forest could be cut off, they could then be eliminated before they could bring more strength to bear on the bridgeheads. The area of operations represented a rough triangle between the towns of Wesel, Mamminkeln and Meerhoog. General Louis Brereton, commander of the 1st Allied Airborne Army, was determined to avoid the catastrophe experienced in September 1944 during Operation Market Garden in Holland. The airborne landings would take place only after the bridgeheads had been established to avoid encirclement and destruction of the lightly armed paratroopers by the Germans. However, artillery barrages aimed at the hinterland to support the Rhine crossings would not be possible if airborne troops were already on the ground in the area. The airborne operation was to take place during daylight hours. Even before the Market Garden fiasco, experience had proven that pilots had more difficulty with orientation in night drops, and consequently the troops were scattered and could not locate their planned assembly points in the darkness. Brereton was insistent that all soldiers were to be dropped on the same day, that the airdrops and the glider landings would be closely coordinated, and that the targets would be assaulted simultaneously rather than dropping the paratroops first to secure landing areas for the gliders. Additionally, the airborne troops were to be dropped directly on their targets, thus avoiding the need to cross expanses of enemy-held territory to gain the objectives. Consequently, it was necessary to neutralize as many anti-aircraft positions as possible. The objective was not for the airborne forces to establish a bridgehead, but rather for them to link up with bridgeheads already held by land forces to strengthen and consolidate the Allied presence on the east bank. The operations were carried out by the US 17th Airborne Division and the British 6th Airborne Division, both assigned to the 18th Airborne Corps under the command of Matthew B. Ridgway. The troopers of both divisions were battle-experienced veterans, many of whom had participated in the airborne operations in Normandy almost 10 months previously. A large number of the troops had recently gained experience during the fighting in Belgium and Holland. Despite the inherent dangers in conducting the airborne operation, the Allies were confident they could overwhelm the beleaguered defenders with a combined British-American strength of more than 20,000 airborne combatants. The British 6th Airborne Division consisted of 2 parachute brigades, each having a strength of more than 1,800 men, including a staff company equipped with 4 76mm mortars and 4 heavy Vickers machine guns. In addition to the parachute brigades, the division included an airborne brigade of 2,600 men, equipped with 12 76mm mortars, 4 heavy machine guns, and a company of 8 57mm anti-tank guns. Added to these lightly armed units was the 53rd Worcestershire Yeomanry Air Landing Light Regiment, equipped with 24 75mm howitzers and 4 105mm mortars. An airborne reconnaissance regiment with 8 Locust battle tanks, 8 motorcycles and 4 jeeps, a Pathfinder company, anti-aircraft batteries, an airborne engineer company, an airborne logistics company, a communications company, the 195th Air Landing Field Ambulance, 2 parachute field ambulances, a military police company, and an intelligence and information team. The US 17th Airborne Division, commanded by General William M. Miley, consisted of 2 regiments of 2,364 men each, forming a total of 6 battalions. Each of the battalions was augmented by a support company with an 81mm mortar platoon and 2 30-caliber machine gun platoons. The 194th Glider Infantry Regiment fielded 3,000 troops, including the regimental staff, an anti-tank company, and 3 infantry battalions. The 17th Airborne was the first division in the European theatre to be equipped with the new 57mm recoilless rifles intended to complement the standard 75mm light howitzer. The division was also equipped with 12 57mm anti-tank guns, 12 75mm anti-tank guns, and 36 50-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns. In addition, the division was assigned 4 airborne artillery battalions with 24 75mm howitzers, an airborne engineer battalion, an airborne communications company, a medical company, a reconnaissance company, a supply company, a replacement and repair company, and a military police platoon. The bulk of the equipment for the British troops was to be delivered by some 400 Horsa gliders and almost 50 massive Hamilcar gliders packed with weapons, vehicles, and troops, all of which were towed by bomber aircraft. The Americans were using more than 900 smaller Waco gliders, each of which could carry 14 men, a jeep or a howitzer. The Wacos were towed in pairs by C-47 transport aircraft. The combined British-American force had more than 1,300 gliders towed by almost 900 aircraft. The paratroopers were provided with 650 transport aircraft, most of which were 18-man C-47 Dakotas. The remainder were new C-46s, which were receiving their baptism on this operation. The C-46s were capable of carrying 36 paratroopers each. The sticks, groups of paratroopers assigned to jump together, sprang from doors on each side of the aircraft for a faster, more accurate delivery. An uneasy calm, broken only by the droning of the aircraft engines, settled over the area as the artillery barrage lifted on the pastures and fields. At 10:20 a.m., the first gliders of the 194th Glider Infantry circled to earth and broke through the underbrush in the wooded area west of the Issel Canal bridges. The aircraft immediately met a torrent of fire from hidden German positions. Some of the gliders landed in open areas or crashed through farm fences. Others descended onto heavily wooded areas where they broke into pieces, scattering equipment and the bodies of the paratroopers over wide areas. A number of the fragile aircraft were riddled with holes from numerous small arms, crashing into heaps of crumpled canvas and equipment long before reaching their landing zones. Accompanying the gliders in separate formations were transports carrying thousands of paratroopers. Lieutenant Max Moore was positioned between the villages of Bergefurt and Meerhoog with Battalion 1, Fallschirm Artillery Regiment 7, as the transports appeared in the sky. The officer had been engaged throughout the previous days, reconnoitring the area and carefully noting all locations in his sector that would be favorable for an airborne drop. He had taken special notice of a rectangular area on his map between central Meerhoog in the north and the Diersforder forest in the south. Noting that the Allies would probably identify it as a drop zone, he transferred 3 batteries of anti-aircraft artillery to the concealment of nearby woods within easy range of the possible landing area. On the morning of the 24th of March, the artillery barrage lifted at approximately 10 o'clock, and Moore's suspicions were confirmed by the sound of approaching aircraft. The lieutenant immediately sprang from his bunker and was met by the terrifying sight of hundreds of variously coloured parachutes hanging in the air. In the distance, he could hear the rattling of small arms fire accompanied by explosions as heavy flak batteries sought low-level targets. Moore sped to his No. 2 battery, situated in a small copse west of Reichstrasse 8, and found his gun crews frantically rotating the barrels of the weapons toward the east, behind their positions. The battery immediately opened fire on the open ground in front of the 3rd Battery sector in an attempt to relieve the beleaguered crews, who were under heavy attack in a small area of trees known as Hingendals Woods. The ill-fated 3rd Battery was directly in the drop zone of the British and Canadian paratroops assigned to neutralize and secure the DZ for follow-on landings. The paratroopers immediately located the source of the heavy fire, and they attacked the battery from the south edge of Diersforder Forest. The first attack was unsuccessful, and the commander of the paratroopers B Company, Major Kippin, fell mortally wounded in the German fire. As the fighting increased in intensity, more British forces converged on the area to neutralize the zone. Within an hour, the copse was secured and the German positions were filled with dead and wounded. Bitter fighting continued throughout the area as sticks of paratroopers descended. The Canadian 1st Parachute Battalion was widely scattered as the transport pilots overshot the drop zones in their attempt to survive the anti-aircraft fire. The air surrounding the fallen parachutes cracked with the sound of bullets rising from the woods below. Many of the troops, swinging in their harnesses, were carried directly above the German positions by a gentle breeze that sent them into the sights and effective range of the enemy weapons. The woods reverberated with the explosions and ripping bursts of vicious close-quarters combat. Lieutenant Colonel Nicklin, the Canadian battalion commander, was found dead in his harness, hanging from the crown of a tree. The battalion chaplain, Captain Kenny, was killed before his body touched ground. The Germans fired at any target in the sky, desperate to kill as many of the invaders as possible before they landed. For ground troops, paratroops represent an extraordinary foe. Almost always composed of volunteers with high morale who are dedicated to their mission, their units are especially trained to overcome adversity and to fight against numerical odds. To the ground forces who find themselves the target of an airborne operation, a paratrooper is a dangerous and viable enemy as long as he is mobile and unwounded. Trained for combat in small units with little material support, airborne troops represent the best of a quick reaction force that will kill the enemy wherever the enemy can be found. For the paratroopers swinging below their canopies as they descended toward the German defences, there was no surrender. The German troops, especially the veterans of Normandy and Market Garden, realized that if the enemy reached the ground safely and gained the cover of trees or sheltering terrain features below their line of sight, they would rapidly organize into combat groups and proceed to eliminate the pockets of defenders. The survivors of the deadly drop quickly assembled into platoons and companies. They were guided to their rallying points by colored clouds of smoke billowing from portable smoke pots. Clearing the drop zone as quickly as possible, they proceeded toward their objectives in the village of Bergefurt and in Diersforter Forest. During the clearing operations, the paratroops came under fire from German positions in the copses to the north and from the village of Meerhoog as they attempted to retrieve wounded from their drop zone before the areas were cleared. The 1st American paratroopers of the 507th Airborne Regiment descended to earth near Diersfort. The 507th, the 464th Parachute Artillery Battalion, and the 3 infantry battalions were to secure Drop Zone W, DZW, north of Grave Island. Visibility was lost due to heavy smoke billowing along the Rhine, caused by the artillery barrages and the bombing raid on the hapless town of Wesel. Unable to see the DZ, the pilots waited an extra 90 seconds before switching on the green light that signaled the paratroopers to drop. The men were strewn northwest of Diersfort between Schüttwich and the perimeter of Diersforter Forest. On touching ground, the battalion commander, Major Paul F. Smith, was quick to gather a force of men and attack a nearby artillery position. The remainder of the force, led by the regimental commander, Colonel Ruff, assaulted an artillery battery adjacent to the forest. During the capture of the battery, his men killed 55 Germans and took numerous prisoners. The colonel then mustered more men for an attack against Schloss Diersfort, an ancient manor surrounded by massive trees, a cemetery, and numerous buildings. After approaching the estate through the heavily wooded terrain, the American paratroopers discovered that the position had been previously attacked by the 3rd Battalion of the 507th Airborne Regiment. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 507th Airborne Regiment, together with the Airborne Artillery Battalion, had landed on DZW near Fluren. The troops of the 3rd Battalion, originally assigned to take the manor and secure the surrounding buildings, had made their way through the Diersforter Forest and had attacked their objective, using their new 57mm recoilless rifles to disable a pair of German assault guns. In the area of Diersfort, they captured some 300 prisoners, including a staff officer from the 84th Infantry Division. The last paratroopers descended to earth at 1:04 p.m., and contact was soon established with the British commandos fighting near Wesel. The British 6th Parachute Division linked up with the forward elements of the 15th Division to capture the village of Himmelkern, south of Wesel. Of the invading forces, the 51st suffered the highest casualties. The men of that division found themselves engaged in heavy fighting against German paratroopers in the fully destroyed town of Ries, and the commander of the British division died in the fight. After suppressing the German defenders in Ries, the 51st pushed farther toward the east. By the afternoon of the 24th of March, the British troops were on the approaches to the Münster Plateau, south of where the Canadians had succeeded in creating a large breakthrough between Millingen and Anhalt. The U.S. 513th Airborne Regiment was the 4th and last unit to be dropped into the lower Rhine area. The troops were dropped from 72 C-46 transports. Their target was Drop Zone X, DZX, the wide expanse of fields and pasture land between the Wesel-Emmerich and Wesel-Bocholt railway lines. The planes were met by heavy anti-aircraft fire while flying over the smoke-covered drop zone. Attempting to avoid destruction by the intense flak, the pilots lost orientation and scattered the 3 battalions over a wide area near Hamminkellen. The wide expanse of open area had previously been designated landing zones P and R and had been assigned to the British gliders. 14 of the transports were shot down before they were able to return to their bases. An additional 38 limped out of the battle area, their fuselages riddled with holes from the heavy flak encountered over the lower Rhine. The paratroops of the 513th organized into small battle groups and secured the landing zone for the oncoming gliders. They succeeded in neutralizing a number of flak positions, possibly sparing the British a large number of casualties. The 600 men and 12 75mm field guns of the 466th Airborne Artillery Regiment, intended to follow up the airborne drop at DZX, arrived over the drop zone in the cumbersome C-47s and were strewn across both sides of the Wesel-Emmerich railway. As the paratroopers of the 513th had missed this DZ and thus failed to neutralize the German positions nearby, the artillerymen immediately came under heavy fire from still intact anti-aircraft batteries and isolated German units. The Germans had to be cleared from their defences along the trees and hedges lining the railway. As the gliders intended for LZS began to sail to earth during the engagement, many were struck by incendiary rounds and were consumed by flames, with the troops unable to free themselves from the wreckage. As minutes passed, the Americans were able to bring their mortars and 50 caliber machine guns into action, and within a half hour the landing zone was neutralized. The artillerymen were able to establish positions 300 yards west of the Hamminkellen-Wesel road, where they opened fire on pre-planned positions. Wilhelmina Renken from the nearby village of Lackhausen had experienced the war firsthand over the preceding weeks. Lackhausen had suffered an extraordinarily heavy air raid the night of the 7th of March, during which waves of aircraft had appeared at 5-minute intervals to drop tons of bombs on the hapless inhabitants, levelling buildings and setting fires in the ruins. The following morning, she and her family had emerged from their cellar and had fled the town for Hamminkellen to stay with relatives. On the evening of the 22nd of March, artillery barrages blanketed the area from Hamminkellen to Bislich, while Wilhelmina crouched in a cellar with another woman, 2 children, and her 17-year-old niece. Her thoughts were with her husband, who was serving with a professional defense unit near Bislich, and her eldest daughter, who was serving somewhere with a flak unit. As the barrage increased in intensity, she nervously scribbled a last note to her family members, rolled it tightly and stuck it into a beer bottle, which she then concealed some 40 yards from the house in a location the family had previously discussed. As she was returning to the house, she observed 2 German soldiers approaching the residence, their helmets and shoulder rifles silhouetted against the burning horizon. In the process of positioning an assault gun near the home, the soldiers advised her that enemy troops had already entered the town. Allied patrols had reached the school on the Brünner Landstrasse, and the soldiers' unit had been dispatched to defend the sector. The situation for the civilians remained very precarious. Other than this advice, the 2 men could offer no assistance. The shelling subsided with the arrival of dawn. The familiar drone of approaching aircraft could be heard, and the civilians cowering in the cellar were gripped with fear and uneasy expectation. To their surprise, however, no bombs were released and no explosions could be discerned. As the rumble of engines grew louder, several of the women glanced out of the cellar window, where they were horrified to see hundreds of gliders circling the sky. The gliders seemed to descend without direction or specific purpose, landing at random wherever one happened to glance. The women watched a number of Allied soldiers with upraised arms being led away by the German gun crew several hundred yards from the house. Within minutes they heard a pounding on the door and were soon gruffly ordered out of the cellar in a mixture of English and broken German. They found themselves marching into the field with hands held high above their heads. The civilians were led onto an open field behind the Bossig Manor, where they took cover from several marauding fighter bombers. Their heavily armed guards joined in firing across the field at an unseen target, and soon a small group of German soldiers timidly approached, carrying a white cloth suspended from a stick. The air continued to crack with bullets flying overhead, and the tiny group of civilians pressed close together as someone began reading from a Catholic prayer book. The others joined Wilhelmina in prayer. Suddenly, a man nearby was struck by a bullet, and several American soldiers appeared and dressed the wound before carrying him away on a stretcher. Soon the first dead were carried across the field. The lifeless bodies in khaki left trails of blood on the short grass. That evening the detainees were permitted to return to their home, and it became clear why they had been forced to leave. The building was pockmarked with bullet holes, and the entire area was covered with shell craters. Small armoured vehicles, many still burning, lay scattered through the neighbourhood. The smell of scorched flesh and blood hung in the air. Near the German gun lay the mangled corpses of the 2 Wehrmacht soldiers who had attempted to warn them of the oncoming engagement. Within 40 minutes, the Allies had dropped almost 10,000 paratroopers over the Diersforter forest, and the sky filled with gliders bringing reinforcements in men and material. From a distance, the gliders appeared to be hanging almost motionless overhead, barely moving on air currents as they circled and descended to the earth. Skidding on fuselages and towing brake chutes, they ploughed through thickets and farm fences before sliding to a stop. Many of the planes were riddled with bullet holes before completing their descent. Others came under fire as they slid through fences and trees, tearing off wings and ripping long holes in the canvas and wood frames. Others ploughed into farmers' fields, skidding hundreds of yards and leaving long furrows in the dark Westphalian soil before coming to a gentle stop. The German positions that had survived the artillery barrages and assaults by paratroopers now sprang into action. The fields and tree lines came under fire from hidden mortar positions. Fountains of soil exploded skyward as the mortars impacted in the landing area. Some of the gliders, heavily riddled with bullet holes and trailing long strips of fuselage fabric as they descended to earth, struck heavily, slid to a stop, and remained still, all those on board either dead or wounded. Others attracted ground fire as the troops poured from the battered aircraft. Red tracer bullets bounced and streaked across the open ground as German machine gunners sought their targets. Many of the gliders burned fiercely, the screams of trapped inhabitants lost in the sounds of roaring flames and exploding ammunition as thick clouds of greasy black smoke billowed upward. The target for the almost 600 gliders transporting the 194th Airborne Infantry Regiment and the 680th and 681st Airborne Artillery Battalions was LZS. This zone extended from the village of Blumenkamp toward the east over the Issel River, where the 300 troops of the 194th were assigned to secure a series of bridges over the river. Glider pilot Roger Cray noticed that the left motor of the C-47 towing his aircraft was trailing a thick cloud of smoke as they approached the LZ. The transport's motor soon stopped, leaving the propeller twisting slowly in the slipstream as the aircraft laboured to continue pulling its cargo of troops and equipment. His co-pilot, Bill Lane, sought to find an opening in the smoke shrouding the ground beneath them, although it was clear that they had crossed the Rhine and had to be over their target area. Both gliders released their towing cables and the aircraft sank slowly through the screen of smoke. As they penetrated the oily cloud, they observed a multi-hued expanse of earth rising to meet them. The gliders came under German automatic weapons fire on clearing the smoke screen, with red traces appearing to rise lazily to meet them from the expanse of foliage. As Lane fought to keep the aircraft on course through the smoke and machine gun fire, he was astonished to hear the 11 soldiers in the fuselage break into a chorus of "Hail, hail, the gang's all here." The pretentious singing continued until a 20mm anti-aircraft round suddenly exploded directly in front of the nose of the glider, saturating the air with splinters of white-hot shrapnel and extinguishing the nervous bravado that, only seconds earlier, had filled the aircraft. Feeling a burning sensation, Cray realized that he had received shell splinters in his head, neck, and shoulder, and his co-pilot had been struck in the foot. As he regained composure, he noted that the aircraft was still airborne and flyable, and he continued to steer it toward the earth. Suddenly, the splintered windshield was filled with brilliant sunlight, and the two pilots were shocked to see the tall mast of a power pole looming before them, from which a large number of tightly stretched high-tension wires were extended. Too low to glide over the lines, they guided the aircraft below the wires in an arch, increasing the speed dangerously until the pilot pulled the red handle to release the brake chute, bringing the speed under control. He then pulled the yellow release lever, and with a lunge the brake chute was cut away as Lane steadied the aircraft for a landing. The glider struck the earth with a thud and slid across a wide expanse of open field before coming to a stop. The two pilots realized that they were still taking fire as their passengers piled from the two doors in the fuselage of the glider. The pilots unbuckled their safety belts, grabbed their weapons, and lurched back toward the doors to exit the aircraft. Not knowing from which direction they were taking fire, they waited several seconds before springing out of the aircraft and throwing themselves on the ground. Luckily, they had chosen to exit through the starboard door, which faced away from the hail of fire that surrounded the aircraft. Lying on the ground, Cray knew at once that their situation was tenuous. Both the lieutenant and the platoon sergeant, the senior of the 10 infantrymen in the machine, had exited through the left door and been struck instantly by automatic weapons fire. As they both lay immobilized in the line of fire, the lieutenant screamed over the sound of the shots for the pilots not to do anything that might attract more fire to the beleaguered platoon. The pilots were left with no alternative but to lie helpless by the aircraft and wait. The German gunners were drawn to new targets as more aircraft descended to earth. One of the nearby infantrymen called to the pilots that it would be best to try to shift positions. After retrieving mortar ammunition from the glider, the infantrymen and the pilots dashed to the safety of a nearby tree line. Landing Zone S remained under sporadic fire most of the afternoon. Groups of infantrymen assembled and began to assault their objectives, herding groups of prisoners with upraised arms into assembly areas. The airborne artillery battalions recovered their guns, established fire bases and battery positions, and were soon lending support to the infantry. At noon, some 300 gliders carrying troops and support equipment approached Landing Zone N under fire. LZN lay to the north of DZX and formed a rough triangle between an area known locally as the Schwarzenwasser, the Diersfort rail station, and the Weisenstein Inn. The immediate area had been secured by the artillery battalion that had been misdropped, but beyond the perimeter of the LZ, many German anti-aircraft positions remained active. One of the gliders, packed with explosives intended for the 139th Airborne Engineer Battalion, was struck by incendiary bullets on approach, causing the aircraft to explode with a massive roar. Other gliders, attempting to avoid the hail of fire directed at them from unseen batteries, impacted at excessive speeds and broke apart, scattering men and equipment along their path. Yet sufficient numbers of the gliders made it safely to Earth to enable crews and staffs to immediately set about performing their tasks. An entire field medical unit was transported to the landing zone in 50 gliders, and the medical facility, complete with surgical capabilities, was operational within an hour of landing. German prisoners, many of them relieved to have fallen safely into captivity, were set to work burying the wounded. Wehrmacht medical officers and medics previously quartered at the large Hoovermann farmhouse worked alongside American surgeons tending to wounded German soldiers in some of the tents. British glider formations came under fire as they approached their designated landing zones. As the formation approached Landing Zone O, one glider was struck by a burst of anti-aircraft fire and simply fell apart, scattering men and equipment across the sky at an altitude of 2,000 feet. At the Hamminkeln rail station, a German anti-aircraft battery was overrun by British forces after the Germans attempted to defend their position in vicious close combat. Other British units were assigned to seize the small railway bridge over the Issel, and still others targeted the road bridge on the east bank of the Issel leading to the town of Ringenberg. By 11:40 a.m., the British forces assigned to LZO had secured all their objectives at the cost of more than 100 killed and many more wounded. By day's end, the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Carroll Brown, reported that all 4 companies had lost almost half their operational strength. Heavy fighting enveloped the area of Hamminkeln as gliders descended on LZU to the southeast and LZR to the southwest of the small town. At LZR, the Americans' 513th Regiment inadvertently dropped on the wrong LZ, joined forces with British paratroops to clear and secure objectives. The Allied forces secured LZP near the village of Kippenhof, designated for the British staff and support units, and prepared to receive the Hamilcar and heavy Horsa gliders. The British landing was not without problems. More than half of the gliders, many carrying armoured vehicles in the Horsas, landed outside the landing zone. The American forces had previously cleared the zone of enemy forces, and by 11 a.m. the staff and supply personnel were conducting their duties near the LZ. Gliders also descended on drop zones A and B, where British paratroopers had earlier landed under a blanket of smoke. Some 20 large Hamilcar gliders, originally destined for LZP, landed at drop zones A and B. A number of the aircraft crashed on landing, killing the occupants and destroying the valuable equipment. The pilot of a massive Horsa carrying medical personnel and equipment underestimated the altitude and speed, and his glider burst on landing, killing or injuring all the medical personnel on board. In the nearby village of Birgerfurt, the Canadians captured 700 German prisoners before establishing a command post in the village schoolhouse. The medics situated an aid station in the village church, using the pastor's kitchen and living quarters as operating rooms. The main sanctuary was heavily damaged by shelling and small arms fire, with the floor covered with broken glass, splintered pews, damaged religious artifacts, and scorched hymnals. Several dozen German prisoners were set to work cleaning the main building to be used as a medical reception area and for treating the lightly wounded. Other prisoners were tasked with digging trenches and earthworks. By 2:30 p.m., the surgical facility was in operation, supplied by materials carried by the paratroops during their jump or flown in by glider. Every man assigned to the medical staff had carried a unit of plasma along with surgical instruments. Ether, chloroform, penicillin, sulfur, pentothal, and other medical supplies were carried by the medics in their jump packs as they were inserted into the DZ. Within 45 hours of establishing the field hospital, staff surgeons Major Daintree Johnson and Major Miller had performed 28 operations, enabling 23 badly wounded soldiers to survive. At 1 p.m., the throbbing of heavy motors was again heard approaching from the west as waves of liberators approached the Diersforter forest. On this occasion, hundreds of bombers, dropping to less than 500 feet, released thousands of supply containers that descended to Earth on parachutes that were color-coded to indicate their contents. The supplies, destined for specific drop zones and landing zones, were strewn widely throughout the area. Some 600 tons of Allied equipment was strewn over the Diersforter forest, of which only about a third could be recovered by the American and British troops. The difficulties encountered in retrieving the supplies were exacerbated by hidden anti-aircraft guns that, despite detailed preparations by the Allies, remained stubbornly active. The large, low-flying liberators made easy targets for the German gunners, who opened fire with automatic weapons loaded with high explosive and incendiary ammunition. More than 100 aircraft were struck with shrapnel and shell splinters as they flew over the target area before limping back toward the west. A total of 15 aircraft crashed or made emergency landings after crossing to safety west of the Rhine. By the afternoon, the defenders in the Diersforter forest were isolated, cut off from the bulk of the German forces. Most of the Allied objectives had been secured within 3 hours after the onset of the airborne operations. The town of Hamilkeln, controlling an important road junction north of Wesel, was finally in British hands. Many of the town's citizens cowered in their cellars for most of the day. A sizable group took refuge in the large ice vault of the Kloppet brewery just outside the town perimeter. As the British forces slowly made their way toward Hamilkeln, they forced the inhabitants out of their bunkers and cellars, taking into custody a number of men they suspected of being German soldiers who had hastily donned civilian clothing. By Saturday evening, the British had collected some 300 women and children in the town's evangelical church, where they remained separated from a smaller number of men who were under watch in another room. The civilians were isolated in the confines of the church until the following day, when artillery shells fired from German batteries near Ringenberg began falling in the area. When the British troops attempted to establish an artillery observation team in the church tower, they provoked a wave of protest from the women who believed that they would be further endangered by the presence of the observers. A Dutch officer in British uniform who was serving as a translator attempted to calm the crowd. He was explaining that the German forces were aware the church was occupied by civilians when an immense artillery shell detonated adjacent to the churchyard, sending plaster and shattered glass to the floor. The crowded hall rang with cries and screams as more shell splinters crashed through the windows and struck the heavy masonry. The air filled with dust and smoke, and the clamour grew as the crowd desperately sought shelter. Fearing that the conditions inside the church would only lead to injury and death, the British guards opened the doors and permitted the crowd to leave to seek shelter in a more protected building. The women and children fled through the sounds of artillery shell bursts to the Kloppet brewery cellar. Others found shelter in the large vaulted cellar of the Neue Gasthof. The inhabitants remained clustered in these shelters until the next day, when the British authorities permitted them to return to their homes. The residents then learned that during the artillery barrage, 3 women, a boy, and one of the men who had taken shelter in the Neue Hotel cellar had been killed. A girl had lost a leg, and others had suffered less extensive injuries. Clara Brümling cowered behind her home with her parents, 6 siblings, and a German soldier in a homemade air raid shelter as the paratroopers began descending from the sky, followed by waves of gliders. Her father tied a white handkerchief to a short stick and waved it frantically as the group emerged from the shelter with their arms over their heads. The British soldiers separated the uniformed soldier from the civilians and led him away. The family was herded into the foyer of the home. The first squad of soldiers was followed by others, and the residence was soon filled with strange soldiers wearing flat helmets and khaki uniforms. The family was advised that they were to be transported to the Catholic Church at 7 p.m. That evening, all inhabitants of the Zossmühlenstrasse were taken to the chapel, where they joined some 98 other civilians. They were provided a meal of bread, butter, sausage, and milk. Clara and her neighbour, Christine Serena, prepared sandwiches while her mother made coffee. Throughout the night and following day, small arms fire reverberated through the area, shells impacted, and soldiers came and went. A British observer remained perched in the church bell tower. When an elderly man attempted to depart by a side door, he received a wound in the leg. Clara was eventually told to accompany several British soldiers to the Van Namen and Küster stores in an attempt to locate food. They found only a small quantity of sausage, rice, and sugar. The constant shelling of Hamminkeln and other Allied-held areas confirmed the inhabitants' fears that the fighting would continue. The Wehrmacht had not conceded the Allied bridgeheads on the east bank of the Rhine as lost. The paratroopers clung to the positions gained in the landings and linked up with the infantrymen probing farther inland from the landing areas, but the tenuous hold on the east bank could be broken at any time. As of dawn on the 24th of March, there still was no heavy Allied armour on the lower Rhine bridgeheads, and the danger of a German counterattack was acute. The scattered German units, separated by airborne units and the expanding bridgeheads, made sporadic attempts to strike back at the Allies. Unable to communicate effectively and paralysed during daylight hours by swarms of fighter bombers, small patrols of German soldiers crept through wooded areas, probed villages and towns, and positioned snipers in advantageous positions in an attempt to contain the invasion. However, the sense of hopelessness grew as the Allies strengthened their grip on the east bank. Without an organised counterattack supported by armour, many of the Germans realised that the Allies were there to stay. During the night of the 24th to the 25th of March, the American force that had established makeshift defences along the Issel was augmented by a number of glider pilots with only rudimentary infantry training. The pilots established their defences near a local inn known as Am Lauerhaus, situated on the Wesel-Brünnen road. As darkness fell, a group of German stragglers banded together and left the outskirts of Wesel with the intention of penetrating the perimeter toward the northwest and thereby escape the noose created by the airborne landings. Lieutenant Bull Ryman had piloted his glider onto the expanse of open field near the road earlier in the day, and together with several other airmen he decided to spend the night in a foxhole near an abandoned German farmhouse. The foxhole was well concealed by heavy undergrowth. Nearby was a massive bomb crater that offered them a free field of fire if needed. After consuming a sparse meal of K rations, the men curled up under the protection of the thicket and attempted to sleep. It was not an easy endeavour. The night skies were alive with intermittent flares shooting skyward. Isolated rifle shots were heard, and machine guns fired bursts of tracers that ricocheted and bounced against the black horizon. Ryman was startled awake by a hand pressed firmly against his mouth, but before panic overcame him, he realized it was another member of the tiny force who was whispering unintelligibly. He was slowly able to discern the face of one of the crewmen, only inches from his own, and the soldier put his finger to his lips. The pilot lay still and realized that he too could hear muffled voices and hurried footsteps moving close by. Reaching to his chest, he cautiously removed his .45 service automatic from his shoulder holster and with pounding heart forced himself to lie still until the unintelligible voices and rapid footsteps faded into the darkness. In the nearby town of Drevenack, Elfriede Emmerichs bid farewell to the Schless and Bauhaus families who had elected to pack a few remaining possessions and flee the area. They had already heard rumours of the Rhine crossings at Ries, Bislich and Wesel, and they had even been told that following a series of bitter firefights, the British troops had been driven from Wesel. Now, on Palm Sunday, they witnessed the unwelcome arrival of Wehrmacht troops. In the early dawn, they were alerted by the presence of dozens of German soldiers who dug earthworks near the house and established machine gun positions. The troops collected quantities of ammunition and stacked numerous field-grey Panzerfausts. During a hasty conversation, the women received the impression that the soldiers were thoroughly demoralized. Some indicated that they carried white handkerchiefs with them and intended to surrender at the first opportunity. One of the older soldiers attempted to persuade his superior to permit him to depart on a bicycle to visit his family in Bocholt, whom he had not seen since the previous November. The plea was refused. Fleets of aircraft passed overhead during the late morning, flying on the customary eastward course. The artillery fire had ceased, and in the distance numerous gliders were seen circling like flocks of vultures, slowly descending to disappear behind distant trees and terrain features. Several of the slow-moving aircraft were struck by German flak projectiles, and the damaged aircraft trailed long plumes of black smoke as the rhythmic pounding of distant anti-aircraft batteries reverberated softly through the area. As the hours passed, the group of women and children heard new rumours that the British were in Dülmen, only 2.5 miles distant. The evacuees had already packed their bags and had loaded a handcart with possessions. However, they resisted the idea of leaving the familiar shelter of the home. That evening they decided to wait, and the group crowded into the cellar to sleep. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Elfriede was startled awake by footsteps and shouting voices. She rushed to the front door and cautiously opened it to find a very young and frightened flak lieutenant accompanied by a sergeant. The nervous soldiers asked directions to the Lewels farm. They explained that, unable to find the roadway in the darkness, the vehicle towing their anti-aircraft gun had capsized in a ditch, so they were desperately seeking a team of horses. The lieutenant also added that they were assigned to establish an anti-aircraft position nearby. They had been ordered to defend their position to the last man. Elfriede quickly explained the way to the farm, and the two disappeared into the darkness. She closed the door behind them and returned to the cellar, where she hoped to gain at least a few minutes of sleep. The occupants of the cellar were again awakened at 4 a.m. Loud voices were heard outside the home, and the unwelcome hammering on the door resounded through the crowded rooms. Elfriede's father and uncle made their way through the darkened building and hesitantly opened the front door. For several long minutes, hushed voices were heard from the doorway. Tension continued to build before the two men returned to the waiting civilians. The strangers at the door had brought instructions from the Ostbauernführer, district farm leader, that all inhabitants were to be evacuated. One of every 4 farmers was required to organize the livestock into herds, and the animals were to be driven toward the east in the direction of Minden. The 2 farmers only shook their heads in resignation. As the bridgeheads continued to slowly expand, the attackers and defenders became interspersed, adding to the confusion that descended on the lower Rhine. The Canadian Highland Light Infantry began probing the outskirts of the village of Bienen, where the multitude of buildings offered both attackers and defenders concealment. After the first careful probes by foot patrols, the Canadian infantrymen were followed by light armoured personnel carriers as the village erupted in firefights between isolated German troops and the methodically advancing Canadians. Maria Becker and her family had been hiding in the cellar of her home in Bienen on the previous Friday, when a German soldier requested that they move to the vaulted cellar of the Arius Inn. There they found Maria's sister crowded within the confines of the structure, along with what appeared to be the entire civilian population of the village. They spent a largely sleepless night in the stifling confines, and at daylight they were jolted out of a slumber by the piercing sound of tank tracks cluttering on the brick pavement. Several German armoured vehicles were taking position in the narrow streets near the churchyard, one of which had driven into a large manure pile, a typical feature of German farmyards. The vehicle nosed into the stinking morass and burrowed forward, bearing itself up to the crests of the tracks for added concealment. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of fighter bombers descended on the village in numerous strafing runs, blasting the houses with machine gun fire and dropping bombs on suspected targets. One of the tanks that had parked next to Maria's parents' home exploded into flames as a bomb struck the vulnerable deck armour, sending hot metal and exploding ammunition for dozens of yards in all directions. The screams of the trapped tank crew quickly subsided as the vehicle was consumed by flames. The refugees cowered in the cellar as bullets and shells crashed through walls and windows above them. Suddenly, a German paratrooper who had also taken refuge in the Arius Inn stormed up the stairwell, leapt onto a sputtering phosphorus shell, and hurled it out the window before it could ignite the building. The soldier had heard the hissing of the phosphorus above the din of ordnance exploding beyond the building. The projectile would have burst at any second, sending white-hot fragments in all directions and immediately engulfing the building in flames. The civilians who had been hiding in the cellar, knowing that the Allied infantry was drawing nearer, attempted to hang a white sheet from an upstairs window of the inn, but they retreated back to the corner of the cellar under threats from one of the paratroopers. The soldiers did not desire to surrender, but all were aware of what would occur if they chose to stay and offer resistance. The village would be destroyed and many people would possibly lose their lives. At the very least, there would be numerous injuries. At long last, the paratroopers, tired of hearing the pleas from the civilians, decided to withdraw. They gathered up their arms and equipment and stomped up the steep stairwell to the large dining area of the inn, where they waited hesitantly while shells continued to fall nearby. Suddenly, a shell slammed through a wall and exploded, leaving dead and wounded strewn about the floor. One of the dead was Heinz Otto, a flak soldier who had been quartered in the neighborhood and was well known to the civilians hiding in the cellar. Another soldier, known only to the civilians as Müsthaler, tumbled down the staircase, badly wounded from shell splinters. The group of women carried him into the cellar and laid him on the floor, where they attempted to bind his wounds with strips of cloth torn from a bedsheet. For several minutes he screamed and convulsed with pain while crying for his mother. The women were unable to staunch the bleeding, and the soldier's cries grew weaker as he slowly bled to death. Chaos engulfed the inn as other wounded were carried in or were helped to make their way into the cellar, where the women spent the next several minutes attempting to render them aid. Canadian infantrymen appeared shortly after the shell exploded in the building. The first to arrive were weary, nervous, and impatient. A giant figure clad in a rain-soaked khaki uniform kicked the door open and, over the shrieking of the wounded lying on the cellar floor, demanded to know if any German soldiers were present, calling, "Hands up! Soldat here?" The women and elderly men raised their arms and, in a chorus of broken English, attempted to explain that there were only civilians and badly wounded in the cellar. A teenaged Russian laborer named Sonia, who had been occupying the cellar with her German overseers, greeted the Canadians excitedly, knowing that she was finally liberated from her servitude. The Canadians inspected the crowded cellar and stripped the wounded soldiers of their rings and watches before calling for medics to remove them from the building. The bodies of Heinz Otto and the other dead soldier were dragged outside to an unknown location. The wounded were then carried upstairs and loaded onto a truck parked outside the inn, where they remained until the following day. Long hours passed as the sounds of traffic and multitudes of soldiers meandering their way through the village continued. Hungry and exhausted, the refugees remained locked in the stifling confines of the crowded cellar. As hours passed, the fumes from expended ammunition, smoke from burning buildings, and the smell of dried blood became unbearable, and they covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs in an effort to breathe. During the night, more exhausted Canadian soldiers poured into the inn, where they threw themselves on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. The refugees remained pressed together in a corner of the cellar, listening to the low, haunting cries emanating from the wounded lying in the bed of the truck outside. The German forces, unable to halt the relentless expansion of the bridgehead and the link-up between airborne forces and the reinforced infantry units crossing the Rhine, were now in the process of disintegration. The woods and villages were filled with unorganized bands of stragglers, some of whom continued to offer sporadic resistance when led by experienced officers or NCOs. Other groups, consisting of elderly men, young boys, or foreigners who had been pressed into service with the Wehrmacht, chose to disappear and make their way back to their families or simply waited until the waves of Allied units engulfed them. Elfriede Emmerichs remained in the shelter of her temporary home in Drebenach as the cellar filled with even more evacuees. That afternoon, she and several other women braved the explosions and dashed across the farmyard to care for the cattle locked in the barn before scurrying back to the safety of the cellar. Shortly before 6, they discerned the voices of children outside, and they opened the door to find Frau Neuhaus with a farm worker and Frau Scheiper with 3 children. The new arrivals explained that their own homes were constantly under fire and that Frau Scheiper's husband had been badly wounded by shell splinters. He had been evacuated by German soldiers that morning. No one knew where he was or even if he was still alive. The group crowded in the dwelling only caught fragments of sleep whenever possible as distant battles raged. That afternoon, small-caliber mortar rounds, a light weapon as compared to the long-range artillery, had begun impacting nearby, indicating to the refugees that events were changing. Late in the evening, another group of German soldiers appeared and settled into the kitchen. Dirty, unshaven, and exhausted, the men presented a picture of defeat and demoralization. Elfriede was surprised to find a teenager named Willy Bruch from her neighborhood among the group. Willy was well known in the area and had been assigned to a mortar squad. Morose and defeated, the teenager wearily stated, "Today I fought for my country," and he bitterly spoke of how groups of grenadiers had surrendered en masse in Wesel. 3 companies from a single battalion. No one wants to fight anymore. Who wants to die at the last hour? Presently an NCO appeared, and with dragging feet and sagging shoulders, the tiny group of soldiers gathered up their weapons and filed out the door to disappear into the night. Some new arrivals brought the total number of evacuees crouched in the cellar to 18. To escape the stifling conditions, Elfriede decided to sleep in the attached workshop, where she could at least lie down even though actual sleep was impossible. The shell bursts continued at a distance, with errant explosions echoing nearby. She dozed off during the night and was awakened by a narrow beam of light flickering through the room. Springing upright with fear, she observed the dim silhouette of a German soldier standing near her. The stranger had squeezed through a cellar window and was obviously disappointed to find the building occupied. Shining his flashlight in various directions, he surveyed the contents of the room while he explained that the women should leave as quickly as possible. "It's terrible," he said. He described how the nearby woods were filled with Poles and Russians. In Obrichhoven, all homes were burned, women were beaten with rifle butts. Terrible things happened. He made it clear that they should flee to a safer area and that the Wehrmacht could no longer protect them. After inspecting the contents of the dwelling, the soldier disappeared. Following his departure, Elfriede was only filled with disgust with the knowledge that, in all probability, the last German soldier with whom she would speak was a straggler surprised in the act of looting. Chapter 7. Breakout toward the east. During Operations Plunder and Varsity across the Lower Rhine, the American casualty rate was 10%, the British more than 30%. Despite the heavy losses, Montgomery's 21st Army Group now stood firmly on the east bank of the Rhine, where it established a wide front to be used as a bridgehead for sweeping across the North German plateau. The Allies succinctly summed up the dire situation for the German population in millions of leaflets that were dropped over Germany on the 28th of March. Outlining the circumstances on both the western and the eastern fronts, the leaflets read, "The situation on the 28th of March 1945, West Front. All German soldiers remaining on the left bank of the Rhine between Switzerland and Holland are prisoners of war of the Allies. Marshal Montgomery's bridgehead near Wesel is 35 kilometers wide and in some areas 20 kilometers deep. New units are streaming without interruption over numerous newly constructed bridges to the east bank. In the Remagen bridgehead, General Hodges' troops have penetrated the German defensive front and have advanced 36 kilometers to Limburg on the Lahn. The city itself is in Allied hands. General Patton's advance over the Rhine at Oppenheim led to the fall of Darmstadt 2 days ago. The advanced armored elements of the 3rd U.S. Army have crossed the Main near Aschaffenburg. Other American units have entered Frankfurt. Until now, more than 10,000 German soldiers have become prisoners of war every day during the month of March. East Front. In East Prussia, the German resistance in the area of Frischenhafs has collapsed. During the past 2 days, the Russians have captured 21,000 prisoners of war in this area. South of Oppeln, Marshal Schukows forces have captured Löbschütz and Neisse, and after crossing Upper Silesia have penetrated Czechoslovakia. North of the Plattensee, in Hungary, the Russians have captured the important transportation network Papa and are positioned at 65 kilometers from the Austrian border. With the crossings at Remagen and Wesel, the Allied armies now stood at both the right and left flanks of Model's Army Group B. All attempts to destroy the bridgehead in the south at Remagen had failed, and the Americans continued to push increasing numbers of men and equipment over the Rhine. On the 26th of March 1945, the Allies orchestrated 2 simultaneous breakouts toward the east from the Remagen and Wesel bridgeheads. The German forces found it impossible to establish a defensive line to the front of the rapidly moving Allied columns. Along the southern flank, the forward American elements were moving so quickly that the tanks bypassed every point at which the Germans attempted to establish a defense. Within hours, the American columns had passed Altenkirchen, Höhe Grenzhausen, and Dierdorf, and the post office switchboard operator at Montbar reported American tanks on the autobahn north of the city. Resistance had been reduced to isolated engagements by numerous small units, many of whom were simply fading away into the hillsides of the Sauerland. An intact bridge was seized over the Lahn River at Limburg, further opening the way on the autobahn toward Frankfurt. As the American columns approached the town of Brion, a hastily assembled unit of newly conscripted teenagers found themselves in a Wehrmacht basic training center at Wehrtüchtigungslager, anxiously attending a briefing by their commander. "A small American unit has succeeded in escaping the fighting near Remagen," he explained, and is advancing toward this area from the south. Within the next hours, you will prove that the Führer can rely upon you." The teenagers, all between the ages of 15 and 17, donned heavy leather and canvas field equipment in a school building. During the previous several weeks, they had received instructions in map and compass reading, small arms training, and lessons on communications procedures. After every bombing raid, during which the classes were interrupted and the cohesion was lost for several hours, a number of the young warriors disappeared into the surrounding towns and countryside to attempt to return to their homes. Those who remained found it increasingly difficult to believe in the promised final victory as they observed the daily decimation in their ranks. Even the most basic necessities became difficult to obtain. For several weeks, their diet had been reduced to a watery cabbage soup, and the students found themselves shivering in thin, poor-quality uniforms in unheated buildings. They noticed, too, that the attitudes of their instructors had grown increasingly somber. The teaching cadre consisted of battle-experienced officers and NCOs, most of whom had suffered debilitating wounds at the front. The instructors had now changed their casual work uniforms for combat equipment, and the students were hastily issued small-caliber training rifles. Several pistols were distributed, and a sprinkling of Model 1898 Mauser rifles were obtained to augment their meager supply of weapons. Cases of hand grenades were removed from the storage bunkers, the wooden containers were opened, and the explosive primers were inserted for use. The threadbare company was issued 2 rapid-firing MG-42 machine guns, and several of the tallest students were given antiquated Czech rifles that almost dragged on the ground when carried by their slings over the shoulder. The boys marched from the schoolyard through the narrow streets of Briand. Desperate voices called softly to them from slightly open doors and windows. "Boys, take off. The armies are here. Get in here and change clothes." But the files of frightened teenagers marched onward, their faces expressionless as they peered from under large Wehrmacht helmets that failed to conceal the apprehension in their eyes. Hour after hour they marched in textbook fashion. Suddenly they received the unexpected order to reverse their direction, and they marched back to a village they had previously passed. Word quickly circulated through the nervous ranks that the Americans had arrived, 3 tanks and several jeeps. With pounding hearts, the trembling boys sought refuge in the foliage along a rise flanking the road, and soon the rumble of approaching vehicles, accompanied by the ominous grinding of steel tracks, was heard. Peering through the brush, they counted the 3 tanks that had been reported. And then came more. An endless column of monstrous olive-coloured tanks rolled along the road, their ranks broken only by half-tracks and massive trucks filled with more troops. Suddenly an explosion split the air, and a cloud of smoke rose into the sky as a tank was struck by a Panzerfaust. With screaming brakes and engines grinding to a halt, the column stopped abruptly, and dozens of soldiers in rounded helmets sprang from the vehicles and took shelter in the roadside ditches below the boys' position. The machine guns and cannons on the tank turrets turned menacingly as they sought targets in the dawn, and seemingly in unison all guns opened fire on the surrounding area. The teenagers pressed themselves deeper to the earth as they prayed to survive the next moments. Within seconds, the terrain features and all buildings within sight had been riddled with fire from dozens of automatic weapons. As the firing slowly faded to intermittent bursts, the boys heard a hushed voice ordering them to throw away their weapons. The terrorized youths continued to lie motionless as several of the instructors raced toward the column of vehicles with upraised arms. Don't shoot, they shouted desperately. "There are only children here. They aren't soldiers, only children." The bursts of fire faded until silence descended on the roadside, broken only by the occasional clatter of cartridge cases falling from the armored vehicles and the low throbbing of heavy engines. The first boys rose to their feet with their hands held high overhead as a tank wheeled from the column and approached the hedgerow, its exhausts belching smoke and the Detroit engine roaring over the clatter of heavy tracks. Other teenagers staggered to their feet on trembling legs. When all had risen from their positions, they began staggering forward under the load of combat equipment, urged on by GIs in khaki jackets toward the rear of the column. The boys were quickly herded onto the roadside where a number of black soldiers, accompanied by guards with submachine guns at the ready, stripped them of their leather harnesses and cartridge belts, tossing the gear onto the roadside. Their clothing was quickly rifled, their rings and watches disappeared into the pockets of the captors, and their wallets were cursorily examined before being tossed on the ground. The boys were led along the road to a nearby village where they were motioned into a barn. As the group filed into the building, several of the boys slipped out the rear before guards were posted, and they quickly fled to the concealment of a hedgerow bordering an apple orchard. As dawn was breaking, the 4 escapees crept to a farmyard where the farmer permitted them to seek shelter in his barn. He later provided them with a sparse meal of bread and milk, and the boys dozed in the straw until dusk. Still in their uniforms, the band of fugitives struck out through the darkness toward Brion. Sure that they had at long last cleared the American columns, the boys split into pairs as they made their way to their familiar villages and neighborhoods. One of the boys, confident that he had reached safety, strode boldly along a bend in the road and suddenly found himself confronted by a number of American soldiers manning a checkpoint. The teenager attempted to walk past, smiling innocently, until he was brought to a sharp halt by commands shouted in an unfamiliar language. "You SS, you Hitler Youth!" one of the strangers exclaimed menacingly in broken German. "You hang!" The soldiers implied that they were searching for a convenient tree limb from which to hang the woeful teen. The boy attempted to explain with a trembling voice that he was on his way home. He stuttered, "Mother, home, hunger," and suddenly remembered a phrase from his schoolbook English. "You are gentlemen," he nervously exclaimed to a huge soldier standing before him. The menacing group of soldiers broke into laughter, and one of the figures stepped forward, winked to those around him, and blurted in broken German, "Take off. Maybe you find your mother before we find a tree." Stammering his gratitude, the boy disappeared down the cobblestone street in the direction of home. The Wehrmacht's 9th Panzer Division, situated along the south flank of Mordel's army group, was quickly overrun by the American onslaught. Lieutenant Heinz Bauer had concealed his tank platoon in a village several miles south of Olpe, where the exhausted soldiers hoped to get some rest before again engaging the enemy armor. The crews immediately sank into a deep sleep, unaware that within hours the area would be under American occupation. Several hours after sunrise, Bauer awoke in the upper floor of the residence, where they rested to the unfamiliar sound of voices in the street below. Rising from the bed, the tank commander was shocked to see a column of American soldiers advancing on each side of the empty street, along which numerous white flags were hanging listlessly in the still morning air. Several of the GIs were inspecting the massive Panther tank parked adjacent to the residence, and the soldiers had obviously already ransacked the belongings carried in the turret by Bauer's tank crew. The inquisitive troops examined the Germans' field packs. Letters and photographs lay scattered on the ground. The rations stored in the ammunition racks, carefully hoarded by the crew, were passed from the turret to curious GIs below. Shocked by the turn of events, Bauer sped from the room to awaken the other crewmen. He was brought to an abrupt halt by the sound of English voices from within the residence. The Americans were only footsteps away, and Bauer, seeking concealment, turned and sped up the stairwell into the attic. With a pounding heart, he glanced cautiously out the window to his tank below. The Americans were arriving in increasing strength, and many thoughts raced through his mind as he attempted to determine what action to take. At length, an American soldier climbed out of the open turret, pulled a grenade from his field gear, and dropped it behind him into the open hatch as other infantrymen with shouldered rifles halted to watch. The grenade detonated with a muffled explosion, and a wisp of smoke floated from the interior of the tank. The crowd of curious GIs moved onward, leaving the street empty again. The tank commander knew that he was facing only 2 choices. He could remain where he was to be discovered and taken prisoner, or he could attempt to return to his own lines. The second option, he realized, could only be accomplished with the tank, for the American columns were obviously passing through the village in strength. He concluded the nonchalant soldiers were not merely a reconnaissance patrol, but were already present in at least company strength. Bauer quietly descended the stairs, halting every few steps to listen for the sounds of enemy soldiers. The residence appeared to be empty, so he continued until he reached the ground floor. Through the window of the front room, he observed the grey bulk of his tank only several yards away. The smoke that had previously ascended from the open turret had cleared. Listening intently, he again discerned distant voices approaching and knew that he had to act quickly. Cautiously swinging open the door, he crept toward the tank, climbed aboard the chassis on his stomach to avoid being observed by the nearby enemy soldiers, and slid headfirst into the driver's seat. As the voices grew louder, he struggled to right himself, at length managing to turn in the cramped space until he sat upright in the seat. Careful to avoid creating any noise, he slowly lowered the steel hatch. The voices grew louder and more distinct as the soldiers approached. With a trembling hand, Bauer placed the ignition key into the aperture before realizing that the Americans were boarding the tank again. Sitting motionless, hardly daring to breathe, the Panzer lieutenant heard a curious American soldier clamber into the turret behind him. The soldier examined the interior for several minutes before exiting the tank. Then others gathered around the vehicle, smoking cigarettes and conversing calmly. Through the driver's aperture, Bauer observed more columns of American infantrymen winding through the street. Several of the GIs standing before the tank leaned against the massive steel chassis as they calmly continued their conversation. With trepidation, Bauer turned the key, pressed the accelerator, and pushed the ignition button. The roar of the 500-horsepower engine filled the air as the massive motor sputtered and sprang to life. The startled Americans standing before the tank jumped and stared speechless at the massive vehicle. Bauer pushed the transmission into gear and the tank jolted forward. The American soldiers reacted quickly after their initial surprise. As they scattered before the tank, the air immediately filled with shouts as the engine roared and the tank surged forward. Bauer desperately attempted to shift the transmission into a higher gear but found that the gear shift lever continued to spring from the road gear into neutral. Cursing, Bauer slammed the lever into first gear and the tank crawled forward, the heavy steel tracks grating against cobblestones. The experienced tank commander noted the chatter of small arms fire over the roaring engine, and he was aware of the familiar rattle of bullets striking the armor. Concentrating on clearing the fire, Bauer pressed the accelerator to the floor and, with the engine screaming in protest, swung the vehicle onto a side street. A dull explosion against the chassis told him that he had been hit with a large-caliber weapon, but the tank crawled forward as Bauer discerned the acrid smell of burning oil and paint. The tank suddenly rumbled clear of the village and, ignoring the screaming transmission, Bauer left the firing behind him as he accelerated down an open road. As the tank cleared the last houses, he searched the horizon for a sign of the German lines. In the distance, he observed a row of slate-tiled rooftops in a distant village, and he noted that the houses were clear of any white flags. The lack of flags indicated that the Americans were not yet occupying the area before him. He was confident that he was approaching the division's new defense line when a dull explosion filled the air and the tank trembled to a halt. He knew instantly that he had received a hit from a heavy-caliber gun. Bauer had experienced the destruction of his tank in combat on 8 previous occasions. The sounds and smells were familiar to him. Most discernible was the sharp smell of white-hot steel, present only when the heavy armor was struck by an anti-tank shell. The explosion was not ear-splitting, but simply the loud thud of a heavy projectile burning its way through the steel plate. A wave of heat engulfed him as he attempted to open the hatch to freedom before realizing that he was trapped. Mustering all his strength, he managed to swing the hatch upwards several inches, far enough to realize that the heavy camouflage netting on the turret had fallen forward and was resting with its full weight on the opening. The heat within the confines of the turret increased as Bauer struggled to free himself from the inferno. Gasping for oxygen that was being rapidly consumed by the flames, the tank commander felt himself growing weaker and was flooded with the realization that, after so many years of surviving and after 8 previous escapes from a disabled tank, he was now dying in the manner he so often had feared. The flames engulfed the tank, and Bauer, gasping for air, felt the agonizing heat grow more intense as he struggled to remain conscious. With a final effort, he again strained against the trapped hatch cover, and suddenly it lifted free. The heavy netting, ignited by the blast of the anti-tank shell, had finally burned enough to disintegrate and fall away from the chassis. Feeling himself losing consciousness, Bauer struggled to his feet and twisted his way through the opening to freedom. Some 200 yards away, an infantry officer from the 9th Panzer Division watched intently as the familiar profile of a tank approached the unit's concealed positions. Through his field glasses, the officer recognized the long, sloping glacis plates that characterized the Panther tank, and he was curious as to why the vehicle was approaching his location directly from the American-occupied area. 50 yards to his right, the morning calm was suddenly broken by the sharp crack of an anti-tank gun. Through his field glasses, the officer observed the tank grind to a halt under a rising column of smoke. Horrified, he realized that the anti-tank position, manned by young and inexperienced gunners, had destroyed one of their own tanks. With his glasses fixed on the burning tank, the lieutenant observed a figure clad in an unmistakable Wehrmacht panzer uniform emerge from the driver's hatch through the raging flames. The burning figure dropped from the chassis and rolled on the ground as the ammunition and fuel in the tank began to explode, sending fragments of steel skyward. Screaming at the anti-tank gun crew to hold their fire, he ordered several Lancers forward where the figure was writhing on the ground. 2 infantrymen immediately sprang from their defences and raced across the open ground, where they found Bauer alive but suffering from burns on his exposed face and hands. Knowing that they could receive fire at any moment from American soldiers, the 2 Lancers grasped the tank commander under each arm and dragged him to the safety of their lines. As they collapsed on returning, they hardly realized that during the race in the open, which had probably lasted several minutes, not a shot had fallen. When the American First Army captured the bridge at Remagen, 14-year-old Ewald Fischer from Castrop-Rauxel had recently arrived back in his hometown from the Black Forest in southwest Germany, where he'd spent many months involved with the Kinderlandverschickung program.